Hello, everyone. Welcome to Championship Sunday here at Western Championships 2024. Oh my goodness! This is Manu Singhal on the mic along with Vishwa Sankar. It's going to be a big day. A lot of events going on back and forth. We're going to start off with 3x3 round one. The competitors have just been called up there. And Vishwa, tell me a little bit about the results from round one. Anything out of the ordinary here? Max Park at the top as always.
Yeah, so Max Parker at the top, that's not unexpected at all.
Yeah.
Today's going to be a very exciting day. It's the last day. We have the finals today. But so far we've seen Jeremy and Max take the second and third seeds with both sub-7 averages. I think pretty standard results so far. I feel like Varun can definitely improve his average a bit more in the next round. He got a 721 average.
Yeah, Varun is definitely not going to be happy with 721. He's looking for like the sub-7 average. He's trying to make it onto this overall podium, not just the Western Championship podium.
Seems like nothing out of the ordinary, except you will see that near it is top 12 to make finals. So for round one, around the 5th through the 12th seeds were very close in average, about 0.5 away.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it literally right here. You know, Vismay, Vishwa, Paul, and Michael Larson, all of these are extremely close.
Yeah, and all within 0.12 of each other.
Yeah.
Very impressive.
Yeah, and so the other thing to note is it is going to be a 4-round competition for 3x3.
Yes.
So we only did round 1 yesterday. Round 2 is happening literally right now. People are being called up as Krish is on the stream now. That will bring to you just shortly. So yeah, we're gonna have 3 groups of this 3x3 second round. Then later in the day, we're going to do the 3rd round, which is all going to be done in one group. That 3rd round is the semifinals. So that's really where it's going to be the make or break for a lot of the competitors that are on the fringe. If you're on the bubble right at that 12th spot, that round is probably the most stressful round, very similar to like a major championship.
There's so much pressure on whether you're going to make the final round. People usually look at the past round and see, oh, okay, I need this average to get to the finals, but sometimes it could end up being completely different.
Right.
There's a lot of pressure.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be all extremely exciting. Of course, we have only been talking about 3x3 as we're getting started with the day today, but there's lots of other events to go around as well. We'll be doing 2x2 today. We haven't seen 2x2 at all at this competition so far.
All 3 rounds of 2x2 are after lunch.
Yeah.
So
it's going to be intense. It's going to be very intense. And the man of the moment, Max Park, and that number 1 seed, 549 average in round 1. Max, a pinnacle of consistency, rarely getting bad averages. Bad being sub 6 averages, over 6-second averages. I see Varun sitting down in the other side.
And yesterday we did see him get 2 world records in 6x6.
Yes, of course. So, you know, anything can happen here with just the right scramble, with just the right solution. What do you see here starting us off?
Looks like standard scramble, nothing too special. He starts with the green cross.
Yeah, Max is starting off with the green cross. When he first started solving, does have that bias a little bit. 551, solid start for him so far.
Very clean solve, standard solution, OLP alone.
Yeah, I mean, Max Park is not going to be concerned about making the next round. He could probably, he could get like a quite poor average and still advance. So that is not going to be the major concern. The more thing that we're looking at is there a world record potential here?
Exactly.
On average, the world record average being 4.36, set by Yiheng Wang not too long ago. 551 is not on pace to make that. He's going to need something much better.
Oh, and also, only yesterday, Max Park got bumped from, I think it was 3rd in the world for average to 4th in the world for average after Zhuan Yigang from China got 481 average.
That's right. So yeah, a lot of stuff moving around in the cubing world. It's a very dynamic scene. Competitions happening all around the world, including this one here. We're broadcasting you live from San Diego, University of California, San Diego. Thanks for having us here. As you can see up in the corner by Vishwa's head, this competition is also sponsored by SpeedCubeShop, the premier retailer out here on the West Coast, the western side of the United States. So check out SpeedCubeShop for all of your cubing needs, whether that's puzzles, apparels, accessories, lubricant, whatever you need, it's all up there. We even have a discount code now that you can use. If you use code WCC at checkout, you'll get a little discount applied to you there. So Yeah, thanks SpeedCubeShop for sponsoring. Without them, we would not be able to have the competition of the scale that we do. One big thing that we can do for this competition is give cash prizes, and that's pretty huge. You know, not a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
competitions can say
you
that.
usually never see that. You always see companies giving gift cards for
Right.
and they usually never cash prizes.
Yeah, yeah. Cash prizes I think are huge because someone who wins the cash prize can then subsidize their travel,
Exactly.
right? And
Exactly.
that's huge. It makes them be able to go to more competitions.
Okay, so Max Park is starting off with the second solve. I think there's a pair on. Actually, there's no pair, but I don't see anything too good on the scramble. $6.35. It's not like the best solve for him. Yeah, so in round one, Max was able to get all solves sub 6, but unfortunately we saw 6.35 from him in the second solve. Seems like the camera's being fixed. Another thing to mention, there, wait, the audio is, okay. Okay, so Varun is now on his second solve. He started off with a 690. Much better than his first round performance. Varun on his second solve. I see a pair on green. Solved at 12. Back soon into J Perm. 670. That's going to be a good solve for Varun. Very consistent so far. Okay, can you guys hear me well? People in the chat. Christian looks to be doing his third solve. That's not going to be good for him. 991.
All right, Max with number 3. Now they started off 551, 635.
Looks like there's a one move pair in white.
Yeah, he picked his orientation extremely quickly. This could be really fast. Bit of execution error though, unfortunately. 661. Darn, not able to capitalize. Yeah, apologies to everyone about the static. Just working to fix that right now. Like I mentioned yesterday, we have a new fancy piece of equipment, so it's a little tricky to figure out exactly how to use what's exactly going wrong. But fear not, we'll figure it out soon enough. All right, yeah, this is Ryan Woodovitz, not Max Park.
849.
Yeah,
Bad.
not bad. I mean, I haven't been following too closely, but I mean, he looks like he's started off 888.
So Krish has. He's about to do his fourth. I think I've seen him get 704 and 991. I'm not sure what his second solve was.
Okay.
But the 704, I think he's happy with. But the 9.
Yeah, I was gonna
Bad.
say I feel like 9 is probably not really gonna cut it. 9 might just barely make finals even. All right.
Max on his fourth.
551, 635, 661. I mean, we're not going to see world record average come out here, and we're going to need something pretty special from the scramble to see if he can break his own world record single. 313 is that mark.
There is a pair on yellow.
Yellow it is. His F2L looks really good there. His F2L looked good. I feel like his last layer was really long.
His PLL was a bit locky. 616. That means he's the worst. His best possible is not going to be sub
Yeah, he's not
5.
going to get sub 6.
I mean sub 6, yeah. So the DPA is 601.
601, yeah. And for that, he would need to beat 551 or beat or tie 551.
Yes.
But he can no longer get anything better than that. That's the whole point of best possible. And that, of course, comes from the quirk of dropping some solves and dropping the best and worst solve.
So Varun, I think he's dual neutral.
Oh, is he dual neutral now? For the longest time, he was white only.
Or I could be wrong about that. I think I'm pretty sure Max did the same solution.
Okay.
Third.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, 666.
That's really cool, and I feel like that's one thing that
Or F2 is the same last layer.
I feel like that's something I'm seeing a lot more of recently now, is because the same scramble too.
I do remember that.
I think that's really interesting now that people are like focusing not just on turn speed but also on efficiency. It's like, okay, well, what is the best looking solution? And sometimes that means that the best solution is like more of like an objective thing. Oh, that was a big pause during F2O.
766.
I mean, without that pause, like he was just cooking. Like that was gonna be a pretty decent solve otherwise.
I think that average should be a bit faster than his round 1 average, so it'll definitely put him in the top 12 for
Okay.
this round.
Okay.
Varun is onto his fourth, and Max is onto his last.
Yeah.
So far from Varun, we've seen that he's been able to get 3 high sixes very consistent.
Yeah, Rune started off a lot better. He should avoid that like 721 or whatever average that he had earlier. I don't think he's gonna get something that bad again. Ooh, a little bit of fumble on F203, but otherwise,
I think the Ola is quick. I didn't see what it was, but
yeah,
that's what you see. That's gonna be his second best solve.
Yeah,
so he's gonna get a low 6 average.
Low 6 average indeed. Probably gonna end up with about 610.
Yeah, 6.
All right, close enough. What's 1/100th of a second between friends?
Yeah, 611 average for Max. He almost certainly is going to end up at the top going into round three once again. And here's Varun now. A very solid. There's like almost no way that he doesn't get a sub six average. He'd have to count like an 8 or something. I think we're going to see him do the white cross yet again. Yeah, there it is. This one was a bit of a lockup, but worse. He should still. So this one is an interesting solve to commentate because so Varun used to be a very like TPS heavy solver where he would just turn as fast as possible even if the solutions were not good. That one, it looked like he definitely slowed down significantly, but I feel like his solution was also not particularly good. Yeah, he did lock up on field. Yeah, and I feel like even FPL was not particularly smooth either. And that's like the hallmark of like a top tier solver. You're not losing time to random lockups or thinking. It's just all of it is 100% turning, or as close to as 100% as you can get.
Okay. So now we have Visme on his fourth solve. Or, I'm not sure if it's a fourth solve, but we did see him get a 824 earlier. 75 average in the first round and 824 to as one of his solves. We should be looking to see a 7 or 8 second solve from him. Very fast TPS, 737. Now Joaquin's up to do another solve. 9-6 on the last. And he goes for the white cross. Many rotations during F2L into an R perm 951. Yeah, I could clearly see that rotations were was the problem with that solve. There's like, I don't think 6 of them during F2L. Paul Mulvey is now solving. Let's see. He goes for the green cross. He is blue-green solver. Lefty soon. 843. That's all right for him. He has a 672 PR average. Oh, looks like that was his first solve. Yeah, Paul looks to be one of our fastest solvers in Group 2, along with Joaquin. We'll be on the lookout for those. Both very evenly matched with 6.7 averages after a PR. Joaquin is now onto his next solve. Looks like he's going for the white cross. Oh, he does an M2 U2 empty cross. Okay, much faster, 741. Big improvement for him. And now we have Jeremy the Lambot, who actually got a PR average 642 in the first round. Very easy F2O. 588. That's a good sell for him. I like his hat as well. Paul is on his next solve. And just to recap, so far we've seen Max Park take the first seed with 611 average, and Varun Mohanraj take the second seed with looks to be around a high 6 or low 7 average. Paul goes for the green cross. to his PR average, but not the worst either. He got 7th in round 1. Can he match his performance or do even better? Very solid F2L. Anti-soon. 738. Nice stall for him. So he's counting a 6.9 and a 7.3. So we could definitely see him get a sub 7 average if he's able to count his other 6 as well.
Make sure you're calling at the right time.
One more stall for him. And Jeremy on his 4th solve. He has a 5, an 8, and a 7.
What I just did was, instead of outputting out the 7-8, I just outputted out the 9-10. I just switched it. Okay, so this the 7-8 out.
Goes for yellow cross once again. Bit of a lucky F2L, but clean OLL. Oh no, 834. That was a lucky PLL. We can clearly see he is not happy with that. His turning wasn't the greatest on that solve. That's going to be counting, I'm pretty sure. So now he's counting a 7.3 and an 8.3.
All right, everyone. I think hopefully the audio issues are largely okay now. Little hard to tell for us because we're hearing like a clean audio output. We don't hear the static. I just checked the live stream. It seemed like it was okay. I need everyone in the chat. Could you let us know if the audio is okay, at least listenable, and not just like you're getting a transmission from some aliens or something?
Paul is now on his last solve. Oh, very clean solve. That was a ZB, and now he's counting. He's counting. That might be like a 7.0 average. It's very good for him. He was counting 7.3, 6.9, and I think his 6.7 is also counting.
Okay, cool. No static. Good to hear. Thanks, everyone. Once again, apologies. As I explained earlier, but probably it was covered up by the static. We have this very fancy soundboard that we've borrowed. That is honestly kind of overkill for the amount of audio that we have set up. We turned it off last night to like make sure none of the settings got adjusted. Unfortunately, it seems like after getting turned off, the settings kind of got fried a little bit. So we tried a bunch of different solutions, swapped some things around, and hopefully everything's okay, and it will remain like this for the rest of the day. If anything does add up, if anything does act up, please feel free to let us know. All right, let's get back to some cubing.
Can you hear me through the mic, through the headphones? I can't. Well, it's okay.
All right, Jeremy Boombot. Onto doing his yellow cross. Simple OLL into a nice and fluid PLL 629 average. Not bad.
Just completed group 2. You are now judging. Thank you.
All right, everyone, and that I think is going to wrap up group 2 of 3x3 round 2. We are going to move on to group 3. All right, as we do a little bit of adjustments, let's cut to a quick break.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hello, hello. We are back, ready for, I believe this is group 3 of 3x3.
Yeah, so
Lots
we're
of
gonna do
threes.
Group 3 for 3x3.
Mhm.
Round 2. So not quite round 3,
Yeah,
but we're almost there. So
that's the exciting thing about like Western Champs is there's so many rounds of 3x3, just so many opportunities to, break records or
Yeah.
just do cool stuff.
I
It
believe
really
so.
enhances the plot, is what I would say.
The plot is interesting.
Yeah.
So obviously we've been looking at Max Park being the favorite to win the competition, but
Mhm.
really from second place and onwards, it's up for grabs.
Yeah.
Even for someone as Max Xiao, it's not really guaranteed that he's going to get second.
Yep.
So we'll have to see what happens. So our first competitor that we're going to be featuring on the stream today is Vishwa.
For group 3, someone who you might have just seen on the stream a little earlier. So let's see what kind of solves they can pull out.
Yeah, so I did see a really nice white block earlier.
Finishes up F2L pretty quickly, 5 seconds, and closes out a little under 8 seconds. Not the greatest solve for Vishwa, I don't think, but there's 5 solves. It's what we always say, more opportunities to bring it back.
Yeah, you would say that there's more opportunity, but what's interesting is that Vishwa actually missed a prime opportunity for a great solve because his OLL and PLL case was a T OLL into a T perm. So like if it's free rough into T perm, first off it's a somewhat like continuation that you can do or a cancellation. And if you don't lock up on that solve into F2L or you have good look ahead, that would have been a 5 for him.
Yep, and haven't noticed exactly who that looks like, but I think that's Kyungmin.
We do have Kyungmin.
So
Yeah, we'll be able to show Kyungmin on the stream as well.
one of our top 3x3 solvers today, with a 621 PR average.
And he did get 832 in round 1.
So definitely looking to beat that 832. I think he can do better than that.
Yeah.
But a bit of a slow start there. So it doesn't look like this is going to be the one to do it, but
Not a bad solve overall. Finishing with an A perm is always nice.
I think it was a little slow on those in the cross and F2L.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I do think that the scramble really had a really nice pattern on the white layer. I think there was a white line on there for sure. But probably having a little bit of trouble with continuations with these competitors because they can do a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So any other competitors in this group who you think we should be looking out for?
So I'm not sure if we caught Max Park solving earlier, and we caught Jeremy solving not too long ago. And Varun is who we were on the stream previously.
Yep.
But who we haven't seen is actually Max Xiao, who's coming up onto the stream right now, and we will be tracking his solves as well.
Yep.
Yeah, and Max Xiao is, generally speaking, is the favorite to get second place. He has up to 5 sub-6 averages.
Yeah.
I think maybe more. All right, so he's actually stopped his rotating, which is very interesting and kind of focusing.
Yep. Finishing F2L at
fantastic
around 4
F2L.
seconds. Oh, some lockups on PL there, which is going to be unlucky for him, ending off with the 7.6.
So it's interesting his last layer was actually longer than the rest of his solution.
Yeah. I think at this level, OLL and PL generally take about 1 second each.
Yeah.
So to see that step take around 4 seconds total
Yeah,
for
so
him.
so Vish got a 911, but I just wanted to go back to Max's solve there. So his last layer was not great, but if you were able to see, he had the the L OLO case where you have double F through F, and then he actually did one to trigger a ZB. He triggered a TZB case, or it was a U. I wasn't sure, but that's why he took so long to execute
Gotcha.
and recognize.
So, was it the recognition, the execution, or was it just like setting it up? Which
It was definitely both. Like the setup is a very common thing to do at that
Yeah.
point. Yeah.
okay. Off to Kyungmin's second solve. I think his first solve was about a 7.9. So looking to beat that. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know.
Finishing up his cross and F2L in around 5.5 seconds. Ending off with, ooh,
Interesting.
pretty rough PL there. I think he misturned one of those slices.
Yeah, the solution was extremely choppy. I don't think it was something I was particularly happy with. He did do COLL, which is interesting enough. For the H cases, which a lot of people argue whether or not it's good or bad, but
Yeah.
that's what he did. And as you can tell, he locked up on the PL anyways.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not the greatest solve. Back to Max Xiao. I believe he was our actually third seed
Correct.
coming into round 2.
Because of Jeremy's PR of 6.2.
Yeah.
All right. So Max, ooh, that's a very interesting. So he paused a lot on that third F2L pair and got lucked out.
Yeah.
No. We don't say he lucked out. He did
All
one,
skill.
one look last layer.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, if you didn't know, Brian Johnson and All Stars did one look last layer.
Like actually?
Like
or-
actually.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, Visual with a 941. Unfortunately, we missed it. But Visual actually not on pace to make finals at the current state.
Well, there is another round, right? So you're saying even round 3's cutoff is going to be tighter than that?
You're right. There's a round 3. Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah, probably.
So we're looking for solves like under 9, maybe even better.
Yeah, I would say so. So let me just triple check here, so I'm not like completely lost.
Always good to triple check.
But the 3x3 top 55 advance to the next round, I would find it hard to believe that 55 is going to be. So 55 was 10:57.
Yeah, I think we can see Vishwa advancing to round 3 at least.
Yeah, generally speaking, it might be a little bit faster. We'll have to see what happens.
Jungmin just preparing for his, I believe, third solve here.
Correct.
Haven't seen any sub 6-second solves today yet.
No, Max Park did.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
as classic.
Okay,
And Kyungmin,
sure.
Sexy-
Felt like a
sexy,
good case,
Yeah,
but
that was a good OLL case. You know, can't ask for too much. He solved an orange cross.
interesting. Is that something that's sort of not normal for Kyungmin? Or
I don't think so.
Okay.
He definitely does not bias orange, if anything.
yellow cross, same as last time for Max.
What?
Interesting. Feel like he did what looks like 2 OLLs there.
What did Max do? I don't know.
Did I see that?
I don't know. I also thought he did M2, U2, M2. Like, I think he might have like had his cross unsolved.
Wait, is this blind?
We might have to clip this to Cubics' friends. Oh boy.
Yeah. Speaking of blind, there is a 3 blind finals coming up later today.
There is.
Which is going to be exciting. I always love that because you just hear the entire room silent. It's such a big auditorium.
Right. Ooh, Vish was a fantastic save, and not his best time so far, but it's gonna get the job done.
Yeah.
Good last layer with a, you know, an odd case.
And that puts his worst possible average sub 9.
That would do it.
I think that would do it.
I think
Yeah.
that's comfortably in his wheelhouse.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't think that's going to put him in contention for definitely not podium and probably not even finals. But round 3 is very commendable, especially at a competition with this level of competition.
Yeah, yeah,
Mhm.
I agree.
You know, the playing field, taking in the best cubers from all over America, some people even from Mexico,
Mm-hmm.
and primarily the West Coast, you know, cubing region, which is California, Nevada, and Hawaii.
Yeah. So we got Kyungmin solving. Max Xiao also on his right-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like
And
Kyungmin is doing yellow cross there.
Yeah.
I think that matches what Max did.
You know what's so funny? I think Kyungmin has a better average pace so far than Max Xiao. There's a
Interesting.
possibility with this 9.6 it could go really
Yeah.
haywire.
Kyungmin has been very consistent, got a few 7s.
Ooh.
Ooh. Oh, that lockup is very unfortunate. That could have easily been a low 6.
Max Xiao had a fantastic F2L solution. Absolutely flawless, no lockups, and just had to get one of the worst OLO cases, which is the classic soon into T OLO. Of course, it's very fast. It doesn't help that he locked up on the J apron.
I think this would be Vishwa's last solve. So, not looking to do any miracles here.
No.
But I think with his best and worst possible averages, you can see he's kind of squarely in the middle of the pack to squeeze in
Yeah.
to round 3.
Yeah. I think Vishwa, with that 805, pretty much secured his bid, so he'll be fine.
Yep. But another sub 9 would, you know, wouldn't be something to scoff at.
Not taking a lot of inspection at all. That's very, very interesting.
Bit smooth, some pauses there between OL and PLL, but
Yeah.
860, 861, you know, pretty much exactly what his average was. So you get what you see.
Yeah, like you saw the 7 and the 9 and you thought that this is just going to go all over the place, but you know, at the end of the day, it was pretty consistent. What are you going to do about it? He got the job done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I do believe we have, if I'm not mistaken, Max Xiao has one more solve, correct?
one more solve. Yep.
Max Xiao has one more solve. He has that 9-6, and I'm not liking the lockups he's dealing with right now.
I think again it's the first solves of the day. I feel like everyone always has a bit of nerves, and
Yeah.
I mean we saw that with Kate yesterday, where in first round of I believe 7x7, she did do great, but then brought it back and got onto the podium in the finals. Max now starting yellow cross again. Finishing up that F2L pretty quickly. You can't see the timer, but
Nice.
oh, with the plus, that is not what he's going to want.
Oh.
Unlucky solve.
Max Xiao calling up the Devil's number +2.
That is very rough. A +2 penalty for anyone who's kind of new is what happens when the cube is misaligned by one turn, or really even just 45 degrees or more.
That's unbelievable. I
Yeah.
That might be one of the worst sub-8 averages I've ever seen.
Yeah, from Max Xiao, I think we could have expected a bit more. That last solve was poised to be pretty good, but then just turned a bit too fast and drops it with that +2.
That's really unfortunate, but you know, congrats to the competitors. Obviously, they made round 3, and that's really what the job requires at this time. Of course, they're also solving
Actually,
early in the morning. So
Yeah, how many rounds of or how many groups of round 2 are there?
we're done.
We're done?
So yeah, we're
Okay.
done. So there's
So
3
they have
groups.
made it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
correct.
there's not going to be a dark horse where everyone in group 4 gets like a sub 5 average. That would be insane.
Maybe we should turn on on-site registration and invite Timon Kolosinski to come out here, and we'll have a conversation.
That would be interesting.
Yeah.
Fly him out for
Yeah.
first class. Not even first
Yeah.
class. You need a private jet.
Yeah, by the way, shout out to Timon Kolosinski for absolutely crushing it in Euros, crushing it in AC, and crushing it in North American All-Stars.
He has been crushing it.
He's been crushing it, and
He's
it's been the last solve in all of these. that has really been the deal breaker there.
He's really, sealing up that storyline, like
Yeah.
trying to keeping things interesting.
Yeah.
Which I like. I like when cubing is interesting, and Timon does a good job of that.
Yeah, Timon is very interesting, and he's in it for the plot.
Mm-hmm.
He's in it for the plot.
We're talking a lot about the plot here.
You know, the plot is just a term that we use to say the future is bright, right?
Yeah.
He's in it for the future.
It's the storyline, the Cinderella story.
Yeah.
It's like that one of those terms which we always say anything can happen. The
Yeah.
plot.
Yeah.
It all kind of melds together to talk about how the future for cubing is really poised to do big things.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to pan to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in just a minute to share with you guys what I believe to be Square One Finals. So stay tuned in, and we'll see you guys very, very soon.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, guys, welcome back to Western Championships, and we are currently doing Squad Finals, and you guys can see Calvin Nielsen right here into PBL. 678 to start.
Yep.
So that's an okay time for him.
Yeah.
If you're watching Squad for the first time, like at the higher levels, you'll see that generally speaking, competitors will 3-look, so they will, do their cube shape, CSP, and OBL, orienting both layers, and then PBL, permuting both layers. Of course, the beauty of CSP is you basically solve cube shape to avoid parity altogether. So that's the beauty. Yeah. All right. So
Now we have Max Xiao, our #1 seed coming into the competition. Didn't have the greatest solves in round 1, although also for his standards, even anything is pretty great. We'll see what he can do here. Interesting. ESP.
Oh, ooh, that was close. 501. That'll get the job done for him. It's not too bad.
Yeah.
Not as lucky in general. Generally speaking, the hardware for Square One makes it very difficult to not have lockups in comparison to 3x3. So it's a nice change of pace. It's nice seeing Max turn better on square one than 3x3.
I mean, the thing about square one is if you have any one of the two top faces misaligned, that is quite literally a lockup. Like,
Yeah,
is locked.
quite literally.
Yeah.
The corner cutting is
You
just,
cannot-
is just non-existent.
Yeah.
Uh,
So,
We are also seeing that we will be able to provide you guys with some live updates on the rest of the competitors. So we see that Max Yao is currently on pace. Ivan Vanek doing quite well. He's done 2 solves so far. And he has
3 solves remaining.
Yeah, 3 solves remaining. And he has the proprietary projected statistic of 702.
Proprietary.
Yeah, so 702 is actually a specific number we generated based off of probabilistic outcomes.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So same thing for, you know, if you have 4 solves to go, your single is up there. But if you have 3 solves to go, there's a calculation.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just like player efficiency rating.
Wow.
Yeah. Shout out to Tyler Rose for his proprietary software.
That's cool. And it's not just taking in your best 4 solves. Like, if you get a DNF, it's not going to count that, obviously, because odds of you getting 2 DNFs is unlikely.
Correct. So Calvin Nielsen with a 689.
So, pretty in line with their first solve.
Yeah.
And very solid.
Yeah. So, yeah, Calvin is doing actually pretty well. Obviously, Max has only done 1 solve, so it's really hard to tell.
Yeah.
Chris Chi Lurkin with 1 solve of 889. I don't think that's really going to stay in 4th, probably. But we'll have to see what happens. Of course, the top 3 people, Max Xiao, Calvin Nielsen, and you also see in 3rd place, shout out to Ivan Vanek. So Ivan is actually the creator of the Ivan Square One. Yeah. And it is basically...
What's special about the Ivan Square One?
It is a proprietary modification of the MGC Square One, and it is very, very good.
Lots of proprietary there.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have any idea what the modification is? Or is it so proprietary that no one can
It's
know?
an industry secret, so I do know, but
Wow.
it's an industry secret, yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, so that's not stuff that I'm allowed to share.
Of course.
I have the NDA.
You have the NDA.
Yeah.
That's cool.
But yeah, shout out to Ivan Vanek coming out to Western Championships and giving a good competition. Chris Chi actually doing very well in his 2nd solve. So now his projected ranking has bumped up to 739.
Yep, knocking on the door of Ivan there. Calvin now on his 3rd solve. Pretty fast. ESP.
That was a little bit funky of an
Almost-
OBL.
Almost plus 2'd.
It looked like he almost
barely
forgot
made
to do
it.
an extra slice on that OBL. But yeah, very interesting. He did not stop the timer at the first time and then had to pick up the puzzle, fix the layer, stop it again. Could have been a lot faster.
Yeah, but a 7 flat, pretty in line with the averages that he's kind of projected to have.
Yeah.
So you'll see that happening as the solves come in. You see those live rankings update. We're still waiting on Max's 2nd solve, so really anything can happen here.
I think so.
But if he keeps getting those 5-second, maybe even sub 5s, he might even be poised to beat his average, which would be a world record.
Yeah, it'd be very, very interesting, but
Yep.
it really will depend. I don't see anything in particular about these scrambles that are outstanding thus far. But, you know, sometimes a great solution will be a great scramble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you say Square One is a very scramble-dependent event?
Yeah, and I think Max Xiao may have gotten a 758 plus 2.
In
I'm
his
not
2nd solve?
Yeah. I'm not entirely sure if that was a practice solve. Nope, it was
Does
not a plus 2.
Look like it.
Yeah.
Wow.
But, see, that's the type of stuff where Max is out of the range of like securing the victory. That's the difference between like Max Park in 3x3 and Max Xiao in Square One. Like, this is definitely a little bit more competitive.
Yeah. Like a few slip-ups here and there can put other competitors in striking distance.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah. Like, see Calvin Nielsen, quite literally all the remaining 3 people, and
Oh,
Ivan.
wow. Ivan having a great 3rd solve.
Yeah, we'll have to see what he did there, because that's impressive. And Calvin, again, with that 6.8, super consistent. You can see by that best and worst possible average, like neck and neck, within 800ths of a second.
This just got very, very interesting. So it
Yeah.
looks like it could be, so this might be a symptom of the live results being input a little bit funky. But yeah, I don't think they had great solves. I think there is some miscommunication on the actual data entry. They got like 10s, and Chris Tree got a 23. So that is definitely not in line with the current rankings. So I believe Max Yao and Calvin Nielsen are currently on pace.
Okay.
Yeah.
So something was input incorrectly.
Probably, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, something
That
was
makes a
input
little more
incorrect.
sense. Although the Max Xiao 7.58, you saw that. We both saw that.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
was real. That happened.
That was real.
So we were saying anyone can knock on the door. Maybe not with that sub 6 average that we were seeing, which
Well-
seems to be not real, but
I would say that it's not necessarily that it was not real. It's that their second solves were 5s. So
Oh.
they have huge variance.
gotcha.
Yeah. Alright.
I thought you said there was misinput. Never mind.
There's a possibility
Okay,
that they're just all over the map.
I see.
Calvin with a 699, nice solve.
And
Very barely got his, a little bit faster than his worst possible average of
Yeah.
689.
and so now we should be heading to Max's third solve.
Yeah. You know what? That is a fast enough time to win this finals. It depends
It
on what
could be.
Max does here, though.
Yeah. I mean, we did see a 5 and an 8 almost.
Yeah.
So it's kind of going all over the place. Not the greatest solve there.
Wow, okay,
Actually,
great.
never mind.
Yeah, 495 there. No lockups.
Yeah.
No lockups. That was one of the smoother solves that we've seen from Max just throughout this entire competition.
Yeah, I was gonna say that there was like a pause there, which made me feel like, oh, this isn't going that fast. And then,
Generally speaking, the pauses for square one,
Mhm.
it looks a lot worse than something in 3x3. Where
Yeah.
if you see like a 1-2 second pause,
yeah,
and I truly mean like
Mhm.
1 second,
yeah.
it's going to hurt a lot more in 3x3.
Mhm.
In square one,
You
it's
look and
basically
then you just
exactly.
do it.
You look and it's an out.
Yeah.
You look and it's an out.
Yeah.
And it's 3 looked. In fact, at the highest level, people are actually beginning to 2 look in square one.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which 2 steps do they 1 look?
CSP and OBL,
So,
which is basically the orientation of both layers.
gotcha.
So as soon as you're done with CSP, everything is like black on top,
yeah.
which is like wild.
Mhm.
Essentially, it's 2 algs, but looked in one moment.
Mhm.
So that is being developed right now. But yeah, so the pauses in square one and the algs are executed very fast.
Yeah.
So if you don't lock up, the pauses they stand out a bit more.
Mhm.
In fact, the pauses could make up like I would say 20% of the solve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the faster you can recognize, you can cut down those pause times
Yeah.
a lot. And
It's just
then
like ZBLL
speed
in
things
that
up.
sense, yeah.
Mhm.
The practical sense, like you are okay with the pauses in ZBLL,
Mhm.
considering your execution.
What would you say what would you say the size of these alg sets are?
Oh, ginormous! I would not know the count off the top of my head, but they are ginormous.
That's crazy.
yeah.
Anyways, going back to Max's fourth solve, you can see his solves on the left there. Really incredible so far. One outlier, but let's see if he can keep it up.
Max has not been consistent with his stops. He needs to make sure that he doesn't +2.
Ooh, that did not go great for him. Saw a bit of a lockup, a bit of
Yeah.
a slip there.
Yeah.
And that is going to be counting. So
Interesting. So he has a worst possible average that is going to smoke Calvin. So, you
Yeah.
know, he has no fear there. I believe Ivan Vanek has just finished his round,
Mhm.
and he has an 809 average.
Okay.
And Chris Chi has a 1032 average.
So I think these are the rankings that you're going to expect to see at the finals.
Yeah.
We don't even need to do Max's final solve technically,
Yeah,
but we will anyways.
we will.
So, Square One finals.
Mm-hmm.
Just about to complete.
Just
I think
about to
Max
wrap
was a
up.
bit of a straggler just because I think his second solve was a bit slow.
Yeah, I
it took
think
some time to
he
come out.
got a miss scramble or two for his Square One, more likely than not. So, Max has one solve to go, and I think he might be the very last solver as well.
Probably.
Yeah, so we'll
Yeah.
see what happens. We're going to have to see if Ivan is able to stay on the podium currently because there are other competitors that need their data input. But, you know, that will be very, very interesting. And it looks like we're going to be receiving Max Xiao's puzzle now.
Yep.
And we'll see what this solve will turn out to be. Now, keep in mind, he has the second fastest single in the world with a 369.
So maybe he can get a world record here.
You never know.
Never know.
Oh,
That
wait,
was a
what
long
was
algorithm.
that?
That was is that
Is that a
DNF?
DNF?
I don't know.
It's a DNF.
Yeah.
Oh, man. That is very, very unfortunate, not being able to get the result that he wants.
Yep.
You know, Caster's curse, man. It's like I almost willed it into existence with that +2 talk.
Yeah, and there we go. You see his average changing to his worst possible average previously, which was I think
Yeah.
632. So.
But you know what? It's okay. Like, at the
Yeah.
end of the day, the solve didn't mean anything.
Mhm.
But, you know, every solve at this level could be a world record. You never know. Like,
Could be.
that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
But congratulations to Max Xiao. I would find it very hard to believe that someone takes over his 632 average. But we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So explain the live rankings a bit more. You did mention that we're seeing these top 4 seeds. Are there any other people who we aren't doing live data entry for?
Currently, no. Those competitors' data will need to be input later. So
Okay.
these were the top 4 seeds so that we were able to track them
Gotcha.
a little bit easier. But in the finals, we will actually be keeping track of all the stations.
In 3x3 finals? Or
All the other finals.
all the other finals?
Yeah, so what we'll be able to see is when there's more competitors than 4, they will actually be able to jumble and have like updates to whether or not they're currently projected to be first, second, or third.
Interesting.
So when you have 1 solve, it'll show your single. When you have 2 solves, it'll mean the 2.
Yep.
When you have 3 solves, it's going to take a little bit more than the mean.
Yep.
So
Does a bit of a regression. or
it
something?
has some sort of
Some sort of proprietary algorithm
yeah, correct.
to figure things out,
Yeah.
and says, hey, if you did this and you got this time, what kind of time would you expect to get as your average?
Yeah.
Does some math there.
approximately, Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, it takes into consideration a lot of things like some outlandish times versus like some super quick times. It'll definitely have
Yeah.
interesting calculations.
So,
But yeah, I mean that was a fantastic Square One finals. Good to see. I believe Calvin Nielsen has a really good chance to be the Western champion. Yeah, I think so.
overall,
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so we're going to transition to what I believe is going to be Scube finals pretty soon. And Scube round 2. Sorry,
Round 2.
Scube round 1. I'm so sorry.
yeah. I don't think we did any Scube.
Yeah,
Or
I
Pyramix yet.
misspoke. We're on group 2 of Scube. Apologies. But yeah, we're going to be showing that very shortly, and we will be right back, and you guys will see all the sledge action.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And we're back with Scube. One of the faster events in
In the
this competi-
WCA.
In the WCA. Overall, we're going to see a handful of fast events coming up back to back. I believe 2x2, Square One. Sorry, aren't Square One. Well, Square One just happened, but 2x2, Scube, and Pyraminx all happening pretty soon. So if you like watching fast solves, then be sure to watch this.
Correct. So I believe we got Chris Chi. All right, with a 463, Chris Chi currently has a 244 official average.
Yeah. So I think with these faster kinds of events, typically they tend to be a bit more scramble dependent, just because there's more of that natural variance. If you just happen to get an incredibly good scramble, you can end up doing a lot better.
Yeah.
Max now with a 434, so that currently puts him, I think, with the best solve
Yeah.
we've seen.
Max Yao, definitely just a great all-arounder. You see him compete at a lot of events at a very high level, and that's not to be taken for granted. All right, Jack Stewart. He has a 269 average and a 154 single. So for him, probably a beatable single. Oh, he DNF'd. I think that was a DNF here. That is super, super sad.
I missed that. Was that a corner twist?
I need to double check. I think they're going to confirm the footage, but it is certainly a DNF. He stopped the timer before the cube was solved.
Yeah.
At the worst. No, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate for Jack Stewart. And Scube is not trivial. A DNF is on the table especially if you're trying to predict and stop your timer.
Yeah, a bit of a caster's curse there. You said, oh, he's poised to break his PR, his single.
Yeah.
And ends up with a DNF.
Yeah, that's the type of stuff that I may or may not be considering when I'm casting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Max now onto his second solve. Pick up a little slow. But
440.
440, very consistent from him.
Not bad at all.
Few other people who you should be looking out for: Tej, Mason, Joaquin, Paul, DJ Kelly, August, and Elijah Brown.
Yeah, they are probably going to be in other groups of Scube as well. Yeah. So Taj will be an interesting top player here. Currently projected first on a sec sheet with a 225. And she's been progressing very quickly on Scube, and it's a little bit scary. But yeah, she's doing very well. Mason Langendorfer is actually not going to be here for this competition. Yeah, so
I see.
Shout out to Mason. Unfortunately, we miss you. Hopefully
Unlucky.
you'll be able to make the next one. But yeah, I believe we have some solves going, so we should be able to check on those pretty soon. But also after this there's going to be some clock finals, so that'll be super, super interesting.
Yeah, got a clock final kind of interspersed between our Scube solves, which is neat.
I gotta say, clock is more entertaining to watch than some events when you have the top-down camera. It is super interesting. Kind of see all the dials like come together.
Yeah, and also kind of the different strategies of flip versus no flip. With the top down, you don't even see the flip. So, yeah.
All right, so Max Xiao with a 380 and Jack Stewart is just warming up. And remember, Jack has a DNF. So if he gets another DNF, he's going to actually possibly need to safety his last game solve. Like, take an extra second and ensure it's solved. 321.
Definitely didn't take an extra second there.
No.
Just went for it, and 321. Very respectable. I think that might have been the best solve we've seen so far.
I think so.
Max also there with a really good solve. I think he might be, he might take the first seed. At least in this group.
In this group.
Yeah.
I think that ultimately this event is Taj's event to lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, Taj will comfortably secure what I would hope to be sub 3. Yeah.
Yep.
Chris Chi. Shout out to Chris Chi. A Knicks fan. I saw him wearing a New York Knicks cap. And yeah, the Knicks are very good for the next NBA season. I love me some Jalen Brunson. And Nova Knicks are going to be a top player in the NBA. Oh. Ooh. Messed up the
Is that a
messed up the
+2?
cycle. I think it's good from this angle. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's. Oh wait.
I don't know.
I think they marked it as good. Yeah, it's good.
Okay.
I was like,
No penalty.
it looked pretty convincing, but
Yeah.
Chris's like hesitancy to confirm it
Yeah.
was interesting. So the delegate call has been made. Shout out to our officials.
See Jack Stewart there.
All right.
3-1.
3-12. I think that is the best solve we've seen so far. So he's
We
actually
did
making up
see
ground.
a 2.8 from Chris Chi.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Christopher showing us why he's the top dog, why he's
And that is a +2 penalty for Joaquin.
yeah.
That's
I was
the.
gonna say, is that a broken scoop?
Man.
Not WCA legal, as far as I can tell.
Tell me Scube got you messed up without telling me Scube got you messed up.
Ooh.
And Chris Chi with an excellent 420.
I think that should probably be one of the last solves of the group.
Yeah, correct.
So we should be moving on. Actually, Max does have another solve, so
We'll be wrapping up though.
we'll be wrapping up
Yeah.
soon and heading to clock finals. Let's see if we can take a look at that Max solve that's happening.
Yeah, so U-perm and a 5 flat.
Finishing off with a 5. That might even be his worst solve for this
I think so.
this round.
All right, remember Jack has 4 solves so far. He has a DNF currently. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he spends an extra second ensuring his layers are all good.
We have seen some really fast solves from him despite that DNF, so maybe he's just going for it.
Yeah.
Doesn't really care about securing the solve, rather just says, hey, I don't care, I want the best solve possible, which is definitely an attitude to have. There we go.
Comfortable.
Not a DNF. 357.
You know, Jack might be in podium contention here. I think comfortably in podium contention.
Yeah. Assuming the next round goes like this one did. But I think that will be the end of this group of SKU, which means we're going to be heading to clock, which means I think we'll have a little bit of a short break and come back. Come right back. So.
Yeah. All right, so we'll be right back. Thank you, guys.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're just going to get started with clock final here. Manu Singhal, Michael Chai on the mic as always. Big stories coming into clock final. There were only 2 rounds. In round 1, the number 1 overall seed, Jaden Pomrintara Lin, unfortunately DNFing a 2.5. He ended up counting a 7 and a 10. He is not in this final.
Yeah.
That's
very
huge.
unfortunate.
That's just absolutely huge. You can see the list right now. Ethan Mendelson. We got a pair of Ethans at the top, 374, 446. Those were done on different sets of scrambles. Ethan Mendelson, one of the staff members, he competed on Friday as part of the staff round. But clock finals, everyone is going to get the same scramble, so it's going to be a completely level playing field here.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind for Ethan Mendelson is that he did secure what I believe to be a PR with a 446. So unless he's able to do back-to-back PRs here, this might be Ethan Ye's to lose.
I mean, Ethan himself also getting that sub-4 average. That is a pretty big PR for him as well by 0.4 seconds on average. That's going to put him into the top 100, and actually very solidly into the top 100. Not many competitors in the world who have a 3-second average at all.
Yeah, I think so for sure. And Ethan Ye, currently the favorite. It's going to be close. Alex Bohak was also the 2nd seed in the psych sheet. Right behind Jaden, currently seated 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for clock is it's not just these top 3 people we're focusing on. We're going to get live data results from the scrambling table as cubes get sent back.
Yeah.
So we'll have some little live tracker for you. The big thing, anything can actually happen. I'm not joking. It's not like a meme where like we say this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Clock is a high DNF event. You can DNF extremely easily. There is no +2 in clock. There is no margin for error.
Not only is it a high DNF event, our actual people who are in finals, the top like 6 or 7 are within a second of each other.
Yeah, exactly. So there's 2 things. 1, don't DNF. 2, you got to turn accurately and just done smoothly. Any sort of like lockups or any sort of like inaccurate turning is just going to completely cost you at this stage. The field is wide open now.
Correct. And you got to also take into consideration, not only is the field wide open, the field includes the former North American champion, Vishwa Shankar, who won clock in 2022.
Yeah. So there's a ton of talent here, loads of different methods to look at. We got 7 Simo flip. We got a flip solver. Vishwa still flips. Evan Millsap, one of NorCal's best and brightest, is also a flip method user. So there's a lot of stuff that can happen here. Clock used to be this event that no one cared about. Everyone did the exact same method. The hardware was awful. It was difficult to hold. Extras left and right. Everything is changed now. It is now an event that's actually worth watching, has a lot of drama. You know, whether or not that's good for the competitors is a different matter, but I'm eating it up every single minute of it. You do not want to leave your screen for the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, I would say, it's very, very impressive to see. And it looks like the competitors are getting ready. And this is Ethan Ye, who is at the current state favorite, but not really the favorite to win it.
I mean, yeah, he finished first in round 1, but like we just said, literally anything can happen.
Yeah.
I will say this, we watched his solves on the stream during round 1. He is cool as a cucumber. There were no major missteps. There were no major mistakes from his solving at all. It was just very clean and very, very accurate. It's not like you saw him be even a couple of degrees off. He was right on the money for the most part. And sitting on the red side, Ethan Mendelson. So this truly is going to be the battle of the Ethans. Both of them, clock is their main event. And we'll see. I'm ready for a spectacular show. Michael Chai, strap in, my friend.
Yep. All right. And if you're watching clock for the first time, you're going to see that the dials are not aligned, and your goal is to hit all at 12 p.m. pointing up. All right. So flipping at 2.5, and we got to check to see if all the dials are good.
Yeah, everything looks good here. 423. It's good start from Ethan Mendelson.
Yeah, did you see anything particular that was interesting in that solve, Manu?
Yeah, so I'll tell you this. He flipped the clock, and so people are going to be saying, oh, so he just used the flip method. Not quite. There is a method called 7 simul flip. 7 simul meaning you're going to do 7 simultaneous moves. That means you're going to do moves on the front and the back side of the clock. But if you use 7 simul flip, the advantage of that is you have no D moves. D moves have been known since the beginning of man to be the worst possible moves to do on clock. You have to do them with your pinkies. It is not very efficient to do, or you have to do it with your thumbs, but that requires a regrip. So 7 simul flip is pretty popular. Jaden Lin is the fastest official user of 7 simul flip with the WR. He has a WR ranking of 32.
Okay.
But
Awesome.
I mean, with Ethan Mendelsohn with a good average here, he could lay a stake to that claim too.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, 4.6 is. Did he get a 4.3 or 4.6?
4.23.
Okay,
4.23 is what I saw.
I thought I saw a 4.6 on the tracker earlier, but I definitely thought it was faster than that. So
Yeah.
4.23, and that might get the job done. We still have yet to see Ethan Ye. I can't say Ethan, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We
Yeah.
have yet to see Ethan Ye do his first solve.
Yeah. No, he is gonna get the same scramble. And we'll see what he can do with it.
Yeah.
I don't believe he's a 7 simul flipper. I think he's just 7 simul, but we'll see here. If he flips the clock, then he's 7 simul flip. Otherwise, it is just regular 7 simul. Of course, there are some variants as well, but
Correct.
he's got Fubuki in his lap for good luck.
All right. Oh, you can see he's shaking. Oh, wow.
This is
Oh,
something-
wow. Wow, that flip took a very long time. I
Yeah.
wonder, I'm very curious to see why his first side took so long, 4 seconds, versus the last side being so fast.
So I'll tell you why. The reason is because he was actually not supposed to flip the clock. The method that he was using is just normal, is a variant of 7 simul. That's what it looks like at least. And the reason why he did flip the clock is because he was just checking to make sure that the clock was actually solved.
And Ethan Mendelsohn with a 5.3. So actually, Ethan Mendelsohn doing quite well.
Yeah, he's ahead of the pace right now.
Yeah, we're
He's
just
ahead
gonna
of the
have to see what chef decides to cook up here. But so far, so good. He is definitely taking it all in. There is definitely a big crowd watching.
Yeah. Like there are people like we can hear it through the headset and stuff too. I do want to make a correction to something I said earlier. It seems like, thank you, the average cuber, for correcting me. Carter Thomas is actually the fastest with 7 simul flip right now. Thanks for that correction. And you know what? I'm gonna justify myself a little bit. Stuff changes in clock all the time. A year ago, this event was nowhere to be found. So
Yeah. Alex Bohawk also has a 425 off stream currently. We are doing live data entry.
Yep.
So we are going to be able to keep you guys up to date.
And Caleb Kearney 440. So yeah, a couple of good solves coming in. When we get to solves 3 and solve 4, we're going to pull up our little proprietary live tracker, and that way you'll be able to see the times change in real time as well. But it requires a couple of solves to be entered first.
Interesting. Very, very. Nothing in particularly stood out with that solve. It seemed like a very standard solve. I did want to point out, Manu, that for people that are not aware for 7 Samuel, you see how they're turning both dials at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Is that sort of like the concept of how it works?
Yes, exactly. The reason you're able to do that is you can turn the dials on the front, which by the pins that are facing up, and the pins that are facing down, those are actually turning the clock dials in the back. Those gears don't interact with each other completely. The mechanism is built that way, such that the down and up pins are completely separate. That's the reason you're able to do them simultaneously.
Yeah. All right. So Ethan Ye working on his second solve. He's going to need something good here.
Yeah, I'm sure he must be shaken a little bit by his memo or exec not quite working out in the first one.
Yeah.
Hoping for something better here.
All right, and everything's quickly aligned. Working on corners. Yep. All right, 442. It looks like everything checks out.
It looks okay.
That was clutch.
No, that was clutch. The one thing I want to note there is the turning we saw there was not quite as smooth as it was in round 1.
Oh.
It was a little bit shaky. It looked like he was just a little bit tentative on some of those turns. I wonder if it's playing in his head a little bit. The clock is such a mental one too. So much more than a lot of other events.
Yeah, for clock especially, because of the DNF rate, and you can't afford to miss one single pin.
That's it.
Like, you think Scube sucks? Like, clock is a whole nother level of being able to actually have a proper solution.
Yeah, it's really really stressful. But you know that's what makes the top competitors that much better. Is
Yeah.
they're able to channel that energy and channel that stress and turn it into positive, just positive motivation to go out there and get the good solve that they're capable of.
Yeah, and quoted by Stanley Chappell,
Bingo.
that clock may be what he believes to be the hardest event.
Yeah.
This was a few years. I think this
Yeah.
was a 2018.
Yeah,
2019
that sounds
type
right.
deal.
That sounds right to me.
But at the time, it was definitely the case.
Yeah.
In combination with the hardware limitations of the past.
Oh yeah, dude, that old hardware was so bad. Now we got magnets built in already, so.
So it looks like Ryan Fong also doing pretty well in clock so far. So he has a 499, 594, and a 435.
Yeah, he's counting a 4. That's good.
So that's currently competitive with the rest of the field, or podium.
Yeah, some people are 4 solves in, some people are only 2 solves in, so a little bit of a mishmash.
Yeah. All right. So Ethan Mendelson. Oh, much faster. Flipping at 2.
Yeah, that was a good first set.
Oh, and he's struggling to line up the last dials. That is super bad.
6-2-0. Looks like he did solve it, though.
He did, but he had like that huge moment where I believe he thought it was solved but had to fix it.
It's interesting. He had the corner solution at the end. He needed to move like one to the anti-clockwise, 1 clockwise. That's a really, really precise movement to do right in the moment.
Okay, Ethan Ye. Not bad.
That looked clean.
Yeah.
That was clean. That was much more like his round 1 performance.
Yeah. That was clean for sure. Ethan Ye on pace. Now also Ethan Mendelson kind of gifting Ethan Ye potentially the win here.
There's a door that's starting to open a little bit.
The 620 is a problem for Ethan Mendelson right now.
No, it's going to be a problem. Ethan Ye is only 2 solves in. Or sorry, he has 2 solves left, so we can't quite populate his BPA WPA, but he has a chance. Like if he gets like a even like a mid to high 4, he can back himself to get it.
Correct. And I think Ethan Mendelson will almost certainly need close, if not best, if not at least the close to his fastest time to have a chance at winning here.
Yeah, at least if he wants to sit in the driver's seat.
And this is actually a battle for truly the Western champ as well as first place overall.
That's absolutely correct.
So this is a high stakes moment.
Yeah. All right, we have some results already entered. Chris Chi, he was ahead of the whole pack in terms of number of solves.
Yeah.
572 PR average. Congrats. Well done to him.
Chris Chi.
It looks like actually Ethan Mendelson is guaranteed to beat that, so Chris Chi cannot win. Caleb Kearney also 615. Kate Graham 665. A couple others. Emil 773, and Abigail Newlander 806.
And Ryan Fong, who was currently on pace before, getting a 4th solve DNF, as we were talking about. That might be an issue.
All right, big moment here. Solve number 5, Ethan Mendelson. This could go either way.
Oh, no! That was not what he needed right there. I think was that what I believe to just be a miscalculation or a misturn?
It's really tough to say because there was a big block of clocks there.
That was really unfortunate. Because what I noticed is that he was turning the right dial and then really didn't get what he was looking for, and he had to kind of double back.
Yeah.
Right. And that's just.
Yeah. So another thing I'll mention is for these like no flip or more advanced clock methods, it's not that you're just memorizing the entire clock state. You can't do it blind. You're just memorizing a couple set of moves. You're memorizing 5 numbers.
Yeah.
But everything else, you actually still need to look at the clock in order to align certain clocks to other clocks to solve the whole thing.
Yeah.
So it's actually a little bit harder than it seems. You can't just close your eyes. You have to be paying attention to not only how many ticks are you doing on the back side on the thing that you memorize, but also on the front side, how many ticks you're doing so you can align your 2 clocks together for something that you're actively looking and tracking at.
So the worst possible average for Ethan Mendelson, this might secure the victory for Ethan Ye, and Ethan Mendelson knows what's at stake. He's watching.
Yeah, this is a big moment. This is going to set BPA, WPA. If Ethan gets even a mid to high 4, he's in the driver's seat. He can
honestly, if he gets close to that 578, he's guaranteed. This is looking really good.
I like his turning.
There we go.
I really like his turning there.
366.
366. He's almost certainly locked it up now. Yep, there you go. 483, the worst possible average. It didn't even matter. Even if Ethan Mendelson got his best possible average, Ethan Ye with an incredible 366 I just have to commend how calm that turning looked.
I definitely wanted to point that out. Like, you can actually see the difference between Ethan Mendelsohn and Ethan Ye in a sense that he knew exactly what he wanted to do, and he turned with conviction.
It was, and he was not rushing. He didn't feel like he needed to rush himself. And I wonder if that's just, you know how they Tony Romo talks about like game smarts or like being like in the moment. I wonder if like he just like knew. He's like, well, based on the other thing is he knows about Ethan's reactions there too, right? Because they're sitting right next to each other. Even if he doesn't know the exact time, you can hear him like hit the table. Okay, that means I have a chance.
Yeah.
I can't just throw.
And that's something that Ethan Mendelsohn will have to learn over time, in that it is sometimes very difficult to deal with these like high leverage situations.
Yeah, it's just tough. It's just tough.
Alex Bohak is actually potentially going to steal this win here.
Yeah,
he actually has a best possible average of 417 and is currently in the projection first place.
Yeah, just based on the solves that he has completed, he's currently counting 2 4.25s actually. So his best possible average is going to be really, really good. He'd be counting a 401 as well.
So this is not a guarantee for Ethan Ye.
If he BPAs, he wins.
If he BPAs, he wins. But his WPA is not enough to guarantee right
That's
now.
correct. That's correct.
In fact, it is almost certainly not going to win.
He's guaranteed to be on the podium.
Yes, correct.
He's guaranteed to get on the podium right now. Big moment here. This could decide the Western champion. Oh man, he's nervy too. He's like bouncing his leg and everything.
You know what? I think he gets it.
No, he gets it.
I think he gets it.
He gets it. He knows what's at stake. A couple of clocks that are already aligned here, so can take advantage of some lucky cases.
Yeah, this is great. Actually, he's fumbling a little bit there.
No, this is WK.
Oh no! It started off so well, but it was something at the very, very end, like the tail end of his solution, where it just wasn't a lock, and he had to go back to one of the dials being miscalculated, right? It was on the back side.
Yeah, I'm
and he
trying
had
to think
fix it.
based on where it was.
I think it was the top edge.
Yeah.
The top edge face.
But big news here, Alex Bohak DNFing his final solve.
Oh my goodness.
Which means that he ended up with 495 average. So even though Ethan Ye has WPA'd, he is still going to get the first place. Vishwas Shankar still has one more solve left, but his BPA is just 4. Vishwa's done. He got 618. He WPA'd as well, 523. So he's going to end up in third place after Ethan Ye's results are in. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your podium as you see it on that live ranking screen right there. Ethan Ye, Alex Bohak, Vishwas Shankar, Evan Millsap coming in fourth just behind.
Yeah.
This was a good round.
Yeah, honestly, by the skin of his teeth, Ethan Ye was able to escape with the victory. Congratulations to him. Alex Bohak, very, very close.
It's crazy because the top 3 of these people who are sitting in this like live ranking here, all 3 of them WPA'd.
Yeah, that's super high leverage moments. You know, I think those they knew that they had a good chance to win too.
Yeah.
Like everyone who was performing with their best possible average at stake, they knew they had a chance.
And wow, Evan is going to be sad about this. He WPA'd as well with a DNF and missed it by 0.01. All he needed was to beat 542. That means he needed 539 to get onto this podium. He would have had the advantage on single even if the average were tied. That's a bit tragic.
So this is one of the interesting things where in the future for a broadcast space, we would love to see scramble analysis because as you see, first, second, third, I believe fourth place as well, and seventh place, and eighth place, they all got their worst possible average on their fifth solve. So it would have been interesting if we could break down what that scramble really looked like.
Yeah. I mean, so looking at what Ethan Ye had, you could see him rotate the clock, and and even me, who doesn't know that much about 7 Simul, knows exactly what he was doing. The reason why, when you do it that way, you actually can skip a letter of memorization. You don't need to do one of those moves because the 2 clocks were already aligned.
Yeah.
I wonder if that ended up costing a lot of others as well.
Probably. But, you know, at the end of the day, it was fantastic to witness And yeah, Ethan Ye is the Western champion.
Congrats to Ethan. I'm actually going to see if I can get him on here because
Yeah.
I would love to talk to him about that.
I believe what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, and we'll bring him for an interview.
Yeah, totally. Let me wrangle him up for you. Stay tuned.
All right, stay tuned.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, hello everyone. I'm back here with Ethan Ye, the newly crowned Western champion.
Yeah.
What's going through your head? What's your emotions?
So let's see. So on the fourth solve, I got the 3, and I didn't know. I knew I locked in like a sub 5 average, but I didn't know if I locked the podium yet or Western champion yet.
Yeah.
And then on the last solve, I like screwed that up, but I guess it doesn't matter now because I'm still Western champion. That's
Exactly.
kinda
So
crazy.
here's what's crazy. I don't know if you knew this or if you looked at WCA Live. Out of all of these people, 7 out of 8 people WPA'd.
Oh.
So talk to me about this last scramble. I saw that there was the center edge, which I saw you rotate to put that on the
Yeah.
bottom on the back. So talk to me about that last scramble. What did you see there?
So there's the center edge skip. I think there might have been another simul skip. So that's 2 moves skip. So it's gonna be like a 12 move solve. I think the first moves though were like a 5 and a 6. So on the
yikes.
5, I like overturned and did a 6 instead, and that caused me to do the flip at the end to correct it.
Right.
Yeah.
But overall, so basically I was just wondering, like, the fact that everyone WPA'd there, but I was wondering if it was because of the scramble. Although I am realizing now, like Vishwa and Evan, those guys are flippers, so they just use the standard flip method. So yeah, I don't know. I thought it was interesting that everyone managed to WPA. Tell me about, because you were sitting next to Ethan Mendelson.
Yeah.
Battle of the Ethans. He got off to a pretty good start as well. He started off with like 423 and 530, 509. That was like more or less, it was kind of on pace. I mean, you started off with some slightly better stuff as well. Tell me what that was like, I guess, competing like head to head, almost not quite head to head, but like next to each other.
Honestly, in that moment, I wasn't really thinking about that it's head to head, more that we're just both trying to do our best. Because we're good friends. We're both Ethans. We do those. We've done so many Clock 1 Discord servers and stuff. Honestly, I just was hoping that he would get something good because we wanted to try and do an Ethan sweep, like a top 2 Ethan finish. I just wish he was able to join, but
yeah, I mean,
always next time, I guess.
It's tough. Tell me about how you manage like nerves, because we mentioned this a ton on the broadcast. This event is not easy.
Yeah.
There are no margins for error. Tell me about both in this final round and also in round 1, where I thought your turning was amazing in round 1. So yeah, tell me a little bit about what's going through your head as you're doing like these official solves.
All right, so for Clock, my like warm-up strategy that kind of came up like going into round 1 because I was testing something new. Of course, we have the plushie.
Yeah, Fubuki!
Yeah, honestly, this plushie kind of carried. Like, just having a plushie that's like some sort of anime sort of theme is kind of so ridiculous that it makes me not take it as seriously. So I can kind of relax a bit more.
That's funny.
But then also turning-wise, I always practice. I think you noticed this on the broadcast, but I always do like 6 moves.
Yes.
I'm at the start, and I do like 1 on the right, then on the left, and then all. And I just keep doing that until I get all 3 in a row correct, and then I start myself.
Okay.
I also do like breathing. Like I take in through my nose, out through my mouth, and I just do that until like I feel my heart is rested. Honestly, it's my dad always tells me to do is take 1 solve at a time. Just don't think about the other solves that you have. Just each solve is its own thing, and as Max Park said, don't think, just solve. So yeah, I guess.
Not gonna lie, that's some very sage wisdom. So for anyone listening on the stream, someone who struggles with nerves, maybe try some of what he's saying here. You were the only person in round 1 to get a pure sub 4 average. Getting this PR, tell me a little bit about how good this PR is for you overall.
So 374 average, that is pretty good for me actually. Actually that day I did get like PB average of 12, that was faster than this in the morning. So that kind of boosted my confidence going into this. I was not expecting it to be pure sub 4. I thought I would like choke on the last solve or something. But yeah, I think the first two solves are the hardest, like 395 and 391. Those were both sub 4. So going in, that's instant confidence boost because I didn't know if I was going to mess up or something. But once I got those two solves, I was like, okay, I can relax a little bit more. I have a good average going. And then I got 364, and then just continued 368. And by then I had locked the sub 4 average. And I guess that
Then you just send it.
Yeah, on the last solve, I already got sub 4. I could just send it on the solve. And the last scramble was actually pretty decent. There's like 3 moves that were skipped, maybe.
I don't
like a bunch of
remember
things
anymore,
skipped.
but
Yeah,
sure. I mean, this is like a top 100. Actually, this is pretty close to top 50 average, right?
I think it's like 38.
It's 38.
Yeah. Oh, well, rankings might update after this weekend because there's other people competing. But
Of course,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely wild. Let's talk a little bit about like where like Clock is sitting, kind of like meta / like meta game overall. Like Clock is evolving so quickly that like the information I have just instantly gets like it instantly gets stale. Tell me what it's like, I guess, like being like kind of in the midst of all of this.
Honestly, so the main meta right now, of course, is just 7 simul flip or 7 simul. And with just pure 7 simul, you can get really far. I mean, Volodymyr, I'm not sure if you know him. He has the 260 average. Like, he just does, to my knowledge, I think he only does just normal 7 simul. He doesn't do any other pin sets and stuff. Maybe he does other pin sets, but recently there's been these things called like pseudo 7 simul.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I tried learning that, but I decided just not to and to just focus purely on 7 simul, and I guess I got good results with it still. But yeah, like I think a year or 2 ago, this average could have been like easily top 10, but now with the fact that it's top 30, it's going to be probably by the end of this year, top 100 is going to be sub 4.
That's nuts.
Because when I started learning Clock, I just went straight to Tommy 7 simul. I didn't learn flip before. I didn't practice at all. And I guess just this can show that if you just grind one single method, which is 7 simul, like you can get really fast in a really short amount of time. Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Tell me a little bit about how the change in regulations has affected it at all, if it has.
I guess the change in regulations, it's made like a much more approachable event for new competitors. That's one of the things that made me decide to start practicing Clock.
Oh,
because up until then, I just treated it as a meme. My average was like DNF or something in competition. But then as soon as pins could be moved, I was like, wait, I should start practicing this. Like, this is actually kind of fun. Also, one of the things that also got me into Clock was there's this guy named 3 Degree K. That's his username on YouTube and stuff. He had an anime clock insert. I really wanted to do that, so I just did that before I started practicing.
Show off your clock. Show off your clock. And explain to the viewers what they're looking at.
So this is Kasane Tetto. It's the thumbnail from a song called Kasane Tetto Territory. And then on the back we have Hatsune Miku and Kasane Tetto, from a song called Triple Baka. So,
I think I've heard that song.
Yeah, they're both good songs.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, that's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that like you weren't like super into Clock beforehand. But the other thing that the change in regulations has made is that it's easier to hold Clock now. Clock runs a lot faster. One of the big complaints from a lot of delegates was it's just annoying to have because there are just incidents that happen all the time for like really silly things. Clocks fall over and whatnot. But now like a lot of those things are like mitigated. So it's nice as someone who's done Clock for 11 years now. It's fun to see that like more and more people are getting into it, and it no longer is an event that sucks to watch, and it no longer is an event that sucks to compete in. So I think it's all fun. What do you have lined up for you for the rest of the day today?
I think I have this thread 3 round 3 if I made that. Then there's web 4 round 2.
Yeah. Also today.
Those are the main 2 that I was focusing on. Oh, I also have Pyraminx. I was going to do Scube, but Scube, honestly, I don't care about Scube. Sorry to all Scubers out there. Sorry, Taj, if you're watching this.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
All right. Any last words you want to leave the audience with? Anything you want to mention? This is your time.
Could I shout out my tutorial for this?
Yeah, go for it.
If you guys want to get a clock insert like this, I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel. Can I say that?
Yeah, of course.
Axa Kobashi, AXAKOBASHI.
I'm definitely gonna, cause I've wanted custom inserts forever, so I gotta figure out how to do that. So I'm definitely gonna watch that.
Yep.
All right, everyone. That's been Ethan Ye. This is Manu Singhal. I'm gonna cut it to a quick break, then we'll go back to Scube.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to start another final here for you, Megaminx Finals. We had a Megaminx Round 1 yesterday. A lot of interesting results from that we'll talk about shortly, but this is going to be another really interesting final because of this man and this man alone. I've said it multiple times. I'll say it again. He's one of my favorite cubers of all time. Just an absolute class act at everything he does. He's wearing that pink shirt. He's a delegate too. Mr. Kyungmin Choi, representing the Republic of Korea. An absolute god at Megaminx. Top 10 in average and just outside number 11 for single.
Yeah, I am super excited to watch his solves. He had a 30.87 average in round 1 yesterday and a 28.9 single. So
he's knocking on the door. He was pretty close to getting that PR, but it bumped him into solidly top 10.
Top 10.
And to be frank, no one at this competition is going to be able to catch Kyungmin. There is the next fastest person, Nico Harper, in second place, who got a 38 average in round 1. By the way, he said that average was not a very good one. There is no way that Kyungmin is going to get an average worse than 32, I think.
Yep. Nico Harper sitting right next to him. On to his first solve, so let's see if there's anything interesting he sees here.
Yeah, so interesting to note, Megaminx is a crazy puzzle. There are so many pieces, and because there are so many pieces, there's a lot of different ways to solve pieces. Because of that, your efficiency is really critical. The less moves you need, the faster your solve is going to be. Simple math.
So Nico finished first 2 layers, on to second 2 layers here. Looks like that is clockwise. Counterclockwise?
Yeah, he's kind of going all over the place. He's using a bit of a block building method, and it's very flexible.
Yeah.
It allows you to kind of just do whatever you need to.
But almost 40 seconds and not yet finished, so doesn't look like he's going to be too close to Kyungmin here. 43.42 second average. Kyungmin looking like he's about to solve, got his cube.
Yeah, 43 from Nico is a pretty bad solve. That's actually probably not even going to be good to get onto to get onto the podium.
So I might need to clean that up a little bit. But let's see if Nico can pull something out here.
Mini.
Sorry.
Kyungmin Choi.
My bad.
So one thing you'll want to pay attention here to all of the viewers is Kyungmin's turn speed. He's a variable speed turner. Sometimes he turns fast, sometimes he turns slowly. He started off the solve turning a bit slowly, but he's put on the pace now.
Can't see too well. Looks like the first 2 layers have been completed around 10 seconds. On to second 2 layers. Great pace so far.
Yeah, I would say he's largely schmoving. There's a couple of places where he's pausing a little more than I would have expected, but he's looking pretty good. On to LL at 24.
And this is looking to be pretty cleanly sub 35 with a 31.93.
Yeah, so 31.93. I mean, pretty good. First 2 layers, basically everything except for last layer done by 24. I think he's a tad behind the pace. He's going to be looking for a sub 30 average. Or he's going to be gunning for it, most certainly.
Sub 30 average would put him well within the top 10. He already has a top 10 time with his 30.39. So getting sub 30 would just be so clean for him.
No, yeah, it'd be pretty big for him, especially as it compares to the rest of the Megaminx scene right now. There's a lot of really big players around the world. I know for a fact Kyungmin is thinking about Worlds next year, and he wants to be able to position himself in a good spot as the rest of the field is also evolving.
As you see, Nico Harper starting with his second solve.
Yeah, he's going to need a pretty good comeback. He's probably looking for a 35.
Yeah. Solving a little bit slower here. Noticing more pauses, but looks like they're onto the second layer.
Yeah, at first I was actually a pretty big fan of the slower turning because that seems to signal that he wants to turn a little bit more intentionally, wants to be able to look ahead a little bit more. Unfortunately, pausing is kind of the opposite of that. It's actually the worst of both worlds. You want to turn slowly, but you don't want to pause because if you're pausing, you're not turning.
And finishing second 2 layers at around 35 seconds, I think that was, so not anywhere near the pace you want to have. Ending off with another 40 plus second solve, 42.51.
Yeah, it's not a very good start for him. His judge is Evan Millsap. The two of them are very good friends, so they're just laughing it off right now, which is good to see.
Yeah, it's all in good fun. Of course, he's hoping to make the podium, but at the end of the day, you're here for fun.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
We also do have live tracking results for these finals. So take a look at the rest of the field. Michael Mutiny right now with a 38 on his first solve. So
yeah, so he's put himself in some pretty good position so far. Everyone just one solve in. Ruby with a 44.
Yeah, I believe she PR'd in round 1.
She did. Getting a 46 average.
Yeah, and Michael Chai as well with a 46. So lots of people getting pretty good times right now.
Yeah, looks like Max Xiao has completed 2 solves. He started off 49-43.
Yep.
Yeah, as more results get entered.
Yep. So far, it looks like no one anywhere near getting to Kyungmin's times.
Yeah, which is not surprising.
Like you were talking about, there is basically a 5-second gap between first and second place, which is, I mean, I don't want to say insurmountable because nothing is impossible, but it would be a large task. Some might even say climbing Mount Everest would be easier.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, it's really tough when you're going up against a competitor like Kyungmin. So both Nico and Minnie, and actually Nolan Yu is also in the group. All of them were actually in North American Championship finals, but Minnie is the one who got onto that podium. Now, granted, he was 3rd place on a podium that probably should have included Alexei Sinyavin. Some drama behind that. You can go watch the Cubers Live video about that if you'd like. But you know, that's to say he's a major championship finalist, a podiumer. So he just has the caliber that's just ahead of everyone else. So it's not surprising to me to see that Minnie is just gonna take this by full force.
Yeah, and it looks like he finished that first 2 layers very quickly, onto the second 2 layers already, and that's also moving. You can see not only the turn speed is fast, but also that confidence that he brings to the table. Finished with OLL and his PLL with a sub 30 at 29.84. Very fast for him.
That was really good.
That is an excellent pace. You know, still doesn't seem too happy about it, but
so I'll tell you why he doesn't seem happy about it. If you noticed in the middle of the solve there, on the last 2 faces, he did actually do a pretty huge pause to try and recognize and see, find the rest of the pieces that he was looking for. That I'm pretty sure is what he's not confident about. He's like, man, it could have been more fluid.
Yeah, that's fair. The only thing worse than getting a bad time is not getting a good time. As you see, Nico starting with his 3rd solve here.
The other minor thing to notice as Nico is going here, you'll see competitors put black pieces instead. Some competitors will use gray pieces. It's a complete personal preference thing. I use black pieces also. I find that it gives better recognition and better distinction. It's just easier to just get rid of the black pieces in my mind. So less pieces to look at.
And even as a commentator, I would say I like the black pieces a little better just because you can see the cube a little more clearly.
Yeah.
Good
last.
Go.
That was a really good last layer from Nico.
We weren't talking about the solve, but as I was watching it, I could see that pace was definitely way faster than his previous 2 solves.
Way better. Didn't need to pause as much. And the big thing I'll note for last layer, I think what he did is he ended up doing edge control to get all of his edges oriented on the last layer. He ended up with a 5-corner OLL, which is not a great one, but I mean, competitors at this level, they know all of those, like all the corner OLLs. There aren't even that many of them, honestly. And then he ended up getting a pretty simple PLL. Both of these competitors and many others in the field know full PLL. That's 151 algorithms, a lot more than your standard for 3x3, which is just 21. A lot harder to recognize. There's a lot of cases that look very similar, a lot of cases that have very tough recognition. But Nico was able to get an easy one, and because of that, on route to 35, good comeback.
Yeah, with that edge control you were talking about, that essentially saves a step, right, with competitors typically doing 2-look OLL.
That's right. That's right. If you just need to sledge and you can orient edges, that's you're gonna do 4 moves to insert the pair anyway. Just sledge it, and you can you can skip a step and give yourself better recognition going ahead.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, with that counting 42, that 35 still might not put him in contention. But we'll see. A few more solves like that.
No, he's looking good.
You could do good for him.
He's looking good. All right, Mini on solve 3 now.
Some walk-ups there while he's solving his first 2 layers.
Yeah, that was a bit sloppy execution, very uncharacteristic.
Which is going to put his pace a little behind.
No, he's pretty behind here.
His first 2 layers right about now, and
he's going to need to come back a good amount. He paused a little bit too much, and his turning is not compensating for it right now, and he's still pausing. So this is not going to be a particularly good solve for him. I expect to see like a 32 or worse.
Yeah. Although I guess.
Okay, well he beat my prediction.
Yeah. In fact, that was actually faster than his first.
No,
solve.
he definitely came back on last layer.
I think the big difference was his first solve had a very smooth first 2 and second 2 layers.
Yeah.
Last solve that we just saw, a little slower at the start, but pulled it back in the last layer. I think that last layer took somewhere around like 5 to 7 seconds.
Yeah. No, his last layer was good there. That's what you need to do if you're aiming for sub 30. Usually, what we say the splits are 2 to 2 to 1. So you want 20% of the solve to be last layer. 20% of a 30-second solve would be 6 seconds. So yeah, that'd be perfectly on pace. So good comeback from him.
Yep. Again, another.
Ooh, that flip edge in there. That definitely took extra moves to fix.
Oh. Relatively smooth is what I was gonna say until that happened. Now things aren't looking too great. I think this is gonna be another about 40 seconds.
No, this is bad, and he misrecognized that PLL too.
44 seconds.
This is so not unfortunately for Nico, it's just not coming together. He is going to get his BPA WPA populated now. 40-50 is the best possible average. Just taking a look around the rest of the field, 40-50
puts him in the top 4. It really comes down to whether Michael Muthin can beat him.
I think that's absolutely correct. Nolan Yu only 2 solves in as well. He has a 46 and a 35. He can find a way to get that 35 to count. That'll be pretty huge.
Yeah. And seeing a few of the other solves, a little bit of a rivalry between Michael and Ruby. You see Ruby.
She's gonna PR.
She is also going to PR because
she's gonna PR.
Her worst possible average is 45.8. I believe last round she did PR with 46. A 46. So
no, she's gonna win Michael Chai's house.
Dang, that's rough.
And Chai's he can't catch up.
Yeah. Chai's
he's counting a 46 right now. You need to count like
he would
low
need to PR
40
single.
You need to count not quite. He needs to count like like low 45 and maybe a 44.
Yeah.
I mean, he would need to count a low 40.
He would need to count a low 44. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which means he would also need a 43, which.
Yep. Yep.
Not easy, not impossible, and as we get on to Kyungmin's 4th solve, where we'll see his best and worst possible averages.
Yeah, so depending on what he gets here, we'll populate the best and worst. If he ends up getting a 30, he's just going to end up with 29, 30, 31.
Yeah.
So that'll give him a 30 average. His PR is 30, 39. So
I would say he is on PR watch.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. So he has a chance.
A little slower turning there, which kind of signals maybe he's not seeing what he wants to see, maybe a bit of lack of confidence and nerves. So we'll have to see if he can finish.
That seemed pretty decent. Looks like his last phase just wrapping up now. He's on to last layer. But he's on. Oh, that was a really good last layer.
That was incredible. I feel like every time I start doubting him, he just proves me wrong.
That last layer was really, really good because he started last layer. I want to say like he was pretty behind because I saw like a purple corner that was up. That's a piece that goes into the second layer. Sorry, it's a piece that's a S2L piece. I saw one of those up. I think as late as 27. Did he really have a 3-second last layer?
Yeah, that's kind of what I saw too. Maybe he was able to easily recognize Olol and maybe canceled some moves or something like that. He clearly did not pause.
No, yeah, he didn't pause. That was absolutely nuts. He actually is unfortunately not. It's not possible for to PR actually. His best possible average is only 30.79. He would need 30.39. But he's like very comfortably going to win this. No one is going to catch him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
do you see
perm.
another pretty good solve from Nico Harper, which
Yeah,
I
so
think probably puts him at podium now.
Yeah, let's see. He should get his. He's gonna be finished. That's gonna end up with a 41.
So with those live rankings, you can kind of tell Kyungmin squarely in the top 3, Michael Musing taking 2nd place, and
41.05.
Nico looks like in 3rd, although I think that might just be because some of the data is taking a bit.
Yeah, so the way that the data is being entered is the data is only entered when the scorecards are being sent back to the scrambling table. So it does. There's a bit of lag. Michael Muthing with a 38.20. He ended up, so he ended up getting PR there by a small margin, 0.02. So he's going to end up actually beating Nico on this podium. Youngmin with one more solve, he's going to get either a high 30 or a low 31. He's guaranteed to win it. Nico 41.05 is the best average we see so far, and actually almost no one. Nolan Yu is the only one who has a chance to catch him at this point. So Nico is, so Nico is sitting in 3rd place right now, considering Mini still has one more. But yeah, Nolan with 2 solves left, so he still has a chance to get sub 40 average. That would be pretty big for him as well. All right, Mini on last solve.
Yep, this one's looking a lot smoother so far.
Yeah. He started off a little bit tentative.
Yeah.
Unfortunate pause there, but still looking like he's on some kind of decent pace.
Yeah, I'm seeing a bit more of that shakiness from him.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not really affecting his time that much. His pace is still okay. Onto OLL, and probably going to finish with
the 32.
32.
Yeah, he got to last layer around, I want to say like 26 or so. So to get 6-second last layer is about on pace for a 30-second solver. He's going to get the worst possible average. That sounds really bad, but it's 31.49.
Yeah,
that is 7 seconds ahead of anyone else.
Possible average is the best solve we've seen so far. I mean, his worst solve, I think, trumps every single person's
best
solve.
Just quickly checking.
So far. Yeah, I mean, the best solve I see is a 35.
Yeah.
So
we're almost wrapped up here. Kyungmin Choi. So here are the results from our top 2 seeds. Nico Harper currently sitting in that 3rd place position. Once this graphic is, so the way that this graphic works is when the times are fully complete, you'll just see like a normal time. So Michael Muthing, for example, 38.20. Mini still has one more solve to be entered by the data entry team. We have already entered it on our live tracker, but they will enter that, and so that 1 is going to disappear from his time. Nolan Yu has a 1 next to his name. What does that mean? One more solve for him. He's projected at 40.61 right now. The way that number is calculated is that is the average of his counting 2 times. So that would be 42 and 39. If you average those, you end up with this 40.61 number. So he's currently projected to get that. If he does get that, then he's going to end up sniping the 3rd place spot from Nico Harper. He has a best possible average of 38.77, a worst possible average of 42. So that means that he's either going to get this 3rd place spot or just completely miss the podium altogether.
Yeah. No shot of him beating Michael Muthing here. So it's really between Nico and Nolan, the 2 ends that you see on there.
Yeah, both of them, Nico's not a delegate, but both of them from Northern California as well. Nolan is just wrapping up. We can actually see him a little bit through our little peephole here. What did he end up getting? He got a 42. He got a 42.
76.
He's gonna.
So that means I think Nico.
It's actually gonna be really tight. We're gonna need to wait for it to come in.
Well, 42, 42, 39. I think that is a little high.
I think it's gonna be a little over. I think it's going to be a little over it. There you go. It's updated on WCA Live now, which means that our live rankings are also going to update soon. Nico Harper, 4105, has just clutched it out. Nolan Yu just off of the podium, 4133. It's been a fantastic Megamix final. We had 3 people who were in the North American Championship finals, coming in 1, 3, and 4. Here's all 8. You can see Ruby also beating Michael Chai, Jack Stewart in 5th, and getting a PR. Jack Stewart getting 5th, Max Xiao in 7th, and then the other 8 to follow from there. Great looking solving from everyone. We got Kyungmin right here, who's gonna jump onto the mic to just talk a little bit. Yeah.
Maybe. All right. Well,
Slightly reluctantly.
In that case, I will pass it over to Kyungmin.
Kyungmin just casually walked over to the stream station and thought he wasn't gonna get yapped to after just becoming the 2024 Western champion and defending his title. Mr. Kyungmin Choi, tell me about some of these solves. Honestly, I couldn't tell if you were kind of jazzed about some of them or if you were furious.
I was
32
really
seemed really not good though.
Yeah, none of them are good. I was really mad. I think I get too emotional about all these solves, and I feel like I need to work on my body language a little bit.
I mean,
but
look, that just goes to show that you care, right?
yeah.
It's this is like a competition where you are going to win regardless. No one was gonna come close. But I'm thinking that what's in your head is you're just trying to get the best possible time so you can beat a PR. So you're looking forward to Worlds for next year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured as much. Tell me about this 30. This 30 was kind of wild because do you remember the last layer you had on that?
No.
It was. I feel like you can go back and look at it at some point. I feel like you got to last layer at 27, and you had a 3-second last layer. Was that just us misseeing it?
It might have been that, because I remember the solve being really bad and still getting 30, so I was kind of surprised.
Yeah. I mean, that one I had no idea what was going on, because I saw that. I saw one of your S2L pieces in the top layer. I'm like, at 27, I'm like, I have no idea what's happening here. This is going to be a 33 or worse. And then I look away and look back, and you stop the timer, and it's a 30. So I'm like, okay, that's pretty wild. Tell me a little bit about what you think this average should have been then. What were you looking for?
I was looking for like a low 29, high 28, which is, I'd say, my global on a good day. So overall, my Megamix performance for this competition and NAC was pretty disappointing. There were a lot of good scrambles too in this set, and especially the first round, which should have been like 25, 26 solves. So
wow, really 25, 20? Because I do know that you posted a 23 onto in that Discord earlier this week too, which is kind of insane. Tell me a little bit about where you think you stand relative to the rest of the world's field in Megamix. We're talking like Nicholas, Timofey, etc.
I mean, I think there's the 3 guys who have a 26 average. They are above everyone else, I think. But behind that, I might be in that group because I can't pull a 27 average at home every single day, and I think I'm up there. I still have some work to do before Worlds, so I can get to the next level. But yeah, I think I belong in the next level.
Okay. What kind of items do you think you need to work on for Worlds?
Obviously, learning some algorithms. I have to finish the OLOs, but after this comp, I really realized I struggle with competition nerves, especially for Megamix, which hasn't been a trend because NAC finals from 2022 and Worlds finals for me were really good. So I was pretty confident that I could do well in competition, but didn't turn out this way for the 2 recent competitions. So The main issue for this finals was my hands being too sticky, and first round was that I just got beat by nerves. So those are both competition things, right? Not really solves. So
Right, yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I got to work on so I can perform at the level that I do at home.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it speaks a lot to how much you think about it, because like the fact that you're able to point down, okay, well, it was this thing that was the problem, and it's this thing that needs to be improved, rather than just being like, it's just random, or like, I do better at home anyway. It was just, it could be anything. I think that speaks a lot to how much you're looking ahead, and I think it's the first step to be able to actually like go ahead and improve. I mean, look, I don't know if you're gonna take this or not, but you're just an insane solver. You're just good at so many different events, and very, very skilled at Megaminx itself. All I'm saying is, you have to be a certain level to even get onto that NIC podium, right? Sure, whatever happened with Alexi happened, but to be in that conversation and be the next man up, I think is still pretty special. So I think you should feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
Tell me about how Western Championships has gone for you. First Western Championships as a delegate. Down here in, I guess not quite home turf, but close enough, SoCal at least. So yeah, tell me about that.
Well, I mean, I've been to this venue numerous times, so I feel like this is a home field. So I have a little bit of advantage in that sense. But, well, the first day was pretty surprising because I ended up winning 4 blind.
Right.
And it's funny because my 4 blind winning time is slower than Graham's 5 blind winning time. a little embarrassing, but I'll take that, I mean, my competition performance, I don't know if I really care anymore about any other event besides Megaminx. So, I mean, those events happened. I did all right in some of them, not too great in some of the other. I don't think I care too much. As a delegate, I think I feel a little more pressure to help out a little more, but I mean, I'm not too busy with work. I'm taking good breaks, and it's been all right. It's been a good experience.
Okay, good to hear. You are also the FMC Western Champion.
Oh, yes.
You want to talk about just like FMC a little bit, and yeah, just riff on that.
Well, FMC, I don't think there was anyone that could have taken my first place, honestly.
Yeah.
So I didn't really, I wasn't really nervous, and at the same time, I didn't prepare for it. So, I mean, 23.3, I don't think it's a good meme for myself, but I'll take that. 3 titles in a row.
Yeah. I mean, you were defending a couple of titles from last year too.
Yeah.
Megaminx being one of them. 4 blind not being one of them, but you just randomly claimed that one, so not too bad. I think you are also the defending 2x2 champion, but I think based on our conversations from earlier, I don't know if you really care about that too much.
No, not really. I mean, I can get a better PR average. 1.4 is not great, but at the same time, I realized that 2x2 is a joke. So I'll need a good set and a good day for it to happen, and I mean, it's gonna happen. I don't care if it happens now.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good. All right, last thing. What are you looking forward to for the rest of Western Championships? We're in a little bit of a break now, but we're going to start 4x4 round 2 immediately after. We'll have lunch, and then we got a bunch of blocks of finals.
You know what? I'm extremely excited for some of these finals. I think they can be competitive. I mean, I'm gonna be part of some of them, but I'm also excited to watch how the finals pan out and see the winners get crowned.
Any particular final you got your eye on?
I think 2x2 will be pretty exciting. Also, 3x3, the fight for second and third will be pretty close, I feel like. So that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That will be head-to-head at the end of the day today. But until then, this has been Kyungmin Choi, one of my favorite cubers, great personality as well, talking about his recent Megaminx Western Champion. Congrats, Kyungmin.
Thank you.
All right, let's kick it to a quick break.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Intro.
All right, everyone. Thanks for taking that quick break. That was actually great. I've been commentating a bit of a whiles now, but I'm excited to continue commentating with Preetham. We are doing 4x4 round 2. There are 3 total rounds of 4x4, so you can call this the semifinals if you'd like. The biggest name to watch is this man right here, newly rejoined member of SpeedCubeShop's talent team, Max Park, the world record holder.
And recent 6x6 world record attainer, or re-attainer.
Yeah, he recently got it back from Nam and then broke it again just 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
All right, 4x4 now. 4x4, an amazing. I think it's a great event to watch just because it just fits just perfectly into the palm of your hand. Max starting off with a 18:06. That is a fantastic start en route to what could be a world record average. Whenever Max solves, there's always a chance.
Yeah. It's always exciting when that first solve comes in under the average because you're like, this could be the one.
Yeah, it's absolutely magical.
I didn't see any parity there though, so
that's correct.
That was a bit of a luckier solve.
Yep.
I remember yesterday he was having some pretty bad luck with parity. I remember 5 out of 5 OLO parodies, if I'm not mistaken. So
yeah,
we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
I recommend everyone to go back and take a look at the North American Championships 4x4 final. You will notice a big difference. Max did not win that final. Timon Kolosinski from Poland actually won that final. Max was still able to be the North American champion. But if you look at the last 2 solves that were done where there was a chance that either of them could win, Timon got 0 out of 4 parodies. Max got 4 out of 4. Absolutely disastrous. It's a bit of drama that the competitors do not like. But man, as a spectator, when anything can happen and things can sway one way or the other, that's exciting.
Yeah. Now you see Ari here. I think our second seed. Ari using a slightly different method. We're talking about parity. I believe he uses OLL parity avoidance.
Bingo. That's correct.
So you'll see him spending a little more time on inspection here, making sure to, figure out what he needs to do in order to avoid OLL parity. But once he sets that up, he should have a pretty good time after this.
Yeah, let's see what he can produce here. Yeah, the way that OPA works is by counting the number of slice moves that are done. If you have an odd number of slices, you are going to get parity. If you have an even number of slices, you're good. No OLL parity, at least. OLL parity is by far the worst of the two. So that's the one that everyone is going to be trying to avoid. Bit of a longer solution,
Yeah.
it looks like, for Ari here. He's going to end up with probably a 26.
And a PLL parity.
27-27
So,
for him.
Slightly on the slower side, definitely leaving the door open for someone else to beat him. But
Yeah.
again, this is not the finals. There is still another round.
Yeah, that's correct.
More opportunities to make it.
All right, Max Park now. What can he do following up on that 18 on the first solve? He's looking pretty good going into finishing his centers just now, flipping at about 9 seconds. That's on a pretty good pace.
And gets that OL parity that we're talking about. No
But
PLL
still-
parity and ends up with a 21.
Still a very good solve considering that he had OL parity.
Yep.
Man, there's just like minimal pausing. Max is just, he's like, he turns on the turbo and he's gone.
And yeah, if he can get that 18 to count, then we could see a PR average.
Yeah,
a world record average.
Yeah, yeah, you'd be in a really good position to kind of make that count. I mean, right now, Timon I think is one of the hottest competitors in 4x4. Sebastian Wire got the world's second sub 20 average with a 990 a couple weeks ago. Timon Kolosinski, not one to lose his European record. Actually, I think Sebastian actually still had the European record, but ended up getting a good average of his own, and he's looking really good. So Max lost to Timon, at NEC finals. So it's all kind of up in the air.
So what you're saying is this record might not stand for long if Max doesn't improve it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. A lot can happen, of course, just because of parity. You have to end up in like a good state such that if you end up with 0 out of 10 parity, then that's your day.
I mean, 0 out of 10 parity is quite literally a 1 in 1,000.
1 in 1,000 chance.
Yeah. So.
So it's more practically impossible.
Well, I would say you'd have to get lucky, but it's not just about luck. It's about execution. It's about skill, and even with parity, I mean, I'm sure this average, that the world record average that Max set, must have had some kind of parity at some point.
I need to go back and look. I don't remember anymore.
I'll just say based off of the odds. Don't quote me on that.
That's good.
So it is possible that even with parity, you can still get an incredible time. So don't count anyone out yet.
I mean, Max already has 1 parity, right?
Yeah.
And he got a 21. So you could get that and still have a 19 average.
Yep. Ari trying to improve that 27 that he had from that first solve. 27-27.
Yeah, let's see what he's definitely gonna want. Something a bit better than that. I saw Max Xiao solving off to the side, and I think he ended up getting something better than a 27.
Yep.
No live data entry for this one, just because we don't have stationary finals, and there's a lot of competitors to go through, so it's difficult to do at the scrambling station as well. So we will just let you know based on what we can see here. We got our little live tracker anyway that our good friend Matthew Marinick is manning. Good pace from Ari, I think, overall. His turning seems very controlled here. He did not end up miscounting, so he did not get any OLL parity, no PLL parity either. 22.83, good comeback.
Yeah, and definitely better than his first solve. And I also saw the cases that he got for OLL and PLL were pretty easy too. So
yeah,
I think he's happy to have that solve.
Yeah, not bad, not bad.
Yeah.
Good to see him come back with a bit of a better solve.
I mean, for me personally, it's always when you have a bad solve happen and you after that end up with a good solve, your nerves kind of calm down a little bit. You're like, okay, it was just a fluke, like that accidental solve. So Max now.
Yeah, we started about 3 seconds into his solve. Max flipped the cube. He did that.
But 3 seconds is enough to finish those centers for him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's pretty far along. He's deep into 3x3 stage. Unfortunately, be getting that OLL parity. He's gonna end up with probably like a 24.
And PLL parity.
Yeah.
This is not the solve he wanted to have.
So that 21 is now counting for Max. that means that he has an uphill battle if he does want to get the world record average. Remember, 1938 is that number to shoot for.
Yep.
I mean, 1806 is quite a bit lower than that. It's like 1.3 seconds lower than that.
And to the left or right of Max, we have the other Max Xiao.
Max Xiao.
With a third seed in this competition, or third seed entering the competition. So hopefully you can see his solve and what he ends up getting.
He got a 24.
24, so
yeah, so I think right now it's between Max and Ari for who's going to end up in the second place spot. We are going to have, I think there's another group. Oh no, there is no. So all the 4x4 competitors are going right now. That means Varun is also in the mix somewhere here. He just hasn't been brought onto the stream. He may be on the far side, on the purple side.
Yeah. So anything we should be looking out for in these competitor solves or for these competitors in general?
Yeah, I mean, the parity is by far the biggest thing, but one of the things that I think is also worth talking about, all the competitors are going to make the finals, so that's not going to be an issue. In terms of getting good solutions,
all of the competitors we're looking at.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
The other thing that's important to take a look at is basically how smoothly everyone is turning and how if there are like any lockups or anything like that. That's another big problem with getting OLL parity. Doing those slice moves is not ideal. And that can sometimes lead to lockups if the execution isn't absolutely on fleek. I don't know if that's a thing people say anymore.
On point.
On point.
Yeah.
On point.
On point.
Yeah, there we go. That's a lot
We
better.
got there eventually.
Yeah. Not bad.
Yeah, you're talking about those lockups and those slice moves. We noticed from Varun yesterday a lot of kind of missteps in that vein where he would try to do turn and then one of those slices that he didn't want to go ends up turning a little bit, has to fix that. And not only does that slow you down because you have to fix it, it slows you down because now you're a little worried about turning fast for the rest of the solve.
Yeah, exactly. Because a misstep is like A, you need to correct it, and B, you need to like kind of recollect your mental in order to continue from there. So Max Park right now 18, 21, 25. That 25 was double parity. 21 had OLL parity. He has 3 out of 6 parities. That's extremely average. Let's see what he can do here. Hopefully no parity. Starting off with orange blue center. And he's going to go ahead. Oh, Yao Yudge already built. He's already flipped. This is really, he's like on pace for something really good right now. 8 seconds is 1 second ahead of every single one of his flips so far. He's on to 3x3 stage.
Again with OLL parity though.
He's still going to end up getting a 21 though. He got double parity. Oh my god, he got double parity and got a 22.
And the execution on the PLL was not ideal either. So.
Oh my goodness, man! How I wish I could go back and look at that solve, had an instant replay. If you could see where he was on really good pace. Finished his Yao duction part. That means that he finished making his centers and the Yao edges at about 8 seconds. That's like a second and a half faster than the previous solves that he's done. And he was absolutely flying through edges. I feel like when he hit OLL parity, he was already at 15.
Yeah.
So no OLL, no PLL parity. I think
that could have been another 18.
I think an 18 was very comfortable at that point. Man.
Just goes to show how much that parity can hurt your time.
Man, Max is getting screwed by double parity recently. In round 1, he had it. In the NAC finals, he was messed up by double parity. Man, he's gonna need to count. He's gonna need to start counting slices at some point.
Yeah. One more solve though for him, so he can always bring it back a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think we saw that best and worst possible average. There's no chance for him to.
Yeah, there's no way. You cannot get the
improve the
world
average.
record.
Yeah.
You can always get the world record single.
He could. That is true. Ari now done with his centers and Yao edges.
Ari's on good pace too.
Looks like he's on to 3x3 stage. And should be getting.
Nah, he mistraced. I thought that the EO did not look right, but I couldn't tell until he got into OLL. Ended up getting PLL parity also. 28-12.
A little unlucky.
Yeah, a bit unlucky. I was just looking back to see if Max Xiao's time was still up because he had just competed. Unfortunately, that time has been reset now so that Max Park can take his stage.
and this will be Max Park's final solve.
Solve number 5. Using those hand warmers. Honestly, I could use some hand warmers too. It is a tad chilly in my opinion. You can still get a 20 average, best possible. Worst possible, 23. White yellow to start off. Okay, and last, ooh, that little bit of a execution error it looked like on that very last center. Flipped at 9, still on pace.
And no
Only a
OLL
PLL
parity this time.
21.48. He's going to end up somewhere squarely. Actually, he's going to
I
get
think
a
he's going to
21
get
average.
around a 21 average.
He's going to get a 21 average.
Maybe a high 21. Or actually low 21, sorry.
Call it mid.
Mid 21.
Mid 21, right
Sure.
right in the middle. 21.68 is what he ended up with. Good final solve to finish it off. He ended up with 6 out of 10 parity. A little bit worse than average, but not too much worse than what you would expect.
Yeah, I think the double parodies for, I think, 2 solves in a row probably also kind of screws with your mental a little bit.
The double is, man, dude, I feel like this is something that is probably worth, Vishwa can probably talk to you a little bit more. I wonder if the competitors would prefer to get PLL parity on every single solve and OLL parity on one of them, so 6 out of 10, rather than getting no parity
and then double parity on 3 solves.
Double parity on 3 solves, yeah.
I think, yeah, that's a good question. I would have to say it is still nice to get no parity, because then you have that shot at beating your PR single.
That's a good point. That's a good point, yeah. I mean, it just kind of depends. We don't rank based on single. We do rank based on average.
Yeah.
And, you know, the average is what ends up mattering for your ranking. So, yeah, I just wonder. It must also depend competitor to competitor.
Yeah.
Some competitors are probably better at performing parodies than others, and some competitors are probably better at recovering from the shock of getting a parody, if you will. Also, hello everyone in the chat. I'm looking back at the chat now just because we've had some pretty action-packed group. Zach Rydell, hello. Fellow commentator from NAC. Luke Garrett, hello. When you see it, yeah, that was Ari from earlier.
Ari now finished with his Yao centers, and looks like he's on to the rest of his centers. On to the edge pairing stage at around, I think that was about 12 seconds. So a little slower than some of his better times, but no OLL parity, naturally, and a good PLL to end up with a 26-second time. So not the best solve from him, but also not the worst.
Yeah, not too bad. 25.43 is going to be his BPA. I think it's not going to be good enough to get into the top 2 seeds going into the final round of 4x4, which is going to be later today.
Yep.
Because I feel like Max Yao is, just based on like the 2 or 3
a
like
tad
random
better.
solves that we've seen. Actually, he's sat down at the station now, so we can take a look at what he's going to get. I want to say he's on a bit of a better pace. A top-down angle would actually be really helpful, because then we could see what's on the scorecard. Not quite. Looks like Emmett's hand is on it, but perhaps once
He's
moves
trying to stop us.
trying to obfuscate.
Oh wow!
Oh my goodness! He really doesn't want anyone to see those times.
Yeah, he heard us and he's like, nope.
All right,
No times for you. So we see him finish with centers at around, I think that was like 10 seconds, 11 seconds.
Yeah, 11 seconds is when he did that Z prime rotation to continue on with the rest of edge pairing.
Edge pairing looks super smooth from him. I didn't see any pause, but OLL parity super unlucky.
I did like how smooth he went from OLL parity into the rest of the OLL and then into PLL. 23-25. We saw a 24 earlier. That means he's going to count that 24. I think that puts him pretty squarely ahead of Ari for now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, remains to be seen. We do need to see all the times get uploaded and such. But
yeah, that was just a really smooth solve. I liked everything I saw there, except for that OLL parity.
Yeah, I mean, that was just it. But, you know, when there's a 50-50 chance
cards.
to get OLL parity, right? It just happens half of the time if you're not counting your slices anyway. So,
yeah,
it is what it is. For what it's worth, with that OLL parity, it was a pretty good solve. Look, I just saw him walk by, so he's done with his average.
Yeah, I think we're coming to the tail end of this round.
Yeah, they're making an announcement for one-handed Group 2 to come up.
Which means that this is probably the final solve. Ari just finishing up his last solve. Ari takes a little bit of time in preparing. I know he likes to, looks like he likes to do an inspection, do some turns on his practice cube.
I mean, reasonable. Like
getting those nerves out. He definitely wants to get a really good time here.
Yeah. Something really good for him would be in the low 20s. 2078 is his PR average based on my sheet.
So when should we look for that flip? See that flip from him if he wants to get that time.
Yeah. So like Max has been doing that at around 9 seconds, and he's been getting like 20. He ended up with like a 21 average. I think that's probably what you want to see from Ari as well. So that was a little bit behind. It looks like it was like late 9.
But again, with OPA,
right? Assuming that he counted correctly, which
looks like he did.
No, yeah, okay, that's right.
Yeah.
23:37. I mean, the difference there is literally just Max Park.
Yeah.
Like Max Park is just so absurd that he can just go from flipping, doing that Z prime move, or is that a Z prime? Yeah, doing the Z prime move to start his edge pairing to the end of the solve without pausing.
Yeah.
And that's just a skill that is just inhuman. And only Max has.
You probably saw Ari solve and thought, I didn't see any pauses either. And I'll be honest, neither did I. But
just
it's
very,
like
very
those
small.
milliseconds, extra
Very, very
milliseconds
small.
on every single turn, which add up to like a second or two. And then that's just the difference. So that's what you see up there. Max Park's average of 21.68. Ari with a 25.61. We'll see what the rest of the results for this group are and see if that 25 is enough to make it into the top 2 spot for the finals. We'll see. There's a lot of competition.
Yeah, there's a good amount of competition left. 4x4 final is going to be after lunch, and lunch is scheduled to end at 1:55 p.m. It is currently 11:07 Pacific Daylight Time. That means that we have roughly 2 hours between now and then for the competitors to kind of warm up and get into the zone for the only round that really matters, to be honest, in terms of crowning the Western champion and getting onto the podium.
The 2x2 finals.
Sorry, for 4x4.
Oh,
for 4x4.
Sorry.
For 4x4,
I was memeing a little. And turns out you were also kind of memeing because you misspoke.
Yeah.
Okay, so you meant the thing that matters for 4x4 finals.
Yes, only the finals really matters for 4x4 finals. And honestly, if nothing, it's just another chance for Max Park. He gets 5 solves to break another world record. And we'll see what he can cook up. All right, I think Michael Chai is supposed to be on the mic right now, but I think he's running doing something else.
Yep. Are you gonna be competing in any events after this?
I might compete in Pyraminx. I might compete in 2x2, but if I don't, I'm not miffed.
Did you do a 3x3 round 2?
I did.
Okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Got a little time out there.
Yeah, not bad. That was the only thing. I made it to Sunday for the first time in 3 weeks. Yeah, I made it to Sunday, so not that bad.
Nice.
Actually, we're seeing the 4x4 results get entered right now. Actually, Max Yao ended up getting a 26 average because he ended up counting a 28, it looks like. So Ari actually did edge that. So
just slightly. I think Ari with a 25. Max Park
he's gonna
squarely in first place.
Yeah, no one is going to catch him. But yeah, I think so your top 3 are going to end up being Max, Ari, and Max again. So that's Max Park, Ari Randers Parison, Max Xiao, unless Varun got something insane. Which actually he didn't even need something.
Possible.
He didn't even need something insane. He just needs something that was like semi decent. A 25 would have gotten him into that top 3 spot. But yeah, he just wasn't on the stream. I think he was probably on the far stage.
Yeah.
So it's possible. He could jump out and surprise us at any moment. He might be behind me right now.
I think that would be very surprising because
okay, good.
I can also see behind us.
Oh yeah, that is a good point indeed. Anyway, 3x3 one-handed round 2, which means that the one and only Max Park is back up to the gauntlet.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be swapping out for Michael Chai. Preetham, you can go ahead and commentate the one and only Maximus Park.
Yeah, Max Park, always on world record pace, is world record watch when you're watching him compete in really any of his events, but especially OH, where he's been dominant for a while. Currently does not have the OH world record, but 9-second time is really solid from him.
And that looks to be his first time, is that correct?
Yes. We just started the OH round. So
excellent start. What I find very interesting is it seems to be that Max mains quite a stable OH cube in comparison to a lot of, especially Root solvers, using very flexy cubes that even could be averse to popping if you're not careful.
Yeah, maybe that's just easier to turn that M slice.
Yeah, probably.
When the cube's not as tight.
And Max Xiao has an 11-11 PR average. Ooh, nice OLL case.
Yep, Max Xiao also using CFOP. Who should be looking out to use Ru?
For Ru, we're definitely going to be looking for Cabin once again. That's definitely going to be the big player. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to catch the other Ru solvers on the stream.
That's fair.
Yeah. We don't have quite the top-level Ru solvers. Jack Stewart, I believe, uses Ru, but he doesn't have quite the OH results of some of the top credits we have in the competition so far.
Yep.
All right, so Dan Tran has an 1167 official average. Yeah, so he uses CFOP.
Yep. And using a stickered cube. I haven't seen many stickered cubes today.
Yeah, it's a very classic old-fashioned puzzle from, as mentioned, this is a more flexible puzzle. It's probably one of the GAN 356s that launched a long time ago.
Yeah.
Has some variation of that. All right, so Kevin, our patented Ru solver up to the plate so far.
So don't know exactly what Kevin usually solves, but looks like he is doing a. Is that a red?
No, not necessarily. It's white yellow.
Oh, white yellow, but it's just
quite
Ru.
hard. Yeah.
You don't really know which face you're looking at.
No, I would also say Ru would be highly, not impossible. You don't see too many color neutral Ru solvers. Yeah, it's a lot more complex in that sense.
Yeah.
A color neutral is just complex in general.
Yeah.
That's a pretty sweet OLL case for two-handed. I wouldn't.
Don't want to stop the timer there. Almost DNF.
Yeah, so that OLL case, so it's the square plus a little dot. I think it's called like a fish OLL. So it's a really nice like RU done in the beginning, but then you have the little sledge right there. So like the R prime F, R prime F, and then RF prime, and that part is really difficult, and you have to kind of use the table to complete it. So he fumbled a little bit there, and then fumbled PLO.
Yeah. Max now with his second solve. He had a 9-second solve to start off. The second solve also going to be a 9-8, higher 9.
Yeah. I mean, excellent solution. Nothing really wrong with it. He didn't even use the table that much on that solve in comparison to what we've seen thus far.
Yeah.
Very decent.
Just fast overall. I mean, there's really nothing we could say to, criticize Max's solves.
No,
they're
absolutely not.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some things that's like the beauty of what maybe the future of coaching might entail, and that you don't have to necessarily be better than your student to coach them, right? In fact, that's very rarely actually the case in any trade.
Yeah.
It's very common, like the phrase, like the student has become the master. Like generally speaking, the students are who excel, and the coach give them the things that they knew was helpful, and they were not able to apply for themselves, right? All right, so Kevin, up to the plate here.
First solve, I think, was around a 14. A little slow on those last 6 edges.
Yeah, he doesn't quite have like the turn speed that can compensate some of the look-ahead pauses that he's dealing with right now. Ru solvers generally turn a lot slower, and they're able to get away with a lot more, but it requires precise efficiency. All right, so Max with a 10 and a 12. Xiao, Max Xiao.
Max Xiao, yeah. And Max Park on the other side.
Ooh,
Max Xiao might
nice.
be getting a sub 10 here.
Yeah, that's a soon T perm. That's exactly the type of
Solve
last
that he
layer
wanted.
case you want for one-handed, actually.
much more easy and ergonomic to deal with.
Yeah. Every time you see a Soon in one-handed, you're like, thank you, thank you.
All right, now Max using the table a lot more.
Solving on orange, I wonder, you know, generally, oh
He
wow,
saw
not
something.
bad. He must have saw something that was good in that scramble.
Ends up being a little slower. I think his F2L was pretty smooth, and then just had a bit of a slower solution for that last layer.
I mean, it was a decent solve. Definitely the last layer. The last layer is where you start to see a big difference in the results of OH. And that's where LSE is actually so powerful with Rue. You know, a lot of people are switching. LSE is sometimes extremely fast, and it takes very little
fewer moves.
Yeah, it takes a little less work than what the current state of OLL PLL entails.
Yeah, I think OLL and PLL can be a little bit luck dependent too, like you said, where sometimes you get a good case that really works well with OH, and sometimes you get like an F-perm, which is so many more moves that you kind of just naturally wouldn't be able to solve it faster than someone doing Rue.
Definitely.
Even with like a standard LSE.
Yeah, definitely. Max practicing his H-perm. Doing his best Rue impression. Okay.
Can't see a whole lot from. Actually, no. There are a few blocks there.
He's really fixated on the white.
Yeah. I saw a white green and a white blue.
Oh.
Ooh, almost dropped the cube there.
I think he saved it, to be quite honest. And is that what I think is a... What was that, PLL?
That was interesting.
Like, I think... did I say B moves? Oh, man.
But right now, I think we are looking at...
Oh, it was a G perm. That makes sense. Yeah, G-perm, yeah.
I think we're looking at Max Xiao getting very close to a PR average.
Yeah.
His current PR average, an 11-11. And I think his worst possible average there was like an 11-18 or something like that.
Yeah.
So very close. Gets another like 11 or 10 second time, and he'll have this in the bag.
And efficient solution for Max. Max did a little of a last slot OLL trickery and got a very, very reasonable, efficient solution there.
The first 8-second solve that we've seen today.
Yeah?
Sub 9.
That was good. I think he's got... Did he have one more solve on there, or was that 5?
He did have one more solve.
Yeah, I think he had one more solve. So that's pretty good for sure. And obviously, it's going to be comfortable enough to make finals. And
almost certainly first place in the round too.
Yeah, not quite the drama that something such as Clock finals had. I don't know. You guys were able to catch Max do his 4x4 solves. And I don't know what the stream saw, but the 4x4 scrambles were actually quite good, and I know he didn't do well on those solves. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say he didn't do well, but he could have done better.
Right.
Definitely.
Those were some interesting cases for sure that I was looking at. I was like, oh, wow.
So I think we have Kevin finishing up. This might be his 4th or 5th solve.
Yeah, it's his
5th solve.
Yeah, 5th solve. His last solve right here.
And that seemed like a pretty long case there.
Yeah.
Lots of M&U moves. But he still managed to close it out with a 14-second, I believe.
Yeah. Not bad.
And I think Max did have one more solve. Was I mistaken?
I think both Maxes have one more solve. This is Max, yeah.
Yep. So, looking to see 2 more really exciting solves, and then we'll be done with this group. Max Xiao starting with his solve. Let's see if he can finish it before Max Park gets started with his. There's always a bit of prep time that you take to get ready. All right, Max Xiao, a little slow on that F2L.
Got some bigger pauses on this
Yeah.
for sure.
So this might not be enough
No.
to get a PR with the +2. It's not going to do it.
Max, yeah.
That's unlucky. Max Park
It
now
was a G prime.
starting his solve. And again, just very middle of the pack solve for him. That is going to be counting. So that should put his average at around 9.76 is what I saw there.
So what was interesting, Preetham, is that when Max Xiao was executing, so he executed what I believe to be the GA perm. It could have been the GC perm, but it wasn't super clear. When he executed that, the last move was actually wide U prime, or wide U. And he wasn't able to actually turn it, so that's why the +2 was on the D layer.
Yeah.
So it was really unfortunate. And in OH, you have to actually re-grip to where you need to use your index to do the wide U, but the rest of your hand can only hold the D layer.
And we were talking about not having a whole lot of drama in OH, but if you could look at those times there, that last time was a 14.02 with the +2. So that means he would have had a 12.02 if he did not have that +2, putting his average at around an 11 point.
He would have. he might have PR'd.
He probably would have PR'd.
Because that 12.03 would have made the 12.39 not count.
Yeah.
It would have been very, very close, but he probably would have PR'd.
I think basically doing some quick math here, that would have knocked his average sum down by 36.36, 36 hundredths of a second.
Repeating, of course.
Not repeating. No, not repeating. Divide that by 3. Basically, you would see an average that is 12 hundredths of a second faster, which would have hit his average at 11.06.
Yeah.
Faster than his PR average of an 11.11.
Yeah.
So that is a little unfortunate. Just that one turn could have changed everything. So unlucky from him, but this is certainly enough to put him into the finals.
And you know what? I have a hot take.
Yeah?
I don't know how hot it is. I think it's not that spicy.
Okay.
But Max Xiao, he's due for some great solves in the future. I think Max Xiao has a sub-4 incoming in 3x3.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're talking about OH here.
I could be wrong. In OH. No. So Max Xiao, so we have two more rounds of 3x3. I'm not saying he's going to do it in this competition, but his PR is a 4.03, which is a fantastic solve. I think he's one of the next cubers up to get that sub-4 single.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's knocking on the door.
He's knocking on the door. He's right there, 4.03.
Do you know when he got this 4.03?
I want to say it's been a year approximately, but I would say maybe it's kind of fresh. Honestly, records are getting updated very frequently. Like, it was not that long ago where 3.47 was 6-7 years old.
It was interesting because there was a period where there was a lot of activity in cubing, you know, the Felix era.
Yeah.
And then there was a bit of a lull, I would say. And about a little before COVID and after COVID, everything's just kind of picked up again, which is super cool, super exciting to see.
I think you can definitely tell too. Now, obviously, we have like different generations of like cubers and stuff like that, and like just different generations of people. You know, they call it like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Millennials, stuff like that.
Yeah,
you can tell the Zoomer cubers and post-COVID cubers. They are on another level because they practiced so much.
Yeah, where would you put them? Would you say like Maddie, Max, Varun? Are those part of the Zoomer cubers, or would you say they're even like?
I would call them
the middle.
I would call them the Zoomers.
Okay.
And I would call the post-COVID cubers the post-COVID cubers.
The post-COVID cubers.
Yeah, that's how I would generalize that.
We need a different term for them. I don't think they would like to be associated with a global pandemic.
We can call them like the Gen Alphas, I guess.
Yeah, the new gen, the next gen.
All right, so 3x3 OH is wrapping up. That is Chai's hot take for the hour. More to come pretty soon. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we are going to do Pyraminx very, very soon for you guys. And also interviews, so stay tuned.
Yep.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade, and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And we're back.
With Pyramix. This is Joaquin with the 205. He has the Mexican NR with sub 2 average.
Nice. So, any specific players you're looking out for?
So, really, I'd say our top 4 are pretty close in average. So we have Elijah Brown, former world record holder for single. He has 178 average, and he's first on the site sheet. Then we have Marcus Kamen, Joaquin, and Alex Bohack, who are all .22 in between each other.
Like neck and neck.
Yeah, neck and neck.
And then after that, the rest of the fields is about a half second off. So pretty big gap between
competitors.
Yeah,
but so we have our 3rd and 4th seats on the psych sheet for this group. So right now we have Alex Bohack going. He's actually from Georgia. He's not from the West Coast. He's 2nd in the state.
Bit of a long way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. 132.
Excellent solve to start off. And that actually, I think, is a PR single.
Yeah, PR
so that's
single by
exactly
a very little
how
bit.
you want to start off your competition.
Yeah.
I mean, usually there's like some drama. It comes down to the last solve. Will it happen? Will it not? But he's just like, no, I'm here to take it, and I'm here to show everyone I can be the best.
And also in this group is Marcus Kamen. So this scramble seems very good. I think he could get PR on this. Let's see.
And another 133.
Nice.
So not a PR single, but
close.
I mean, everyone seems to be getting in that like 130 range. So, is this the first scramble?
Not sure, but
so
it seems to be like it could be the first scramble.
Just to kind of track who's doing which solve, just so that we can compare across solves, because. Would you say that Pyramix is a bit more scramble dependent?
For sure, for sure. It used to be people use so many different methods, either top first methods or V first methods, but now almost everyone uses L4E, which is a V-first method. They create a V, which is one side minus an edge, and then solve the rest in one alg. And, you know, Pyramix is so short, so based on the scramble, it's very scramble dependent.
That's a bit tough. You can see Kyungmin there just kind of with the face of disappointment, his hand still on the timer, like, how did that happen? What even happened? A 4-second solve with a +2 on top of that. Not what he wanted to see. This looks like everyone's second solve. 288.
Yeah, the second scramble is not looking too good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we have Marcus Kamen on his second solve. 186 PR average, and he actually got third at North American Championships 2 weeks ago. Starting off with a 133, that's good pace, but of course there's only the first solve. We have 4 more to go. I do see a few blocks here.
Yeah, using up a lot of that inspection time. Maybe he's seen something really good.
Wasn't the best, 273.
But yeah, not as good as his first time.
Yeah, now we have Alex Bohack, 2 flat average.
Again, everyone's kind of spending a lot of inspection time trying to find something on the scramble, but not really seeing anything too great. And their times are all,
409, that's
not as good as that
for
first
him.
solve.
Yeah, it seemed to me that there was 1 or 2 blocks on the scramble, so I guess there's just nothing to continue that with. But now Mini is on his third.
We'll see if Scramble 3 gives these competitors any better luck. Seems to
Okay.
be a tad bit better.
Yeah, so now he has
that one looked a bit smoother.
a 2, 3, and a 4. I'm not sure, was that 4 or +2?
Well, it was a 4 + 2, so
okay.
a 6.
2, 3, and a 6.
But I think let's see who the next competitor is.
Yeah, now we have Joaquin. He has 2 2s, a low 2 and a high 2. Oh, a bit of pause there before L4E. 339, that's going to be his worst solve so far.
Yeah, and this is Krish, another pretty good pyramid solver, 267. So pretty decent. I think if that's the second or third solve, you know, kind of in line with what everyone else is getting there. All right, see Alex and Marcus coming up. Both wearing what looks like similar shirts.
Yeah, both shirts are from our merchandise from the North American Championship. Oh, he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is a good scramble.
Lots of.
Yeah, it doesn't look like one.
Lots of inspection.
Oh, it's going to be a
that's gonna
DNF, 2 turns off.
Yeah.
So that 409's counting, but it's only the first round. I think he can redeem himself in the next 2 rounds.
Yep, there is a 3 rounds of Pura. We have a round 2 and finals. So lots of scrambles and lots of opportunities for these guys to get really good times.
Yeah, it seems like there's absolutely nothing on the second and third scrambles. 306, that is his worst solve. So that 273 is going to be counting.
Yeah. That 133, though, I liked seeing every competitor kind of get a good time there.
Yeah, that was great.
Especially Alex breaking his PR, so I think he's happy to have that.
Yeah, Alex, I think he's had a good comp so far. He got second in clock, and he also got a PR in square 1 with an 8 average. I don't know if that was on the podium. Joaquin is on his 4th, I think.
And that
2
was
flat.
a really solid time.
Nice. So that means he's going to be counting that 205. Should guarantee him a mid-2 average.
Kyungmin, I think, on either his 4th or 5th solve here.
This
Hasn't
scramble
been
looks
having,
good.
hasn't had the greatest time so far, but he can redeem himself with this one because.
Yep,
And he
245 counting.
Seems like another pretty good scramble. See if all competitors find the best solution here. Back to Alex.
So Mini's PR average is actually 291. So based on, he has a counting 2.4 and a counting 3.3. So he is on pace to beat his PR average.
Wow. But Alex here with that DNF is gonna have to be a little carefuler. Might slow down his put down time.
He just needs to play it safe.
Oh, and a lockup is not what he needs there.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is a disaster.
He fixes it, but 907, which is counting.
The problem is with that DNF. You can't just throw the cube and be like, I'll DNF this, because you already have the DNF. Krish now, I think that was like a 2.8.
Yeah, so Alex is, if this was the second round, I think
Alex would kind of be out of contention.
Yeah, he would definitely not make finals, but since this is the first round, if he gets like another 2-second solve around what he averages, he should be in good shape to make the second round.
But yeah, that counting 9 in an event as fast as Pyraminx is just not something you can take, and that might even be a +2. Fortunately with Joaquin,
it looks 50-50. I couldn't tell if it's a +2.
It looks like, well, I'll just say it this way. It does not look like a Pyraminx. It does not look like a pyramid. As we see a delegate taking a look at that cube, trying to see if it's all set. We will determine, getting all the angles here, if that's a +2. If it were up to me, just from this angle, I would say it is just barely good. But I, I'm not the delegate. I don't want to make a claim here. We'll see what's decided. Yeah, I don't really know what the determination was that was made there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell.
We'll probably see it on the scorecard and the data entry when that happens. But it was either 3 or a 5. Still, definitely good enough to put him into round 2.
For sure, for sure.
And this looks like a fast solve.
179.
179. This is gonna be, I think, his last solve and.
No, it's his 4th.
His 4th solve.
Yeah.
Okay, so
this is counting.
And this is the same scramble that Kyungmin had a pretty good time on.
Yes. So we see a pattern here. Kyungmin and Marcus kind of have the same pattern. It's just that Marcus is a little bit faster. Now we see Alex Bohak get a 181 on the last. So, yeah, the last scramble might also be pretty good.
Yeah.
So meaning that Kyungmin Choi has a good chance to break his PR. He's already on pace.
Yeah, pretty unlucky with getting that lockup and that DNF for Alex. Because without that, I think he could have gotten a really solid average. His current PR average is 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's had many 2.0 averages, so I'm sure that sub 2 is a mental block for him. And Mini,
with that 2.8, I
think that gives him the PR. He gets a 2.8 average. He should get a 2.8 average, which barely breaks his PR of 291. He's calculating it now.
Yeah, doing the math.
You could clearly see that tip took like 0.5. It could have been like a mid 2, but unfortunate.
And that, I think, is going to be, well, we have a handful of stragglers in this group, but Group 1 almost done for Pyraminx.
Group 1 has had our 2nd through 5th seeds, so we've really seen the best of the best so far. But our 1 seed Elijah Brown will be in one of the next 2 groups.
Krish now, I think, doing his final solve.
Nice.
And again, finding that efficient
243.
solution. 243. And that is definitely a +2. No
Yeah.
No need to check that. With the 6-second time, it's going to make it a 8.7. Don't know if we've seen this competitors, any of their other solves. So not sure how well they've been doing for the rest of the competition, but hopefully that one's not counting.
I'm very impressed by Kyungmin Choi. He manages to get sub-3 pyraminx, and he is so good at like so many events. He's third in the world for FMCs, top 100 for like, I don't know, 2x2, 3x3 Mega Minx. He's very skilled at cubing. And now we have Marcus on his final solve. He could get a sub-2 average.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people getting really good times here. And a 155,
nice.
I think that is close because this is counting. The 180 is counting. I just don't know if he had another like low 2
Okay,
time.
that's going to be a 202 average, so almost up 2. But
barely.
The good thing is that does put him in the first seed for this competition so far.
That was an interesting display there, but as you might have heard, we do have a short break, and then we'll be doing Pyraminx Group 2. So I think after this solve, we might be heading to a break. I believe this is Chris, one of the delegates in the NorCal region. His classic Pachirisu, and I believe that's it. Cyndaquil blocking us there.
Yeah, so Chris is a delegate for California. I believe he organizes all the Sacramento competitions.
Yep.
And yeah, as you can see, he loves Pokemon.
And I think he's also organized and helped organize and attend many of the Basque competitions too in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Maybe even this competition.
Of course, yeah. Western Champs, I feel like, is kind of a group effort, taking cubers, the top cubers from California, Nevada, and Hawaii. So I'm sure it's kind of all hands on deck when you're organizing something like this. We might even see a bit from Ruby in a little bit, where she talks about the story and how this competition was organized. But until then, I think we are going to cut to a short commercial break. See you in a little bit.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Are you in commercial? Or you actually watching? We gotta have it. We got. All right. 16:42. I got you.
Wait, no. I'm cooking.
You're cooking?
I'm getting so I'm trying to get back to 11. It's a cycle soon.
You're bad, bro.
You start with like 1, 2, 3, 6, 3, and then 6, and then 6, and then like 2 cuts on the side, and then pyramid of 10.
The world will never know. Try 17 didn't go on stream.
Oh, wait, I was not ready for that.
What are we waiting for?
It's not worth it. No!
Alright, my turn.
Scratch.
I win.
I scratch.
We're going back in.
I have to just not scratch and I win.
You gotta have the stance. You know? You gotta be like an NFL rusher. It is a very physical sport.
You literally went at 2 miles an hour.
You know what? I'm getting used to it again. I can do it again. What is this? Like, it's 3, 4.
We're going to be starting Pyraminx Group 2. Pyraminx Group 2. Please clear off the stations. If you are assigned a judge for this group, please come up and judge. Pretty much all the judging stations are empty. Also, as a friendly reminder, please do not discuss the scrambles while you are competing or in the waiting area. If you are caught discussing scrambles, you will be disqualified. Thank you.
Oh, let's try scrambles.
He doesn't mean after the round there.
I know, just joking. Oh, I scratched. That was so bad. I should just not scratch. This is.
Alright.
Wait, that's a scratch. You touched it anyways.
It doesn't matter.
DNF.
Alright, let me try. I got the last one. I felt the spidey senses come out. I felt good.
I got a 16 earlier. You can't be too upset.
Give me a second. Shit.
What do you mean?
Premier talent.
There's a lot I think about every day, so. There's a question I think about every day.
That I used to cup stack when I was like 7. At the time, like the PRs were like 10. Like I was actually pretty good in my day. Yeah. I wasn't too hard.
Max could have
We find that actually.
Theodore, 16!
All right, everyone. We saw a little bit of ridiculousness there. Some cup stacking from good old Michael Chai and Sherry Tao. That was a little fun, right? Now, the reason for that break is we are quite ahead of schedule at the moment. We were supposed to start Pyraminx Group 2 at 12:02. It is currently 11:52. That means, if you can do the math at home, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. To fill some of this time, we are going to have a nice little short interview with one of the main organizers for this competition, Ruby Liu. She's just hopping into the booth right now. And as we do our interviews, we'll just quickly go back and forth between solves as they happen, but not too much commentary. Hope you all enjoy. Yeah, it'll be pretty chill. You all will get a cool interaction inside, kind of like inside the organizational, inside the organizational things that need to get done in order to put on such a large effort such as Western Championships. All right, And here we are. Hello, everyone. This is Manu, and we have on the mic Ruby Liu, one of the organizers for Western Championships. Ruby, tell me about how Westerns has been going so far.
It's been going better than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes ahead of schedule is really, really nice to have that cushion going to day 3.
I was afraid we were gonna run behind this schedule today.
Behind today?
Yeah.
What in particular were you looking at?
4x4 round 2 is one group, and OH round 2 is one group, and there's a lot of staff in both of them. I thought, especially 4x4, I thought it was going to be really rough because 4x4 misscrambles are very annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that's a good point. And yeah, it is pretty tough to try and get everyone done in one group. Tell me a little bit about like the number of rounds that have been like scheduled. There's a lot of events. We did how many? We did 16 events across 3 days. Multiple
Something
rounds
like
for
that.
almost all of them.
Yeah, I looked at other regional champion pages, and we have more rounds than other regionals.
Yeah. So putting that all into a schedule was quite tough. We went quite back and forth. Had to do a lot of consulting. Unfortunately, had to cut a lot of stuff too, just due to being able to fit it all in. How would you say you feel about like the schedule how it's ended up in the end here?
Well, I think I'm happy with it because I think it's been going pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case. The fact that we scheduled in like these breaks, and I think it is like really nice. Gives everyone like a little chance to just take a little breather, collect themselves. Actually, this break before 4x4 round 2 is actually probably pretty helpful too. Just make sure that all the staff are like aligned and everything.
Most of the breaks so far have been extended because we're ahead of schedule. We've had longer breaks than scheduled.
Which is great. You know, there's definitely going to be some contingent of people that's like, well, if you were so far ahead of schedule, then this just means that you scheduled badly, and that maybe you could have fit in another round or something. I kind of want to hear your opinion as to why that was maybe not the best choice in this scenario.
What's the question?
Basically, like we when we built the schedule, we built it with some flexibility and some leniency. There are some people that prefer an organizational schedule that's a lot tighter, so you can get more rounds done. So I kind of just want to hear what the thought process is behind having something a little bit more relaxed.
Well, it's a lot less stressful for staff, and I think typically in comps, when you start running behind, the day gets way more stressful. You're worried about catching up and not falling more behind. It's a lot more stressful than having a chill comp.
And I think one of the important things to mention is that like because like without the staff, like this competition is just not going to happen.
Yeah.
So you know, if there's low morale from like the rest of the staff, then you know we're gonna have to like drag ourselves through the mud, especially as we're going to day 3 of competing. You know, day 1 was already pretty long. I think when did we get here? 8:30 on Friday.
The same 8 for all days.
Okay, yeah, so we got here at 8 a.m. every single day. Had to do all the setup. Had to get started with Big Blind, which is not an easy event to hold by any means. And then you know we did 2 attempts of multi-blind on the Friday. Did a little bit of setup for the rest of the weekend. We ended up leaving here at like what 6?
Yeah, on Friday.
Yeah, so that was 10 hours. Then we were 8 to 8 yesterday. Right down to it. We're gonna be maybe not quite 8 to 8, maybe 8 to 8 with all the setup. And sorry, all the teardown today. So you know what is that? 12, 12, and 10 is like 34 hours of competing, organizing. Yeah, so definitely a lot of stress. And I guess 3 hours of that is lunch, but in any case, yeah. So I agree with you. I think having like a little bit more flexibility in the schedule allows us to do a lot more stuff with our staff. How would you say like the staff experience has been overall, just from like what you've heard?
We have staff snacks.
Yeah, the snacks are good.
Which is good.
The snacks are very good. We got loads of snacks on our little stream table here, as well. I think it's been going pretty well. Something else that I kind of wanted you to talk about is like what are kind of like the extra things that are being done at this competition outside of just like holding the competition and like running the groups? What are like other things that competitors here, like what are some other things that they can take advantage of here?
Yesterday night we had an unofficial event just to make it more fun. We had a mini Guilford.
You want to explain what Mini Guilford is?
There's a lot of events, and I don't know what events. It's like 2 through 5 and side events.
That's basically it. That's basically
Okay.
it. Yeah, 2 through 5, Clock, Pira, Cube, OH as well. There's no 3 blind, there's no big blinds, there's no FMC, there's no 6 and 7. So just all the events that are like short that you can like fit together. Yeah, that's pretty fun. You want to talk a little bit about like SCS branding and SCS marketing stuff?
Oh, West Coast Cubing is gonna work with them, like in a lot of future comps.
Yeah, definitely. And in this competition too, there's a lot of things that SCS has done for us. For example, the shirts were provided by SCS. These lanyards as well. The prize money. Yeah, you want to talk about some of the prize money that's available?
The total prize money is $1,000. That's pretty cool that it's not gift cards.
Yeah, it's cold hard cash that the competitors can use. Other stuff that they've provided is a discount code WCC that can be used during online checkout.
I didn't even know about that.
Yeah, I didn't know about this until Cameron was like, "Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. You guys have a discount code now." I'm like,
"Oh,
all right, sure, sounds good." Yeah, and they've been vending all weekend as well, which is pretty cool. And from what I've seen, like competitors have been able to take advantage of that too. It's kind of just fun, like buying cubes in person. I don't know, it's weird because like most of the time, like I have to like go online to get a cube. I have to wait a couple days, but here I can like show up and be like, "Yeah, I want this cube," and he's like, "Okay, well here's what it looks like. Here's like a
cool
sample."
being
try
able
it.
to see it and touch it and turn it.
Yeah, exactly. Rather than like relying on your friends, which may or may not be set up a certain
And
way.
it's so sad when cubes aren't as good as you thought they were.
Yeah. This happens to me whenever Chai recommends me cubes. Half of the time he's like, "Yeah, this cube is god tier," and it's just no bueno. Yeah, so that's been something pretty fun that we've been able to put up. Of course, this live stream as well is all part of the Western Championships. Yeah, how would you compare this edition of Westerns to previous year's editions? What do you think has been like better this year?
I remember last year there was no AC, and
there was no
that
AC.
was very memorable from last year. I remember it was like uncomfortably hot.
Yeah, that was it was summer in Berkeley. I think it was July in Berkeley, and the room, which you've probably seen on previous live streams as well, is like all glass in the back, and that's like where the sun is setting. So there's just a bunch of sun that comes in and just kind of gets trapped. So yeah, it is nice to be in an air-conditioned venue. I quite like this one, other than the floors. I don't like how the floors are like not carpet and shiny. I think it's just
if someone
weird.
spills something on the carpet, it's over.
But that sounds like the venue's job. In any case, so yeah, no. Thanks for UCSD for having us here in this nice venue. At the end, we needed to reduce the competitor count. So do you want to talk about like the kind of like the history of that and why that needed to happen?
Yeah. So in the past, UCSD has never restricted us on the amount of people in here. We just let them know how many people we're gonna have during comps, and they're fine with it. But like halfway through, or probably more than halfway, registration was around 210 already, and UCSD told us we can only have 500 total people in the room at once. So we asked everyone how many guests are you bringing, and used those numbers to decide a new limit, which was 240.
Yeah, so that's pretty unfortunate. Otherwise, we were definitely on pace to probably get to 300, I would say. The original limit was 375. So that's a bit unfortunate, but it seems like everything has worked out. I know, like, you and I were kind of stressed, like, trying to make sure that, like, okay, well, let's really not try to hit a 500 limit, because then at that point, even the competitors who are trying to compete would not be allowed in. That could have been a problem. But from what I can tell, it doesn't seem like there's been, like, an overcrowding issue, or like there have been too many people in the venue. It feels like the venue has had like a comfortable amount of people in here at all times. So that's definitely good to see. Yeah, I mean, how have you enjoyed, I guess, being involved in the organization process? How long back have we been doing Western's organization?
Well, last summer, I I remember during Westerns last year talking to Chai about this. So that was like a year ago.
Yeah. It goes back pretty far. There are many conversations. So after a year of starting the organizing, going through a lot of headaches and a lot of planning that went into a lot of things, even like relatively small things. You've seen the competitors wear these like little plastic name cards. This took a while to get done. This was not trivial. It seems really simple and it's like, oh, it's just a name tag. Don't you give these at every competition? These ones I think are a little bit higher quality, and I don't know. I personally like them. I thought they were
they're
a good touch.
nice.
Yeah, I think so. Usually when you print them on paper, you can get them for like basically free. This ended up, I think, coming out to
606.
Yeah, for all of the competitors and staff members.
It was like a little over $2 per name tag.
Yeah, about $2 per. But this is definitely nice. Actually, honestly, this is better than the Euros one that I got last week. Because the Euros one was just kind of like thick paper, whereas this is like...
These are nice material.
Yeah, they're good. They're good, nice hard plastic. So it's a nice little... We wanted it to be a little bit memorable for the competitors, because it's fun. You show up to Western Championships. You're here with all these people from all around the region, all around the state, from different states, from across the country, and even some competitors from other countries as well. So, yeah. So I hope you all have had a fun time listening into Western Champs. Anything you want the audience to know, or about your experience organizing Western Champs?
My favorite fruit snacks are the orange ones.
Are there any orange ones in here?
I just opened it before there are orange ones.
Nice.
You want
I kind of want an orange one. All right. So with the orange fruit snack about to be devoured by me, I think we are most of the way through this Pyraminx group. So we'll cut to a quick break, and then we'll be back for Group 3.
Is Mitch in here? I want to say hi to Mitch.
I don't know. Maybe.
So
Maybe he
sad.
is, maybe he isn't. But someone was supposed to cut us to a break, and he's on his phone doing nothing. So, anyway. See you soon.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome back. Manu and Chai back on the mic here. Pure Mix is going on right now. We will show you some intermittent solving, but one of the things we wanted to do is kind of talk about our next event, 5x5 final, which Michael Chai, I'm extremely excited for. It's going to be a very fun final because I think there's sparks are going to fly here. We got a bunch of great top solvers. I got on my, I'm just going to show it to the camera. Why would I hide it? We got a bunch of top solvers on our little sheet here and on our results from the first round. Anything standing out to you in particular here?
Yeah, so Max Park doing very well in his 5x5 first round with a 35.56. And, there's a lot to be said about what Max Park needs to prove here for 5x5. His current PR, which is world record number 1, right, is 34.76. Now, the question is that something that Max Park can beat? And 5x5 is one of those events? Absolutely.
Oh, really interesting. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the world record average is 34.76. The world record single is only 2 seconds faster, 32.52.
Correct.
I'm thinking the single gets broken first.
Yeah.
Well, I guess technically the single would have to get broken. We could see a double.
Yeah.
The single could get broken en route to both of them getting broken. Max, obviously one of the greatest competitors that our little sport hobby of speed cubing has ever seen. Just numerous numbers of accolades. Honestly, even this graphic is wrong because it's not 83, now it's 85 world record. Max getting the world record
for 6x6.
Yesterday on the mic, Michael Chai, that was an absolutely electric commentary spot,
yeah.
I must say.
Yeah, I will say that was awesome to witness and behold. And for 5x5, for Max Park, it's a very interesting situation to be in, right? Especially as we're less than 1 year away from World Championships. So Max Park he broke it multiple times later, but having 5x5 world records broken at U.S. Nationals 2023, right? And that was probably one of the favorite moments of what I would call the in-person spectating experience at that competition.
It was just so awesome because, that was, I don't know if it was this 32, maybe it was a different 32, but it was just great to see.
Yeah.
Just the commentary about it, being it up on the projector. I'm pretty sure it was 5x5 finals too.
Yeah, it was 5x5 finals, and that's why everyone was watching, right?
Yeah.
But what's interesting is that for NAC, right, he didn't get the placement that he was looking for.
Right.
He lost to Timon Kolosinski, and I know Max Park feels like he can do better, right? And that might be the story for Max Park right now. Like, how is he going to regain his dominance in these big cube events as the rest of the field catches up to him?
Yeah, the rest of the field is definitely catching up. Firsthand, I was able to witness this at Euros. The Europeans are not messing around.
Nope.
They're ready, and they're looking to come back with a vengeance. Timon Kolosinski in particular.
Yeah.
My God, can we talk about his solving over the last month?
Yeah.
He's just absolutely insane. He's destroying ERs. He's destroying personal records, national records on his way. He's on a complete rampage. Over 8 rounds between North American Championships and European Championships, he averaged a low 5. I think and 2 of those were sub 5 averages as well. It's just insane. His solving is absolutely amazing. The other Europeans for 5x5 in particular, Kieran Bihan, Timofey Tarasenko, Richard Delacoste, and
by the way, Timofey, so cute.
Timofey is amazing.
Yeah.
You all have to go back and watch some of the Euros footage. It's kind of weird because from the camera you can't tell how small he is. Also because he sits on a chair with some padding.
Yeah.
But when you're there in person, he is so tiny. And
yeah.
He's a really wholesome cuber as well. That all to say is other people are catching up in the field now. It's no longer as closed off of a ranking as it used to be. There's a lot of big cubers in the mix, a lot of nationalities in the mix as well. It's going to be really interesting to see going into Worlds here.
And the inevitability about 5x5 World Records' current state is we're approaching sub 30.
Yeah.
We're approaching sub 30, and 5x5 admittedly does not have the variance, right? It's not like it has any significant amount of parodies. The biggest variance that you might be able to see in 5x5, well, one is the wing edge parodies, right? Like they're going to be flipped. And really some interesting cases from centers and whether or not you use Redux or Yao.
Yeah, so
there will be optimal scrambles for either of those cases.
That's definitely true, and that I think is probably one of the biggest things to talk about because Max Park still is a reduction solver.
Yep.
By that we mean that he's going to build all the centers first, and then he's going to build all the edges, and then go into 3x3 stage. Yao's a little bit different. You build 2 centers, then build 3 edges, then build the rest of the centers, rest of the edges, and then you go into 3x3. So it's the same number of things you have to do. They just reorganize it in a way such that it's a little bit more efficient to go find those cross edges first, and a bit more ergonomic to actually solve those centers. Most other top solvers in the world are Yao solvers on not just on 5x5, but even on bigger cubes too. This is something I was talking to Kate Graham about yesterday as well, and it's something that is really interesting to see how like Yao is like kind of taken over at this big level. I remember when Kieran was first getting good at big cubes, and we're like, oh, Yao is eventually going to take over, but it kind of happened a lot faster than I expected, maybe accelerated by the pandemic.
I think a lot of it has to do with the skill gap on how easy it is to build centers, right? The biggest benefit that Redux has for you, I wouldn't call it the biggest benefit, is that centers are a lot more pragmatic and simplistic. And also you have a very built-in method to do color neutral centers.
That's a good point.
Right? Now you have 6 different colors of which to identify a 1x2 or a 1x3.
That's right.
Or a 2x2 or a 2x3 is stretching, right? Like
probably.
I mean, we definitely see 2x2s on 5x5
Yeah,
scrambles.
yeah.
Whether or not you would ever do a 2x2 on red if you're a Yao solver, absolutely not.
There's almost no way you're going to.
There's a few people that do it.
Really?
I will say that there are a few people that do it in general, or like are looking into it. I have heard of a couple people being like, I want to say Patrick Ponce is actually color neutral Yao on 4x4. And if you're color neutral, and if you're color neutral Yao on 4x4, you would almost certainly carry it over to 5x5, right? There's not a particular reason why you can't.
I guess it's true. It depends on if you can track all the pieces, which is always like the biggest factor when it comes to these big cubes.
Yeah. Now, don't quote me on that, but I do know that it is something that people actively do.
And it makes a lot of sense, right? It makes sense that the future is definitely going to be like more and more optimized. Eventually, someone is going the first person is going to be color neutral with Yao.
Yep.
They're going to get the world record, and then everyone else is going to have to do that too. It's a classic thing that happened in speedrunning as well. Someone comes up with a trick, it doesn't save any time at first. Someone gets a world record with that, and there's no other time save anywhere. Suddenly, everyone has to do this trick.
Yeah, I think 5x5, it's still Max Park's event to lose at this point. It's whether or not how he's going to be able to stave off the competition, and it's going to be a race to sub 30 for the significance. Like 5x5 on the higher order level of solving is probably the last puzzle that is like captivating every single second that you watch the event.
Yeah.
For 6 and 7, it can drag, or you would love to watch Max. But would you watch me solve a 5x5, 6x6? Probably not.
No, probably not.
Would you watch even someone that averages 1 minute, like it's, or not 1 minute on that would be on 5x5.
Yeah.
Let's say like 2:30 on 6x6.
Yeah.
Which is not bad.
That's
but
that's better than I am.
at that point, it's not something that is extremely engaging.
Right.
5x5 is an event where you can really keep track of the splits and you can pay attention to what's happening.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's like the most interesting thing about this is why I think 4x4, 5x5 Mega Minx are such interesting events to watch, because you can see things like really come together.
Yeah.
And it doesn't just happen instantly. Honestly, 4x4 at the top level is getting a little bit like that to me, because Max on his first solve, on the 18 he got in round 2 today, he just like absolutely just tore through it. He flipped after he solved his Yao steps. He flipped out like 8 seconds. Was completely pauseless, no parity.
Yeah.
It was done in 18 seconds, and I just couldn't catch my breath.
Yeah. Now, something to keep in mind as we prepare for 5x5 finals, we are going to look at those center splits. So the center splits, especially on his world record paces and U.S. nationals, for example, it was prominent that he completed his centers right around the 11 to 12 second range. And you can quote Brandon Lin being like, "Are his centers done?" And Keaton goes, "Oh, this might be really good. This might be really good."
Yes. Exactly.
Shout out to our boys Keaton Ellis and Brandon Lin for calling that single. That was amazing.
That was awesome. It was awesome. And of course, so the center splits I think are going to be the most important thing, because I feel like Max is not the strongest on centers compared to the other top solvers in the world, where he makes up all his speed, almost has to be edge pairing. Max, I think, is the best edge pairer in the world right now. The ability he has to just look at the entire cube and figure out where all of these pieces are. Every edge has 3 different pieces of 2 different kinds that have to all be paired together exactly. And all of these, there are 12 edges total. That's a
Mhm.
lot of pieces if you're keeping track at home.
Yeah, so what you're going to want to see, if you're trying to keep track of how Max is doing every single solve, so for example, in round 1, about 4 of his solves, even though he didn't get, something on world record pace, 4 of his solves, his centers were done at 10 seconds. And then when you're looking for those edges and whether or not you think it's going to be on pace, look for those blocks of edges together.
Yeah.
Because an edge, a completed edge consists of 2 wings and 1 center.
Yep.
Right? You're going to be looking for the 1x2s, which is going to contain 1 wing, 1 center. Or if you're going to be looking for something like at least a checkerboard version where you have 2 wings.
Yeah.
Those are going to be
okay too.
those are going to be the things that if you see a lot of those, almost certainly it's going to be a very fast time.
Yep. And I think the other thing that is really helpful is not only are the blocks, the 2x1 blocks, easy to solve because it only takes it just takes 1 slice to just insert the last piece.
Yeah.
The other thing is it's really helpful for recognition because instead of there just being like a random jumble of like nonsense edges everywhere with colors that are like varying, you see one block and that's something you can kind of latch onto. And it's something you can store.
Yeah.
Especially if it's going to be in the top or bottom layer, then it's like, okay, this is the next edge, and this is going to be useful for later. That look ahead is going to be very, very key, and that's one of the big reasons why Max is so fast. He doesn't need to be looking at the pieces he's solving. He looks at the rest of the puzzle for the next piece he's going to do.
Yeah.
That's going to be really critical. Let's talk a little bit about hardware. How do you think hardware is going to play into this? Do you think there's going to be a significant difference between the hardware everyone is using?
Well, funny enough, I believe that most of the people actually have switched to the GAN 562 with the exception of Max Park, who currently uses the X-Men Hong.
Right.
Now, what I would say to that is almost certainly Max has tried every single puzzle, and he probably uses the puzzles that he likes. So I don't think that performance-wise, the hardware will matter too much. Now, the GAN 562 is admittedly very impressive. I don't think that it is something that if Max feels like it's going to make him faster, that he would simply not switch.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree.
I think at that point, the hardware will be negligible, but he will be one of the only people using a different puzzle in the current meta.
Yeah, so that would certainly be interesting, especially if we see any execution errors. Max is a solver who is like very consistent.
Yeah.
And he's not known for messing up a lot of execution. But of course, it always happens. So it'll be interesting to see at what stages and how many execution errors are there, not just for Max, but also across the rest of the competitors.
So it's interesting that if you think about hardware, you kind of also imagine that Max Park is somewhat of an old school solver, because he is.
Yeah.
He actually is very stable in his solves, and he's pretty accurate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you could imagine, especially he doesn't really do double flicks, he does single flicks with his index fingers. The GAN 562 actually has really strong magnets.
Very strong
that
magnets.
really keep the puzzle cubic. That might be the only thing that Max doesn't need to worry about is keep the cube cubic, because that's all you can, that's his forte.
Right. He doesn't need the cube to do that for him. He's
Yeah.
already good at that, so he can take advantage of the other parts of the cube.
Exactly. So that's maybe part of the reason, right? I mean, we wouldn't know for certain, but that's something to keep in mind that he turns old school. That's why, like he does with his index with one finger, he can't double flick. A lot of other people in the old school days couldn't double flick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the puzzle just didn't allow it back then.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing competitors starting to approach their stations as we prepare for 5x5 finals.
All right, yeah, here's Varun Mohan Raj. He is in the front position to be second place here. I mean, everyone else is just going for second place because Max has almost certainly wrapped this up. 47.01 in round 1. That's pretty good for him overall. Only a second off of his PR, 45.11. His PR, by the way, 26th in the world, so he's no joke either.
I also think Varun is definitely going to break out pretty soon and drop time significantly soon.
Oh, yeah, most certainly. Most certainly. He definitely has it coming. All right, so there's Varun. You can see he started off with white and yellow, and he's doing the very, very classic Yao grip, where everything is being held on that left side absolutely stationary until he's finished. So his finished center is at 23. Going on to the rest of edge pairing now. And you'll see he's going back and forth, looking across all of the different sides of the cube, trying to find where all the edges are. I don't see any particularly good edges to start off with. He's kind of having to make all of his blocks himself.
I would say that also he's getting in his own way a little bit. Those edges, he spent a lot of time unnecessarily on looking for the next set of edges.
Right, when he's doing that like really big rotation, right, where he's moving like half of the cube across in order to see.
And you sort of know that it's an issue because Yao, the only reason you do Yao is so that you can improve your look ahead during edge pairing.
That's right.
Right? There is no reason at this top tier that you should not be turning. And especially if you're not going to rotate, if you're not going to do, what would we call it, a Y rotation, X rotation, where you go, where you flip the bottom layer, there is no reason why you should be doing any sort of pausing like that.
Yeah, I agree. That's something he will want to improve on going into solve number 2. But meanwhile, the man, the myth, the legend himself, we've been talking about him for, I think, over 15 minutes at this point.
But
now
worthwhile.
Time to shut up and let's watch him compete in 5x5.
All right, keep note that there is a big green 1x3 bar. Actually, I see quite a few 1x3 bars. I see some good red 1x2s as well.
Let's see what he started off with. Okay, so he did go for... No, it is the blue one. Yeah, so he started off with those two. And yeah, as we mentioned, he's a Redux solver, so he can kind of just do
He flipped at 12.
Now he's just going through all his edges now. Because he is doing reduction, the edges are just going to be anywhere. He is going to have to do rotations in order to try and find them. But yeah, again, Max, one of the best in the world, onto 3x3 stage.
Honestly, this solution is not bad. The edges were not optimal, but he made it work anyways.
Yeah, it seemed like a long edge solution.
Yeah.
36.49, not bad. Not bad.
Yeah, it was a really good solve. I would say that he probably lost a little bit of time on those centers. Didn't get exactly what he wanted. The edges were, they look complicated, quite honestly.
I feel like he needed to rotate a lot more than I would have expected.
Yeah.
And I think that, obviously, that eats into your time. If you're rotating, you're not turning.
Yeah, exactly. If you're rotating, you're not turning. At the lower level, that's not really an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, right. Because you need to rotate in order to find the piece. If you can't find the piece, you're also not turning.
Right, yeah, exactly. All right, Varun preparing for a second solve.
Yeah, he's adopting his very classic kneeling position. Since Varun has been very small, he has been standing, but as he's grown older, he's had to kneel instead.
He's almost certainly taking advantage of yellow as the first center here.
Yeah. I mean, there's no way he was going to pass up, I think, that 1x3.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that was a big rotation to look around just during Yao edges.
Interesting, yeah. It's okay. I mean, generally during this time, if you turn a little bit slower, you can take a lot more advantage of what Yao has to offer.
Yeah, I mean, going through last two centers now, we'll expect him to do a Z rotation right here. That looks like about 24, a second behind of where he was on the last solve.
Yeah, and keep in mind that Varun solves his last Yao edge with D on the D layer. So he rotates first and then proceeds to solve that last fourth edge.
Right. Rather than, I think, some Europeans, they will solve the fourth edge and then store it.
Correct. Ari does that, actually. Yeah.
This is
and
ZB.
He knows the ZB. That's got to be an easy ZB for him to know. Yeah. It's easy because in that ZB specifically, there's that huge right block.
Yeah, that's a massive block.
Right. And at that point, you see the block. You just sort of got to understand there's 4 corner colors that you have to look at. And obviously the pattern was, the matching was on the top left and the bottom right. So.
Yep.
When you see that big block, you got to take advantage of it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, as you can see, we now are starting to populate our live rankings. They're appearing on the side here. Varun at the top right now, mainly because Max's card only just got entered. And there you go. As it's gotten entered, he's been pushed up now. You'll see a little number next to all of these times. That number is the number of solves that are remaining. So Max has 4 left. Varun has 4 left. Ari has 3 left. Starting off with 50.79 and 48.70. So he's on very similar pace to Varun.
Yeah, and something to keep in mind, I think that Max has not gotten his 5x5 puzzle yet. They're probably fixing a miscramble.
Yeah, more than likely.
So in square one, Max Xiao was able to win the event, and Calvin Nielsen is our Western champion.
Yeah, congrats to Calvin. That was a pretty fun final to watch.
It was. It was. I gotta say that clock final was pretty fun.
Yeah, clock finals was very fun. I enjoyed it. I mean, it's just the great storylines and everything. They all culminate into this finals. It's not a national championship. It's not a continental championships. But there's still like pride at stake here.
Yeah.
People are trying to become the Western champion. Especially this is one of the most competitive regions in the country as well. So yeah, it's definitely a position that people are vying for.
I wonder what Max... This is the more interesting... I wonder at this position, what does Max think about?
I don't know. Yeah,
I would like to say
It would be interesting to have a microphone into his brain. I would just like to know.
I would definitely want to know. I would definitely want to know. I mean, I want to know what's going on during the solve too, because I'm sure the rush of thoughts going through at any given moment must be amazing.
Yeah.
I think this is something that's really interesting. 5x5s are allowed to be mis-scrambled, but it seems here almost certainly there was a mis-scramble and it was fixed. Looks like for the finals, everyone is going to be getting the same scrambles.
Yeah, which obviously is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Right. It's not like it shouldn't be done.
Yeah,
that's
definitely the right thing.
That's a discretionary reg based on the logistical challenges of each specific comp.
Yep.
Right.
I think for finals, it's definitely important enough that everyone gets the same scrambles. That's why it mattered so much at Euros.
All right, so we're going to see Max probably try to take advantage of that same yellow 1x3 bar that Varun took over earlier.
Exactly. I think so as well. Yeah.
Yep. Exactly that.
First two centers done in less than 6 seconds.
Last two centers already.
Yeah, this is pretty decent pace. I want to say 11 there.
Yeah. These edges are pretty good. I'm not going to lie. They are good cases so far. A lot of 1x2s. And we'll see what happens. Obviously, last 4 edges is always a wild card.
Yeah, you can also end up with the dreaded wing parity.
And
which is
he is on 3x3 stage currently.
Yeah.
Nice Olal. He's got to be able to predict that A-perm. Yep, exactly.
36-65, very similar to the first solve he got there as well. Only one small execution error I want to say there on that OLL, but other than that, another masterclass solve from Max Park.
You know, I gotta say, as an intermediary cuber, that specific OLL where the front, the UF edge and the UR edge is misoriented, that's one of my favorite algs. Because of the alg that you execute, it's super easy to predict your PLL.
Right, because I think it just leaves corners alone, right?
Pretty much, and you're able to like, oh, I know it's a T-perm after this.
Right. All right, Varun now has got his cube. He's ready for solve number 3. You can see as the times start piling in, he's a little bit behind the pace.
Those centers took a very long time. The first 2 centers alone took about 7 seconds.
Yeah, so he's a little bit behind. I like his E centers though. I feel like he has some pretty good E centers, although that looks like definitely a bit of a mistake. We shouldn't be seeing 3 colors at this point.
Yeah, and Varun flipping at 23 seconds.
Interesting. So only slightly behind his other pace with Yao.
Yeah. Oh, these edges are much better for Varun
these look
here.
really good.
He's already flipping that last edge wing.
So he's onto solidly 3x3 stage.
And you already skip cross.
There's a G-perm must be.
Yeah, 44, 46. He would take that.
I think that's a good comeback from those first 2 centers. And that. So let's talk about the last 3 centers that he did there. That was definitely weird, right? We should not have been seeing 3 colors at that point. He should have been very solidly on last 2 centers.
Yeah, I think where he lost the solve was that the first 2 centers takes a long time. If you compare the first, so we can actually use this as a frame of reference. Now, I don't want Max to prove me wrong, but obviously they do the last 2 centers the same way, right? So we'll see how long it takes him.
Yeah.
But remember, Varun took almost 8 seconds. That's an entire inspection time. So, see, Max is done here. So that's at like 5 seconds.
That's 5 or
and
6.
Varun's at that skill where he can match that.
Yeah, he can match that. Yeah, you're right, because it is all inspection.
And this is he did no flip, but he was done at the edges at 11.
At 11. Again.
Yeah, so very, very efficient, by the way. So he's just going to be able to end on green-blue
These edges
more likely
look
than
pretty
not.
good, right?
They're not bad. These last 4 edges, though, is, like I said, always a wild card. I think he's getting a little stuck there.
Yeah, he needed to pause a little bit, but last 4 edges done onto 3x3 stage.
Oh, he predicted the OLL and a fantastic transition in the PLL.
Yeah.
That was an efficient last layer.
That was really good. That is not something that we would have seen from the Max part of old. He would have just powered through it and just turned as fast as possible.
Yeah.
The new Max Park, he's learning from everyone else. You love to see it. He's adapting to the rest of the field.
It's funny, like the cancellation, I think was a B move on that OLL.
Yeah.
And also the PLL, like right after that, that's actually pretty tight.
Yeah, that was some good solving from Max to get a 34.
You see that a lot more. Like I'm sure Max Park does it in for example like one-handed solves where you're turning slower and you're able to see way more. And right, every single move on one-handed means way more. Same. I wouldn't say it's the same thing for 5x5, but because you're turning slower than a 3x3, it's a little bit easier to recognize those specific situations. So either way, like that was impressive, and I think that also saved the solve. Like
the reason why that was a 34 and not a 36 is actually because of that.
That's definitely true. That's
Yeah.
definitely true. Now, I do want to explain one thing about the live rankings as more and more of them are going to populate. You will see, so right now when there are 3 solves left, the way it calculates it is just the mean of the 2 solves that have already been done. Once the 3rd solve is in, there's guaranteed to be one solve that's counting. From there on, we're going to take the mean of the counting solves. So if there are 3 solves, we're just going to take the middle one. And if there are 4 solves, we're going to average the middle 2. And then for the 5th one, obviously, we just have the entire average already calculated. And so we're just going to go off of that. So you'll see some people are going to shift around here a little bit, not necessarily because they got faster or slower, but just because as the 3rd solve comes in, there's going to be a time that's counting now.
Yeah. And let's see what Varun gets. Remember, like, none of these solves so far has been in the range of what Varun really wants. Like, the 44 is nice, but he can do a lot better.
He can definitely do better. I mean, he wants to be at that 44 level across all 5 solves. 4186 official average. That's good for 42nd in the world. So he's no slouch. He's a top competitor in his own right. What can he produce here on solve number 4? Remember, everyone else is like on roughly the same pace as him. So he might need to pull something out or hope that everyone else just falters a little bit.
Those first 2 centers are much better.
Yeah, that was
finishing
closer
about
to
a
6.
second faster. Yeah.
Good Yao edges as well, going into his E centers.
Yeah.
I mean, that looked like a good solution.
This is
there.
a lot smoother. Yeah, he already finished
That
all
was
of his edges.
21, I want to say.
Yeah.
That's a good 2 seconds faster than the last one.
Good
3
start.
seconds faster than
These
the second
edges, I see a lot of flip cases.
Yeah,
and
this is rough.
so that's an interesting thing to talk about, and I don't necessarily have the technical capabilities to say for sure this is the best thing to do, but I do understand that when you have a flipped 1x2 block, it is suboptimal to actually solve that one, and you want to consider skipping that to solve a regular 1x2 block, because you have to slice, flip, unslice.
Right. It takes two slices to do.
Exactly. Whereas you could just insert and slice to solve the edge that's regularly flipped.
Right. And you can always do the slice flip slice at the end as well.
Correct.
All right, as Max has been going here, he's just finished up with edge pairing. This is going to be a pretty good solve from him. Going to end up being probably about a 36 again.
Not too bad. Very consistent, you know. And 5x5 is, like we mentioned, a consistent event.
Yeah, at least much more so than the even layered puzzles.
Yeah.
So 36, 36, 34, 35. He's currently counting a mid 36 and a high 35. That populates his BPA, WPA in a very narrow range here, less than a second between what his best and worst possible time.
Yeah. Now, personally for me, I'd love to see Max Park just send it. I know he sends it every single solve anyways.
A 30-second solve, man? Sub 30?
I mean, no. Sub 30 is probably not necessarily in the wheelhouse. It's something we have to think about.
Darn.
But it's just not quite in the wheelhouse yet. I don't think so. Especially as we mentioned, because 5x5 doesn't have that variance. It would be very difficult to shave 2 seconds at Max's level.
Right, right. You can't just say like, oh, there's no parity. So, you got 2 seconds. Great.
Yeah.
All right, as the live rankings are finished to update here, looks like Max Yao, 3 solves left, 48.50. That's the mean of the 2 solves that have already been done. Right, but now that's updated, so the counting time that he oh, I see, Varun's solve has been put in. He's currently projected at 48.09. That's basically if he, so if he gets that time, then he's going to get that exact average. So that's just what he's trending towards right now. That would put him in 2nd place. 2nd place also on the Western Champion podium.
Yeah, but they're all within the same range right now. Like Max Yao and Ari Randers Pearson are
they're in striking range
right there, and Kate Graham probably out of the race for a podium. It would probably take a lot because Max Yao has a few solves to go.
No, she's definitely out of the podium. I see 3 WPAs that are 49s.
Yeah.
Her BPA is a 51.
Yeah, so that would be pretty unfortunate.
Ooh, I just saw WCA live update. We're going to see it on the live rankings too. Max Yao 109 on solve number 4. That means his WPA is 57.58. He's almost certainly going to count the last one unless he BPAs.
Max Yao having a really rough go of competitions where he has huge variance in his solves.
Yeah. You can see how that's kind of affected the live rankings here as well.
Yeah.
That's one thing I do like about these. It kind of like it encapsulates the fact that 109, like it's not going to count, but it is a bit of a trap. The other 2 counting solves are 51, or average out to 51. So he's going to need to pull out something really spectacular to get EPA.
Correct. And it looks like we got both Max and Varun preparing to do a solve. So I think we gotta take a look and see what Max Park can do on his final solve here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think Varun also realized that since Max has his cube, he's just going to wait for Max to finish.
There is a possibility that Varun won't solve.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to wait for Max to finish.
Yeah,
first.
that's the effect that Max Park has on competitors.
That's very true. Hey, when a world record can happen at any moment.
I do see a huge
Yeah,
yellow
that
2x2.
white yellow is good. Both white and yellow look good.
Oh, wow.
That was 4 seconds for first 2 centers.
It was a good start. A little locky, though, on the transition to last 4 centers there. And he did no flip into a 10-second solve, so this is quite fast here.
What do you see on these edges, Chai?
Some nice yellow-green cases. This is a good set of edges, but that pause, unfortunately, is not it.
I think that pause ended up killing.
Yeah, and the last 4 edges, again, is always a wild card. You don't know what you're going to get out of it, usually.
Okay, well, here we go. Picking white cross as part of his 3x3 stage. Smooth 3x3 stage overall. 38-18. I think it was just those pauses.
The centers were fantastic.
Yeah.
He lost it at some of the pausing. Like, he was doing really well on edges, and just at some point he got lost.
Yeah, worst possible average for Max Park, 36-36. Worst possible averages sounds pretty bad, but I mean, that's definitely going to win the competition.
For sure, for sure.
Can't be too miffed.
All right, and we're going to watch Varun's last solve here.
Now, let's see what Varun can do. Those first 2 centers from Max look really good. White and yellow both look quite good. He has the same scramble.
If he beats the 44, he's guaranteed second place. Yeah, so he flipped. He did his first 2 centers on 5 seconds, 5.5 seconds, so even faster. Right. So not too bad. And the reason why the first 2 centers is so important in Yao is because you're going to slow down on those 3 Yao edges.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Just because the amount of things you have to look at is just vastly different. It's so different looking at a center versus.
And you have the 15 seconds of inspection.
Right.
You need to take advantage of it.
Right.
Varun is having the same problem of just trying to find edges.
I mean, it's the problem that everyone has, but at this level, fortunately, that's gonna it can cost a lot.
It can cost a lot, and I think Varun is cooked on this solve.
Yeah, let's see what he's going to end up getting. 48-18. You can see clearly he is very unhappy with that.
Yeah, I would be unhappy if I were in his shoes.
Ari
with the 48-59, and Varun narrowly beating out Ari and should be able to secure second place, but we're not quite done.
Not quite done. Ari getting the PR single best, actually, BPA, to get 48-59.
I think this is confirmed. So
yeah,
we have Max Park, who's wrapped up, and Ari Randers Pearson is going to take third. Varun Mohan Raj takes second place at Cubing USA Western Championship 2024. Congrats to our podium.
Yeah, I think there's only. Oh no, that was Varun. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think anyone else has a chance to make it onto the podium.
Yeah,
that's it's all wrapped up. Kate Graham is going to end up on the Westerns podium.
Yep.
As both Ari and Max are not from the West Coast, so well done to her. And that was a pretty good looking 5x5 round.
Yeah. I think, that was great to watch. It was always interesting to see where Max was current state.
Yeah.
I love talking about splits. It makes me feel like it's a very sporty event.
No,
right?
Definitely.
And that's also why, by the way, after lunch, we're starting hot with 4x4 finals.
Ooh. Wow. That's going to be fun.
It's going to be amazing.
That's going to be really fun, everyone.
And Max got the 18-second solve single. I mean, look, you never really know what could happen with 4x4.
2 18s get chained together. That's how Timon started hot during NAC finals. He chained 2 17s together en route to beating Max Park. Did he get the European record average at that time also?
I believe so. Yeah. An NAC, yes.
Exactly. Yeah, so anything can happen, and if anyone is going to do it, it is Max Park. We could see another 15 also.
Correct.
Just the third 15 to ever be done. It would be absolutely wild, everyone. I hope you all have enjoyed this 5x5 final and this presentation from Cubers Live of Western Championships 2024.
And I think what we're going to do is, before we take our break for lunch, we are probably going to provide an interview with Varun Mohan Raj.
Let's see if we can wrangle him on.
Yeah. So we will be right back and enjoy the content to come.
Just a quick break.
Thank you.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hello guys, welcome back to Cubing USA Western Championship 2024. I have here Varun Mohan Raj, who just placed second in 5x5 finals. How you feeling?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Happy with the placement.
Yeah, happy with the placement. I mean, it was actually pretty close. Did you see how Ari Ernest Pearson was tailing you?
I was watching.
Yeah, you.
I was looking around. I saw the 42.
You were
I
like,
was like,
oh
boy.
no, this is going to be a little bit of an issue. How did you feel doing those solves?
I didn't do that great, honestly. I definitely could have done better. I was more locked in first round. Yeah. The fluidity just wasn't really there this time.
Yeah, the 44 was not a bad solve, right? Like, it seemed pretty fluid. I thought it could have been a lot better, though.
Yeah, my centers were really slow on that solve. Probably like close to 4 to 5 seconds behind normal pace.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
I remember,
edges were really good.
I forgot which solve it was. I did want to ask you a question because I started noticing it. Did you find that, I think one time you did centers in 8 seconds, like the first 2 centers?
Yeah.
What is that split for you? Is 8 seconds for
It's
first
like
2 centers?
average.
It's average?
Yeah.
Did you notice that some of your other centers were significantly faster? I don't know even know if you felt
Oh,
it.
there were a few good scrambles.
Yeah, because I was looking at it, I was like, that's interesting that your first 2 centers were like 5 seconds, 6 seconds. I was like, that's interesting.
The second scramble and the last one were really easy.
Yeah.
Happened to be like my worst times, but
They're like, I remember seeing like those 2x2 blocks on white and yellow.
I was able to inspect like first 2 centers on most of the scrams, like pretty easily.
Yeah, scrams. Those were really, really good. As a solver in 5x5, where would you say is your strong suit in the Yao method? Like, which is your best?
Definitely centers. I usually, this is based off splits, but I usually finish my centers around 19 to 20-ish. And when I look at splits from like people like Nam, I'm not that far behind, like just a second or 2 behind maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, the edges is where I definitely lack.
We were actually keeping track of your splits right here.
Oh,
and,
wait, that's interesting.
Yeah, you had like a 23, 24, 23, 21. We forgot
that's
the
pretty
last. Yeah.
Oh,
so
I didn't do good on the
21 was good. The 20, I believe it was the 4th or the 5th solve. And correct me if I'm wrong. You solved the last Yao edge with on the D layer, or do you solve it while you're finishing your slices? The 4th Yao edge.
I solve it into like the middle part, and then I insert it into the D.
Okay, so you're solving it like while you're still like oriented in the center.
Oh no! I rotate. I flip first.
You rotate.
I flip first.
Yeah. So you do the flip first.
Yes.
Have you experimented with hiding the edge and solving it earlier?
Oh, I've tried. It's a bit tricky. Like it's pretty easy to mess the edge up.
Okay.
While doing centers, if I do like 4 edges and then start doing centers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as we exit out, I did want to ask you, you're still on this journey of trying to improve and be better and kind of improve your ranking.
Yeah.
What is your goal that you want to get for 5x5 and in general as a cuber?
For 5x5, getting close to a sub 40 average would be cool. That's very far in the future, though. I think like that's like peak. If I get there, then yeah, that's good enough for me.
Okay.
But that's very far to go. And in general, I don't know. Maybe just keep improving my end by ends. 3x3, definitely sub 6. That's actually pretty overdue at this point.
I think sub 6 has got to be on the plate.
Yeah, it'll happen soon, hopefully. And a 3 would be nice too.
A 3 would be nice.
I think
remember
that's like a long-term one.
Not too long ago, you were extremely happy with a 4.4.
Yes, that was very good for me.
Yeah,
it's
right
still
now.
it's still pretty good
Yeah,
on
it's
my
still
profile.
pretty good?
Yeah, like it's still not that easy to beat, but it's doable.
Yeah.
Average is definitely more beatable, but
yeah. I would say as an outsider looking in, you sort of have the turn speed that you need at the tip-top level, and it's like your look ahead is catching up. right? Like you
Yeah.
have the turn speed that kind of rivals a Max Park, or you have the turn speed that rivals like a Matty Hiroto Inaba a little bit. But the
Right.
look ahead is where you're trying to put it together. Is that an accurate assessment?
I don't know about if it's the look. My look ahead's pretty good actually. It's mainly turning in comp. That's like the problem.
Yeah,
Like if you
we
looked at
saw
my
that
round
a
one,
lot.
like
Yeah.
it was just really sluggish turning. Like the solutions were good. Like I inspected like 2-3 pairs even in inspection sometimes.
Yeah.
And it was just like sluggish turning. Yeah. But we'll see.
Do you do anything at home that you focus on specific drills to help you improve?
Not really. I should be doing that. I kind of just in my practice sessions nowadays, I just like spam like 100 solves and call it.
I mean, that's the
Which is-
old-fashioned way. I mean, that's how
it's not great, but
that's how we've always done it.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It got us this far.
Yeah. So if anything, I'm like trying to learn more ZB, but there's not
Yeah.
really any specific drills or anything like that I'm doing.
Do you think with this advent of Z and Ola Pilo, so I want you to do not a blind ranking, a ranking of what you would say is, I know it's all situational, that's why people do all three.
Right.
Ola Pilo, just your personal ranking. Do you like to do Ola Pilo? Do you like to do ZBLO? Or do you do any ZBLS at all?
No.
Okay.
No. I do EOZB though.
On a scale, do you enjoy orienting your OLO into a ZBLO
Yes,
case?
that's EOZB. Yeah, I do that every once in a while.
Yeah.
I know the full U set, so it's whenever I set into that, it works out.
Yeah.
I know most of the T set, but sometimes I set up into the T set and like I don't know the ZB because I don't know the whole T set yet.
We saw that on stream.
Oh yeah,
We
sounds
saw that
about
on
right.
stream.
5x5.
Yeah. I don't
think I
remember
did
it
that
was
on 3, but
you did it on the stream.
Okay,
It-
yeah,
It
I
might
definitely
have
did,
actually
yeah.
been even 4x4, but I don't remember
yeah,
specifically.
maybe, yeah.
But
Sounds
that
about
was
right.
interesting. Like, do you feel like you have to do it out of like necessity, or do you feel like I'm really smart when I do it?
It feels pretty cool to do
It
it.
feels pretty cool? Yeah,
yeah,
not gonna
but it's not really a necessity at times. I mean, you look at people like Yiheng, just spam OLO, PLO. Keep like simplicity works sometimes.
Simplicity works.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna be preparing for 3x3 round 3, 4x4 finals, right?
Yeah.
What are your goals for 4x4 finals?
Podium and 4 would be cool. It's much easier said than done. I have to beat either Ari or Max, which
yeah,
they're
which is
pretty
much
good.
more competitive.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's doable.
Do you think you're feeling good 3x3 round 3? You feeling good to see some good results?
Hopefully. I mean, I got second last round with good time, but not good turning.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
So
see.
hope to improve on the turning, and yeah.
You know, I'm
should
going
be
to will
better.
it into existence. I think on 3x3, round 3, or finals, I think you're going to show out.
Hope so.
Yeah.
I hope
All right.
to. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
Of
Congratulations
course.
again.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
All right. We'll see y'all.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another exclusive interview, Cubers Live interview with one of, I think, our favorites, Matty Hiroto Inaba. How's it going, Matty? Good to talk to you once again.
Yes, I'm doing good.
After what has been, I think, a very, very interesting start to NAC. Would you agree? Well,
agree.
NAC including All Stars.
Oh, yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, yeah. Tell me a little bit about coming into like NAC. Tell me a little bit about like your practice, mindset, regimen, things like that.
Well, I've been practicing a lot of, honestly, like not really 3x3, more like
Really?
4x4, 5x5.
Interesting.
Because I have insane potential in those events, and I haven't really like broke out yet in 4 and 5. So I want to kind of have my good rounds in those.
Moment in the sun, I guess.
Yeah, moment in the sun.
Okay.
You know, kind of get into that top 5 world ranking. That would be good for me. And then, yeah, obviously I've been practicing 3x3. I relearned all my TU and LZBs, so those are pretty locked in.
Okay.
Relearned all my VLSs. I used one in NA All-Stars Finals, and that was pretty smooth.
I'm trying to remember.
It was like a weird setup to free rough.
Wait, no, this sounds right. This sounds right. I do recall this. There was so much going on in NA All Stars.
Yeah.
There's so many storylines. Tell me a little bit about like the solving environment and what that was like compared to the other like major finals you've been in.
Yeah, well, it was pretty comfortable in the finals because I like got. Usually the finals are the first time you solve in front of like the big crowd, but then like the first and second round, I already did that, so I kind of was like chill. already, so I kind of just did my thing. And it was interesting solving next to the person.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, it was cool to like hear the solve because you can't really watch it, but then you could hear how fast it is.
So I don't know if you watched Timon's podcast that he did. They called it a podcast, but it was just him, DG, and Luke Garrett.
Oh, okay.
They were just chatting about for like 40 minutes about whatever. Yeah. One of the things that he said that you said was for the 3, because you weren't allowed to like look at the cube, you weren't allowed to look at the time or anything. You were just off doing your own thing. He said that you said to him, it's like, I don't know what that was, but it sounded like a 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you could tell.
You could, yeah, because there's not really many pauses in that solve, but like you could hear like the momentary pause before the last layer.
Yeah.
And then that happened like 1.5 seconds into the solve. So I'm like, oh, that's a 3.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was quite surreal seeing all those people because you know, it's one thing when it's like Nats whatever and like, you know, there's all the people in the crowd. I feel like it's really different when you have all the people watching above you also. What did you think of like the venue and then the other thing I want to ask is, did it ever cross your mind to like, we asked this at the end of All Stars as well. Did it ever cross your mind to like try and safety so you can make it into the next rounds, or was it like going to be a lock? So yeah, talk on both of those.
So first of all, the crowd and stuff, it was pretty cool because I had never had that multi-level viewing thingy. So yeah, I added a little bit of pressure, but I was able to calm down by the end. So now I guess I'm used to it if there's ever a crowd like that again. And what was the other part of the question?
What was the other part of the question? Now I've completely forgotten.
Oh, safetying.
Oh, yes.
Well, obviously I don't want to get 2 DNFs in one average, so yeah, I just made sure to solve the cube the first 2 rounds, and then just do my thing in the finals, I guess.
Talk about 535, because it seems like everyone kind of agreed in that final round that the scrams were relatively easy, or they were good scrams at least.
They were.
Talk a little bit about 535 on that set of scrambles.
Yeah,
any good?
No, that's pretty bad. So the first scramble was probably one of the best I've ever had officially.
Both of you got 4s on that one.
Yeah, we both got 4s, and I had like a weird end perm, but that's not an excuse. But like, yeah, that was a good scramble. The last one was good too, but because I wanted to get like my VPA, and I was looking at my solution, and I'm like, this is not good enough to get a sub 476.
Oh, you look back on it?
Yeah. So no, like during the inspection. So I'm like,
see,
let me just switch colors for fun, and then I completely butchered it. But it was worth a shot because my worst possible average was okay. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I see. Because that was the one that I think Caleb Chen, like immediately before you guys, had also gotten a 4 on. I think Ray Bai, I think he got like 521 on that or something like that too. So yeah, that was the one that we were looking for. Is like, what will Timon and Maddie do with this one? Because this one has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
Timon, I think 501.
501, yeah.
Yeah. So
solid.
So yeah, it was just awesome. Tell me a little bit about what you think of the format and whether or not you think we should have like more All-Stars like events.
Definitely have more. It's super entertaining for us and for the spectators, I think. And yeah, it's a little bit weird to have the same group have different scrambles. Or like the same round, different groups.
Right.
So if there's obviously no way to change that. So that's a little bit of a hiccup, but yeah, that's my only complaint. Yeah, but as long as actually it doesn't matter. As long as the finals are the same scramble, I think it's cool.
Okay, well, I mean, it does make it an interesting case because at NA All-Stars, it was really tight, right? So going into it, this is something we talked about with Dylan earlier today also. He thought that, like, in order to make the next round, it was going to be like 6.8.
Yeah.
It ended up being 7.7. Is that kind of also like what you expected, or did you think it was going to be like tough?
I really had no idea. Yeah. Like, I don't really look at the psych sheets at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. So based on that, it was going to be tight either way. So you could make an argument that like, well, if one set of scrams is really good and the other set of scrambles is like really, really bad, it's like an external influence compared to the actual like solving capability. And it kind of comes down to luck in some factor. But I am a little bit of the mindset that at least in the future, solvers are just going to be so good to the point where like that amount of luck is going to be, I think it's not going to matter as much because if you weren't going, even if you weren't going to make the finals on the bad set of scrambles, you probably weren't going to make it on the good set of scrambles anyway.
Very true. Very
true. Or at least I think the good solvers are going to distinguish themselves in that way,
Definitely,
where luck is like going to be less of a factor.
Yeah.
What when you get luck in your solves, like either good or bad, like how does that kind of affect your head? Or are you just like, I just need to execute?
Well, it's like I've trained myself to be positive in both scenarios. So if I get unlucky, I say, okay, I'm due for luck. And
Okay.
if I get lucky, I'm saying, all right, it's my day.
Okay. Yeah, that I actually really like that because I feel like a lot of people, what happens is like they get like something lucky and then they're like kind of like stressed or tensioned up. How do you like not let that get to your head?
I've read several books on this topic.
Okay,
actually.
I need to hear it. I need to hear it.
Yeah.
Hey, give me all the details.
So basically, it comes down to just doing one solve at a time. It comes down to going through the same routine before every solve.
Routine.
Yeah. So I just whatever you want to do just to get in the zone, and then from there you have to accept whatever happens. And that goes both ways. If it's lucky, it's just like, all right, that's sick. If it's unlucky, just say, all right, next one will be better. And you go to the next one, you say, go through the same routine, let's see what happens. Oh, it gets lucky, all right, I'm chilling. It gets unlucky, all right, the next two solves will be good. And that way you keep positive every single solve. And yeah, even though some may see it as delusional, I see it as
optimistic.
Using your mind in a powerful way to like make you more positive, I guess.
Sure, yeah, because I think there's so much mental game into it, right? And I think it's not super well explored. I feel like only now, like, we're starting to get into it a lot more. I don't know if you saw, but like at Felix and Max Cube Camp, right? Felix actually had the kids do like this particular exercise where they like gave themselves 3 good solves that would like be like PR or PB or something, and it's like, all right, now like it's your job to go up onto the stage with all the lights and the cameras and try and do 2 more solves and just clutch it out. You might throw one, but then you get another one to try and bring it back. I thought it was interesting. Tell me a little bit about like your practice regimen? Is that like similar-ish to like kind of stuff you do?
Well, I just do like competition simulations a lot, and you're bound to have a good start like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I don't really think every single solve, the like, someone just got a good time. I heard the clapping.
Yes.
So like the more similar you think before each solve, the better I feel you do. So like when I'm solving really well, actually like I'm getting to the point where I forget my times mid-average.
That's interesting.
Like I've trained myself to literally forget what I got before, so then I'm just going into it like my first solve.
And every solve you're just trying to get a 3 or whatever.
Yeah, one solve at a time. Yeah.
That's really, really interesting. It's like contextless or memoryless.
Yeah.
That's really interesting. I think I have not heard that from any other top solver. So that's really unique. That's really. I don't know if you know like what other people's mindsets are. Do you think you have like a really strong mental relative to other people, or?
I feel like all of us in the top have some knowledge of how to think. Obviously.
I guess you kind of have to.
Yeah, you kind of have to. You won't. Put it this way, you won't get this fast if you don't think right.
Well, at least not officially.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're all pretty good. I wouldn't say I have an advantage over anybody. I just think my way, and yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. Tell me about also, because for you, like majors and like larger competitions are much, much rarer than for a lot of other people. Like Luke is like Luke Garrett. He's competing like every weekend, right? And he's absurd. I think he's like. This year, he's like NAR like top 3 or something in competitions attended. But for you, it's a lot rarer because I mean, flying out is expensive. It takes a ton of time.
Yeah.
Recently, you've had like a stretch of like back to back larger competitions. We had the one in the Bay Area.
Yes.
Then you had Northwest Champs.
Northwest. Yeah.
And then I think immediately after that was this, or your next competition was this.
Yeah. It was like a week and a half after, I guess. But yeah, that's very close for me. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me about that, because it's so rare for you. What is it like, I guess, like going into like this like championship season, and and then you have SSL after this too. So yeah, tell me what it's like. How do you like prepare for that mentally?
It's just accepting that you'll have some bad rounds and some good rounds. Like my NA All-Stars was not a good round, actually. So I would say
insane. I don't know how you can say that.
I would say my Northwest Championships was a good round. And then my other one was not so ideal. So I'm due for a good round either here or SSL. So that would be great. But yeah, there's not really much difference. I feel like the more you treat it differently, the more you kind of psych yourself out.
Hmm.
I've learned that the hard way from last summer.
Yeah.
I did like mid in Nats and Worlds because I kind of just psych myself out basically. So, and yeah, I've coming off of some pretty good stuff right now, so I feel like that this is the better way to think.
So let's talk about that. I think you are the hottest cuber right now.
Thank you.
I think like right now, like your averages are just absurd. Okay, actually, I'll preface that. You, Yihang, and Timon.
Yeah.
I think the three of you are really hot right now.
Thank you.
You all have like put up really really good averages across like multiple different scenarios and a lot of different environments. Tell me what it's like kind of being on this hot streak, or is it kind of like the same thing? It's like this could end at any point, so just ride it while it's here.
Yeah, I see it like. This is so cocky.
No, do it.
Yeah, this is not a hot streak, I would say. Like, compared to my solves at home.
Okay.
Yeah. If I say what I'm doing at home, people are not going to believe me. That's how good it is.
I want to hear it, though.
No, I'm not going to say
Okay,
it.
fine.
But yeah, it's miles better than what I'm doing right now. So I feel like I really haven't even had my breakout round yet in 3x3.
That's insane to say.
Yeah, I'm really close mentally, and my skill is there. So yeah, hopefully it comes this comp where I get into that flow state, because I'm like every single round I'm trying to like learn stuff, because cubing is very good, because when you're at like kind of like the top, right?
Yeah.
You face a lot of pressure, but then if you lose, like nothing happens. Whereas like something like professional golf, you risk like losing your tour card.
A lot of cash and stuff too.
You risk losing your privilege to play on the tour. So yeah, cubing is a very good environment where you can face high pressure with no consequences. So I try and use that opportunity and just try as like many different things as possible. So like every single round, every single head-to-head final, I'm trying something different and just like making a note of it. I have notes on my phone just like saying like, this thought, does it work or not? How many solves did I do well? You know, like how was I thinking? So I'm just doing that in preparation for further stuff. If I want to go into golf, I'll have all these notes already. I'll know how to think.
Oh, interesting. So it's not even necessarily cubing related. It's like kind of like what's going on inside.
Yeah, I'm just using cubing as like a way to learn quickly. I feel like cubing is a super accelerated learning process where I guess it's not really accelerated because it took me 7 years to get as fast as I am. But now it's like a perfect platform to just say F it and just do whatever and just learn stuff. You know, like I'd rather learn it here than like mess up on the golf course and like lose my tour card when I'm older or something, you know?
That's so gigabrain. Like that is such an amazing mindset to come into this with. It's just like everything just kind of like an experiment to you then? It's just like, let's just try a bunch of stuff out and see what sticks.
Throughout my career, I would say more than probably anybody I've experimented. Like super fast cubes, super slow cubes, sending the turning, you know, turning calmly.
Yeah.
Do I think about the solves I had beforehand? Do I not? Do I how many breaths do I take before this? It's like so many different things you can adjust and just see what happens.
Down to this, what was it, the smoked salmon right before eating that for breakfast, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, okay, wow, that's such an interesting. It's very analytical, and it's like a lot of notes. I assume you're also taking a ton of notes on the actual solving itself and figuring out, like, you know, this was just a bad solution, or, you know, lock up here.
Yeah, that's actually the weird thing. You think super analytical, and then you analyze it a little bit. Like obviously, so the kind of like things I take away from NA All-Stars finals, like I need to practice my G perms because I messed up one really bad, in that 518, and then so yeah, first solve was nothing wrong with it. Second solve was like decent. I need to work on my Y perms though. I messed up a few. I messed up one on either the second or third solve. I messed up the Y perm, so I'll practice those a little bit. And then last solve was just nothing. It was just committing to a solution.
Well, yeah, I mean the last one, because at that point your WP was already going to be pretty good, right?
It's probably just it was just a lack of focus and just being a little too aggressive, like not committing to a solution. Like it's like, oh, maybe I can find something better, and I just completely throw.
Interesting. So this is something that Schwan told me in Mexico. He's like, if you ever watch Max solve, like you know it's going to be a good solution if he stops rotating, or at least like, you know, if he's just not rotating everywhere. If he's just like looking around, then you know that he has a good solution in mind. So that's really interesting.
That's kind of me too.
Yeah?
Like I mean, no, I've had some good solves in the past where I've picked the color last minute, but yeah, in general, I'm trying to sway towards just committing early on and just dialing it in. Yeah.
Okay. I think we also talked about how, like, I don't remember if it was the 4 in the finals, but if there was some solve that was like 3.5 pairs you saw in inspection.
Oh yeah, that was
Is that something you've been working on, like trying to see deeper and deeper?
I haven't. I've never really worked on that. It just kind of happened naturally. Just doing more solves, you kind of just know where pieces are going, and it's not just about planning. Like, it's about planning good stuff too. Like I could, like on every solve, I could probably plan like 3, but like it would be like a bad 3 pairs. I would rather plan like a 2 pairs that are like 10 moves less than the 3 pairs. You know. So that's the balance. So like, I feel like some people they start planning a bunch of pairs, but then it's not like good solutions. Whereas like you could do that for a little while. That helps with intuition, but then maybe just switch to
just better solutions.
Yeah, better solutions, and then doing more pairs with the better solutions. That's how Yiheng does it. Yeah.
So it's so interesting because I remember like many years ago, this is not a conversation we would have. Many years ago, it was cross +1.
Yeah.
That was like basically all that mattered, and then from there, it's like your look ahead is what really drove you, and then you needed TPS in order to actually be able to use those garbage tier cubes. But now it seems like everyone is really pushing towards better inspection. Perhaps is better way to say it is using your inspector time wisely in order to come up with smarter solutions.
Yeah.
That's something Dilly Millie has mentioned. I mean, Timoen has some great solutions.
He does, yes.
We all know about Yiheng's like incredible ability to just go.
He goes.
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting to see like how like I feel like top level solving is evolving really, really quickly. Is that something that you experience too?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like Yiheng Wang is like insane right now. You know, he's who all we want to, like who all of us want to be, I guess.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just look at his solves a lot. He's the man, and yeah, Timon's doing well. I'm doing well. Max Part, like literally, it's coming to the point where like the top 20 in the world, if they all came to a competition, like any of them could win if it's their day. I would say.
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting. The margins feel like they're getting smaller, but at the same time, Yiheng's also insane right now.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, Yiheng is just built different, basically.
Okay. Who would you back right now to beat Yiheng, maybe other than yourself?
Other than myself, definitely Max Park, because he did it before, or Timon.
Yeah.
Because he did it before. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but you're up against the wall, right? Because he's also improving all the time. And, everyone else is also improving. So it's just like the goalpost keeps moving. If you will.
And I feel like Yiheng deserves all that he has. He probably outworks all of us. So if there's anyone who should be as fast as he is, it's him, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can also say that, well, it goes both ways, like in terms of his age, right? In one sense, he's young, so he has a lot of time. He can do this all the time. But on the other hand, he has nothing else to do. Like, he has no other responsibility. Whereas, like, I mean, you're in school. Are you still playing golf?
Yes, I am.
And then you're also doing art, and then you also have like really good grades, as we saw on your Instagram a while ago.
Yeah.
How do you balance all of this? I think we asked this in San Diego too, but
yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I just use, the main thing is that you don't let one like stop progressing. Like I use everything to help everything. Like how I said, like, oh, I use cubing to help with golf. Like it also helps with my test taking too, because like it trains me to focus. So then, I get better grades. And then art I don't really work on. That's the one thing I feel like in my life that I have a natural talent for.
Okay.
Is art. But like everything else, like, yeah,
comes to grinding.
I have to work for it, and then it just comes. And then, yeah. So I think the key for me is just making sure I find ways to like improve all of them at once.
It's like kind of finding like the common thread between them, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Interesting. And what do you think that is? Do you think it is just all mental?
Yeah, it's just mental.
Time management, perhaps, maybe.
Time management, and just letting yourself be good. Like
letting yourself be good. Speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just like, so I read this book. It's called. I read too many books. I think it's called Golf is Not a Game of Perfect. It's by this sports psychologist named Bob Rotel. I think I read like 5 or 6 of his books already, but this book in particular is pretty good because he like, it's all about letting yourself succeed. It's all about, he calls it getting out of your own way.
Yeah.
And it's basically all about eliminating self-doubt and like seeing yourself doing well. And I feel like that applies to literally everything I do. Like, you know, if you think before a test, like, oh, I'm cooked, then like you look at a question. If you think you're cooked, then you're cooked. But then if you think, oh, I'm gonna
you got to
cook,
give yourself a chance.
yeah.
Essentially.
If you think you're gonna do well, you look at the problem. Maybe you see something better. You know, just like cubing. You think, oh, I'm gonna do bad on the solve. Whatever. You look at the scramble. You automatically set yourself up for failure if you don't think you're gonna do well. And in a golf shot, especially, I think more than
definitely golf.
Than cubing and test taking, and like school and stuff. It's just visualizing your shot first, and then hitting it. I feel like that's something that cubing helps with a lot. Is just being able to replicate what you want in your head.
Even my like double bogey ability, like even I agree. I absolutely agree with this golf thing because you go in and you're just like, I'm just gonna shank it or whatever, and then that's exactly what happens. So, no, it's so interesting that like the way I think you think about things is just very, very unique. And it's very interesting because I actually don't think any other top solvers think like this. At least like not to the same capability. Let's talk a little bit about the future. We got Worlds coming up next year, and I don't know if that's something that's in your mind already. If you're already thinking about like planning for Worlds.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna switch to the GAN 15 after this comp.
Oh yeah.
It's like my peak speed will get faster, and I feel like that's what I will need to beat Yihang is my peak to be higher. So right now, at my peak solving, I can beat Yihang with the GAN 12. But I feel like if I switch to the GAN 15, my peak solving will be able to like beat his peak solving.
Okay.
Which is what I need.
Okay, I see. You're basically giving yourself more margin for error also.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, interesting.
And it will take a lot of just getting better at cubing because the cube is super fast and super flexy. So my peak TPS is like absurd with it, but I still need to get rid of like the lockups and stuff.
Okay.
That'll take time. Yeah.
Okay. What would you say is like the biggest thing you need to work on between now and Worlds, and like kind of how do you plan to tackle that?
Mainly. That's a hard question.
I mean, it's like a year out too, right?
I feel like I should just work on everything. I should work on getting my F2L solid, and I think it's my last layer that kind of gets my solves bad sometimes, like not stopping the timer fast enough. Like I kind of just cruise.
It's definitely a skill.
Yeah, I need to work on my. I'm not saying I'm gonna slide or anything, but I just need to work on my pickups and stopping. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's just so much into it, right? And that's also an interesting thing. I feel like last layer has not been super discussed in a long time. It was just like, oh, you should just grind like PLL time attack or whatever, and you're just there, and that's good enough. But now I feel like there are points where like there's just no margin for error, honestly. Like if you lock up, then you cost yourself even the 10th of a second is just going to end up mattering because I mean, Worlds is decided by 0.01 seconds, right? So there's a lot of stuff I think, and the good news is that there's a year, and if you're also experimenting a lot, at least you can try and see, well, this works, this doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the whole overall goal.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the good thing about what I do. You get better every comp. Because like if you just try, if you try the same thing over and over, and you see how it works, then you don't improve. But if you try something different and better every single time,
it's data.
Yeah, it's just data, and like. First of all, you figure out if it works, and then you alter it, and then make it better. So yeah, it's like an endless cycle.
You know what this is? This is like you're like running like a machine learning model almost. You're doing like hyperparameter optimization right now, where you're just like you're on like we call this thing gradient descent, right? You're on like this multi-dimensional slope, and there's so many variables that you can adjust. And you're saying, okay, I'm gonna pick this one, see how it works, and then I'm just gonna tweak one kind of randomly, and just see like. Is it making my solving better, or is it making it worse?
Pretty much, yeah.
And then from there, you're just figuring out on this huge hyperdimensional space, like what are the exact set of parameters I need to do, the number of breaths or whatever,
I think
amount
so.
and the number of seconds.
That makes sense.
Is that what it is?
That sounds
Batty
like what it is.
Hiroto with the machine learning model?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I think that's a really interesting way to think about it, is like, all these parameters and everything. Would you say that, I feel like PNW is more or less like a second home for you.
Yeah, it is.
So would you say that it's like, Worlds is like coming home?
Yeah, it definitely is. Those were the first first U.S. guys that I like made friendships with, and yeah, they're still my friends. Like Max Shaw and his whole group, you know.
Yeah.
We're just yeah.
There are so many pictures of like you all like
Yeah.
when you were like very very tiny
Yeah.
and you'd all like cube together.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because we all got better together, you know.
Yeah.
And we all picked our separate events too. Like I was the 3x3 guy, Max Shaw and Samir are the square one guy.
Mhm.
You know, like it's just pretty cool to see, like how people advance. Yeah, how we get better. Like
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. Let's I kind of want to pivot on that a little bit. So one thing that I think that's really interesting is I think cubing is in a really interesting spot right now in terms of we're kind of in between like cubing being a sport and being a hobby. You know, there's like loads of hobbyists, like people like me, we're just out here, we're just kind of having fun. It doesn't really matter how fast we're going. And then there's people like you and like the competitive aspect, which is like really tight and it's turning into there's like a lot of sports stuff. There are coaches, right?
Yeah.
There's like a lot of like mental stuff that goes in, and then there's like this hyperparameter optimization. Where do you think cubing is going to end up? Do you think cubing can remain kind of at this crossroads forever, or do you think it's going to end up tilting one way or the other, or maybe both is possible?
Well, it's definitely going to go more towards like analytical coaching and stuff because like if you look at something like golf, it was, you know, in the 1700s in Scotland. I'm sure they were just doing it as a hobby, just whacking the stick around.
They were
right?
bored.
Yeah, they were just bored. But then as people went on, they're like, oh, let me get better than this guy. And then that guy's like, oh, let me get better than this guy.
Yeah.
And then now you have TrackMan getting data on every single golf shot the pros hit on tour, you know, and then they use that data to make themselves better, optimizing every single swing. Even on their putts, they look at numbers on their putts to see how it's rolling. Like, it's going to get to that point in cubing, and yeah, it's pretty exciting to see where that goes.
Okay, interesting. So do you think that there is going to end up being like a space for like the casual space? Do you think?
Oh yeah.
Or do you think it's going to like separate into like basically two tiers? Well, maybe tiers is the wrong word, but like I guess.
Yeah,
like
it's definitely two levels, I guess, because like, yeah, I mean there is an intersection though. Like when you're like me, like in golf, like I'm definitely not as good as the pros, but I'm not like a weekend player, you know?
Right.
So you're like, yeah, they would. I think they're gonna be three. It's gonna be like
interesting.
It's gonna be the pros, you know, like guys like Yi Hang is already doing, you know, just insane, right?
Yep.
And then there's gonna be people,
The
you know,
amateurs
just
maybe.
starting out, you know, doing beginner's method, and then
Yeah,
there's
sure,
gonna,
yeah.
and then there's gonna be people that are breaking into the Yi Hang tier, and yeah.
I think that'll be really interesting to see. Tell me a little bit about what you think the future formats are going to look like. You think Avatar 5 is the format of the future, or like do you think there's going to be more head-to-head? Dilly Millie was talking about double elimination bracket. Speak on that a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's again related to golf. It's like stroke play or match play.
Yeah.
So the elimination bracket will be good for it's like a stroke play event where a match play event where you go head to head. So that will be good for some people who, you know, like to just compete against one person. Whereas, I think as it gets more and more, okay, this is a bold statement, but like as it gets more and more
bold is great. I
competitive,
want to hear it.
I think we should see the average size get bigger, like maybe like averages of 12 because, like, I feel like it's gonna get to the point where everybody is getting like, you know, really good averages of 5. So it's gonna be the bigger the average, the more people's consistency and actual speed shows. So maybe that will be the equivalent of stroke play where you do many solves.
I guess like you're leveling up from like 3 holes to 6
Yeah.
holes to 9
Yeah.
to 18.
Basically, yeah.
Interesting. I guess that's also feasible. I mean, one of the reasons why we do average of 5 is mainly because so we can get 5 solves done.
Yeah.
But if you're at the highest tier where, you know, everyone is like a 6-second solver, then you could do an average of 12 and it's not going to be that. It's like Monkey League,
Yeah,
right?
literally.
It would actually be a good length to watch, and there's lots of opportunities for drama and whatnot. Okay, that's really interesting. That's really interesting. What do you think about like having like? So there was a discussion basically on Cubix' Friends. Like, should the World Championships end up being or major championships? Should they end up being more like an all-stars format where there's just like a small select number of people who get invited, and so just like one event, and you just do this one event, several rounds, maybe with a knockout or whatever? Or do you kind of like prefer like this like large, like we got this 4-day competition, every single event, more or less anyone can show up?
I feel like there should be like 2 types of majors because you're halting the progress of the next generation if you don't let them have access to these huge competitions.
Sure.
So I would say there should be a few where it's like an open,
An open.
like the U.S. Open or British Open, where you can qualify to get in through maybe like smaller tournaments, and then there should be invite only tournaments just for the top whatever.
We're talking like
10.
Masters, basically.
Yeah, literally, yeah. So there would be a place where the best of the best can do it, and there'll be a place where the up and coming people can gain experience against the best of the best, basically. Yeah.
Interesting. I think personally, I think that's kind of where we're going to end up, because that's something that Dylan mentioned as well, is having some stuff that caters more towards the top solvers and gives them more opportunity to like go against each other and kind of just showcase what they can do against each other.
Yeah.
I think it's certainly very interesting. This is not a conversation we would have had 10 years ago.
Yeah, definitely
10 years ago, we were thinking like, well, 10 years ago, I was like, yeah, this is a Rubik's Cube. But, you know, the community was like, you know, where do we go from here after Worlds 2013? It's like just like how can we continue to grow? And I think even like live streaming things like this, that was like way beyond what was going to happen.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting. I think the pandemic almost accelerated all of this because I mean, it definitely. Do you think it accelerated your growth?
Yeah, definitely.
It's a lot of time, right?
Yeah, I feel fortunate that Monkey League and Cubing at home were a thing, because that's why I say it's so important for those up and coming people to gain experience, because the only reason why I'm as fast as I am is I was able to compete with guys like Timon and Leo in those Monkey League and Cubing at home. So that exposed to me like, damn, I need to get better.
Almost like a lower stakes environment.
Yeah,
like
lower stakes environment, but it's like a wake up call that like you're not gonna win.
Something needs to change.
Yeah, you're not gonna win if you're like solving like this. So yeah, that's a good thing.
That's interesting. And then last thing I'm gonna ask, and I'll let you go. How do you think like you as a cuber have kind of like changed from like pre-pandemic to now? Like kind of like emotionally, skill-wise, I'm sure there's lots you could talk about. But I'm more so thinking like emotionally, mentally.
Okay, yeah. Well, I always go through up and downs in cubing. So like my up was probably. Actually, no. I've always been pretty up. I can't really think of any like times I've been down in cubing. So yeah, it's always been positive. Just having fun. My skills definitely improved. Like my good times are getting better. My bad times are also getting better, which is more important.
Yeah.
And then yeah, I've been like, when I was young, I would get really upset when I like lost, especially like before, because I use the mindset that like, oh, you like have to win for NAC 2022, and I won that. So it put a false thing in my head that putting that much pressure on yourself makes you win. And then I used that same mentality for Worlds, and it didn't work. And now I'm coming off like a lot of good performances in big tournaments because I'm putting pressure off now. And that's another thing. Like maybe this doesn't work in here SSL. Maybe I go back to the high pressure. That's what I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah. Okay. It's the combinations of high parameters.
Yeah.
What exactly works? All very, very interesting. All right, Maddie, you want to look into this one and just shout out all your socials, everything.
So yeah, I'm Maddie Nava, the Cubing Jedi on YouTube and Instagram. I'm not gonna give my Snapchat. I don't want people snapping me.
Yeah, no. That's a bit
but
odd.
yeah. I'm gonna have fun. See you guys later.
All right, best of luck, Maddie.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for the interview, my
Yeah,
friend.
no problem.
So much fun. So good.
All right, that was good.
Bro, I don't know how you managed to come up with like. There's no way. You actually. This is your mindset, really?
Yeah, like.
final?
No.
It already
He
happened.
DNF'd out of it. No, I'm kidding.
No, you're right.
Are you kidding?
So you have peer finals. What else?
Peer second round.
Peer second round. And then what? And then 2x2.
Don't know.
And then 3x3.
2x2 is about to happen.
And then 3x3 final.
Semis.
No, 3x3 already happened, group. It already happened.
I know, semifinals. Second round happened, not semis.
Oh, there's still 2 more rounds of 3x3?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
Ooh. Jesus Christ, we did it 7 times now.
For anyone in this venue that plays Pokemon Go, we are going to be doing a legendary raid in about 5 minutes. If you want to be a part of it, come over to the data entry table.
Zach, take your stuff. I know. Remember those days? You want to do
I
these?
haven't done a legendary raid in probably like.
Do you have your phone?
4 years.
Listen. Do you want me to scramble for you and you can line up some 2x2s?
I'm going to do that and then come back.
It's all about FTO. See this stupid new event.
I don't care about it. It's going. I don't care. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it.
Remember these in the clock final?
What? No.
Oh, he's just doing end solves.
You know, I'm about to get sub one. No.
I didn't think it was gonna be so. I think there's actual scrambles. Right? Or there's actual.
There will be.
I think there already are. It's such a good official, unofficial event.
62B, 62B4, 62B4.
62B45, 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 62B45. Damn.
I'm not very surprised.
So you do the one where you don't even
Seven
check the back, right?
Yeah, I don't do 7 time a flip. I could do safety flip like this. Hang on.
What's a Pokemon raid? What even is Pokemon?
6E5, 6E5, 6E5. 6E. Yeah. I already have
Elijah.
Hey guys, can I? Do you mind if I check this stage real quick? Some stuff on this.
It's probably Zach banging the table too. What?
A little bit.
You got your phones?
Welcome back, everyone, to Post-Lunch Western Championships 2024 Championship Sunday. It is your greatest co-host, Manu Singhal, and the other greatest co-host, Michael Chai. We are about to bring to you 4x4 finals, one of our favorite events, the most spectator-friendly event, in my opinion. We have a show for you today, Max Park versus Ari Randers Pearson and the rest of the field. Max being the world record holder ahead of everyone else, but everyone else does have something to say for that and are going to be looking to stake their claim for the Western Champion title and getting onto this podium.
Correct. Yeah, Max Park leading the pack with a 21.68 to start the previous round of 4x4. And right now, he is basically competing against himself in the current world record, which sits at 1938 and 1571.
Yeah, it'll be pretty exciting. I'm hoping for some very electric solving. We saw that 18-second solve that Max got on solve 1 of round 2. That was 18. It was an absolutely amazing solve, very fluid. No mistakes could be seen in that one. I'm hoping for lots of that. I want to see a run at the world record, Mr. Chai.
Yeah, and I think we can. It really will depend on Olo and PLO parity. We're going to have to see what happens. And, of course, the other cuber that we're going to be featuring on this stream is Ari Randers Pearson from the DMV, and currently has a PR average of 23.37, which is ranked 14 in the world.
Yeah, no joke of a competitor in and of himself. He is a very advanced competitor. He'll be using an advanced technique called OLL parity avoidance. So most of the time, actually, if he does it correctly, he will never get OLL parity. He's going to save himself some time with that.
Yeah.
Ari's actually just already going to get us started off. Doesn't seem like Max is even in his seat yet. So here we go. Starting off with Yao. Ari's looking good, building all of his edges already. Centers are already done at 11 seconds.
This is a very good solve so far, man.
He's looking really smooth. Those edges looked great, in my opinion.
Oh,
he's gonna
already?
He's going to end up with a 21.
Yeah.
PLO parity,
Oh.
22, but plus 2 is going to end up at a 24. That solve had potential.
So that solve was fantastic up until the very end, getting one of the worst OLL cases you can get with the lockup, and at the very end, a +2 in addition to PLO parity.
He was on pace for 21. Man, that sucks to see.
The worst possible outcome.
All right, Max Park now, the world record holder. What can he produce for us here? That was a little bit odd there at the very end of the last two centers. I wonder if he just like saw that in inspection.
He had a huge pause, but he has pretty good splits right now. The centers just were not that great.
Going into the 3x3 stage, OLL parity. That looked like a long parity too. PLL parity. Max is 2 for 2 right now. He's actually looks like he's going to be behind Ari, 24.81 to start things out.
Yeah, Max Park. The centers, he had a huge pause because he was working on what I believe to be green-blue centers. And when the green, it was a triangle setup, and then he had one more centerpiece to go. Just wasn't able to find that last piece.
Yeah, it's very weird. I wonder what happened because Max definitely is a competitor who can find all of the centers in inspection. Doesn't even need to think about it. He almost certainly can do it with his eyes closed. I wonder if there was just something there that just didn't quite add up.
Yeah, maybe, or maybe the solution just didn't work out the way you wanted to from inspection, right? Like that sometimes happens in that case.
That is possible.
Centers being done around 10 seconds probably won't be fast enough to get anything significant. And of course, OLL and PLL parity.
Yeah, so that's actually really surprising. I expected Max to kind of come out of this with at least a 21 and kind of just set the pace for the rest of the field. But I mean, Ari getting a 24 as well. He's right on track. I mean, and if Ari hadn't +2, he would be ahead by 2 seconds already.
Yeah.
As the first results are already coming in from the data entry folks.
Yeah. So also Varun Mohan Raj getting a 25, I believe, on the first solve.
Yep.
Leading the way in our projected live rankings thus far. Varun is looking to podium. So in round 2, Varun got a 29 second average, which I believe only placed him 6th.
Yeah.
Right? And he's looking for something more.
Oh, definitely. I mean, when you did an interview with him earlier, I mean, 4x4 is one of his best events. He's world ranked 29 with a 24.78 average. He's definitely looking to kind of break out a little bit more in those events. So I'm hoping to see big things from my hometown boy.
Second place is extremely up in the air. So we have Ari Randers Pearson, Max Xiao, Kate Graham, Varun Mohan Raj, and you really can't count out Paul Mavi as well for that second place. If you get a 25-second average, 26-second average, which in Paul's case, he theoretically can do that, anything is possible for second place.
Definitely. And, it is a final situation. Everyone is not going to get their best solves here. They're not going to match their PRs necessarily. So you don't need to have like a PR solve or a PR average in order to make it onto this podium.
Yeah, and as indicated by Arianis Pearson with the +2.
Right. You have to be wondering what's going through his head, unfortunately, with that +2. If hopefully he can just shake it off and just kind of like go roll with the punches a little bit, because I mean, Solve 2 is like literally at his doorstep right now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how nervous he is, and you got to shake it off and just remember to not remember, have amnesia.
No, unironically, that's actually that's something that I talked to Maddie about too. He's starting to forget what the previous solves are. Treat every solve is exactly the same. Every solve can be PR. Every solve can be world record. All right, here we go. Off to the races.
Ari did use a significant amount of inspection. Of course, he always does with OPA, but definitely more noticeable there.
Yeah, looking pretty good. Looks like Centers and Yao finished, last Yao Edge finished at 11 seconds.
That was actually a similar pace to what Max Park did just not too long ago on the first.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it looks like a mistrace there. He did end up with OLL parity, no PLL parity, 23-16. That's not too bad, honestly, even with getting that OLL parity.
Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, for a mistrace and having OLL parity and having to do all that, I wouldn't call it extra work, but mental capacity to basically count your slice moves every single time you solve you solve the center. You got a fantastic solve.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that most of the time, when you mess up something like that, it would kind of get to your head like, man, what happened? Like, I shouldn't be getting OLL parity, but he was able to just kind of like take it as it came, go with the flow, and yeah, I mean, pretty decent solve considering the circumstance.
Exactly.
Max Park now on the exact same scramble that Ari had just received. Green blue are the two center colors of choice, building the Yao edges. Now onto the centers. Centers done at 9 before he flipped to go ahead and do the rest of the edge pairing. Looking very fluid here. Onto the 3x3 stage very solidly. No OLL parity this time. No PLL parity either. 22-14. So these guys are just kind of going back to back.
Yeah, actually, surprisingly enough, Ari and Max are extremely close. And this is where that +2 from Ari might actually come back to bite him.
If Ari +2s out of beating Max,
that would be
a story.
That would be quite the story. Max theoretically, by the narrow margins of his teeth, escaped with a victory in that situation.
That would be insane. Honestly, even if Ari ends up getting second, that has to be a huge mental W, right? Because it was just only one small error away from beating Max Park. He's like this titan amongst cubers, a legendary cuber in his own right. 85 world records to his name, a storied career thus far, and counting.
Yeah.
Right, he's not done yet. So for Ari to be able to kind of trade blows back to back is kind of miraculous to start things off here.
Yeah, and Ari is actually on pace with our live rankings, currently in first place after those solves. Of course, Max still needs to have his second solve input.
Yeah.
But something to keep in mind, his PR is 23-37, and on a bad solve, on two bad solves, we're on pace to be PR.
He's on pace. And it's not just his PR, right? Obviously getting PRing is good. Ari's already a top 20 competitor in the world, right?
Yeah.
So it's not just he's beating himself, he's beating a lot of other people around him as well, kind of jockeying for that position. Ari is definitely going to be a name to watch as we go through the rest of the year here, but also next year Worlds. That's the big fish.
All right. And Ari looks like he's going as well.
All right, he's solidly onto 3x3 stage now. He did
Oh
got
my
OLL parity again, 2
goodness.
mistraces, and unfortunately a missed execution, it looked like, on OLL. He did manage to recover, but he didn't need to completely resolve the rest of the cube. This is going to be a 30-second solve, almost certainly not going to count. That could be a big difference maker. Ari mistracing twice in the same average.
That is interesting. And this is where you start to ask the question, if I'm Ari, how am I going to forget 3 bad solves in a row?
Yeah. Yeah. That's really interesting. Other thing I want to mention, Varun Mohanraj, he's 3 solves in. He's currently counting a 25-52.
His worst solve currently is actually a 31-01, which means that Varun, even though he's on pace, needs to keep it up.
Keep an eye on that at the bottom left there. All right, Max now on solve number 3. Two relatively subpar solves for him to start things off. Can he kick things into high gear and solve number 3?
I also think that these scrams for centers are just god-awful
yeah,
so far.
they don't look like anything. Yao edges now, now just finishing up centers.
That's the best pace so far we've seen from Max.
Yeah, 9 seconds on centers going into edge pairing.
Oh,
that's a
man.
lot of turns that's a lot of rotations without turning. That's very uncharacteristic.
Max Park
Olo
taking
parry
way too much time on that last Yao edge. He finished that flip at about 9 seconds, and he didn't complete the Yao edge until 13.
This is very, very different than what I had envisioned going into this final. Max Park, 26.02. He's currently counting a 24. That's ahead of everyone else still, as expected, but not by the margins that we were originally thinking.
And this is within the wheelhouse of Ari and even Varun.
Even Varun.
Yeah. We're just going to have to see how this pans out. It's going to be a battle of attrition.
This is really, really interesting. Things have heated up in a way that is very largely unexpected. I think that's very safe to say. So buckle up, everyone. Like 2 solves left for Ari, 2 solves left for Max, 2 solves left for Varun. And there are other people around too. You know, Paul is on a decent pace right now, 34-26. He's going to really hope that 34 is not going to count.
I think at that level, like once you start talking about like having that 30-second solve, it is really an inevitability that it's going to cost you because of the nature of all parity existing in your solves.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we'll see what that means for Ari, someone who OLL parity is not supposed to exist for.
But mistraced twice.
But mistracing twice.
If I'm Ari right now, I have to forget everything. I have to start fresh. This is my first solve of the day.
Yeah. And remember, Ari can still put up some kind of PR pace too. He's not necessarily out of it, but does need to lock in.
Is that green-blue? That's going to be interesting seeing how Max Park capitalizes it. Obviously, Ari cannot capitalize on that green center to start.
Right, because Ari is starting on white center, building the white Yao edges. Last 2 centers looking pretty decent. Last Yao edge also done by 10 or 11.
Fantastic start. These edges are also looking just as good as
these
his previous
good.
solves.
These are good. Now, good. No OLL parity this time. PLL parity transitioning into what looks like J-Perm. 24-64. Pretty good comeback.
This is good.
Good comeback.
This is exactly what Ari needed.
Now, he's definitely going to be locked out of BPA being a PR. 24-19 is what he can get, but if he can get that BPA, he's going to put himself in the driver's seat for at least 2nd place, if not a potential upset.
Correct. That is something I did not expect. Now look out for that green center. Almost certainly Max is going to take advantage of it.
That looks really juicy.
And this is something that Ari
that's 3 moves too.
Mm-hmm, correct.
Yeah, exactly those 3 moves. Rest of Yao edges and rest of centers are now done. That looked like a 9-second flip.
Max Park unfortunately fumbling the last 2 centers right there.
Now, will Max get his bad luck with PLL parity? Yes, it continues. 20-27, he's definitely separated himself there.
That is excellent.
That is really well done. I mean, the difference was definitely made, even with PLL parity, I feel like he was able to really separate himself, just really able to hit the accelerator on those edge pairing, and that's really good to see. I mean, he's put himself now solidly in front.
So what I definitely think we should do is after, while we're discussing that both of these competitors are on their final solves, we need to see right here that Arianis Pearson's best possible average is a 24-19. And Max Park's worst possible is 24-32. So there's going to be 2 things that has to go right. And the first and most important thing, Ari needs to control what he can control and get the fastest. He needs his BPA.
He needs the BPA. He needs to get 23-16 or better to have any shot at winning this competition. And beyond just winning the competition, he needs to, BPAing is going to give him a good chance to get 2nd place. There is prize money at stake here too. He's ready to go. Solve number 5. It all lines up on this. What do you see here, Michael Chai?
I see a fantastic green bar and blue bar.
Yep.
I think Max will have a huge advantage on his solve.
Let's see what Ari can cook up here. Center's done without much difficulty.
Oh, a fantastic start for Ari.
He's a second ahead of where he was on the last solve. Now he's continuing to go.
He's on 3x3 stage. This is exactly what he needs.
No parity, and he's good. He's
no mistrace. No PLL parity.
No, that was
that is PLL parity.
2389. Not so. That's not BPA.
I don't think that's enough.
I don't think it's going to be enough.
And Max Park is guaranteed to win.
He's guaranteed to win now. That execution error, and even bigger, the plus 2.
Oh no! If I'm Ari, I'm kicking myself
If
right
Max
now.
WPA's here, Ari, Kevin Hayes is gonna hate that I said this. Ari plus 2'd out of beating Max Park in a 4x4 final.
Is it because like if you didn't +2, you'd have a different mindset?
No, it's because Kevin says that if you +2 out of something, it only applies if
It's
on the last solve.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the
Yeah,
case.
yeah, yeah.
Because obviously you don't do the rest of your solves 2, 3, 4, 5 the same
It's
way.
it's not the same.
If you +2.
It's not the same.
But in a technical, like just
Hey, I'm just
like,
calling him
it's
out.
so close. It's so close.
Much love to you, Kevin Hayes.
So I think we have to do our due diligence here. Now there are some other people that are on good pace, just not quite enough to beat Max. So I think Max almost certainly has locked in
He
Western
has.
champ and first overall.
He has.
But again, great scramble.
All right, looking good. I mean, that was 2 seconds for first 2 centers. Russell Yao edge seemed a little long, but now he's solidly onto edge pairing.
Yeah, this
Flowing
is a
pretty
good
well.
solve. This
He's
might be
flowing
his
well.
best solve so far.
Yeah, no, this is good. DB.
Oh my
PLL
god, did he recognize?
parity
Oh,
CC.
wow, okay.
Wow, 21-27, that's special.
How long did he take to recognize that?
He sat there for a solid second, but then he chose to execute the PLL parity there and then do the ZB rather than do the ZB first.
Wow, okay.
Wow, that's expert.
That's also new. Like, I mean, I've seen it before. I don't think I've quite seen it like done on Max Park on that specific solve. Like, I haven't commentated it personally.
Yeah.
I know it exists, and we were talking about it in the previous 4x4 rounds, but still, that is extremely impressive.
That was exceptional solving from Max Park. Absolutely beautiful. Wow, I mean, I'm just flabbergasted. I hope you all could see the genius of Max Park right there at the very end as he manages to get 21-27 and that last solve 22-74. Not a fantastic average for him necessarily. I mean, not a bad one to say the least.
Right.
But he definitely, there was a trap where he could have potentially have lost. It didn't even matter. Even if Ari had BPA'd, Max ended up putting it in the bag. I mean, it all goes immediately from the start.
Yeah.
Those starting 2 centers, solving those in 2 seconds, flowing from there, absolutely pauseless edge pairing into no OLL parity, into PLL parity. Max has finally got the revenge he needed on the parity, man.
Yeah.
OLL parity has been screwing him over for the last, I think, 3 or 4 major rounds that he's done. And here, I think he got 2 out of 2 on the first one. He got 1 OLL parity in the middle, but other than that, I think only PLL parities.
It was pretty clean. It was a little bit unfortunate that he wasn't able to take advantage of it, but truthfully, it looks like he was struggling a little bit between that first 3 Yao edges into his last 4 centers.
Exactly, yeah. It didn't look as smooth doing that last Yao edge, but of course, once edge pairing started, then he was just off to the races. I mean, the other big thing, Ari Randers Pearson messing up his mistracing twice on OLL parity avoidance. That definitely cost him. One of them on that 23, another one on that 30. I mean, if he hadn't mistraced there, obviously the rest of the solution looks completely different.
Yeah.
But just purely on OLL parity alone, could have been a 21 just based on that.
Yeah, definitely true. And also, congratulations to Varun Mohan Raj making the podium.
There we go.
Narrowly edging out Max Yao and Paul Mavi and securing the 3rd spot in the podium.
Yeah. Well, we knew that 4x4 finals was going to be very exciting, Mr. Chai, but not quite in the way, it did not pan out the way that we thought it would. I still had a thriller of a time. Congratulations, Max Park, for winning and becoming the 2024 Western champion, successfully defending his title.
See, this is what's so interesting about 4x4. I love 4x4 because it is truly a battle of attrition, and OLL parity and PLL parity bring such a nuance to the event that no other event can bring, except for 6x6.
It's high drama, baby!
Exactly, and it's just so interesting that someone like Ari is able to compete against someone like Max.
Right. The OPA is definitely like a kind of an eye-opening, you can call it like you can just call it an edge, a little competitive edge that he has over Max. Okay, maybe occasionally over Max, as we saw here, but definitely over the rest of the 4x4 solving field. It'll be very interesting to see who else picks up OPA in the coming year. We have 1 year until Worlds, right?
Yeah.
So we'll see. The other major user I know at least is Ray Bai.
Right.
But apart from that, I don't know of many others. So I'm excited to see if OPA is going to kind of take a bit more of a stronghold on the 4x4 world rankings.
Yep. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be presenting you some 2x2 and 3x3 rounds up next. And do we have one-handed finals coming up?
We do. After a quick round of 2x2 Group 2, we're going to bring you one-handed finals where You guessed it, Mr. Max Park is back at it again.
Yep.
Don't go anywhere.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everyone. I have with us here second place at Western Championship 2024, Ari Randers-Pearson, pulling off an amazing average here, 24.43. Talk us through this average, Ari.
This average was decent. I kind of made a lot of mistakes near the end of the solve. Like I had the +2 on the first one.
Yeah.
And a couple parodies as well.
Yeah, so tell me, so let's start here. 24.77. That one, I think you ended up with PLO parity and the +2. Coming off of that as the first solve, what was kind of going through your head as you saw that there?
I felt good because a high 22 is like a solid pace for me.
Yeah.
And I knew my solving was good, so I wasn't really worried about my turning at all going into that.
Okay, so really it was not too much of a problem. It's just a standard +2. Just kind of like forget it and move on from there?
Yeah. I did actually fail my tracing on that second solve.
Oh, yeah?
Which hasn't happened in like 2 years.
Talk a little bit more about that. What kind of caused you to do that?
I mean, so the way I do tracing, it kind of depends on the scramble. Some of them are easier to trace and some of them are harder. But that one, I just kind of got nervous as I was doing it.
Sure.
I heard 8 seconds. I was like, oh no.
It's time to give up. Let's just do a normal solve.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go. So that one actually was not a mistrace per se. It was just like it was a bail on the trace. Okay. So that's good to see. That explains that. So 23 with an OLL parity then. That seems like a really good solve then overall.
Yeah, no, I was really happy with that.
Yeah, because the other thing that Chai and I were saying was that, like, 24, 23, then that puts you on PR pace too. Like going into that, especially since, as you mentioned, the turning was quite good on solve 1. It was just the +2 in the end. So you were looking on pace. Did you know what kind of times Max was getting, even if you didn't know exactly?
I didn't look at either of the first 2 solves. I did check the third one because I heard he messed up something. But besides that, I wasn't really paying too much attention.
Okay, yeah. So did you know that like you were kind of going like neck and neck at that point?
Like obviously, if he was getting like good times for him, the crowd would have been reacting
That's
more.
A good point, yeah.
So I was like, okay, he's doing decent for him.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. So what was like kind of going through your head at that point? It's like, okay, well, like maybe like I have a chance or like.
Oh, I mean, so I've never beat Max in a round before. So whenever I'm like going up against him, I'm just like second place. I'm happy with that.
I mean, that's almost everybody who has ever competed with Max. So don't worry, I'm with
Very
you right
true.
there too. Okay, let's talk about this 30. So this 30 was really unfortunate. Was that one a mistrace?
I actually bailed on that one too.
Okay, I see. Okay.
So that kind of I don't remember exactly what happened. I think it was just kind of a.
So you had started the OLL parody on that one, but I think some sort of execution error had to had to go back to it.
The case after the parody was a soon. So I kind of turned an extra outer layer, and that ended up messing up, and I had to like go back to make sure I wasn't gonna mess up my centers or something like that, because that would have made the solve way worse than 30 seconds.
Well, exactly. That's what I think I had mentioned. Like, it's good that he was able to reverse so that it was just pure OLL parody, go from there, and then finish the rest of the solve. What was, I guess, going through your head after getting that 30? So, you know, the 24 counting, okay, fine, that is what it is. But more so, it's like the 30 is a little bit of a trap. Now, if like something messes up, now it's very likely to count. So, talk me through what you were thinking of.
I think I was mainly just trying to not think about it.
Okay, there you
go. Going into a fourth solve like that with one bad, I usually just try to do a solid time. Obviously, way in the back of your mind, I'm thinking like, okay, if I get 2 good times, this will be really good. But that kind of just happens if it happens, and otherwise I'm just like, okay, 24. I think that had a Locky PL parody as well.
That sounds right, yeah. I think you got PL parody on both of those. So, I mean, so overall on parody, you ended up, well, at PL parody, you ended up like, what, 4 out of 5?
Something like that?
Yeah, 4 out of 5. Kind of unlucky.
I did get 1 out of 5 in the first round, though, so it kind of balances out.
You PR'd in the first round, right?
I got close. I got 0.2 off.
Okay, yeah, so just barely off.
I did get a single.
Okay, there we go. That's
I'm forgetting the single solve.
That's what I was remembering. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, I mean, this average, I think, overall ended up being, obviously it could have been a lot better, but I mean, this is a really solid average. Talk me through about your solving that, like, you're solving basically over, like, the last, like, couple weeks, couple months, and where you think you're headed.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because over the last year, I've started college, and the amount of time I've practiced has gone way down.
Yeah.
But starting in the last, like, about 2 or 3 months, I've put in some more time on that, and I think I'm starting to see the results I want to.
Yeah.
Especially like consistently getting 23, 24 averages. Still waiting for that faster one, but
sure.
I'm very happy with how I did here and also at like North American Championships 2 weeks ago.
No, yeah, I think that's pretty spectacular. The thing I was going to say, what was I going to say? Oh, I was going to say something really insightful. It was going to be so good, and now I've completely lost it. Okay, right. Let's talk about heading into like worlds and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where it's not just like Max you're competing with, not just Timon. It's like kind of everyone from all around the world. There's going to be Kieran. There's going to be Nam as well. So tell me what your kind of goals are and what kind of things you think you need to work on going up to worlds.
So after going to my first worlds last summer, I kind of my main goal there was to make finals and kind of experience that. My goal is kind of the same, honestly. Like, continue to improve and be consistent, make finals. It would be nice to get a higher ranking.
Sure.
In terms of, podium, I'm not, like, too worried about that. I'm kind of like,
Yeah?
It might be a 22. It might be, like, a 20-second average to podium.
It actually could be. Who knows? There's
so many people who have gone faster, and I mean, now 3 people with sub-20 averages.
Yes.
I'm like,
yes.
okay.
Yeah, the field is absolutely getting faster and faster. I mean, Seb recently getting his 1990, and then Timon is just absolutely on fire from everything from 3x3 all the way up to 7x7. And who knows at this time next year where he's going to be. He's a bit of a wild card, to be honest. You can't prepare for everything, right? All right. I mean, I think it's absolutely fantastic. Tell me a little bit about competing in California. Is this like your first time competing here?
Yeah, this is my first time in California.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so talk about your experience.
It's been really good. I've found the general vibe at the comp here really nice. I'm only seeing like a tiny bit of Southern California.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going up to LA with my family. My brother moved there last year, so
cool.
It's our first time kind of being out here.
Yeah.
So honestly, it's kind of like my last comp of the summer. I'm just kind of see what happens. In 5x5, my last solve was a PR single, and I was like, oh.
There you go.
Okay.
Right?
Last one.
Not bad, not bad. I like your mindset. I must say, you picked some of the best parts of California to visit. San
Okay.
Diego, for all of us who live in California, San Diego, we're like, yeah, is by and far the best place in the entire country.
Uh-huh.
So you picked a great place. I'm glad we have Western Championships here. What are your plans for the rest of summer?
Kind of prepare to go back to school in a couple weeks. There's a competition I'm helping organize at the University of Virginia.
Oh, fun.
It's a quiet comp.
Okay, cool.
It's in the Rotunda, which if you know what that is.
Yes, I have heard of it.
Yeah.
That's going to be really exciting.
It's a UNESCO World Heritage Site, actually. So
that I didn't know.
It's going to be like fun to just like be in that space and do some cubing.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Wow, that sounds really exciting. I think I see very bright things for you coming in the future. Your solving has been absolutely spectacular.
Thank you.
And it was an honor to be able to see that live here today and being able to commentate that. So thanks, Ari. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much.
And enjoy your rest of your time in California.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
it was nice talking.
Yeah, no problem. All right, let's cut to a quick break,
Okay.
and then we're going to go on to OH Finals next.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everyone. After that great interview with Ari, man, he's such a fun guy to talk to. We have to move right on to the rest of the action. One-handed final is happening right now. The former world record holder, Max Park, is going to be competing up against Max Yao, his name look-alike. Both competitors have been doing quite well. Obviously, Max Park well ahead of the game. And, we're just going to go right into it.
All right.
Solve number 1 here. Max starting off on yellow cross. Looks like he had a pretty long end of F2L into OLL than PLL. Did you see exactly which OLL he had?
No, I didn't. But what I also wanted to mention that this is going to be an interesting event for Max in the future, because while he was solving OLL, I had just reminded myself that Max is actually very proficient at ZBLL now.
Yes. So that is one reason it's going to be really interesting in the future. Is Max Park himself? He's going to see. Well, maybe we'll see a lot more interesting solves from him, as we saw the ZBLL from Max Xiao right there. The other reason it's going to be very interesting, both of these Maxes, they're both CFOP solvers. In the future, in Worlds 2025, there are going to be a lot of Ru solvers. Those guys, they're not joking around. A couple Ru solvers in this final too. Ru is coming back and coming hard.
Yeah, I would say of all the events that the field has caught up to Max, it's definitely OH has the largest field of competition that is pushing for Max's position.
Oh,
right now.
Oh, yeah. And they mean business. Magnus Lensch is out here, $8.99 to win European championships. 2 other Ruers getting onto the European podium. Patrick Ponce getting a sub-10 average. They were at 6 sub-10 averages at Euros. So
and we're not even including name staples like Sean Patrick.
Like
Villanueva.
Sean Patrick, yeah. I mean, he's just out there competing by himself in the Philippines, just absolutely destroying stuff. He's on a mission. All these guys are on a mission. Max Park losing his world record title to Sean Patrick. And everyone else wants a piece of the action too. Hey, where there's blood in the water.
Yep. We'll have to see what happens.
All right, Max Xiao now. Why do we care about Max Xiao? It's because he was on PR pace in the last round, getting 11-18, whereas PR is 11-11. He's trying to move into top 100 in the world, already one of the best all-rounders. What can he do in solve number 2? Looks like he struggled a little bit at the very end of F2L doing some rotations, but relatively fast turning into the F-perm. 11-10, he's putting himself in these good positions.
Yeah. So that was an excellent solve. I would say his F2L ended pretty well. What was interesting is I'm not really sure what happened in that OLL. It was decent execution, just felt a little bit slow. And also,
did he get a +2?
It might have been a +2 penalty.
I wonder if he +2.
Yeah, it is.
Did he over-inspect?
Yeah. Because he certainly finished the solve.
Yeah. The solve looked complete. He must have over-inspected. Okay, so we can explain that a little bit too while we're waiting for Max Park to get his cube. Over inspection, what is this? You get 15 seconds to look at the puzzle without doing any moves. The reason why we have this here is so that competitors can plan ahead to see what they're going to do next. It is much more interesting to watch cubing with inspection. Without inspection, it's just kind of almost who can kind of turn the fastest a little bit. It allows for much more creative solutions, and with that, we see the world record solving that we do right now.
Correct.
Now, Max Park in for solve number 2. 983 to start things off. Do you see anything here, Chai?
The green had a pretty decent block. I'm not sure exactly how the green is permuted, but he certainly chose that cross color.
Yeah. I mean, he is green-blue bias, so there's that as well. This has to be a ZB.
That is
That's
a ZB. Yeah.
974.
That's one of those awkward cases, though, that it's not our like.
Did he have a U? He had like the U ZB where it was matching in the front and also matching in the back.
I thought it was a T ZBLO, but I wasn't entirely sure. I do know that the solution was a little bit complex, and it's now a 2-gen, right? It's not a 2GL.
It was not a 2-gen.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely needed to.
But you want those types of solutions on one-handed.
All right, the judge has stopwatch in hand. This is a real solve from Max Xiao. Coming out of that +2, he's going to need to kind of come back into this a little bit. But man, his F2L was just very long and unfortunately not executed super well.
And that OLL is pretty awful for one-handed. So that OLL was the line case where you have on your one side of your unoriented edges a line and one side is a dot. So you end up, the default algorithm that Max used for this one involved the B moves. And you have to rotate for that, obviously. It's just not ideal.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Max Xiao. He was looking pretty good, but the +2 on the last one and just couldn't find the right solution. kind of costing him a little bit.
Yeah.
Max Park onto solve number 3. He started off sub 10. If he wants to try and chase the world record, he's going to need some miraculous solving here. Probably going to need to count at least 1-7, if not both.
Yeah.
Same scramble as we just saw from Max Xiao. He's going to do white cross. A little bit of an execution error on F2L2, F2L4 into the OLL. That didn't look like a good OLL, but great continuation into PLL, 1096.
Interesting. Very consistent solutions. It seemed like this was one of the less efficient solutions out of them, and this is a classic Max Park spam TPS as fast as possible.
As we see the other results coming in, Nipun Das currently projected in our second place. He's done 3 solves in. He's actually done solve number 4 now. He could get an 11-second yay.
And also looking out for Dylan Govik, who is actually a resolver himself. Staying on pace currently, kind of creeping into the podium placement, especially with Max Xiao not performing up to stuff.
Yeah. Oh, wow. And already a pretty big execution error to start things off.
The pickup was awful. The turning after the pickup was awful. When he composed himself, it was quite good. But the start, this could have been sub 10 for him.
I feel like there are individual moments that were good, but the solve as a whole lacked a little bit of fluidity.
Yeah.
And it ended up kind of like chopping up into a bunch of disparate parts, which is not really what you want to do in cubing.
Yeah.
You want to have a nice fluid solution where you're not like pausing to look around and you're not pausing to make mistakes in execution, because when you're not turning, you're not solving.
Exactly. So what Max Xiao was doing, he was struggling a little bit in the pickup section with the one hand, and then after the pickup, he tried to turn, but because the layers were so misaligned, he wasn't able to do the turn that he wanted to. The rest of his solve was excellent, but it was this specific portion of the solve that probably cost him up to 2 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunate to see from him, he's going to end up with a 12-second average. That is going to be behind the pace of a lot of the other solvers. As Max Park goes into solve number 4, he will lock in his best and worst possible average from here.
And Nipun Das, keep in mind, this guy's doing excellent right now.
Yeah. All right, number 4. Oh, wow, what was that? Weird execution error on F2L number 1 on the blue cross. Now, it's a bit hard to see as he has the top layer on the kind of on the side there, so it's a bit tough from the top angle. 12-17. That's a rare 12 from Max.
So that was an interesting finger trick. I'm not sure if that's something people teach, but what was interesting about that pickup from Max Park was that he actually tried to turn a wide R using his thumb like this against the table. And that's how he tried to get the cube to rotate the way he wanted to. Essentially, you know, executing L, like the L move.
Right, right.
I just don't know if using your thumb is probably the thing that you should be teaching in that sense. But, of course, that's how he does it. But that is where he got that huge lockup.
Yeah, I mean, Max is definitely a competitor who does things that is kind of against the grain of the of common knowledge. He does whatever is good for him, and he just executes. He's just built to execute.
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe if Max Xiao can get a sub 10 here, he might be able to salvage his BPA 12-13, get back into the conversation a little bit.
Max Xiao does have an excellent worst possible average, though.
And
he's
we're going to get worse.
Yeah, and he's certainly going to get it here.
I think he may have corner twisted there at the very end.
Yeah. Max Xiao finishing with a 12-21. Nipun Das done with officially what seems to be a 12-25 average.
Yeah.
So Max Xiao is only 3rd right now.
Right, right. 3rd, considering the fact that Max Park is certainly going to beat him. 10-18 and 10-99.
Yes, that is the assumption here.
So Max Park is guaranteed to, he's guaranteed to win Western Championships with a 10 average. A 10 average is not particularly good for Max. Maybe you can put the icing on the cake.
And you see number 4 right now, Dylan Govik actually has the best possible average that could theoretically happen with a solid 1256 BPA.
Max Park now.
Excellent solve. Yeah, not too bad. Could be worse.
1050. I feel like the only thing is that maybe it was a tad long.
Yeah, and that's just the classic thing with Max Park one-handed solves, right? I mean, you want to eventually like reduce the move count, but Max Park can always is one of those things where you can definitely push through it if you're Max Park.
10:43 to wrap that up. He is going to take the Western Champion crown once again, successfully defending it. There are a couple people who are still vying for the podium. Dylan Govik in particular. I believe Cavan. No, Cavan does not have a chance anymore. Dylan is the only one who has a chance. He could still get onto the podium. He would be the only Ruer to do so. He and Cavan are the 2 Ru solvers in this final. We are just awaiting his final results here.
And it looks like Dylan Govik was not able to capture his BPA. Finishing, he's currently seated 6th with only 2 people left to go to input. And yeah.
And the last one is Max now. So there you go. This is, after a quick update, this is exactly where things are going to sit. Max Park is going to take the gold. 1041, Nipun Das, 1225. Gonna get Western Champion number 2 title. Max Xiao, 1271. So even though like he had like a not a very good average compared to his previous ones, kind of disastrous at points, he still ended up getting 3rd place. He's gonna get some of that prize money. And then rounding out the Western Champion podium, Kevin Tang Tartharical, the Ru user, 1282.
Wait, Manu, say that 5 times fast.
No shot.
All right. Congratulations to our podium. Congratulations to Nippon Das for honestly shocking us.
Yeah, I mean, he was not in the top 10 on our little sheet starting the day. 1258 was his best average that he's... Wait. 1258 was his best average? So he just PR'd.
Yeah.
He PR'd by a good margin, too.
Theoretically speaking, but there's also a chance that this information is out of date. So
no, that's it. That's it.
Yeah.
No,
that is interesting.
He PR'd.
I wonder why WCA Live doesn't show it as a PR.
I wonder... Yeah, that's weird.
In any case, Nippon Das clutching up.
Yeah, well done to him. Hey, he's 2nd place next to Max. That's a pretty big honor in and of itself. That was a fast round.
Yeah.
I feel like we were just talking the whole time, and solves were just happening all around us. 16 great solvers, 16 of the best solvers in this competition from around the region and otherwise. So congratulations to all.
Yeah, and then we're also going to be, so obviously we're reaching the afternoon of the final day of Cubing USA Western Championship. So there's going to be a few things to look out for. So we still have some advancing rounds that we need to deal with. We're going to need to deal with 2x2 round 2.
Yes.
We will have to deal with Pyramid's 2nd round. But beyond that, we're actually going to start dealing with the rest of our finals.
And that is going to be really exciting, ladies and gentlemen, and those who identify otherwise. Because there's a lot at stake here. There is cold, hard cash to be won here. Of course, the title of the Western Champion.
Yep.
And of course, you know, winning a WCA competition, that's kind of an honor, right? Especially in events. A lot of these people main a lot of these events. The only one I can think of who knows how many events he mains is Max Xiao. He's just an incredible competitor all around.
Yep.
But there's a lot of good, fun solving to be seen coming up next. The rest of the afternoon is only going to be the following events. We're going to finish up 2x2, then we're going to go on to Pyraminx round 2. 3x3 semifinals. That'll be exciting to see who is going to make it into the head-to-head finals. We're going to take a quick break, then we're going to go to Scube finals, 2x2 round 2, Pyraminx finals, 3-blind finals, 2x2 finals, and the one and only head-to-head 3x3 finals.
Yep, head-to-head 3x3 finals is scheduled for 5:50 p.m. Pacific time. So feel free to tune in. We'll be able to watch all of our fastest competitors compete.
Yeah, you'll get to see them go head to head. So they're gonna go 1 by 1, and the best average wins. They're gonna be kept in a separate green room so that no one knows what kind of scrambles and what times everyone is receiving. It'll be exciting. There'll be walk-ins. There'll be drama. There'll be storylines to be made.
Yep.
I'm looking forward to every minute of it, and we can't wait to share it with you all when it comes to time, and share it with your friends as well. I'm sure this is some of the best solving you're going to see this weekend.
Yeah. All right, and we're going to pan to a quick break. We will be bringing to you the last groups of 2x2 as we finish up after a couple minutes.
Stay tuned.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We're doing some 2x2 now. We're going to bring a little bit of 2x2 onto the broadcast for, how long is this? About 15 to 20 minutes. It'll be a little bit, it'll be pretty fast-paced still, but it's going to be slightly relaxed now. A little bit less of some storylines to be passed around. As we watch Kyungmin Choi, the current Western champion at 2x2. He's going to be defending his title. You heard from him earlier. 162 to start things off here. He has a 140 official average. That is good for 65th in the world. He says that's something that he can definitely improve on. Not necessarily his best result, but he also says it's kind of a matter of time. Now that .53, that is 13th best in the world, so very, very good single. And .53, that's seconds. It's less than a second, about half of a second to solve this puzzle. Max Xiao also getting 1.62 here. I wasn't looking too closely at either of the solutions, but you have to wonder if it was the same solution. Joaquin Yurenes Hernandez, 182. And it's just gonna go like this, just back and forth as I'm joined by Preetham in the booth.
Yeah, one thing about 2x2 is it's very scramble dependent, and it comes down to whether these cubers can find the same solution or find a similar-ish solution.
Yeah.
And so, if that's possible, like, don't really compare the entire average, but rather compare this scramble across all of the cubers.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty interesting to see. There is a lot of scramble dependence as we watch our fellow delegate Tim Shea compete. There's a ton of scramble dependence. As you know, some sets of scrambles are just straight up better than others. As we have a pretty close one here from my angle. I kind of want to say it's a +2.
I would say it's not a +2.
No, the judge ruled it not a +2.
Yeah, it's a tiny look. Here's what I'm thinking.
It looked okay from that angle.
Yeah, because it's leaning towards the side which it should be on.
Yeah, I think it's probably.
Yeah.
Kyungmin Choi is going to warm himself up with just a quick 2x2 solve.
Another delegate.
One of the top competitors in 2x2 in the field. Certainly looking to make it into the next round. Remember, this is just round 1. There are 3 rounds of 2x2, all of which are happening in the afternoon. I think Max Xiao is going to start first. Ooh, sloppy execution, and the cube is not solved.
That's almost certainly going to be his slowest time.
Yeah, I mean that's literally double of like any typical solve. So
that's like a beginner.
Yeah,
learning to solve.
Yeah, just unfortunate.
Yeah,
execution is really important. I mean, 2x2 is less so about so there's a lot of things that go into it. There most certainly is a mental aspect where you have to come up with a solution. And you have to analyze the things that are the colors and the stickers, and you have to be able to do that in less than 15 seconds if you want to be able to one look, or be able to trace if you want to do like a CLL and just smoothly go into it.
No pauses.
Tim kind of living on the edge a little bit here.
That's the thing about 2x2. It's so execution heavy to the point that they're optimizing even these half turns. It's like, hey, if I can call this solved by leaving it half okay, well that definitely is not solved.
It's definitely at least a +2 if not a DNF. I think it's probably just a +2.
Yeah.
My expert opinion. All right, yeah, Tim
and
is
we're
a
getting
delegate.
another delegate in. A little bit of a conflict of interest there. Your competitor in the same group checking whether you got it right or wrong.
I mean, that's kind of the name of the game with the delegating. You have to kind of balance when you're
competing versus when you're
being a delegate. Yeah.
Trying to enforce the rules of the competition.
Yeah. I mean, just based on how long it took them to write that timeout, I'm gonna guess that it was just given a +2, not a DNF. Which is good to see. I mean, a +2 is almost tantamount to a DNF when it comes to
2x2. That is fair. +2 is basically another solve.
Yeah. You're just doubling your solve essentially for everyone at the top level. As Max Xiao bounces back from that 5 to get a 184.
Yeah. I mean, here's the question though: would you rather have a 5 or a +2?
Probably a +2.
Yeah.
I feel like a 5 is more than a
They're
+2.
more than a +2. Yeah.
For the best competitors. This is an interesting looking scramble. There are two big blocks on white and yellow. It looks like Max Xiao made that white block first. Youngmin instead opting to make the yellow block and then continue from there. 1-5-1. That was a 1 look. He saw all of that in the inspection time. Pretty impressive. And at the tippity top of 2x2 is not just being able to 1 look your solve, but be able to 1 look and find multiple solutions and then be able to pick which solution is the most ergonomic and safe to execute. That is the realm of the current world record holder, or sorry, of the former world record holder is Zain Kanani, when he got that .92 world record average. One of the first sub-1 world record, one of the first sub-1 averages in 2x2. It was quite a miracle. I went and saw some of the reconstructions on those solves, and man, they were just nuts. He's like explaining something that makes no sense at all. He's like pulling out like completely random, seemingly random algorithm sets. He's like, yeah, this is one move into like this TCBLO.
You're basically doing group theory level math in 15 seconds.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Tough to explain.
Yeah.
Here's Joaquin on that same scramble that Mini got, the one with the 2 blocks, 1-8-7 from him. Looks like he locked up just a tad. Otherwise, it was not too dissimilar of a solution from Kyungmin.
So that looked like a 1 look to you as well.
I think so, just with a little bit of an execution error. Now, 2x2 is very fast, so it looks like we're almost entirely wrapped up with this group. We saw a couple solves from Kyungmin, a couple solves from Joaquin, a couple solves from Max Xiao.
Yep, this seemed like the group with all the fastest members.
Yeah,
Joaquin, Kyungmin, and Max.
So you'll see this a little
I think
bit.
we haven't seen Varun and Chris, so they probably competed in an earlier group.
So either they competed in an earlier group, or it's possible that they are going to compete in the next group. Something that's
also true.
Something that's interesting about these short scramble-dependent events is when you have like 2x2, Pyraminx, or Scube, and there's a future round yet to happen, the top solvers will usually get put onto the same set of scrambles just to ensure that it's a little bit more fair, because the difference between the scramble sets is actually not negligible.
Yep.
And because of that, if a top competitor is on some set that's like maybe 50% worse than average or something, and then a normal competitor who's like not necessarily the top gets onto the better set, then you know it's a difference not necessarily between who's the better solver, but just which set was better.
Yeah.
And we'd like to mitigate that probability as much as possible. We end up giving all the best competitors some of the better, not necessarily the better sets,
but the same
but
sets.
the same sets.
So the best competitors will all get within a certain range.
Right. We're trying to eliminate the randomness of the goodness of the scrambles from the entire thing. Now, of course, this does mean that some competitors are not going to get the same scrambles, and you can argue whether or not how fair that is. This is just the current solution that we have come up with, which is why you're going to see a lot of the solvers kind of concentrated into 1 or 2 groups.
I think we saw that with Pyraminx too, where we ended up seeing a lot of those top solvers with Pyraminx, and then we had to head to, I believe, the next event, which ended up being...
it was 5x5 final.
Yeah, and so that ended up cutting into that. And
yeah. So yeah, as we're wrapped up with Group 4, we're going to head on to Group 5. You'll see a couple more competitors. I have a little list of people who are going to be on the stream. Jack Stewart, in particular. Another person who was supposed to be here, Alejandro Daniel Salceda Corvera, a competitor from Mexico. He's the current Mexican national record holder for single. The fun fact that I'm just gonna keep spouting every single time this guy is mentioned at all. I had the same scramble as the Mexican NR single. He and I executed the same solution up to the first 2 F2L pairs. I broke my PR on that as well. I got a 15, he got a 7. So
good for you.
He 2x'd me. Probably because the rest of his solution was better, and more than likely because his execution was way better.
Just overall better.
He's just overall better.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he does not seem to be in attendance here today. or this whole weekend for that matter. So it may just be Jack Stewart, and we may just be talking a little bit about future rounds to come. The round afterwards immediately is going to be Pyraminx Group 2. Now those assignments are just recently made, so I don't have the exact people that we're going to see on the stream, but we are almost certainly going to see the same fast people end up in the same groups. Now, I was just talking about Jack Stewart. Here he is on the stream for you now. We have some little competitor cards that display a little bit of information about each competitor. It'd be nice to pull up one of those right now. 2.14 to start things off. Looks like it was a pretty clean solution. Nothing too fancy. Yeah, we're just gonna go into the last group. This is another one of this is another delegate, a friend of ours, originally from Southern California, but now goes to graduate school in Chicago. His name is Draco Tong. He's a very interesting competitor from a statistics perspective. He has never competed, I think, in 4x4 sided or 5x5 sided, only in 4 blind and 5 blind.
And has
officially.
times. Oh, and that looks like
This is gonna be a
definite DNF.
Like he did not. He missed. He was off by a 2-piece swap.
Yeah. Maybe mis-executed an algorithm there. Actually, that looks more like a twist.
Oh no, that's a twist. That's
Yeah.
a twist.
So that is a DNF.
That's a
would have been a
DNF.
+2.
That's a DNF. There is no way to fix a corner twist on puzzles like these without without physically manipulating the mechanism itself. You can't just do like what we call legal moves, outer block moves, in order to do that. So that means that it is in an illegal state. You are not allowed to end the cube in an illegal state. It must be just completely solved. So that means that it is a. Let's watch Taj now. She's one of the best. She's one of the fastest competitors in the world at a different puzzle called Scube. She is the female world record holder, setting that in Costa Rica I think it was a month ago at this point. She's been on a world tour recently, visiting a lot of different countries with her parents.
That's cool. You get to travel, compete in some of the biggest events, and
Yeah, I mean, she was
see
at
the world.
Euros, so it was pretty cool. At NAC as well. Here's Jack Stewart now. He started competing in 2017 and attended 47 competitions and has 44 medals. That's a pretty good haul.
Pretty much like one medal, one podium per competition.
Per competition, yeah.
Yeah.
And, you know, you have to consider there are multiple events per competition. There's lots he's not podiuming in.
Yeah.
So there's like a nice little medal collection he has there. A lot better than mine. I think mine is sitting at 22, so he's literally twice as big as mine.
Yeah. 22 is still nothing to scoff at.
It's okay.
Yeah.
214, 233 to start us off is Jack Stewart. Now Tim's going to bring us another competitor. Let's see. Perhaps it'll be someone we recognize. Perhaps it'll be someone completely new to the stream, which is still fun. Even if we don't recognize them, it means that they get some nice time to be on the stream, kind of like kind of show their stuff.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about 2x2. It's a relatively simple event, very beginner friendly, so I think you tend to see a lot of newcomers. Definitely 3x3 is still the biggest event, just because it's the most popular, but a lot of people also try to compete in 2x2 if they can.
Oh yeah, totally. And I just think it's fun. This is kind of like one of the things that, like, you know, cubing is all about. Is it's not just for the fast competitors only. It's for everyone, right? You know, what other like sport or hobby can you go to compete with the literal best in the world? And it's just like, you know, he's just competing just like everyone else.
Well, I think
very
there are
open and inclusive.
probably some.
I'm sure
events
there are
like that.
some.
Like, you know.
3.54 on that solve. That looked pretty good. That was a CLL.
Back to Jack Stewart.
I like his glasses also.
You like those clear ones?
I feel like I've been seeing more and more people with those now.
You are due for a glasses upgrade.
Oh, I got new glasses and then I lost them in the ocean in Hawaii. So
So you are not due for glasses upgrades.
perhaps not quite yet. 2.18 is a pretty good solve from Jack here. I mean, he has a PR of 1.73. I mean, you could see a little bit of an execution error there, but overall, not too bad. That 1.73 average, by the way, 294th in the world overall. Pretty solid.
Yeah, and we have some of the 2x2 first round results just coming out. Kyungmin has an average of 1.53, Joaquin with a 1.99. So Jack Stewart with those, you know, low two
Low
solves,
twos, yeah.
probably not going to put him in the top 3, but still very respectable, most likely in the top 10, not the top 8.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And, you know, I'm going to stand by this. 2x2 is for everyone. I'll tell you this, which is also very funny. My sister has an official WCA ID. The
Mhm.
only event she's ever competed in is 2x2. She barely knows how to solve a 2x2. If she ends up getting if she gets a J perm or a Y perm at the end, she doesn't know what to do. She
Oh,
does
no.
DNFs.
Oh, no.
She competed officially in 2013. She has 5 attempts. She only succeeded on 2 of them. But hey, she has a result in there for so she is an official
Interesting.
member of the WCA.
That's cool.
So hey, it is most indeed for everyone. And you know, that's kind of just
Mhm.
like the point of cubing, right? We don't want to just gatekeep it to just people who are fast. Part of the thing that we want to show off is that anyone can kind of be here.
Mhm.
You don't necessarily need to be the best in the world. You don't even need to be like a sub 30 solver. Honestly, if you're like, as long as you can solve the cube in under 10 minutes, and the only reason we say 10 minutes is because that's just when the timers turn off,
Yeah.
then you're more than welcome to go to a competition in your local area. West Coast Cubing, of course, you're watching this live stream. We put on loads of competitions across California. We have competitions in Nevada. We got 3 in Hawaii next week as well. If you want to check out any of those competitions or one near you, check out the website, westcoastcubing.com. All right, Jack Stewart now on to solve number 4, starting off with 214, 233, 238, and getting a nice time of 155.
You know what? I might have misspoken earlier. With the 155, that actually could put him in.
Yeah, I
to
mean,
the top 3.
If he ends up counting that 155, which would require him to get the best possible average, he would get a 1.96 average. That would be good for 2nd place in this round so far as the data continues to get entered.
And I didn't see what Taj got there, but looked pretty good.
Yep. I mean, it was probably pretty good.
Yeah.
She's quite a good competitor across multiple events, especially these shorter ones.
I think I might have seen a 1, so.
Somewhere in one of the digits?
Probably the first digit.
Oh, then it was a pretty good solve for her. I
Yeah.
don't think she gets
No?
ones that often.
Okay.
I don't think it's
Maybe,
not quite
probably
that
not a
often.
1 then.
Well, we'll see. Well, her result is going to get populated into our lovely software, WCA Live. I say our lovely software, our not being West Coast Gaming, it's the WCA's software. I never introduced the WCA, by the way.
Very communist of you. Our software.
I mean, look, I'm part of the WCA too, right? So
Fair enough.
We might as well. Anyway, yeah, what is the WCA? We got the board members standing right back there. The WCA, the World Cube Association, this nonprofit organization that organizes speed cubing competitions across the world. And when I say across the world, I don't just mean like, oh, we got Canada, we got one in Japan. It's not like those like typical world tour type things. I mean, there are many, many countries in the world where competitions happen all the time. We recently have been completed many continental championships. We've been talking about the North American championships and the European championships. There was also the South American championships last week in Argentina. The Oceanic championships are going to be held, I believe, later this year in Australia. The South African championships, the African championships to be held in South Africa, and the Asian championships as well in Malaysia. So it's truly a worldwide organization.
Nothing in Antarctica yet, though.
Not quite.
Yeah.
We need a permanent population there first. What's going to end up being permanent on Jack Stewart's record is this 2.15 average in Western Championships 2024 2x2 round 1.
Putting him
215,
right
pretty
outside of
good.
that top 3, but very respectable.
Yeah, no, I mean, very, very solid.
Yeah.
Very, very solid average from him. Good to see. Good to see. Perhaps a pretty decent set of scrambles.
I'm
And
sure.
nothing to be too miffed at, I would say.
Yeah. So I think that probably is close to the end of our final round of 2x2.
Our final group of 2x2 indeed is just
2x2.
wrapping up.
Right.
So we're going to, now is like where it really is going to start to accelerate.
So many exciting events.
All round 1s are done.
Yep.
So there will be no new competitors to see anymore. Everyone is going to be from previous rounds. Pyraminx is up next. Then we're going to have 3x3
But there is,
semifinals.
yes, I was gonna say 3x3 semifinals. So there's still 2 more rounds of 3x3, 2 more averages that can come out from these competitors.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot to watch. Obviously, we're going to have all eyes on Max Park to see if he can get a miraculous average going into 3x3 finals. But there's definitely going to be a lot of jockeying for position as competitors are going to try and make it into this elusive finals. 12-man final is what it's going to be. It's going to be head-to-head, so they're going to go 2 at a time. It's going to be a pretty big deal for many competitors. The only time you get to experience a head-to-head final is at a continental championship or a national championship. Now, not everyone can travel to those. They tend to be quite far away. The last national championship was in Pittsburgh. The continental championships this year was in Minnesota. We're out here in San Diego, California. It's quite far. It's like, well, Pittsburgh is almost the exact opposite corner of the country. So it's nice to be able to have a head-to-head finals in a little bit more of a local setting. That gives local cubers a bit more exposure to what the pressure is kind of like, so that when they hone their skills, get up to the national level, they are ready to be able to compete at that stage.
Yeah, it's interesting. You're just sitting there watching your competitors, fellow competitors solving. You see them put down a time, and you're like, dude, that's what I have to do now.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty cool. The competitors are not going to know what the previous competitors have gotten, so that's also gonna be interesting. Everyone is gonna go in kind of blank. There's gonna be a crowd area that's directly in front of us here. They're gonna be loud.
There's a separate room
rowdy.
for the competitors.
That's
while
right.
They're not solving.
That's right. We're gonna keep them in a green room. We will also make sure that this live stream is running, but we're gonna make sure to monitor phone activity, make sure that no one is trying to cheat by seeing a little peek at the scrambles beforehand.
Yeah.
But all the competitors they're class acts. Then no one's going to try and do anything like that. So that is the marquee event. That will begin it is scheduled to begin at 5:50 p.m. It is currently 3:11 Pacific Daylight Time. That means we have 2.5 hours. So, you got an errand to do, need to go get groceries for the week. I understand. Now is a good time to go and do this. Come back. And you'll be just in time to make it for 3x3 head-to-head finals. Set an alarm, everyone.
Yep. When did you say that was?
5:50.
5:50. So just about 2.5 hours.
Yes, indeed. All right. I'm going to talk a little bit about Cubers Live while we fill this little bit of dead space, because I think we are running a little bit ahead of schedule. Now, what is Cubers Live? You see it down on the screen. Oh, there it is. My finger is following it now.
I like that.
Anyway, Cubers Live is a sub-organization part of West Coast Cubing, founded by actually the 3 of us goons. Cubers Live used to be actually it still is a website where similar to twisttheweb.com and Let's Cube, where people can get online to enter rooms and just solve with people. But in 2020, we decided to take a little bit of a different approach, and we started doing competitions at home in the middle of the pandemic. We heard Ari talk about it earlier with the Twisty Puzzle Cup. That was the first inception of it. If you've heard of cubing at home, very similar. We had a bracket-style competition. Competitors would submit solves online. We had our own version of like the disciplinary committee. I mean, it was just the 3 of us, so we were just every committee at that time. We would investigate people. We could see when they opened the scrambles, make sure no one was cheating. We actually caught a couple incidents too.
Yeah.
It was very CSI, I would say. But post-pandemic, we've been doing a lot of streaming of competitions and a lot of video production efforts. These live streams are a culmination of 3 or 4 years of kind of figuring things out, putting things together, and in collaboration with Matthew Marinick of Happy Feet as well. We've been able to upgrade the stream a lot to bring you all of this content. We do a lot of stuff outside of just live streaming as well. As you've surely seen through the many ads that we've played throughout the day, one of the funnest things we have done is we've built a big catalog of podcast episodes called Over Inspected. It is the best speedcubing podcast in the world, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on it. I'm saying that because it's the catchphrase of the podcast itself.
If you self-proclaim it, it has to be true, right?
What's funny is that like I go to different places and people who listen to the podcast, they're like, "You're Manu from the greatest speedcubing podcast of all time." Like, bingo, there you go, it worked. We called ourselves we had no evidence. We just called ourselves the greatest podcast, and other people say it now too. Anyway,
having listened to a handful of episodes and other cubing podcasts in the past,
you were on at some point too.
I was on at some point. I will have to say it is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, if you haven't checked out any episodes, you should watch them. Any specific ones you'd want to recommend?
Yeah, we have loads of good ones. We did a great interview with Maddie last year in San Diego. Yeah, right here at a competition that that Chai, Carrie, and I were at. That's a really good one. We have a lot of also beginner-friendly ones for parents who are trying to try and see what cubing is all about. Kind of like understand a little bit more about, you know, your kid is into cubing. You know, what's really going on in the cubing scene, and kind of help bond a little bit. So there's a couple good episodes on that. We used to do a couple of news things, which still are relevant from time to time because
Cubing drama.
The same couple of actors keep showing up again and again. You know, we talked about Timon, we talked about Yi Hang, we talked about Max. When Max got the world record, we talked about that as well. So that's a great series. Check that out. Cubers Live is now also doing a lot of content for WCC, a lot of video projects and such. This is one such project and a lot of other stuff. So stay tuned. We got a lot of stuff going on.
As it looks like Pyraminx round 2 is just about getting started.
All right, and we're kicking things off with Elijah Brown, a delegate from Southern California and the former world record holder. He got the world record single of 0.75 seconds in Berkeley, California. I was there when it happened. I was on the other side of the room. I could just hear a loud noise, and very cool to see that he got that world record. So Elijah, definitely a top competitor. Youngmin Choi, again, 303 single here. Now, the fact that we saw Elijah just now means that we are very likely to see the rest of the top competitors just kind of filter through. You're going to see from the first round, Marcus Kamen, Chris Shah Natwani were at the top, so they're almost certainly going to be cycling through here just to make sure that everyone has the same scramble.
Looks like that first one, pretty average scramble. Nothing too great. Did you see anything that intrigued you?
I did see when Elijah was the scramble that Elijah had, which I believe was the first one, did have a very interesting. So you can see like most of those green things are solved. That's a pretty big green block there. Let's see what Krish can do if he can take advantage of that.
Oh.
256. He's kind of shaking his head, not really feeling it. I mean, 256 is not a bad solve for him, considering his PR average is 2.45. That is 215th in the world. But not a bad start for him.
Maybe it's one of those things where he saw something, he was like, okay, I got to take advantage of this, and it just didn't pan out.
Yeah, perhaps. This is a pretty terrible scramble. 4 tips. Those tips being the bits at the end of the Pyraminx. Now, some of you might be looking at it and saying, those tips are pretty easy to solve. They move completely independently of each other and any other move, so what gives? You're absolutely correct. That is exactly how they work. You
Is
can
this
just
like a
twist them
rant
directly.
that you do every time you
No,
see
this is not a
Pyraminx?
rant. This is it's actually an anti-rant.
It's an anti-rant.
So instead of people saying that tips are dumb, which is a position I've taken in the past.
Okay.
Here's why tips are actually interesting. Being able to execute the tip solutions is actually a relatively non-trivial thing, and that I think is gonna it separates competitors. It separates like the top competitors from everyone else. You know, each of the top competitors are all quite good at tip execution and just general turn speed on Pyraminx, but being able to do the tips, being able to solve the tips is not the difficult part. Being able to solve the tips effectively while you're doing the rest of the solution, that takes a little bit of skill.
It's kind of like multitasking.
Essentially, yeah, because you have to be able to. Pyraminx is a really weird puzzle in a lot of ways. It's not too hard of a puzzle. Actually, many people can actually solve a Pyraminx just without any help. You can just kind of figure out how to solve it yourself. But it is very weird and to like hold and kind of turn quickly. It's not like a 3x3 that like kind of like sits in your hands like reasonably well. It's kind of obvious how you're supposed to move the pieces around. Because it's like a weird tip shape, you kind of almost have to like cup your fingers together. I mean, you can see how Krish is holding the cube right now, right?
The cube.
It's not quite a cube.
The pyramid.
You can see how he's like kind of holding it right now. It's a little bit awkward. And the top solvers are definitely, you know, this is what they put practice into, is to figure out how to grip the cube correctly so that you
do those finger tricks.
Do the finger tricks
as fast as possible.
Is Timon attending this competition? He is not. I think I'm not sure what exactly he's up to this week. I know next week he's going to be in China for the GAN Super Speed Cubing League. I wonder if he's taking a break this week because he was at North American Championships and then immediately went to Euros. So
Interesting.
Timon travels the world. Cubing is his full-time job after all. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be surprised if he has another event or something. Or maybe he's just at home practicing now that he's back in Europe. Pyraminx is your favorite event. Good to hear. I'd be interested to hear from the rest of the chat what your favorite events are. Maybe it will be an event that is up and coming soon, so that'll be kind of cool.
Yeah, lots of exciting events coming up. I mean, after this is basically all finals.
Yeah,
so.
exactly. 201 from Elijah. That was on a 3-tip scramble. The other thing I'll note is the tips are also part of the scramble. They are
So you
randomly
can
generated.
+2 them.
You can +2 them. Yeah.
Which I think Youngmin was almost about to, but
He
looked pretty safe.
He was fairly close to. Yeah. You can see kind of Lucas in the background there in the hat. That's why Pyraminx is weird, because like if you make like some execution errors, the thing can kind of just like fall out of your hand sometimes. Chris Chi also on the back in the blue, getting what looks to be a 4-second solve.
Interesting strategy, wetting your hands with some of the
Condensation,
the
yeah.
condensation.
It's very
Maybe
curious.
get some better grip.
The 4 moves, a 4-tip scramble yet again.
Yet
2.21.
A 2.2 solve. 2.2 second solve.
Yeah. Here's Krish now on solve number 3. This is another 4-tip scramble. Looks like there's a big block. At least there's actually that's a pretty big block on green and red. I think he did end up taking advantage of it to some degree. 2.66 with the classic Cuber head shake.
You can never be happy with yourself.
No.
Yeah. Unless you get a PR or a world record.
Well, even some people, when they get a PR, it's like, oh, well, the PR could have been better.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
All right,
I mean, I do wonder if you get is it ever possible to get a world record and then be like, not good enough?
I don't know of an instance where that's the case.
Yeah.
As someone who's never had a world record, I cannot say for sure. I mean, this man, he's got a world record.
Yeah. You might be the fastest Abhimanyu.
I think that is actually true. I think I actually am.
Yeah.
Call that a world record of sorts.
Interesting pause there.
Yeah, it looks like he was just trying to recognize the last 4 edges case after solving the V on the bottom. Those of you who may have been doing Pyraminx for many years may recall a class of method called top first solving. Those are essentially not used anymore. All competitors are basically doing V first solving, where they're going to build, at the minimum, they're going to build a V on the bottom layer. So that's going to be the 3 pieces that are kind of like the centerpieces, the triangle centerpieces of the Pyraminx, and then 2 other edges at least. Those are all going to be solved in their correct spots as well, not just oriented correctly. And that's why some of these blocks are quite useful. You can see that like there's that blue block that has the blue-yellow. That one is built correctly. And so having that is just less work that you have to do from the get-go. Krish also getting a 4 on scramble number 4. .58 single, 2.45 average from Krish Nathwani. Got a couple more solves left, I think, in this round, unless it's possible we may have missed.
Is
some
this
people.
group 2?
This is group 1.
Interesting. So we saw Elijah, right?
Yes. I have not seen
any
Marcus,
more of
I have not seen
Elijah.
Marcus Kamen.
Yeah, but we also haven't seen any more of Elijah. So I wonder if we missed those first few solves.
Oh.
And this is actually group 2.
No.
No?
This is group
Okay. Well, I trust you. We
The
were
reason
yapping
why
there for a while.
the reason why I know it's group 1 is I can see through our little break in the curtain here. I see purple stage, current group, Pyraminx, round 2, group 1, and group 2 to come next.
Well,
all right,
speaking of
1.76, but
the devil, I was saying we haven't seen enough of Elijah, but
He's quite sad to see there, ending up with a +2, 3.76, 2.29, worst possible average. I mean, it should be fine for now. Should make it into the final.
Unlucky.
And 2 coming out from Kyungmin as well.
2.9. That should be a
308.
Best possible
Best
average.
possible average. So it's kind of, we got the duality there, the dichotomy of man, if you will.
298s. Got that time exactly twice.
He did get that time.
It's always
Good eye.
interesting when you see the same time happen multiple times because you're getting within 100th of a second of a previous solve.
Yeah, it actually is kind of interesting. I mean, there is some. I think I heard at some point there is something to do a little bit with the timers themselves.
Mhm.
Like the timers are, I think, are biased, but they might be. I think they're biased on the. They're biased on the thousandth digit. There are only so many thousandth digits that they can actually record. I think the odds that their thousandth digit is a 4 is higher than other ones or something. I also don't know if that's true on the Gen 5 timers, which are the timers that we're using now. 2.83, and that's a little bit of a demonstration of what I was talking about tip execution. He had one tip that was not solved in the back. He saved that for the end and was able to kind of do a little flick of the back there to solve that while he was doing everything else. 2.99 for Rish.
A sub 3 average.
Yeah, sub 3 average, not too bad. Yeah, we are about to wrap up Pyraminx round 2, group 1. Yeah, group 2 to come up next. As I mentioned, the fast solvers should all have been in this group, although we did not see Marcus came in at all, and we only saw like one solve of Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez, the Mexican national record holder. It's possible that you know what? Marcus is probably on the purple side, and we don't have any cameras on the purple side. So that just explains that. We're gonna have round 2, group 2 come up next. We are going to do some commentary of that, but the primary thing that we will be doing is looking ahead to 3x3 semifinals. That's 3x3 round 3. It's gonna all be done in one group. There's going to be some interesting things that are going on as everyone is competing. I don't think we're going to be doing live data entry because there are just simply too many competitors, unfortunately. So we'll just have to keep you up to date as we go through the round itself.
Yeah, it looks like there's going to be about 55 people making it into the third round.
Yeah, into round 3. The 55th competitor, Leia Zhang, with 11.07 average, actually the same as 2 other competitors. 11.08 was the first person out. Graham Siggins, the blindfolded aficionado, just barely not making it into the third round.
That is a shame, but you will be seeing some of him in 3 blind finals, I believe.
Yes. You'll see him during 3 blind finals.
That's another really exciting event. That one's happening at 5:20.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Pretty much everything after 5 you don't want to miss.
Yeah. 505 is the finals for Pyraminx.
Pura, 3 blind, 2 blind, and 3 finals, all back to back to back to back. 3 finals, as Manu mentioned, is going to be head to head, which is also a super exciting format. And there's going to be a bit of a break, so some time for us to build up the hype, and I hope you guys want to watch that as well, because we'll talk about all the storylines and all the things you should be watching.
Yeah, totally. We'll catch you completely up to speed from day 3 of Western Champion. I know the title says day 2 of the stream, day 3 overall of Western Championships 2024. Now, let's start our little look ahead into. Actually, I like that, the look ahead.
The look ahead. The look ahead.
That should be a segment.
That should be I like that.
That should be a segment on this stream. Let's begin the look ahead into 3x3 semifinals. All right, so 12 competitors are going to advance out of 55 into the semifinal. Right now, in number 12 position is Kevin Tang Tartarkal, 843. He's the Ru aficionado. That is the current average to make it into finals. Now,
it would be cool to see some Ru.
Yeah, in the finals. That'd be really fun.
I'd love that.
Now, of course, those are from the second round results. We're going to essentially wipe those and give everyone 5 more solves, but that gives you a little bit of an idea of what kind of pace we're looking at here. We're probably not going to have a 10-second solver make it into the finals. And it will probably be a little bit fast. It probably won't be like a pure sub 7 final either. You're going to get this range, and so that's kind of what the competitors are going to shoot for here. Is you can kind of have an idea if someone is going to get an 8 average, then they have a chance. If they have a 9 average, they're on the outside looking in. If they have a 7 average, they almost certainly have advanced into the coveted 3x3 final.
Yeah. So a few people are almost certain they're going to make it. Actually, do I even want to jinx it? But, you know, watch out for Max, Varun, Paul, and most likely Max Xiao as well.
Yeah, yeah, very very likely. The folks that you see on your screen right now are the top 8 from the second round. It is very unlikely that Max Park, Varun Mohanraj, and Paul Mavi will not advance into the final. These are competitors who have experience not just in solving during typical environments, but also in high pressure environments too. Yeah, so those are some competitors to look out for most certainly. We saw the competitors on the opposite side of the bubble as well, 12 and right on the edge. So we hope you all are going to be excited for that. We've done a little bit of previewing here.
Yep.
We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back to talk a little bit more, and we'll also see some pyramid solving while we're at it. So
yep, that was
tuned.
a good look ahead.
That was this has been the look ahead, huh?
This has been the look ahead.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. As we are finishing up 3x3, or sorry, as we were finishing
Pyraminx.
up Pyraminx round 2, group 2, 3x3, round 3, group 1 is going to be the next event. We were just talking about that with you also, but we want to use this time to kind of preface the other final that we're going to happen today.
Yeah, a bit more look ahead.
Yeah, version number 2 of the Look Ahead, the new Look Ahead podcast. Let's start things off with Cube, as that will be the very first final immediately after the break following 3x3 round 3. The big name to note here is Taj Bressert. She is the female world record holder. She's really young, but she's surprisingly well traveled. It'll be interesting to see if she can stake her claim as the Western champion. She has been dealing with a lot of nerves recently, so hopefully she can overcome some of those on route to becoming the Western champion and just winning the event overall. There's some good money in it as well for her, so that would be good for her to grab. Christopher Chi in second place, which lines up exactly with the psych sheet. 378 average in round 1. And in third place, Jack Stewart with a 398 average. That is actually also in line with the psych sheet. If you check it right now, you'll see this guy, Mason Langendorfer, in third place instead. Unfortunately, he was not able to attend this competition. He's one of my friends from Ohio. Got sick this weekend, so
That's unfortunate.
And he made the prudent decision not to come.
Yeah.
We do not want to be
don't want to spread.
Yeah, we don't want to hold a super spreader event. So shout out to you, Mason. Hope you feel a lot better.
Walking in fourth, again, kind of in line with the psych sheet, and then once you get to sixth place, you actually see somewhat a bit different.
Yeah, then things kind of shake up a little bit.
Yeah.
It is a very interesting event, Scubas, because it is a bit scramble dependent, and the solves are very short. We'll probably be seeing a lot of we'll see a little bit of combination of NS and one look, although most likely most solvers are going to be NSing. Moving on.
Yeah. Just to talk about that podium a little bit more for Scube. You said Taj was kind of poised to win it, the favorite, but really anything could happen because all of these solvers are, within half a second of each other. If something goes wrong for one person, something goes well for another.
And
you could see the standings shake up quite a bit.
This is exactly true. Taj did make it into finals at North American Championships. She was looking to do the same at European Championships. Unfortunately, she was dealing with some timer start incidents and actually ended up DNFing in round 2, so she was not able to make the final. So she's definitely going to be looking for revenge on somewhat of her home turf 1 week later.
Kind of like what happened with Clock, if we're doing a bit of a look back now.
Yeah.
But that's not what the name of this segment is. This is the look ahead. So let's talk about the next event that's happening after the Scube finals, which is the Pura finals.
Yes, so in between we will have a round of 2x2 round 2, but we're only looking at finals, so it's all good. We'll talk about that when we get there. Pyraminx now, we just concluded the round 2 for Pyraminx, so results are still going to be coming in a little bit. Marcus came in at the top, 202. Chris Shah Nathwani in second, 265. We actually saw all 5 of those solves. And, interesting. It seems like it updated a little bit. Okay, I see. Second round results. Interesting. We got 229 both from Marcus Kamen and Elijah Brown. And Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez coming up in third place, 232. So all 3 of those competitors are very, very close together. I mean, it's just a shuffle around of the top 3 on the psych sheet as well.
Yeah, Marcus actually edging out Elijah a bit, although I guess you can't really count it because their average is the same. And I believe when your average is the same, the tiebreaker is your best solve.
Is the best solve, indeed. Yeah, so pretty tight there. Of course, it's not just those 3 who are in the running to win it all. I'm sure everyone else in this picture that you can see on your screen is going to be making a valiant charge to win it, of course. Interesting to note, if you all watched NAC, North American Championships 2024 Pyraminx Final, the expected seed did not win. It was supposed to be Michael Nielsen and Marcus Kamen, Kyle Mead at the top, but this kid from Canada, Andrew Mao, with the national record, ended up sealing the win. So it is a very very interesting event, a bit volatile. Anything could happen in that one as well. So I'm looking forward to see what kind of drama ensues, because you all know me. Great solving is one thing, but drama and the storyline, ooh, I live for that.
Yep. Moving on to our next event, 3 Blind, a very different event from the other ones that we talked about. Obviously, because unlike the previous events where you have this inspection time, they're very fast events. I mean, 3 Blind certainly is a fast event, but in a different way. 3 Blind, you don't even get to look at the cube. You just take the cube cover off, and that's when your timer starts.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, this is a mean event, and your best time is the one that actually counts.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a little bit different here, because you can see, like, you know, the biggest thing that you'll see here is that there's lots of these DNFs did not finish. Blindfold solving is pretty tricky. It's very easy not to finish the solve. It requires just one mistake, either on your execution phase or your memorization phase. And, you know, the whole cube is just going to be completely scrambled. It's not like you're doing a 3x3 solve and it's going to be a +2. You know, +2s do happen, but mistakes, if you make a mistake, you can't recover from it as easily. So, you know, you're going to see the typical suite of people here. Graham Siggins, Max Yao getting a pretty good PR single 2020.
So you see some new names and some old names. Graham Siggins, kind of a blind specialist.
Yeah, definitely.
Multi-blind specialist, I'd say, but definitely really good at 3 Blind too.
Yeah, I mean, he's WR top 20. He has a 15.62 official single, got a 16 in round 1 on Friday. And yeah, he's here ready to compete.
But on top of that, you see names that you might have already seen here, like Max, Nolan, Kyungmin, Kevin. So people who are experts in kind of all-around events.
Yeah. It'll just be really cool, and it's very fun to watch blindfold solving. We love commentating blindfold solving because we can go into what we call the ASMR mode, where we just crank up the gain and whisper. Exactly. So, it's definitely very interesting to watch. If you've never seen blindfold solving before, I highly recommend it. Now, it looks like we are going to start with 3x3 round 3, the semifinal. So I will spare you the drama of 2x2 top players until we get closer to 2x2 finals.
Yeah, because 3x3 finals is kind of the look ahead to the actual, or 3x3 round 3 is the look ahead to 3x3 finals. So
yes, exactly.
Can't wait to watch 3x3 round 3.
Yeah, exactly. Which we got right here with
Max
starting
Park.
us off. Max Park, the one and only. Now, every 5 solves for Max is a chance to 5 more chances to break the world record. That is, of course, perfectly in play should the scramble present itself.
So it looks like he's doing white cross here. Good F2L, and finishes with almost a sub 5, a 5.04.
5.04. It is tough to find anything to comment on there. I mean, it just looked like a great solve from front to back. You can see he's got a little bit of smile as well. A-perm executed perfectly. 5.04 is a great start.
He's feeling good about that one.
Yeah, just because his first solve was a 5 doesn't mean that the other solves doesn't mean he can't get a sub 5 average still. Just needs to count 2 4s. Okay, I'm saying maybe just.
Yeah.
It might be a tad harder than that. But if there's anyone who can do it, it is going to be Max Park himself, the world record holder with a 3.13 second goal.
Yeah. And that average he's looking to beat is 4.86. That's his PR average. The world record average actually quite a bit faster than that.
Half a second faster than that, 4.36. He actually moved down in the rankings after Xuan Ying from China recently also got a sub 4 average, becoming one of the few people to do it.
Lots of really impressive solvers from China. Not many that we're going to see at Western Champs particularly, but definitely at Worlds and other Asian Championships.
Yeah, indeed. Cubing is very interesting. It's in a very interesting spot right now. As
Varun there with a little bit of a slower solve, a 7.53.
Yeah, you'll have seen something interesting there. His basically his start up to F2L4 I thought was like not particularly good, a bit pausey, not looking like the best solution. F2L4 was interesting. He actually had a very, very simple case that actually beginners algorithms people use. He just had one edge out. He just inserted that edge in. He knew the OLO case that he was going to get from there. From there, he was able to look ahead into PLL. So good finish from him.
Yep. Looks like Max might be seeing something on the blue side here.
Yeah, he looks pretty locked in on one orientation. He has blue on bottom right now. Actually,
Nope,
it's going to be
still
white.
gonna be white. Interesting how some cubers do that. Just because
good solution.
You might want to be doing like a B or an F move to start off, and that's a little unergonomic. So you might prefer to keep the cube oriented in that way. So instead of doing F or B, you can do U and just
then
a little
do a
bit of cube
rotation. 556 really solid there. Another A perm to finish things off. A perm, that 9-move algorithm that even beginners beginners know how to execute. So good to see some solid execution on that. Jeremy Bullenbot, cubing Fedora, 688. Kind of had like a little purse lips expression there. I mean, I didn't think it was that bad of a solve. We did cut into it a little bit, but I mean, almost certainly it was just maybe slightly inefficient F2L. But we're comparing that against like people who are getting 5s and 4s all the time.
And again, just to what you should be looking out for is a sub 9 is probably going to be enough to get you into the final. So anyone getting a sub 9, definitely a sub 8, will have a really good shot.
Yeah, anyone with this, I think that's exactly right. Anyone with a 7-second average should be looking good to advance.
We have Varun and Paul to his right, doing a solve there, and Ruby in the background.
In the background, yes. Varun starting off 7.53. That's definitely, he's not going to want to count that. He wants to be a sub 7 solver. He is a sub 7 solver. He does do white cross only. There are some disadvantages to that, but let's see what he can pull out here. I don't see anything particular on white.
But it looks like he might have, because that was a very smooth solve, getting a sub 7, 6.7 there.
Yeah, nothing too much to say there. The only thing I can really comment on was in the last layer he had a pie case. He had the pie case that is that's kind of like crisscross. That's the way that I identify it, at least. If you line up the matching colors, it ends up looking like an X. He did the stock on that one, which is perfectly fine. Doing the stock there actually gives you an adjacent corner case, which is perfectly fine. You don't necessarily need to do a COL, or if you don't recognize the ZBL, you don't need to go and do anything like that. All you need to be able to do is know that you're going to avoid getting a diag case. If you can avoid getting Y, V, or E perm, and of course the worst ones, the N perms. As long as you can avoid that, you're in good shape. So good solving from Varun.
Off to Max's third solve here. Started off the average pretty well with 2 sub 6s. A little bit of
a good solution. 4.99.
Yeah.
Bingo, there you go. That's the sub 5, the first sub 5 that we've seen so far at this competition. And what's very interesting is there's not that much reaction to a sub 5. That's pretty wild. I mean,
think about just about 6 years ago, maybe that would have been a crazy solve. 10 years ago would have been like a world record.
Yeah.
But now it's just your average run-of-the-mill solve.
That's absolutely wild, man.
Yeah.
And it was just a beautiful solve from front to back. Good-looking F2L solution, a relatively short solution, efficiency. Max has really been playing into that a little bit. And last layer was a beauty to watch. Absolutely no execution mistakes that I could see on that one. Just amazing solve from front to back, and the time shows it. That's why he earned himself a sub 5, the only one to do it at this competition.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I don't even see that many people. I mean, usually you see a lot of people crowding in front of Max, but seems to be, very, very casual. You just see Max at your average competition. Varun, though, finishing up a solve. Not too happy about that one.
He really struggled on that one. It looked like, just F2L just didn't quite come together for him. One thing that I find really interesting is like Varun, when he solves, he kind of like sways back and forth rather than like being like really steady. It's really interesting. I'm sure it's
a bit of a physical solver.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, actually. I think it's really interesting. I don't think it's necessarily like a bad thing, but just something interesting to notice with some of his solves as well.
Yeah.
He also has a different angle on the cube itself, like just being higher up on it. I wonder how much that kind of affects it.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, you get a better vantage point. On the other hand, your field of view is kind of more focused. You're not seeing as much of the cube. So definitely, probably one of the reasons why he maybe moves around a little more so he can get.
That's actually
more
probably a
review
good
of the
point.
cube.
Yeah, yeah. Because one thing that you can do is that like you can either rotate the cube or you can rotate your body, right? Some
Mhm.
people will choose to rotate their body, but rotating your hands I find is a lot easier, a lot more
Mhm.
natural. So there you
Yeah.
go. He's just doing that a little bit more. And honestly, even I might be rocking like this during my solves.
Mhm.
I don't really pay attention to them too much.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. Here's Max giving Jeremy Bullenbot just a little handshake there.
Yep.
Nice
He
little
did not
friendly.
get that 9.18 solve, just for the record.
That-
He's
yeah.
gonna clear that out.
Yeah, yeah. That's from the
Previous solver.
Looks like the camera got bumped a little bit. It's in a slightly different position, but we can still see everything pretty crystal clear.
Mhm.
Solve number 4 upcoming.
Let's see what Max sees here.
He's gonna pick yellow. Yellow's
Interesting.
Yellow is what looks pretty good to me.
Good instincts there. Finishes the OL very
Smooth,
quickly and
smooth.
super happy about that.
Smooth. Yeah, I can't comment much
Yeah.
on that OLL. He looks like he did have an LOL, but he was able to move very quickly from that L into the PLL without much issue there. 5.30. He's on. This is like a very. This is much more of the average that we expect to see from Max Park.
Yeah,
5.11 BPA, 530 WPA. This is quite the average from him.
His averages for today have so far been a 5.49 and a 6.11.
Yeah, so he's gonna blow those out.
Yeah, he's definitely happy to be moving in the direction that he wants to, and then hopefully in that finals gonna get an even better time, just to prove just how dominant of a cuber he is. It's not just about winning, which I'm sure we all. I don't want to spoil anything here, but the script says that Max is going to win. Max Park.
The script leak, huh?
Yeah. So that's my prediction. But
Pretty good
again, it's about how much can you win by. Just showing your dominance not only in the Western Coast, but to everyone else watching across the world.
So that's it's interesting that you mentioned that because it definitely is a little bit. He does want to put himself out there, right? He does want to say like, hey, like Timon is like on fire right now. I kind of want to join that group. Max has always been like a very consistent solver. He very rarely gets averages that are like horribly off course from what he like globals, just because he does so much practice day in and day out. As we watch Varun do solve number 4.
Again, solving on the white cross. Finishing OLL.
Yeah, that was a really good solve.
Pretty
from him.
smooth and ending up with the 6 flat.
You were able to see there that he was able to turn a little bit faster because the solution was just a little bit easier. He was just also able to see it a lot better. 6 flat, 675 BPA, 745 WPA. The worst possible average is not actually very good for him. The BPA is, is like a pretty decent average, but he should be squared into finals now without much of a problem.
I would say the average is probably going to come in somewhere in between those two naturally.
Yeah.
Most likely a sub 7. If I had to guess.
I think, he has the margin to get us up 7.
Yeah.
Back to the point I was mentioning about Max as we watch Michael Chai do a solve here. I mean, Max is not the hottest cuber right now. Even though he was definitely one of the best cubers to ever do it, and at one point, he is the world champion also. But right now, Timon and Yihang are ahead of the pack. I think Maddie is also a really good solver. Luke Greiser has really turned on the Jets recently as well. And they're like kind of entering this conversation now. So it's interesting to see that Max has it feels weird to say that Max has like a little bit of catch up. And maybe he doesn't actually have catch up to do, but it feels like he has like catch up to do. He needs to like kind of reinsert himself into the conversation. This is a fantastic average for him to do this.
Yeah.
Like 5.11 best possible average, 530 worst possible average. That is like extremely solid. He put himself in a position where 530, like who is beating 530 other than Timon, Yihang, and maybe Maddie? I mean, Maddie's best average during NAC weekend was 535. So, even that best average would not be able to defeat it. Luke Greiser, when he got onto the NAC podium, got 595. That wouldn't have beat it either. At European Championships, the final came down to Timofey Tarasenko, 595 average, and then Timon, 594. Obviously, the situation is a little bit different. So it's the Continental Championship, but all this to say is Max is a top tier competitor,
Mhm.
and yeah, he's just able to execute, get a
Mhm.
530. Now you do that in a big time scenario, and you're golden.
Yeah,
And it only
speaking of
took one sub 5.
Yeah, speaking of Max and sub 5s, we actually see Max Shaw here with a sub 5 of his own, a 4.94. So really impressive solving from him. We're seeing a few of the 3x3 results for the third round coming in. Max with a 6.31 average, Kevin with 7.69. So we should be seeing some Rue solving like we wished for.
Yeah, we
in
think
the finals.
so. We think so. Yeah, Kevin should be good. What's
Mhm.
interesting is that it seems like 3x3 round 3 is done now. But we missed one solve from Max, so not quite sure what he ended up getting. Now that doesn't mean that the BPA WPA is broken. It actually doesn't matter what order you do them in for the calculation to work. So he definitely got some 5 in that pretty narrow range. So he's definitely going to advance. Let's not worry about that. The matter is just like, what exactly he got. And that's just something that we'll just have to wait and see.
And I'm
as it gets
sure
updated.
as the result comes in, we will let you know. So
I mean, here's the other thing. Even if for some disastrous reason it was a DNF, for whatever reason, right? He still got a 530 average.
Yeah.
So he's good to go.
which puts him, at least from the results we're seeing coming in right now,
a whole second
a
ahead.
whole second
A
ahead
whole
of
second
everyone
ahead
else.
of everyone else. So
so that's impressive.
yeah, I mean he's looking good. Let's not worry too much about him. Yeah, right now we're in a little bit of a break for the overall competition as we are entering into our final stage. As we mentioned earlier, Cube Finals is upcoming. We're going to just call the competitors up, kind of let them know, like, hey, look, this is the finals. Here's what's going on here. We are going to also have live data entry for you all, so that will be showing up. We're going to have like some data people parked up in the front. They're going to be entering the data as it comes in. It's going to be a little tough for them, not going to lie, because Scube can go by pretty quickly.
Scube is fast.
But we do have a lot of people to help out with this. So I think one thing that will also... Oh, yeah, never mind. Yeah. So, yeah, that's going to come up next. We're going to have then another round of 2x2, 2x2, round 2. That's going to go by very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And then just final? 4 finals?
Final? Yeah. 5 finals.
5 finals including
5 whole finals.
Scube finals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm still really excited about that 3 blind finals.
Yeah,
that's gonna be fun.
It'll be quite good. As the results are being entered, you all can check the results on WCA Live yourself. It is just live.worldcubeassociation. Let me say that again. live.worldcubeassociation.org. You can typically scroll down to the bottom, although I think today we're probably going to be closer to the top. You're looking for Western Championship 2024. You'll just click that, go into 3x3 third round, and you'll see the data as it gets entered live. Very fun, very nice piece of software for anyone in the world can kind of track what's going on. All right, all. Hope you all enjoyed 3x3 round 3. Let's read a little bit of the chat. Cube is going to be close. Oh, I see. That's a different competition. Riang could beat 530, of course. I mean, look, the Chinese cubers are in a league of their own. So.
Yep. So I think as we're waiting for the Cube finals to get along, we're probably going to take a short break,
do some setup, and then we'll be right back. So let's kick it over to Cam with the SES ad.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are reaching the tail end of Cubing USA Western Championships.
Let's
am
go.
Chai. This is Manu. We'll be casting Scube Finals.
Yes, just about to get started shortly. All the competitors are in the seats. Cubes are being delivered out to everyone. This is going to be really interesting. Big name to watch, Taj Bressert right here.
All right, so Todd's getting started right now. Oh, I don't even know. That was not great.
That's a big DNF coming out from Taj.
I was a little bit worried. I think she's nervous because she started that timer really fast. I thought she didn't start the timer.
This was the problem at Euros. She triple DNF'd at Euros round 2 because she started the timer. She started the timer too soon.
Did she?
Yeah, that was a big story.
Chris Chi in the second seed with a 378 average from the first round, getting to 281 to start. Very much so on pace.
Yeah, very good. I mean, and the thing that I was going to mention is the big story is Taj Bressert, the female world record holder. Preethan and I were covering it a little bit earlier. It does have a bit of nerves. She does deal with that a little bit. The big thing to see is how it will affect her mindset and whether or not she can pull out the win at Western Championships and become the Western champion. I mean, she's definitely ahead, and she has the skill to do it.
Yeah, and the Western champion, like, she's not going to compete with Chris Chi for Western champion, but Jack Stewart for Western champion.
Exactly. And, you know, he's no pushover either. You know, 269 official average, 104. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. It's the only difference is she's the female world record holder.
Yeah.
She has 225 official average, and you know, she's able to sub 3 without too much difficulty there either. So, but she really needs to just dial in and really focus. It's going to be really interesting for her because this is like the third competition back to back where she's put in a relatively high pressure situation, and she's gonna at some point she's gonna need to learn how to perform if she wants to live up to the solves that she's able to get at other competitions.
Yeah, so we were talking about it with Arianis Pearson earlier, and how you need to have solve amnesia. You need to forget the first solve, if anything. And Taj, she's still learning. She's gonna have to learn that the next solve is gonna be her first solve.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. If there were any time to forget about a DNF, it is right now. This is Western's finals. Of course, it is not the national championship. It's not a Euros. It's not Worlds. But it still means a lot. You know, there's money on the line. There's a title on the line here, one that she could very easily get.
Yep. And Taj is actually about to start as well as Chris Chi. We're going to notice that Taj does usually have a GoPro, but she's opting to not record. It might be nerves related.
Honestly, that might be a good play for her here. She took a bit longer to start the timer. Kind of struggling a little bit the solution. 3, 4, 6. Obviously, she's understandably upset. I mean, just the execution errors.
Yeah, that is not a great time for her, considering that it's counting.
Yeah, I mean that's the big problem. Let's see what Chris can do.
All right, so Chris getting a 262. Not too bad of a solve. Definitely no lockups. Manu, did you see anything interesting in any of these scrambles so far?
So not in the scrambles per se, but kind of more so in the solutions. That one in particular. So this was an NS solution. Essentially, what they're going to do, they're going to build a block, a layer at the bottom, and they're just going to solve the rest of the cube.
Yeah.
You can think of it. Sarah's intermediate. It's kind of like that, and then it's just kind of souped up level to that. The difference is though on that one, it didn't look like he paused. The reason why is because it looks like, I think he canceled several moves of that NS into that layer solution, which allowed him to be completely fluid. The top players they just do that, man.
All right, Taj has got to lock in right here. Excellent start.
Much better turning.
And
this looks okay. It should be okay.
I think that's okay, yeah. So the thing with Taj is that she's upset about it. She's got to let it go because the 239 is objectively good.
No, 239 is great. This is something that I think TJ and I have been trying to get into her head a little bit. She doesn't need to beat her PR. She just needs to beat everyone else.
Yeah,
that's the only thing that matters.
She needs to worry about. And her best solves are absolutely. It's going to take exactly what it needs to win.
Yeah. No, she can do it. She can do it. She has the capability of doing it too.
Yeah.
Right now in the live standings, she is currently sitting at number 5, having that 3, 4, 6 count. But as you can see, there are other people who have 3s that are counting. So, you know, she can still pull it out from here.
And she needs to realize that Chris has to do flawless solves to beat her.
Yeah.
All 5 times.
Yeah. She is in pole position. She's the one to beat.
The recognition for that one was a little bit tough.
Yeah, but I mean, that is much more typical of what you'll see from an NS solve. You'll see the layer get done quickly, just a short pause to just quickly recognize. I mean, you need to see a lot. You need to not only understand the corner the corner orientation, but also the center permutation.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily that easy. There's, you got to find all 6 centers.
Yep.
And also need to figure out exactly which corner orientation you have. And you have to put all that together. This is a pretty big matrix.
Yeah, so Taj, again, needs to lock in. Just needs a great solve here. Good start, bad look ahead. But execution was good.
But see, that's the thing. Like, she paused a ton, and she still got 2-7 here.
She knows she sees light at the end of the tunnel right now.
Well, she still needs to lock in. It's not over for her,
She still needs to lock in,
unfortunately.
and unfortunately, she still probably needs to get her BPA.
Yeah,
but
she needs to
again,
BPA.
Chris
She needs to
Chi,
BPA.
he needs to do flawless solves. So Taj has got to lock in and figure out what to do next.
See, the game is different. Now, if Chris gets +2,
Yeah.
it's completely open now.
Yeah.
Like, she can claw herself out of this right now.
Yeah. So this is going to be a pivotal fourth solve. Of course, Chris, being as consistent as he is, he could lock it in right now because the BPA for Taj is not that fast.
Yeah, I mean, he can control his own destiny right now.
Yeah. He could close this deal.
Yeah, he can close this right now with just getting another mid 2. It's just going to put her out of the question. That yellow looked kind of interesting there.
Yeah, definitely evaluating a lot of different things here. Oh, he fumbles the puzzle. And is that
a +2? No, it's okay. It's okay.
I think it might be from this angle, we can't tell if it's a +2.
I guess it could be on the other side,
yeah,
right?
it could be on the other. Oh, man, this is unfortunate. I think it's good.
No, I think
it's good.
I mean, but still 4-4-2. But so this is it. This is what everything is opened up now. You see the BPA, you see the WPA, and you see Taj's BPA.
And Taj, not doing too bad. Great execution.
Great. This is what
this
she
is
needed.
exactly
This
what
is
she needed.
exactly
she
what she
clutched
needed to
up
do.
with a 222.
This
That
is exactly what she needed to do right here, and she got the job done. Now, she did everything in her power that she could have controlled. 287. This is an excellent start right now.
Yep.
She's ahead of everyone else in terms of number of solves done. Now all she can only wait.
So all Chris Chi needs to do is secure somewhere in between that BPA and worst possible average.
Yeah, so he needs something in between. I don't know the exact number. I'm gonna say he needs I guess he needs like a sub 3.
He will probably need a sub 3
He
to
needs sub
guarantee
3.
this. Yeah.
I think anything over 3 is gonna put it into danger.
That was absolutely clutch. And
that was awesome. She needs to look back on this footage.
As she progressed through her average, you could see her mental capacity change a lot more.
It's amazing. That is some of the best solving I've seen from her.
Yeah. That was clutch. Like, it wasn't necessarily her average or what you would expect, but again, it's about coming in the right moments, and that was a moment.
I think she's pretty close to locking up the Western champion title. There's a couple more solves that other people need to do, but right now, everyone who has done 4 solves cannot catch her right now.
We're just going to have to see what happens. The cube is coming in, and again, we're looking for something around sub 3 seconds.
Yeah, he needs... if he subs 3s, I think he should be good in claiming the overall win.
I think a low 3 would also work.
A low 3 may also work.
Yeah. And this is high tension here.
Doesn't seem like there's a ton of good blocks here either that he can start off with.
Great start. He's a little bit shaky.
Oh my god.
And,
he's
he
lost
loses
He's lost
it. Chris Chi.
665 DNF.
Not able
He has worst possible
to
average
secure it.
here.
Man.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gents and folks of all orientations, Taj Bressert right now in the driver's seat. She has a 2.87. The only person who can catch her, Jack Stewart, cannot catch her. His best possible average, 2.90. Joel Kim, the only one who does not have 4 solves in. There's no way he's going to catch her. She's locked it up.
Yeah, that was extremely impressive. This is exactly what she's been looking
This
for.
is huge for her.
Mm-hmm.
This is absolutely massive for her. After a disappointing performance at North American Championships 2024, not even making it into finals at European Championships, this is on her home turf. She was able to defend it, and she was able to do so with her back against the wall.
Yep.
This is an average that she should look back at. Now, of course, it's not like the most spectacular average you've ever seen. Like, even she has better averages. But still, out of the rest of the competitors in the field, only 5 people even have a sub 3 average at all.
Yeah.
So she was able to do this with accounting 3. I think she did a fantastic job there.
She secured the bag and getting the job done. You know, there's something to be said about what home field advantage really means, and this is essentially her home turf, as you mentioned. So I'm really glad that she was able to secure the victory because I'm going to be honest, that would
This is so good.
That would have been really, really hard for her.
Yeah, no, I'm so proud of having a competitor like Taj in our region.
Yeah.
To represent not just us, or to represent us. Absolute class coming out from her.
Yep.
I'm very happy for her. Great job, Taj.
Yep. So we're going to go ahead and grab Taj, and then we're also going to be right back.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
You're already prepared. Vishwa Sankar already prepared. Well, I was not, but Jeremy Boombot, unfortunately, getting a corner twitch.
Jeremy
corner twist
Boombot.
In any case, we're on to 2x2 round 2. Yes, it is like 5 p.m. or something. We are doing, or it's not, what is it?
4:30.
It's 4:30, but we are doing a round 2 right now. We have actually done all of 2x2 in the afternoon of this stream, Western Championships 2024. We're coming right down to the wire. Things are just getting more and more exciting. You can hear it in my voice. I'm talking, I don't think I've talked this fast for a while. But hey, the events are short.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
events are very short.
Nothing
from
is going to
now
take more
on.
than a minute. So.
Yep.
And you know, the top 3 blind solvers, they're also only going to take like 30 seconds.
That's right.
Anyway. All right, 2x2. I'm currently seeing Kyungmin Choi. You all are currently seeing Kyungmin Choi. He has 140 official average. Let's see what he can do here.
He also got first in round 1.
That doesn't surprise me. He's a top-class competitor. He's the defending Western champion.
And boom,
1-2-4.
127.
Yeah, what did I say? I said 1-2-4?
Yeah, you said 1-2-4.
Okay, I have no idea what I'm talking about at this point. I need to calm down a little bit. Vishwa, tell us about what you saw in that song.
It was so fast that I couldn't see anything. But hopefully I can pay attention to
So
the next 4 songs.
he very clearly one-looked it.
Yeah, those are definitely a one look. I'm assuming either CLL or EG.
Yeah, I mean, and it looked like a very solid solution too. It didn't look like it was like a very long solution that he just executed really quickly. He went very smooth with it and just got the job done.
Yes, very good turning. And now we have Alex with an In-N-Out hat.
Yeah, nice. I guess he went to In-N-Out for lunch. What do you see here on this scramble? I don't see anything
absolutely
fantastic,
nothing.
right? There's just, what is he gonna do?
But he still gets a sub 2. I guess the orange. Okay, so he did orange. So I'm gonna.
Did he make the face at all?
I don't know. I want to see how other people do that scramble because I really didn't see much on that.
Yeah, I saw nothing. The only thing that was there was that on that white side there were those 2 connected. I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
like, you know,
like
and
a
they were
diag
connected in a
there.
way that it was like an EG1 type thing.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, yeah, you know, like this is doable. But orange was not one I was looking at all. The 2x2 is really interesting, I think, because like it is like a very easy event for a beginner to get used to. You know, it's like the smallest one, and you know, it's a lot of kids do it. And as you get more and more advanced, the difficulty of the event increases, not because you have to turn faster. The number of algorithms these guys know is just kind of absurd.
Yeah. So if you want to learn full EG, you're gonna have to know around 130 algs, and you have to one look every solve to be the best of the best.
Yeah.
And people who are even faster, like maybe let's say top 50 in the world, are gonna learn alg sets like TCLL, where you only solve 3 corners of one face, and then you do the rest in one alg.
You know what? Maybe that might have been what Alex did, because I feel like I never saw more than 3 colors together right until the very end. This
scramble looks much better.
That's juicy, right?
Yes.
And so in particular, we're talking about that big block. He actually broke it up first thing. He ended up mis-executing.
But it's still a sub 2. But his turning wasn't the greatest, so I don't think he's happy about that.
It's kind of locked up a little bit. I think Luke Garrett is saying hi to you, Vishwa.
Yeah, hey, Luke Garrett, what's going on?
How's it going, Luke? Couple of people in the chat talking about SKU finals. Yeah, that was finals.
Now we have Jeremy, another low 1.
So he's got 3 like really low ones, right?
Yeah, and he's been doing good this comp. In 3x3, he got a 642 PR average in round 1, I think. And now in round 3, he got a 641 average. And that's going to put him at, I think, the 3rd seed for finals.
Nice. That's looking good. Definitely nice to be one of the later seeds. As I believe this was Jack Stewart. 173 official 2x2 average.
Wow,
123. Ooh.
He's mogging the camera.
I like it. I like it when like the competitors are like
having fun. Yeah,
like jazzed, you know.
They're very enthusiastic about their solves.
And you know, it's not like this is like round 1. This is like the semifinal. Like, you know, if you kind of mess up or you know, if your cube blows up here, you're not going to make the final.
Exactly.
The final is what really matters. So, and we're seeing a ton of like the top competitors just back to back to back here. Here's Joaquin, seeded number 1 with a 131 official average. Top 37 in the world. Scrambles are juiced. Hey, how's it going, Carter? Seems like that yeah, I mean, whichever one Alex executed, I have no idea about that one. That one seems a little
Wow,
crazy.
103.
103! Bingo! Wow.
I think these scrambles are not bad.
Wait, yeah,
they seem
that's
decent.
That's looking good. We're gonna get a ton of sub 2 averages here, yeah.
Oh,
a little bit of just a little bit
Yeah.
slower execution, and unfortunately the misexecution.
yeah, those last two
259.
moves were rough. 259.
Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, but yeah, I mean the top competitors are able to find some pretty darn good solutions out here right now, and is the differentiating factor between 2x2 is just kind of insane. Like,
There's such a close margin.
so
the margin
tight.
is so small, which makes it very intense. You never know who's gonna win.
yeah, like how is a competitor to differentiate themselves? You either got to turn faster, look at more solutions, and be more efficient, and that's it. That's nothing
it.
else. You can't come back in this event. It's not like if you start badly.
You're exactly right. There's only two things you can do. You can have faster TPS, or you can learn tons of Alex.
Yeah. Yeah, which really goes into perspective of like how amazing like the world-class solvers are. Like Zane in his reconstruction videos, he just sees like 5 to 6 solutions.
I can't tell what Zane's saying in his reconstruction.
Neither can I.
Like
I have absolutely no clue.
So he's gonna be like, "Oh, I found this 2 moves to EG, but I decided, nah, I wouldn't go for that. Now I found another 2 moves to CeeLo. Nah, I'm not doing that. Then I found 4 moves to another CeeLo, but it had a cancellation. Okay, I'm doing that."
Or like some random, he'll just create a completely new algorithm set.
Exactly.
It's like TB, CLL. It's like, all right.
Oh yeah,
man.
TCBL, which is like you have 2 CLOs.
Wait, this was a real thing?
Yes, TCBL.
Bro, I just pulled this out.
Yeah, you have a CLO on one side and then I think another one on the other side. And people are starting to learn Alex for that.
What? Wait, that's my brain. My brain. That's probably a +2, right? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. It looked like there was something that was not quite fully aligned, 4.57. So that's unfortunate. He's going to end up counting that that a high 2 from earlier too then. Not great.
Actually, wait, TCBL. I think you have 2 TCLs on both sides.
So you have like 3 corners oriented on both sides.
Yeah, so CBL is where you have 2 CLLs on both sides. But anyways,
it's alphabet soup.
I can't tell what's going on with 2x2 anymore.
No, it's insane. The folks at the highest level are just the skill level is truly impressive. 1.67 from Joaquin. Getting that fastest single that we've seen so far with 103.
Yeah, 103.
The finals is going to be really intense because everyone is going to go like at the same time. The data people are going to need to keep up if we're trying to do live data entry.
I think it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really hard, but it's going to be kind of hype. Like, what's going to be crazy is if someone gets like the first person to get a good single. You're gonna hear that.
Yeah. So I don't think anyone's gotten sub 1 at this competition yet, right?
Correct.
Okay. So we might see that soon.
403. That was actually a pretty good looking 403. 2 moves to an Ortega layer.
So Jeremy has 2 low ones. Based on how this group has gone, I feel like he's probably not on his 3rd solve. He might be on his 4th or 5th.
Yeah,
so let's see
I
if
agree.
he can get another. Okay, 168.
So he's gonna get 111.
Yeah, his PR. This seems much better than his PR.
So yeah,
based on these 3 solves.
Let's take a look. I thought I had his PR written. Oh, he's not even on the top 10 list, so I didn't even put it onto this sheet.
Yeah, so this could be a big PR for him.
All right. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Good work from Jeremy. Yeah, because he's got the 2 low ones. He's got that now. And I think he's one solve left to go. Thank you, production. 189 is his PR.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean he's looking good for that. I mean, yeah.
Based on those 3 solves, we're not sure what the other 2 were.
Good
If he's done with his average.
That is very likely to be a +2, I think, just based on the angle that it ended up at.
Yeah, look from the camera, it looks like a +2.
That was Kyungmin's last solve there. I mean, I think he ended up counting 3-1. So I think if you get a sub 2, you're going to make it into the final.
Yeah,
but,
for
but
sure.
of course, it's very easy to say, and executing it is a completely different matter. We got a ton of stars in the chat also. Brendan Dunnigan, Brian Johnson, hello you all. You guys are excited for the finals block upcoming. This is an interesting one because he's looking at that green block too. He's missed
he did
the
the wrong
execution.
alg.
3.60. I mean, this one is not going to count. I'm almost positive that's solve 5. Yeah, he's going to take a picture now, so. Jack Stewart get random 11, I guess.
I'm not sure what he was doing there.
Yeah, maybe like corner twist or I have absolutely no idea. What was I gonna say? We're just gonna we're wrapping up that group. We do have another group, I believe.
Yes, we have one more group of 2x2.
Okay. Yeah. So one thing that's interesting is you're seeing all the top competitors now. We've given all the top competitors the same scrambles to ensure a little bit of like scramble fairness. So everyone in the second group is, I think, not going to be of particular note. Although you never know, like because
you never
it's
know.
scramble dependent, right?
Yeah.
So
2x2 is the most scramble dependent event in the WCA.
Yeah, exactly. You know, someone's able to one look. Let's say someone like missed, someone kind of like, I don't want to say sandbag, but maybe underperformed in the previous round. They could definitely pop off in the next one as well. So we'll keep an eye on that. But just note that most of the top competitors have already completed their solves here. Yeah, you'll be seeing the data enter WCA Live shortly, and from there we're going to populate the 2x2 finals. I mean, we're deep into our finals block now.
Yes.
And once this is done, then yeah, we've absolutely started 4 finals left. Vishwa, what are you most excited to see?
I'd say I'm most excited to see 3x3 finals. I mean, I'm gonna be
Okay, yeah, okay. This is like this is like the most straightforward answer. Okay.
Yeah.
You're right. I asked a bad question.
But think about it. All of these finals are gonna be very entertaining. They're Pura and 2x2 are very short events. You know, anything can happen. And then 3 blind is just completely different from all of those. It's going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be a good combination of like skill and, I mean, just a little bit of luck factor as well. If I'm really hoping we have a good set of scrambles so we can really see the competitors perform at their absolute top.
That's always great to see.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
just reactions left and right.
Yeah, exactly. And from the crowd too, if we can get the crowd into it. I mean, us back here in the booth, we're gonna start to go a little bit crazy if we see some good solving too. One thing I was gonna say is it would be a real bummer if we ended up with some bad scrambles like NACOH. Those scrambles were not good, and everyone did not perform particularly well.
Yeah, there were no sub-10 averages.
Yeah, that was really disappointing to see. And one thing that I'll say is it definitely lit a fire for the Europeans. They're like, oh, look at Euros. We got 6 sub-10ers. So, I mean, look, the Europeans are good, but you know, definitely a little bit to do with the scrambles.
Yeah, if we do get some good scrambles, I hope that us commentators don't break the mic like what happened in 6x6 yesterday with the world record.
Wait, a world record could still happen, everyone.
Yeah, I was competing during then, but I watched the replay and I saw the clip. It was so funny to see you guys just like the mic being broke.
I mean, yeah, Chai destroyed the mic. Marinick and I we're doing the production back here. Like we're watching the solve and we're like, wait a second, like he's 53 and like he's almost done here. This is gonna be a world record. We went crazy back here too. It's absolutely chaotic. We're definitely gonna see. We're hopefully gonna see a lot of that coming up soon as well. 2x2 Group 2 is going up now. What we're going to do is we're going to use this time to talk to our SpeedCube winner, our Western champion, Taj Bressert. So we're going to take a very, very, very short break. I mean, she's literally right here. You can see her hair in the camera already. We're going to take the smallest break, and then we'll be right back.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, welcome back from our very short ad. Thanks, Cam, for that little announcement. We have here Taj Bresserts, the new SCUBE Western champion. Taj, congratulations. Let's walk us through that average you had there. Let's start off with that DNF.
All right. So I saw it was a 2-move layer into hedge U-perm.
Okay.
And I one-looked it, but I rushed a bit on the last 2 moves, which caused me a DNF on a 239.
So the other thing that we had noticed there is you started the timer really, really early, and one thing I was really scared of was ending up similar to that Euro situation from last week, where like the weird timer malfunctions happened, but like not actually reproducible. Were you feeling really nervous going into that solve?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I know this is something that like you've been dealing with recently. And actually, we can talk about this as we go through. But basically, every solve, I'm just curious to hear about where your nerves were at, like whether you were able to kind of relax a little bit, or whether kind of put the pressure on. So after solve 1 DNF, what was kind of going through?
Well, I really thought I would not podium.
Yeah.
And definitely not be Western champion or win. And then on my second solve, I counted a 346, and I kind of knew it was over. And then I think I got a 277.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Well, you had the 239 on solve 3.
Oh, 239. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah.
And then a 277, and then I knew this average could be sub.
Had a chance.
Yeah, it had a chance of winning.
Yeah.
And then I saw Christopher next to me. He was doing really well. He got like a bunch of mid 2s in the first few. I locked up really badly on the second one. So I was really nervous. But then he got a 4, and then in the last one I saw him get a 5 when I finished my average. So.
Yeah. You already done it. You actually finished your average before everyone else.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So exactly, that's exactly what happened. He started off pretty hot, 281, 262, then 261, and we're like, okay, well, this is gonna go really back and forth. But knowing the type of solver you are, and the type of solving that you can do, I was like, okay, there is a possibility here, but just need to lock in a little bit. Is that also what was kind of going through your head? You're like, after the 239, like, okay, maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. And after my 277, I knew that it was possible. And then the third scramble, I saw that it was, I like half one looked it kind of, and I saw that it was like a weird layer. It wasn't very great into a bad NS case. And it's one of the NS cases that are really bad, but I can do it very fast.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think I got a 224 on that.
On the very last one?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got 222 on that one.
Oh,
that one.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
what's also really impressive to me is like watching through this average, right? The DNF, it was not very good turning. I think you may agree as well. And on the 3, also not fantastic turning.
I think my layer was good, and I got one of my favorite algs.
I think this sounds right. Because you said hedge into U-perm, right?
That was the first one.
That was oh, you're talking about the second one?
Yeah, the second one, it's like you do 2 very satisfying moves and finish it off.
Okay.
And I just locked up really bad. I do that very often in comp. At home, I could probably get like a 1.9, 1.8 on that scram.
Okay. Yeah, so those 2, I would say like the turning was not very good.
Yeah.
Solve 3 and 4, I was really impressed by your solving, because I mean this, I would say, was pretty back against the wall type of situation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then what did you kind of do to kind of like convince yourself, okay, like you actually have a chance here on solves 3 and 4?
I didn't convince myself that much. I knew, well, it didn't happen, but I thought that I knew that I would not win at all.
So kind of like pressure off even.
Yeah, pressure off. I didn't really have too many nerves. It was like the Euro situation in round 1 for me. I had no nerves going into it. I got the exact same average, actually. So, yeah, I'm very happy, especially the last solve, because that was like very awkward, but I executed it very well.
Yeah, so I think you probably didn't know this at the time at least, but you needed to BPA to have any chance actually of winning. I think you probably would have been on the podium with anything sub 3 would have been onto the podium, but you needed to BPA in order to beat Chris at the time, because you were on solve 5 and he'd only done 3 solves in.
Yeah.
So it was looking like even if he had gotten like a mid 2, it was pretty likely that he was going to end up winning, just based on like the BPA calculations. So being able to get that 222, I don't know if you realize how insanely clutch that was to get that at the end.
I was very happy with that. Yeah, I don't know. I was very nervous because Jack Stewart, he's very good at SCUBE too. He's very good at one looking. So I was pretty nervous for that. But the last scramble, it was really a scramble that I knew I could perform well on. And like, as you can see, not a lot of other people did really well on it.
I think you actually got the best time on it.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
you did. You got the best time.
Yeah, so I'm really happy with my performance.
Yeah. So I want you to talk a little bit about I want you to talk a little bit about like basically like the majors performance going into this, right? You can talk a little bit about NEC finals.
Yeah. Yeah, so finals, the first scram was pretty good.
Mhm.
It was, I think, 5 moves into hedge, but it
Okay.
was very awkward, so I got a 1.8 on it.
Mhm.
Then the rest of them were just like, they were good, but they were easy layers, but I found the NS cases pretty bad.
Uh-huh.
So I think I got a 3.7 or 3.8 average on those.
Okay.
Actually in the second round, those scrambles were really nice.
Yeah.
I didn't know it at the time because I did very bad solutions and weird layers. So for the first 4, everyone was doing really well and I wasn't. And I was like, how is this happening? And then on the last scramble, it was 1 move into sledge, and then you cancel into double sledge.
Mm.
It was a 12 mover, but many people were getting like 1.5s on it. And then I locked up twice and got a 1.7, so that was kind of I was pretty sad by that.
Mm.
And then at Euros first round, I was very happy with my performance. And then I think second round, the nerves really got to me.
Plus, there was that weird like timer situation as a whole.
I started with a 4+2,
Mm-hmm.
and then I got a DNF. And then I knew I had no chance of making finals. I needed to count like 2 1.5s.
Right. Yeah, which is
Very hard.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty nuts. I'm very happy to see you get like a big championship win. At this point, do you think it's kind of helped like your overall nerves a little bit? Because this is something we were talking about at Euros, right? Like, you know, there's like a lot of nerves going into it, and it's tough to be able to kind of perform in these pressure situations. Do you think you have a better handle of how to do that now?
Yeah, actually, I think when I was in Costa Rica,
Mhm.
I'm very surprised I got my those FWRs because
Yeah.
it was kind of like an all-star setup. It was in a mall
Oh,
in the
huh.
center, and there was a lot of like seats.
Uh-huh.
And before Costa Rica, I hated being on stream. I would always try to get out of stream because I got super nervous. But then there were like so many cameras on me, and I kind of just lost all my nerves. And
Yeah.
I just did really well. And then after that, the NAC first round, the upper camera, and like everybody watching, that really made me nervous.
Mm.
But after that, my nerves for Scube have like dropped dramatically.
Okay, that's really good to hear. You're able to like kind of like settle into the situation a little bit.
Yeah, like if you look at my more recent averages, excluding the DNF,
Yeah.
a lot of them have now been sub 3.
Yeah.
And I used to, it's actually my first sub 3 average in the Western region, which is really funny.
That is
because
actually really funny.
when I got my 269 average in November,
Mhm.
it was a very hard mental barrier, and I could not break it. I couldn't even get a sub 3 average, like, ever.
Mm.
And then after I got my FWR, it was much more easy for me to perform well in high-pressure situations.
That's sick. I mean, I'm really, really glad to hear this. I mean, I heard one thing from TJ that like you still don't let your mom film your solves. You think you're gonna let her do some filming now?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, yeah?
My dad actually, he was filming my first solve, and I got a DNF.
Uh-huh.
So he said, I'm just gonna go. I'm like, okay, because I don't know. I'm starting to film a lot of my solves with my GoPro.
Oh yeah.
Scoop finals, I didn't do it, or Scoop first round, because I knew there were cameras on me already.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
I didn't want to waste storage.
That was the reason. That's really funny.
So, I might have recorded one, but I don't think so. But yeah, it was really fun.
Okay. Well, look, I think it's great, and this is something that I think something that like at least TJ and I have been talking about for a while is like we've felt that like once you lock in, like you're basically unstoppable. You're definitely going to be a force to be reckoned with. Tell me about what you're thinking about going into Worlds for next year. I mean, you're definitely phase 1 qualifying for this already.
Yeah.
I mean, you're almost certainly going to go.
Yeah, I'm going. I think my goals really are to. I'm not sure if I can podium. I'm gonna try to podium,
Mhm.
but I think a top 5 or top 10 finish would be really nice. And I'm hoping to have a sub 2 average by that year and be top player.
Wow. I mean, that'll be very exciting. It does seem to be like a pretty interesting time for Scube as a whole. You know, Carter recently had WR miss, and Dominic getting a WR2. I mean, your performance right now is looking pretty good as well. Just need to translate it over into the full competition space. I think it's going to be very exciting, Taj. Congratulations once again on
Thank
becoming
you.
the Western champion. Excellent work. Excellent work. All right, we're still doing a little bit of 2x2. Let's give it like a very short break so Taj can switch out and then relax and enjoy the rest of Western Championships.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Okay, we are back in time
Alright,
for
alright.
Pure Minx Finals, and I'm Vishwa, and I'm joined by
I'm Varun.
Varun. So we just saw 2x2 round 2 groups 1 and 2. So far we have seen, let's see, in first seed we have.
There were a lot of sub 2s that round.
Yeah, there were a lot of sub 2s. Joaquin took the first spot, the 150 average.
9 sub 2s.
Yeah.
Impressive.
But now we have Pure Minx Finals, so Marcus came in starting off with 178.
Elijah started off with a 217. Pretty good. I think there's 3 people with this in this comp that have sub 2 official averages.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
should
so
be
we
a
can see it
pretty
right
interesting
here.
final. Oh, right, there we go.
Yeah, Elijah Brown has a 178 PR average. Marcus came in 186, and Joaquin 199. So who do you think is going to win the Western Championship?
For Western Champion for Pira, I'm pretty sure Elijah has it in the bag.
Okay, what about
But
overall?
Overall, it could also just be him. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he wins the whole thing.
Yeah. He did get second seed in the
tied.
last round. Tied. Yeah, tied, but
And
Marcus.
also very close to third.
Yeah.
Yeah, these 3 are really close. How about round 1? Go to round 1.
Yeah, Marcus took round
Okay,
1.
by a good amount.
So Marcus has been first at both times.
That is true.
Both rounds.
Actually, he is on pace. He's doing better than Elijah this round so far. Only a solvent, but he's still doing somewhat better.
Do you know what Elijah's first solve was?
Elijah had a 217.
Okay.
And Marcus had 170. The 8, I think.
Yeah, something cool about this final is that we're going to be having live data entered in as the competition goes. So
Makes it entertaining to watch from.
yeah, so if you go to live.worldcubeassociation.org and go to Western Championship 2024, you can see that the times for the first solve are already being entered in.
Exactly. It's pretty fun to watch because it shows best and worst possible averages too near the end.
Yes.
All right, Marcus is up for a second solve.
So already having a 178. Good start.
Oh, that yellow is a 2-move
Yeah.
B.
Oh,
That
yellow
is
looks
really
great.
Good. You gonna do it? Oh, green.
He doesn't, but it still gets
Still
185.
Surprised he didn't go for that 2-move V on.
Did I see 4 tips on that?
It was definitely 3 or 4, yeah.
Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, that's counting for Marcus, so he's doing really well. Counting 1-8, even on PR pace.
Matthew.
Oh, right. Okay. Gotta wait for what means times. He hasn't done a solve yet. Alright, Elijah's up for his second one right here. Curious to see if he's gonna take advantage of that 2-move V on yellow, or also go for green. Oh. Okay, I see why green's good too. Yeah, he also went for green.
Okay, 230.
That was a pretty long solution near the end there. He got the V down pretty fast, but I don't think he ended up with a good case there. The L4E.
Yeah, it seems like we haven't seen any of Joaquin's time so far. He's another front runner to take the first place.
I'm predicting those 3 are definitely going to be the podium.
Yeah, I think
it's almost guaranteed. On
I wouldn't count out Alex
yeah.
Bohack, but it looks like he has
true.
a 2.9 and a DNF.
Yeah,
so
it's
that's
not a good start for him.
Yeah,
at all.
292 is going to be counting. So he needs to get some low 2s or sub 2s on his next 3 solves.
All right, Marcus is up for his third solve. He's on really good pace. So, yeah. Oh, okay.
The scrimble looks
He's going for
decent.
either green or red. I'm gonna.
I do see a block on green-red.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's gonna be tough. Still a 2-5, which isn't bad at all.
Yeah, Y
For how,
rotation.
yeah, for how lucky that solve was, 255 is still pretty good. That was.
Can I reset this? Yeah. Alright, next time. Can I reset? Probably, yeah. I mean, they've got it on the stream, so I don't think. I don't even know where the hell.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Joaquin subs are
Joaquin
in.
has a 4.6, 1.9, and 1.7. So
That could go either way.
yeah, so that 4.6 is definitely going to put the pressure on him.
Yeah, makes a very
but
wide
if he's able to get his similar solves to his second and third, he could take the win here.
Yeah, so far he has the best solve on the third one. We'll see what Elijah can do here. About to get his puzzle.
I'm indifferent. I think it's because I'm more used to cameras on me now. Is that right? Yeah.
You're a single from 07. All right, Elijah's. He's looking for green too.
8 seconds.
Oh. Okay,
I
255.
got the same time as Marcus. Same. They both didn't do too well on that solve.
Even though he's a bit behind Joaquin and Marcus, it looks like he's probably going to take the title of Western champ.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to hear a funny story that happened in
Sure.
round 2?
Let's hear it.
Okay, so Elijah was scrambling pyramix in round 2, and it seems like the pyramix popped, and he had to fix it. He had to fix a
I hear
tip,
about this.
and he accidentally put the tip back together in an orientation that
solve right
can't
here.
be solved. So the competitor.
Oh, no.
So the competitor was granted an extra because the key was even solved.
Right, right. Okay, Marcus did not do too hot on that solve right there. 320 is not really going to do well. That makes that 2-5 counting.
But still, 206
However,
BPA.
Yes, that BPA is strong. That worst possible isn't too bad either. I'd say he almost guarantees podium with the 253. I don't see too many people getting close to that.
Oh, I was looking at us in the camera very intense. Okay, so it seems like Vinicius
Oh.
Shaw has a 235 BPA.
Yeah, that could be really good.
He's from this region as well, right?
I think he's.
Okay, so
wrong.
if he gets
We'll see.
BPA, he could
Get
beat
Western
Elijah
champion.
and
That
take the
would
title
be
of Western
quite
champ.
the upset. Well, I mean, we'll see how Elijah does here. Marcus didn't do too well on the solve, so see if he could change that right here. Yeah, that scramble's not great, actually. Yeah, he doesn't seem too happy with it.
8 seconds.
See if he can. Well. Oh, really good turning there.
Okay,
that was amazing.
179.
179. I think that locks him in for Western champion, actually.
Yeah, worst possible 234, and
Yeah.
Vinicius has a best balls of 235. So he does lock in the title of Western champ. So Elijah Brown's going to be Western
There
champ.
we go.
Looks like we're starting to see people wrap up their solves. Chris
All right.
Wani with a 323 average, and Preston
It's gonna
Schwartz
be
with
close between these
394.
two. If Marcus gets BPA, he locks on the win here.
But if he doesn't, then
Anything could happen.
Yeah, anything could happen.
Oh, that does not look too good.
Yeah, this looks
I can't say that scrambles too. They come down to the turning here. Oh wow, that was
Okay,
really good. That was
219.
really good.
219.
Yeah.
So
That's gonna
Elijah
make it-
could still beat that. His average.
Yeah, he's gonna need something really good though.
220 average for
220.
Marcus. That puts him at first for now.
Yeah, Elijah's gonna need a rounded
2 flat.
203. Yeah. No, 213. Pretty good is gonna done on a
I
not
saw
so
him
good
shaking his head
scramble.
at the scramble.
Yeah.
This is not a good
He's gonna
scramble.
have to do. Oh.
229. That doesn't
So
quite beat
close.
Marcus,
It doesn't, but it's really close.
But that means he's going to be taking second place.
Yeah, second place and Western champion by a good margin. Oh, Joaquin has a. Oh wait, still got 2 more to go, so we'll see what he gets.
So are you excited for the upcoming finals?
Oh yeah, we got blind 2 and 3.
Yeah.
I'll be
What do you think
taking
we're
part
gonna
in 2
see
and
in those
3,
finals?
but- Ooh, blind. I know Max Shaw's been practicing a lot of blind recently,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
I hope to see him do well.
He did get a PR of 20.2 in the last
Yes.
round.
I saw him upload a 19 average on YouTube too.
Oh,
Average of
really?
5 even. So
Wow.
that's impressive.
Yeah.
Hope to see even a sub 20 from him. That would be cool to see.
I think most likely we're gonna be seeing Graham take first place though.
Yes, that's
either Graham or
yes.
Max.
Right. I'd say Graham has the better chance there.
But after that, we have 2x2, and
yeah.
you know, who knows?
2x2
2x2
could
is
go
very
so
close.
many ways. Yeah, they're with 9 people within 0.5 of each other in the ranks.
Very impressive. Oh, so Joaquin's fourth solve was a 446.
Oh,
That's going to be counting.
Yeah, that's tough.
So he's counting a 197 and a 446.
If he does well, he could get podium. but
Yeah, he
he's
gets
gonna
to
have
a
to do
podium.
well.
His best possible is 272.
His best possible still locks in the podium. Yeah, he's going to need a low 2 for that on a not so good scramble either, which he's about to get.
All right. This scramble is not good. Okay.
He's going to need a good time on it.
Yeah, he's going to need like a mid 2, around a low to mid 2.
I think a low 2. Around
Yeah.
2 point.
Or else he's not going to be on the podium.
Yeah. See, we don't really have a camera on him. See with the live entry.
Yeah, it seems like Alex Bohak,
with the
one of the
DNF
top
average.
seeds
Yeah.
the previous rounds, had 3 DNFs in his
DNFs.
average,
That's the
unfortunately.
DNF average.
Not good for him.
Take a look at the blind.
Okay, so the blind,
Okay.
our first seed is Graham Siggins. He has a PR of 15.6, which is 18th in the
A
world.
large lead above everyone else.
And following him, we have Max Shaw with a PR of 20.2, and then David Corrali with a PR of 20.2. So this could be very
Could
close.
be pretty close. Nolan Yu's also up there. 21 single.
Oh, wow. Okay. So this is going to be really close.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the last round, we saw Graham take the lead with a 17-second solve, then followed by Max, and then Nolan with a 31.
All right.
Yeah, so now we're going to be taking a
We're gonna
small
take a
break.
quick break
And then we're
before
going to
we
be
do
back
blind.
with 3 blind.
Yes.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Hey guys, welcome back to the broadcast. We are here with our Western champion for 2024, Elijah Brown for Pyraminx. How are you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good. Glad to have held my title.
Yeah.
Glad to have kept it for another year at least. So.
How many years back to back have you done it so far?
This is just 2. I think.
Yeah.
2022.
I know
think 2022 was Owen. 2021 was also Owen.
It was, yeah.
2019. It might have been Tyler.
I think it might have.
2019. I think the only times I've had it would be 2018 and 2023.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about your last solve and what you were seeing in there, because it seemed like a difficult scramble.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly great. I'm trying to recall. There were some blocks, but no really good way to build off of them. If I'm remembering right, I basically just kind of had to do 3 moves to like a line, so it was like a V missing a piece, and from there I sort of I inserted a piece in a way that would give me a good case. And then I just turned well, I was actually kind of surprised to get 2.2 on that. I thought I would do worse, really, so.
All right, awesome. I wanted to ask if, like, for that last solve, did you feel like you could do any better? Because I don't know if you noticed this, but it was an extremely, like, tight solve for how it was going to end.
Yeah, could I have done better? Maybe a little bit, but I'm pretty happy with how I performed on that.
Oh, okay, awesome. So, yeah, actually, you got a lot of competing left, including 3 blind finals.
Yeah,
which is crazy
right now.
But definitely wanted to bring you on and kind of, if no one knew who you were, now you know. Former world record holder for Pyraminx.
Indeed.
But yeah, that's awesome. So good luck in 3 blind, and congratulations again on being Western champion for Pyraminx.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
The instructions were to enter ASMR mode, everyone. Hello and welcome. This is 3x3 blindfolded. Oh my goodness, I'm actually tingling. I have not entered ASMR mode
in a hot minute.
In a hot minute. Alright everyone, 3x3 blindfolded. The reason why we are all ASMRing is because we need silence in this venue so that the competitors can give maximum concentration to the solves. You'll see 3 blind is no inspection event. The competitors are going to take off the cover, and that time is going to start ticking. They're going to use that time to both memorize, and when they're ready, they're going to don the blindfold. That means put the blindfold on. And once they do that, they're going to start solving. The judge is going to put a sight blocker in their way just to make sure they actually cannot see the puzzle. And that total time, memorization plus inspection, is going to count towards the complete solved.
So, who we're seeing right now is Max Xiao. And we're probably also going to be tracking Graham Sagan's 2 excellent blindfolded solvers. What would you say good splits are for memo and execution?
Yeah, so at the very, very top level, we're talking like Tommy Cherry, Charlie Eggins. They're looking at sub 6 memo. And, so that's what you need for about anywhere between, if you want to get a 12, you probably need it faster. If you want to get a 20, we're talking about something like that, like an 8-second memo.
Alright, that looks really good. Again, all these competitors are going to be using 3 style. It's a interesting blindfolded solving technique. Kind of solve 2 pieces at a time, as opposed to the more basic methods like M2 and old Bachman. Solve 1 piece at a time with a buffer.
Right. Yeah, 3-style is a pretty interesting method. Lots of algorithms that you need to know. You're essentially solving the cube piece by piece, except 2 pieces by 2 pieces. You're going to see competitors are going to, when they execute, they're going to, most competitors are going to do edges first, like Max Xiao is doing here. All the edges are going to come together, and then he's going to do the rest of the corners using something called a commutator. The exact details are not necessary here, as he unfortunately DNFs.
And that's one thing you're going to see a lot in this 3-blind event, because it's 3 solves that they do, and you take the best of those 3 solves. If they can't memorize, if they forget the solves, they have to be perfect, or else they will unfortunately DNF. That's something that's happened to me many times in competition.
Yeah, DNFing is very common when it comes to 3x3 blindfolded, mainly because we mentioned it earlier. There are 2 places you can go wrong. Either during your memorization, you memorize the wrong letter, which basically is the same thing as the wrong piece to solve, or you accidentally do the wrong move and you can't fix it because you can't see the move that you messed up.
So now we're on to Graham's second solve. His first solve there at 22:31.
Yeah, very solid first solve. He's going to be looking to now accelerate and see if he can get something sub 20.
Yeah, his memo time's always really fast, but it looks like his execution just looks a little choppy there. Could speed up a little bit, but...
Edge is done now?
Yep.
We're looking at like probably a 21. Okay,
yep.
Nice. He beat my prediction. Well done.
Yep.
2085, really solid. Graham is a very consistent solver. Of course, being the multi-blind specialist he is, kind of have to be pretty consistent. It translates at least somewhat over to the regular 3x3 blindfolded.
Yeah, but looks like he already has a time here, so maybe he's looking to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
Especially with Max having that data.
Yeah, he has a margin now. I mean, I fully expect Graham to be the Western champion here. Alright, Max now. Alright, that
finished in about 9 seconds.
Yeah, that tilt of the head, that's him nodding the blindfold. You can do it without using your hands. It's called the nod dawn method.
Max now really needs to get a solve. He does get one at
That's looking good.
55. Fortunately, not as fast as he'd want to. It's not going to beat Graham's solves, but having that time down there secures you at least a chance of getting on the podium, which is all you need.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 25 is quite solid. 22 is quite solid. I mean, his PR was 22:16 until that previous round where he got a 20. So, I mean, that's really solid. It's going to be tough to see if any of the competitors can really beat that here.
Now Graham's last solve of this mean.
Now remember, it doesn't really matter if Graham solves the cube here. He still has a single. We're going to rank based on single.
And this one's already looking a little bit faster than his last one.
This is a +2?
That is a +2, unfortunately, but...
1908, it's still going to be his fastest, and he's put himself in front. I don't really think any other competitors can really chase that, honestly. I mean, Max Xiao is going to need a really, really good scramble for him in order to catch that, and he needs a PR.
Yeah.
When you need to PR...
But again, this is a very, it's an event with a lot of variability. You're just taking your single. So we're only looking at Max and Graham here, but we have, I believe, live data entry for all the other cubers.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it'd be nice to get the live data up and running.
It's possible that someone else has a really good time right now that we're just not seeing.
Yeah, I mean, Keaton seems to say that Krish got a 12-second PR. Congrats to him. Well done. Yeah, here we go. All the data is coming in now.
Yep. You can see no one with the time even really touching Graham at the moment.
Right.
The sub 20, it's really hard to beat something like that.
Yeah, looking at this one, looks like there's at least one piece solved. That's good. Every time you have pieces solved, that's less pieces that you need to, solve.
And so far, it's looking like...
Oh, it looks like he's lost the memo just a little bit. He's just kind of grasping at it, see if he can get something to go here. I mean, he's well past the 25 DNF, so Max Xiao is going to end up with 22.55.
But he is on pace to hopefully get on the podium. I think this is currently second place. Graham, with that 19, puts him pretty cleanly in first place so far.
Yeah, just looking at
any kind of upsets.
Yeah, I'm just
And
looking at
it
the rest of
also-
the competitors, and I don't really think anyone's going to be able to chase that 19.
Yeah, and that's with the +2.
That's with the +2. It would have been a 17 otherwise. Definitely, I'm going to be curious to hear what he has to say about the solve. I mean, you can already see him. He's already back there. He's ready. He's
Ready.
queued up. He's ready to go. We're just going to wait for everyone to finish. That way, we can start talking a little bit louder. It's a more interesting interview. You can actually talk a little bit.
It's also interesting. Again, you're talking about the consistency. Graham, the only one in this event so far, actually guaranteed to be the only one with the mean.
Yeah.
Everyone else has at least DNF'd a single solve. So
Yeah, I find that very impressive considering I've been competing this event for a long time, done a lot of rounds, and I only have one mean still.
it is a tough thing to get a mean on.
Yeah, it's impressive. I mean, the top competitors are top competitors for a reason.
Yep. Well, with that said, I think we will probably be slowly transitioning it to Graham with the interview. So I think Manu,
You want to hop off?
Hand it off to you.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Okay, talking like this. Hello, Graham. Congratulations on becoming the Western champion. Yeah, tell me a little bit about some of those scrambles.
Thank you. The scrambles were pretty average. I think it was 10 Alex on the first, 10 Alex on the second. I had horrible turning on both of those, just nerves, I guess. The last one I actually performed pretty well on. It was 10 Alex made into 9 with an LTCT, and then I +2'd the LTCT because I'm bad.
I mean, it was still a 19-second single. I mean, once you got to that sub 20, I think it was pretty clear that no one else was going to be able to catch you. Max Xiao ended up getting a 22, if you saw that as well. And he had a 20 in the previous round. So, you know, the first two, there was maybe a chance, but the last one, I think he just put it away for good, definitively.
Yeah, maybe. I was practicing with Max before this, and it seems like 18s are not uncommon for him. So
Oh, wow.
I was like, he could still beat it, but he didn't. So
Okay. Well, I think either way, it seems like you were going to be the Western champion. Yeah, well done there. Tell me a little bit about your just overall weekend of competing. I mean, this is the first time we have you in the booth, so.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. I did a lot of non-blind events and did the blind events on Friday. That was interesting. I, on 5 blind, got a couple good times, and like 326 and then 345, and then I DNF'd the last one by a move, which would have been a pyramid, so that was sad.
Damn.
And then, so I went 2 out of 3 on 5 blind, and then I triple DNF'd 4 blind, so I gave the win to Kyungmin, which is cool. He's happy about that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's very it is pretty funny to see. Not who I would have expected, and he was also just like, yeah, not the title I thought I was gonna get.
Yeah, he was really
this time around.
He was really confused, and I told him that. And yeah, we're gonna have a podium of like 326 5 blind and 530 4 blind.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he mentioned too, which I thought was quite amusing. Talk a little bit about your M blind results. You attempted 64 cubes in both attempts.
Yeah, the first attempt was kind of bad. I made so in my winning NAC attempt, I did this. I made a room order mistake, and I recovered really well on the NAC attempt and got 61 out of 64. I don't know how that happened, but on the first attempt on Friday, I did the same thing, and I did not recover well, and I ended up forgetting like half of that pack. So 55 out of 64. It was kind of bad. And then the second attempt, memo felt amazing. Like, I didn't feel unsure about anything when I was doing execution, and I had fast memo, so I could go really careful on execution, and then I had 5 DNFs, so it's like bittersweet. Like, it's not a bad result, but I thought it would be a world record, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was looking at, because, you know, I was back here setting some stuff up and, you know, momentarily just peeking in, making sure everything was going well, and yeah, going through execution, because you were at like 2 cubes, DNF'd, and I'm like, okay, like this is looking really good. And then I saw on that second attempt, the third cube that was the DNF was DNF by like 2 moves.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, dude, if he misses WR by literally 2 moves, I'm going to be so sad.
Yeah. So I guess I DNF'd like 3 cubes really like in the last couple of packs or something. Oh, we don't have to whisper anymore.
Okay.
Maybe we still do it anyways.
Yeah, well,
no.
as long as the gain stuff is all right and we don't blow everyone's ears out.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that one I did like I think I had like an RUR prime ending corners, and for some reason like I didn't know if I had done an R2 or an R, and so I did an R2 UR prime, I think. So it was like 2 or 3 moves from solved. I think 3 moves from solved. Yeah, so annoying.
Yeah, that would have been really sad. I mean, it ended up being 59 anyway.
That's weird. Why does it say 2485 best?
I think those two are swapped, it looks like. So
okay.
Little bit of a mishap there, but I mean, yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we just saw it there. Those are the results from 3x3 blindfolded, and yeah, the Western champion in 3x3 blindfolded, 5x5 blindfolded, and M blind. When is your next competition with multi-blind?
I think it's gonna be
Chicago.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
there.
both. Yeah, we're both
I'm there in
crashing
Chicago.
at. We're both gonna crash at Draco's house.
At Draco's, I'm looking forward to scrambling 128 cubes yet again.
Hell yeah! I haven't had a 3-attempt multi-comp since, like, at least 3 attempts since the
Mountain View Multi-Madness?
or Multi-Madness. Yeah, that one.
That was indeed a competition filled with madness.
Do you think you'll do part 2 of that comp?
Calvin is interested in doing it, so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to see where exactly that goes, but
yeah.
For now,
maybe not 9 attempts this time.
No, we're definitely not doing 9 attempts.
Could do.
That's
could
what
do a lot still.
I told
6
him. That's what I told him. I'm like, I think maybe 6 is a good number.
Yeah.
In any case, we're going to return to the rest of Western Championships 2024. Thanks for hopping on, Grant, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup speed cubes. Our team of experts will dial in your speed cube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
And looks like we're just about getting started with 2x2 finals. A 157. For the first solve.
All right, everyone. Hello. Welcome to 2x2 finals. Looks like we're going to get started here.
Yeah, so as the live data entry people are readied up, it seems like we're just gonna get ready to go. I think the ASMR, but we need a brush. It's not that bad of an idea. We could do that. I think that could be interesting. I'm sure cubing ASMR is like definitely a thing, right? I'm sure people would enjoy doing that. All right. So in our first two positions, we have Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez from Mexico, or at least he represents Mexico as his nationality, and Chris Chi sitting on the red side of the stage. Joaquin with a 131 official average, good for 37th in the world. Chris Chi with a 143 average at 78th in the world. Let's take a look at some of the results from round 2. Yeah, Joaquin with 150, Christopher 159. A couple of other competitors in the mix here. Max Xiao 160, Chris Shah Nathwani 167. Like loads of sub twos, which is basically as we called it. A lot of good scrambles it looked like were out there.
Correct. The averages for the second round were all really close. You could make an argument that anyone within the top 5 or 6 could realistically win this competition for sure.
Oh yeah, and I think it could extend.
It could
because
extend.
People make mistakes.
Correct.
Right?
And even someone who's sitting at 8th seed currently with Varun Mohan Raj with a 193 average.
Yeah, he has a chance too. All right, I think we're on to our official solves now. Chris Chi to start us off here. CLL with a +2, unfortunately, 404 to start.
This is a classic situation, especially when you're looking to stop the timer as fast as possible. The +2s really ring large with cube, 2x2, etc.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very low margin of error event, unfortunately. And as we got our little live tracker up there for you all to see, Joaquin indeed did begin with that 1.57. And now he's on to number 2. Anything in particular? I don't see any big blocks. The only thing is that maybe there's an EG or EG2 off that green. Nope. Not what he's going to do.
Yeah, nothing in particular. But he did get a 168 out of it. Now keep in mind that the way you solve a 2x2 and at an advanced level, you don't need to build an entire layer. Sometimes you just need to build just 3/4 of the corners.
That's exactly right. Vishwan and I were talking about this earlier. There's loads of algorithm sets at this point. We got like TCLL and there were like the TBLL, whatever it was, man. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and the 2x2ers these days are very, very skilled. They know a lot of algorithms, and something that I know Zane does is if he'll see something on an official solve, and he wasn't able to come up with a good solution for it, he'll just straight up memorize it.
Correct.
And he's just gonna store that in his bank forever, and know that next time it shows up, he's gonna execute it right the second time.
Yeah.
That's nuts to me. That's so wild.
Yeah, and at the very, very top level, when you watch Yiheng do 2x2 solves, really not having some outstandingly difficult solutions, but where he stands out a lot more is that he's able to cancel so many moves in his solution.
Yeah.
Like he has a specific alg that solves a certain portion, and he's able to cancel 3-4 moves into his last algorithm.
Yeah, it really is really impressive. You know, a lot of people clown on 2x2. It's like, oh, a silly event. Who really cares? But at the top level, it's serious, and there's a lot of skill that goes into it. Even so as far as like starting and stopping the timer. That's a skill that these guys are all gonna practice.
Yep.
All right, Joaquin now, number 3.
All right, let's see what he's able to take care of here. Of course, there's that big blue side that you might be able to take advantage.
And yeah, I mean, it did look like he did do that to some extent. 173. He's clearly ahead of everyone else right now. The only other person to get a sub-2 single is Kyungmin Choi, sitting off of the stream station. Christopher Chi now.
And that is unfortunate.
Man, that's really tough to see.
So Chris Chi starting off his first solve with a +2, and then the second solve with a corner twist. And not only was it a corner twist, it just wasn't a great solution in a sense that it was really locky, and that's probably what caused the corner twist.
Man, that really feels bad. And once again, it's just like these very small margins that cause like these lockups and the corners to twist.
I mean, almost certainly for 2x2, when we say that there's no margin for error, as the events get shorter and shorter, the margin for error becomes smaller and smaller.
Or another way to think about it is, any sort of error that you do make, the badness of it increases quite dramatically.
I would
You
say
know,
almost exponential.
If Joaquin right now, if he plus twos, he doubled his solve.
Exactly.
Like that's rough.
All right, so Joaquin, there's also a realistic chance that he's so far ahead right now he could clinch just in solve 4. Someone to keep in mind, though, is Kyungmin Choi with a 193 and a 182.
Yeah, he has not received Scramble 3 yet.
But Scramble 3 was the good scramble.
Yeah. All right, another one here. He's looking around. Wow, that was a long solution. And that was pretty decent execution. Only looks like a couple of small execution errors that may have been made, but relatively clean.
I would like to argue that it was more than decent execution. It was almost flawless execution.
Yeah. It's just a long solution.
Yeah.
Here's Chris Chi now. On the same CLL again, building that layer.
Jesus, Chris. Yeah, that is very unfortunate. The third solve being another +2 that they need to type into data entry.
Yeah.
So 3 solves in a row has been difficult, and that CLL is what I believe he was doing at that time, right?
Yes, that was CLL.
Yeah. That is unfortunate, and Chris Chi at this point, he's out of contention.
Unfortunately, yeah. Joaquin right now, now that he's 4 solves through, we do see his BPA, WPA. He's guaranteed to get a sub 2 average. 1.66 is his best possible.
Yep.
The only person right now that looks like could even have a chance to get sub 2 is Mini.
It'll probably have to be Kyungmin Choi.
Jack Stewart also has an outside chance, but he's going to need to count some, probably like a 1.5.
Yeah, but we think about it with Joaquin with a 181 worst possible average. This is pretty much set in stone.
I think he's almost entirely locked it up because Mini doesn't have a single solve underneath that.
Yeah, correct. And I believe Joaquin is actually about to go.
Oh, all right. Here we go. Solve number 5. Let's see what he's going to get. Will it be 166, 181, or something in between? In any case, he's almost certainly locked up the win here at Western Championship 2024 in 2x2.
However, the Western champion has yet to be determined.
That's a good point. That's a good point. In the front running for that, yeah, Jack Stewart or Kyungmin Choi. He could return to defend his title. All right, here we go. Wow, there are no major blocks here. The only thing I can see is maybe that red.
That red might be a good start. Oh,
that was a short solution too.
What is that? Is that what we call a +2 here?
I mean, this is gonna either be BPA or WPA, so he's either gonna get 166 or 181. It looks like Elijah, the delegate, looked at it relatively quickly and made the decision.
I think they made the call that it was good.
Let's see. I guess we'll see what happens when data entry puts it in, or perhaps from the scorecard here. Tough to tell. No, that's a +2.
Yeah, it's a +2.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
it can't be anything other than a +2.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Not Kevin is also taking a second look at it.
Yeah, it's a 2.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, worst possible average 181, but like we said, yeah, no. Oh, actually, Mini does have a chance. He could actually beat 181 if he best possible averages. He has 193, 182. Then everything has moved around now. 226 and 160.
Yeah.
If he counts 160, so he needs 1.6 or better, and he will lock in not only the Western Champion title, but also the overall win.
1.61, 1.62 will probably get it done.
Yeah, I think up to
1.61 probably.
Yeah, something like that.
If it's 1.62 at that point, he probably doesn't have a fast enough single
He might tie.
to beat out Joaquin.
Yeah, he might tie. And at that point, yeah, he doesn't have a fast enough single.
All right, so Chris Chi's final solve, just not having a great average thus far. Of course, just losing out on the Paraminx event. And Chris Chi is
1.77 on that final.
He's having a really rough time at this competition, I'm not going to lie.
It's tough to see.
Yeah, very, very frustrating for him. But you know what? We win some, and of course we lose many.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Unfortunate. All right, with most entries already filled in, it looks like we are just going to wait on Kyungmin Choi to see if he's going to defend his title or if he's going to relinquish the overall win to Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez.
We also see that Max Xiao is finished up with a 214, and Joel Kim is currently third with a 268. Of course, quite a few people who might be in contention have yet to do Solve 5.
Yeah. And Kyungmin Choi with a 110.
Oh my
entered
goodness.
into WCA Live now.
That is insane.
1.78
You know what?
average to clutch it up.
What we should do is I should go get him.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
talk about it.
Yeah, let me grab this guy.
Yeah, we'll be right back and let's get Kyungmin.
Hey, we're SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
All right, everyone. The man of the moment, Kyungmin Choi, has successfully defended his Western champion title. Not just that, he has won the entire competition, 1.1 on that last solve to get the best possible average, just edging out Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez from Mexico. Mr. Choi, what happened in this average? Tell us all.
Absolutely terrible scrambles. Yeah, 1 and 2 were really terrible. The scrambles were. So, I mean, I couldn't find anything, but I was still kind of disappointed about my solves because 1.9 and 1.8, that's not a great start for me at least. So I knew I had to kind of climb my way back up if I wanted a chance at winning or podiuming.
Yeah.
And solve 3 was kind of sad. So at that point, I was like, oh, it's kind of over. So I'm probably not gonna win, but I was a little more relaxed on my last 2 solves, and I was able to turn really well on last 2 because I wasn't as nervous.
Okay, I see. Tell us a little bit about what you saw on the last one, solve 5.
The last one, that was a really tough scramble until I found basically like. So I never do EG2 because I don't know EG2 algorithms. So I would always have to do anti-CLO, right?
Okay.
But I had to resolve to a diagonal layer because I really couldn't see anything else. But that ended up being really lucky because it was the easiest EG2 case possible, which was R2F to R2.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah! Wow, that is actually, yes, the easiest thing you could possibly get.
That kind of saved me a lot.
Wow. Well, I mean, you can call it lucky, or you can call it. I guess it was just a pretty good solution.
Well, yeah, I had a different solution that would have gave like a 1.7, 1.8, but that would not have done the job right. So, I got pretty lucky there.
So, how many solutions are you evaluating at each of these steps?
It depends on the scramble, but
of course,
if it looks tough and I have a decent scramble, then I would just go for the first one I see. But usually on a normal scramble, 4, I guess. I think 4 is a good number. Yeah.
Wow, that's quite a lot. So going into Solve 5, did you know what you needed to win, or I mean, at that point, did you just not really care?
I didn't know how other people did besides Max, so I had no idea. I honestly thought I probably didn't get first. I thought I could podium because the set was really difficult and 1.7 is not too terrible considering the how good all the competitors are for this competition. But I'm pretty surprised that I won actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, somehow you managed to pull through in the very end in quite dramatic fashion, if I do say so myself. You've now claimed 4 Western champion titles in 4 different events. That's pretty special. You may end up as the most decorated Western champion aside from Max Park at the end of the day today. How do you feel?
Maybe. Well, this competition, if I didn't, I only podiumed, or okay, how do I say this? When I podiumed, I only won.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah.
All
you
my
won all
podiums
of
were gold.
Yeah.
And that's great. That feels good. I mean, overall, the competition performance wasn't great, to be honest. But I still feel pretty good about what I was able to do. And I'm very blessed to be in this position to be able to win multiple titles.
Yeah, absolute quality. Well done, Kyungmin. I'm going to let you go so you can enjoy the rest of Western Championships 3x3 finals coming up next. You got a pick for who's going to win, who's going to get second?
Let's take a look. No, I'm not gonna look. First, Max Park.
Okay, yes.
Second, the other Max.
Max Xiao.
Max Xiao.
All right. All
and
right.
Third, Jeremy.
Ooh. Give us a thought on what do you think, what average is going to win and what's going to get second and third? Pull some numbers out.
Max is known for being clutch, and he has been really clutch recently during like big finals, Worlds, NEC. He's definitely gonna get a sub 6 average. It's gonna be, I'm gonna give, let's say 5.5. 5.5 is good.
Okay, damn.
And, okay, Max Xiao, 6.4. Jeremy with a solid 6.7.
All right, there we go. You heard it here, Kyungmin Choi. Let's hope those predictions come true. Well done, sir. And yeah, enjoy head-to-head finals. Everyone, we're gonna go to a quick break before we come back and kind of preview what we have left for you here. Thanks, Kyungmin.
Hey, we're your SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
Welcome back, everyone. It is now time for 3x3 head-to-head finals at Western Championship 2024. Me, Manu Singhal, and Michael Chai will be leading you through this. We got 12 awesome competitors from the West and everywhere else. They're going to duke it out for the championship title. A for the Western Championship, and B for the overall winner. There's a big cash prize waiting for our competitors here. Mr. Michael Chai, what are you most excited for looking into this?
Yeah, so really, I'm excited for a lot of different areas. I'm most excited, obviously, to watch Max Park solve.
Yeah.
And every single time he does a solve, it's a world record watch.
Yeah.
That's what we like to say. And in fact, I mean, obviously, he has the 3-1-3 world record currently.
Exactly. It takes just one good scramble. We could see the world record broken right here. In this venue, we are streaming live from San Diego, University of California, San Diego. Thanks for having us. This is Cubers Live as a production of West Coast Cubing in collaboration with SpeedCubeShop, the sponsor of not only this live stream, this competition, but also West Coast Cubing as a whole. You've seen the ads throughout the stream today. Do check them out. They got a great line, and they got a great new player in Max Park as well. So you'll get to see him shortly.
Correct. That was actually one of the secret announcements of our stream that basically was surprising everybody, is that Max Park is officially now sponsored by SpeedCubeShop.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Max and SCS. There are other people that we're interested in watching too. So most specifically, we're thinking about what it really means to be a Western champion. And even though Western champ is a little bit out of reach, like someone like Varun Mohanraj looking for his first sub-6 average.
Yeah, definitely. And he definitely has the capability to get there. He has been in the head-to-head situations before. He was in Nationals finals as well. So he has the experience. He has the solving caliber, the capability. He's definitely leveled up his game since then as well. Another big name to look out for, Max Yao, not from the West Coast. He is from the Pacific Northwest, a completely different region in the United States. An absolute top competitor in every single event that he does. And he's looking to claim number 2 and get his hands on some moolah so he can fly back home.
Correct. And then also, we have people that are root solvers. So Kevin, Tangtar Tharakul.
You got it. You got it.
Say that 5 times fast.
Not quite.
Yeah. Excellent root solver, and also placing 9th in semis. So we will see him in the second match of head-to-head.
Yeah, that's going to be really cool. Here's a name who's sitting right now at number 12, was the last one to make it in with an 8.28 average in the semifinals. Visway Murthy, a kid from the Bay Area in Northern California. He's a guy that I've seen kind of come up as when he first started competing, just like, I want to say like last year or earlier this year. And he's come with, he's probably not going to win, but this is going to be a big finals moment for him. I'm excited to see how he does in all this pressure.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, this is going to be a first-time experience.
Yeah.
And we also have just so many qualified top-tier competitors. We have people like Vishal Shankar, we have Paul Mavi, Krisha Nathwani, name staples. Jeremy Balemba from Arizona, name staples.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun. Legends are going to be forged in the fire that is head-to-head finals. Our MC, Chris Martin, is going to bring in the competitors now. We briefly mentioned this. Head-to-head means they are going to be brought 2 at a time. We're going to start off with our 11 and 12 seeds. They're going to be brought in. We got some little music playing for them in the background. They're going to be up there on, there's only using 2 stations, the red and the blue stages. They are right next to each other. We have instructed the competitors not to be looking at the other competitors' solves as they happen. And we're just going to go 2 by 2 by 2 all the way up. The winner is going to be decided based on average of 5. We're going to have live tracking for you available as once all the competitors have gone in. It's going to be an absolute whirlwind. I'm so excited.
So we should deep dive a little bit more as they're getting the introductions for our head-to-head finals about our 12th seed and our 11th seed. So as you mentioned, our 12th seed is going to be Vismay Murthy.
Yeah.
Right, from Northern California, but also our 11th seed, hailing from Mexico, Joaquin Hernandez.
Yeah, one of the best Mexican competitors there is. He's very well-rounded. You saw him earlier in the 2x2 round, just narrowly getting second place. Also in Pyramids, getting the 1.99 Mexican national record at Nationals. So he's a quality competitor, good at many different events. And here we go. We're doing the introductions now.
Yeah. This is going to be really exciting. So Vismay Murthy being introduced, he did get an 8.28 average to secure his bid as the 12th seed, narrowly beating out Nipun Das, who also got an 8.28 average.
Yeah, he also got
and
8.28.
lost by single by only 0.06 seconds.
Yeah, wow. That's incredible. That's extremely tight.
That is amazing. This must be an amazing experience for Miss May.
Yeah, I mean, it must be so cool. I mean, he's an awesome competitor to see.
Yep. And for Joaquin, he's definitely a little bit more seasoned, but also a newer cuber in a sense that he was really competitive in 2022, but also starting in 2017 officially.
Yeah.
So he's got some competitions under his belt.
Yeah, he's got 50 competitions done officially. He has a 6.78 average officially.
Yes.
So a very good competitor in his own right. The venue has gotten a bit quiet, so we will keep quiet as.
I mean, you could just feel the
Oh
electricity.
yeah. Oh yeah. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. The first of our head-to-head finals, broadcasting live from San Diego, California. This is Western Championships 2024.
All right, so Vismay, who is the lower seed, go ahead and.
Love to see the smile on his face. He's looking ready for it. All right, just taking a second to collect himself into the head-to-head final. All right, scramble 1. Everyone is going to get the same scramble. Interesting. Yellow is the first thing that I saw, but he still has white on bottom. Wondering if it's a white-only type solution. Here we go. Turning looking a little shaky out of the gate. He looks like he's getting more comfortable with it though.
Wow.
J-Perm to finish 8-12.
You know
Good
what?
solid start.
That was pretty impressive on Vismay's end.
Yeah.
What I want to say is he had a rough start to the solve, but he really flew through F2L, and the last layer was amazing.
Yeah, I actually really like the way he composed himself and went into the second half of the solution there. You know, just because you do these PLLs all the time, you are training them, but in a high pressure situation, you know, this is the first thing to fail, right?
Yeah. The most likely thing that you'll see in these high tension situations are these logs.
Mm-hmm. All right, looks like Joaquin also has white on bottom right now. Looks like that is the cross color of choice. Yep. Flying through F2L, long solution on that F2L number 3. OL kind of locking up there, not great execution, 934.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we're talking about. Like, the solution is not terrible, but just a lot of lockups in this in the overall solve.
I mean, you saw that F2L number 3. That looked like a pretty long solution for, you know, a pair that was already had the edge oriented too.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was one of those kind of solutions that's like one of those fallbacks. You know, you might as well do something that you're comfortable with, just so that you don't, you know, lock up and make a mistake. Not necessarily a bad choice, just a bit of a trade-off.
Correct. And Vismay, you know, having the advantage at this point, right? And
yeah,
we'll have to see how far he's able to collect himself. Is he going to get a 6 or a 7 on the stream is yet to be determined.
Yeah, and once again, everyone, I mean, that you've only gone through Scramble 1. There are 4 more scrambles still to be revealed. We have no idea what could be hiding behind those.
Yeah.
Ready.
All right, he's ready as he picks up his cube. He once again has white on bottom, suggests to me that he is a white cross-only solver.
Yeah.
Inspection time has passed into F2L now. Looking pretty good. I liked those first 2 F2Ls. This is a 7-7-0. Great solve. Great solve.
So something interesting that we saw in that solve was as soon as he finished across, there was actually a pretty big pause.
Yeah.
Again, his execution is excellent, but that's a sign that in inspection, he's probably not able to inspect that cross +1, which at this level is almost an expectation.
Yeah, definitely. But it does mean that he had good look ahead to continue.
Correct. It probably, you know, at that level.
That's promising.
He's probably just got some nerves to deal with, and he's figuring out how to inspect it efficiently.
That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah.
Team scramble here. Like he's also going to go ahead on that white cross. Again, this is a bit pausey.
He's got a nice Soon case. What was that? Back Soon into an RA perm?
RA looks what sound right to me.
Yeah. I always forget if that's back soon or anti soon. I get the two mixed up.
I actually get them mixed up too. They do look very similar at this full speed.
Left soon. That's what I like to call it.
All right, fair enough.
All right, so Vishmay into solve number 3, and he has commanding position.
Yeah, I expect to see Vismay kind of settle in here, unless there's like a absurd scramble.
To me, he's the type of competitor that, yes, he's young, but he's more mature than he lets on. Yeah, he's taking his time to just warm up, make sure he drills his algs down.
I feel like he's warming up significantly longer here. I hope he doesn't psych himself out. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Ready.
There we go. He's readied up. I mean, he could be looking at PR potential too. He's on pace for it right now.
Yeah.
White cross yet again.
This kid turns fast.
It's a bit locky though, unfortunately. Yeah, long F2L solution. 896. It's good to see that he isn't too miffed by it because, yeah, it was long and unfortunately did look like it kind of cost him there because he did lock up quite a bit more.
Quite a few lockups. He just tried to turn through it. And, yeah, gotta be a little bit more efficient. You can definitely slow down a little bit.
Mm-hmm. All right, Joaquin now. He's got 9 and 9 to start off. Not particularly savory. He's going to look for a comeback here.
8 seconds.
That edge being solved is going to help him out a little bit. Yeah, good cross.
Yeah.
Joaquin also turning incredibly quickly, but got a much better solution. 823.
Yeah.
Well done.
That was very good. The PLO was struggling just a little bit to wrap up. It could have been a 7 possibly, but it's really hard to say. 823, you'll take it any day.
Yeah, I mean, especially after starting 9-9.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, scrambling and running on top as Visme has already received his cube into solve number 4. I mentioned that he was on PR pace before. Technically still possible, but he is probably going to need to count that 770 now. 795 is his PR average.
I don't like this from Visme, and this is something that, you know, maybe he'll be able to prove me wrong here, but you don't want to think too much before you're solved. That's at least a personal preference of mine. He's taking longer and longer to get ready.
Ready.
There we go. He's ready now. You can hear it kind of echoed in the venue. It's that quiet in here.
I mean, maybe he's stone cold. We'll have to see what happens. Whoa,
that was a good solution.
What
really good
is
F2L from
this?
Visme. 702.
Visme with the 702. Doing the wide F2L solution.
Yeah, that was nifty to see from a competitor of his age.
He must be watching some Felix Zemdex.
Now that was a good solution. There you go. And then he's counted that 770, so now his BPA, that would be a new PR for him. That would actually beat out a couple other folks in this field too.
And also mentioning, I've seen this OLO so many times. I love that OLO. Because you're able to kind of really see where that PLO goes.
All right, Joaquin now, solve number 4. Can he find the same solution that Visme did and execute to the same level? I like his turning so far, pretty smooth. Into well PLO now, G perm to finish.
791. That's not too bad.
That's good. That's good. He's trending in the right direction here.
Yeah, Joaquin is doing better and really seeing that his solutions are getting smoother and smoother and smoother.
All right, Visme now on to solve number 5. Now, even though it isn't in the... Okay, yeah, there we go. It is up in the tracker now, so there you go. Our first averages have populated. It is possible for Joaquin to still win this matchup. He can get 842 best possible average. And Visme could get worst possible average, 8.56. In that case, Joaquin will be ranked ahead of Visme. But in order for that to happen, Visme would need to count 9.86 or something. Yeah, you need to count 9.86, so he needs something worse than that.
Ready.
All right, here we go. There's quite a lot here on white. Actually see some stuff here as well. I think that was a similar solution to what I would have done. To F2L, quick into OOL, bit locky, but then E perm to finish, unfortunately, 8.40.
I think Vismay is not going to get his PR. Yes, correct. He is not going to get his PR at 8.07, but not too bad. I mean, when you end with an E-perm, you can only get so good of a solution. Not bad solving out from Vismay.
Yeah, so Joaquin's final solve coming into play right now. Really not able to get too much out of this. The BPA 842.
8 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately that means that he's not going to be able to beat Vismay, but this looked like a pretty nifty F2L solution. He's going to have a 6.
Wow!
Nice.
That was excellent.
Yeah, I mean, that was a quality solution we saw out from Joaquin there.
Congratulations to both competitors. That was amazing.
Yeah, great solving from both of them. Especially, I'm very impressed with Vismay. He's almost certainly not going to win this competition, sure. But to be able to do that in this type of situation, his first ever head-to-head final, I think he did a great job. Joaquin Renes Hernandez, also not a particularly great average for him overall, 8.42. He got second in this matchup, but that 5.74 in this kind of atmosphere, you know, there's some high tension here. When Vismay said that he was ready, you could hear that echo throughout the whole venue. As we're going to start to bring on the other two competitors. All right, there we go. We got a good one coming up next.
Placed third place in 4x4 at the North America Championships 2024.
All right.
Ari
Randers Persson. We talked to him earlier today. He wasn't necessarily, he didn't necessarily think he was going to make 3x3 finals here, but here he is. He's looking good in the number 10th spot.
Yeah, Ari Randers Persson. Very exciting.
Hometown hero from La Jolla, California, Kevin Tank Tartarkul.
There we go. Chris Martin with the absolute on-point pronunciation. Kevin Tank Tartarkul, as he mentioned, is the hometown boy from San Diego. The Rue solver, the lone one in this entire group, representing the entire method of Rue.
Yeah.
This is going to be a really fun matchup. You know, neither of these competitors are really in it to necessarily win the entire thing. Obviously, they want to perform as well as possible, but you know, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to get onto the podium per se. But I think we're going to see some spectacular solving from them because the pressure's off.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, seeing here that Ari has a 735 official average, and these are our first competitors that have gotten sub-8 from the semifinals.
That's right.
So we will be able to see a lot more fun solves, and also keeping in mind that last scramble is very, very interesting.
Yeah, what's going to be even crazier is to see how Kevin reacts to it. Remember, we saw... All right, I'm going to keep my voice a little bit low for this one.
Yeah.
Just so that I don't spoil too much. On that last one, we did see a 1x2 block. That's going to be huge for Kevin. I don't know what orientation he uses because it was a blue bottom, but if he can make use of that, he's in business.
Yeah.
All right, to start things off here, our 10th seed. Onto this first scramble. Just adjusting himself a little bit as he looks around the cube, trying to plan out his cross and any additional solution. Not too much to comment on here. Up until the very end, unfortunate lockup execution errors there, 10.64.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Ari in the sense that, you know what was interesting to me? It's interesting to see Ari spend less inspection on 3x3 than 4x4 because I expect him to skip parity on 3x3
well,
every second in 4x4, whereas 3x3, I don't even know if he wastes 8 seconds.
Well, for what it's worth, he is skipping parity on this puzzle. All right, everyone. Here we go. You're about to see a demonstration in the Rue method. Kevin is going to build a block on the left-hand side first. Yeah, just like this. Now he's going to build the second block, going into CMLL now. And last, I really like that last 6 case.
Yeah.
That looked really fluid. Just immediately after CMLL knew exactly what to do.
That LSE
bailed him out a little bit because the solve was not going fantastic. Just a lot of pop, right?
I liked first block. I thought first block was good. Second block I thought was slow and not quite there. I actually expected him to get to CML a little bit, quite a bit earlier than when he actually did. All right, Ari now, a little bit back against the wall. Got the 4x4 in his hand. That's his comfort puzzle, the one he's the best at. Loosen up his joints, getting all the tension out of his system so he can solve at his absolute peak performance.
It's so interesting.
I'm ready.
I know, right? Inspecting the puzzle really deep into his lap here.
8 seconds.
Full white pieces already oriented. Click on that timer release. That was a pretty good looking F12 solution. Was able to skip OLL as well. 714.
Yeah,
Looking pretty.
That was extremely efficient from Mario and Dispearson.
Yes.
I loved it. Barely rotating at all, I think.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking too. Because it didn't look like he was turning that fast up until like the very end there.
No, not at all.
And did good awareness to transition into Olo. All right, Kevin now.
What is this? How buff he looks.
He has very big shoulders, huh? All right, here we go. There's that block again. Second block. Now he must be starting CMLO here. 9 mover into what looked like a pretty easy LSE case.
Yeah. The LSE so far has been saving him just a little bit lucky on those blocks.
Yeah, I'm not super confident, so take this with a grain of salt, everyone. I want to say he had all edges oriented there on that LSE. Which is, of course, quite a good case to do. Then at that point, you're just permuting stuff around.
But already having a lot more variant while Kevin staying within range right now. However, Kevin does not have a fast enough couple of solves thus far to really compete with the group.
Right, yeah, this is where it's really interesting to see because yes, Ari does have a higher variance, but because he has a 7, he can actually kind of go into it a little bit more. He has a better chance to get a better average if he can pull something out here.
Yeah.
On number 3 upcoming.
I'm ready.
Alright, he's fully collected himself now. Once again, eyeing that white cross. All competitors so far, who use CFOP at least, have been doing white cross.
Yeah.
12 seconds of inspection gone. Here we go. Unfortunate little bit of execution error at F12-2. 892 overall. A bit subpar, I want to say.
In this solution, he had a little bit more trouble with the look ahead. Not confidence-inspiring turning for that specific situation. He looked hesitant.
That I feel like hesitant is a really good word. Because I feel like he just wasn't able to commit to anything particularly well, so he had to slow turn the whole way through. Alright, Kevin now. That looks like a... Oh no, that's not a 2x2. That was a really efficient first block. Oh, wow, that was a...
Wow, this is a lot better.
That was really interesting.
Yeah.
I was about to say that was a really long second block until I realized CMLL was done.
Yeah.
So that just means that he flowed into it really well.
Yeah, it was
good solution.
It was really his last.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, he's looked really, really good. 749, one of the faster solves we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harsha, what's with Kevin's green side? He is a bit colorblind. Because of that, there are stickers on his puzzle. Now, before everyone complains, why is this allowed? It is explicitly allowed in the regulations for disabilities to have slightly modified puzzles. That's why he has extra stickers on that side.
I'm ready.
Number 4 upcoming. Ray unfortunately has given a little bit back here. He lost a tad bit of his momentum. Maybe he can get to swing back.
This is a very
This has been fluid thus far.
Wow.
Bit locky on the G-perm, but 774, he has kind of brought it back a little bit.
It was locky, but also he oriented all of his edges on that fourth F2L pair.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
He did, he was gonna basically create a better last layer case for
Right.
himself.
Yeah, and that he did. Ended up with one of the T cases. The all edges oriented, unfortunately, ended up with the G-perm instead.
Yeah, and it looks like Ari's best possible average with a 793. He can overtake first place.
That's correct. He needs to make 714 count. Kavanaugh number 4, same thing. He's going to have a very pivotal solve here. This is really going to give us a range of what he can expect. Wow, that did not look like a very good first block, unfortunately, and kind of not great execution either on the second one.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Getting the the LSC that you don't want.
Yeah,
it took a bit longer, and that was also more of the normal regressing to the mean with your probabilities.
Yeah, unfortunate from him. 840 is his best possible average. He cannot beat Vismay.
Ari Randers Pearson has the chance to take over first place. However, 714 for him is not the easiest to beat, considering the circuit.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, Ari is really a tale of two cities here right now. He may either BPA and take over first place, or he could WPA and get fourth place instantly.
Yeah.
Last bit of collecting himself, taking a deep breath.
Sorry, delegate. Sorry.
Oh, looks like
interesting.
Yeah, looks like that there was a miscommunication on whether or not Ari was right.
Looks like we're going to see a switch of judges here.
Oh, interesting. I wonder how this is going to. Ari.
Okay.
He's resetting.
Yeah, this is certainly very interesting. The regulations do say that the competitors have a minute to get ready, but I'm not sure what happens in this case. Does that reset at all?
I don't think. I think at this point the competitor does have some. That was a little bit.
Yeah, what? That was.
But that's why he's taking the additional time to warm.
Yeah. Definitely take some time to kind of just reset whatever just happened there. We don't really know, but just time to just forget about it. Yeah. The head tilt off to the side.
I wonder. Can we get? What if that judge just really needed to body?
Not gonna lie, that was my best theory.
Okay, let's.
All right, remember everyone, this is the same scramble that Joaquin Ruenes Hernandez got a 5-second solve on. What will Ari find? Bit of a different solution here. It's slightly longer.
Oh
my goodness!
Fantastic! A PLL skip. Did he recognize the last layer?
I don't know if he recognized that. That was absolutely absurd. 5.08. He's got to be happy with that one. That is a new PR for Ari Randers Pearson.
Congratulations to Ari. This last scramble has been epic thus far.
And I'm telling you, there's a 2x2x1. There's a 2x1x1 that is calling Kevin's name right now.
Yeah. And by the way, to sort of highlight to people who are watching this for the first time, we're treating scramble secrecy in a way to where Ari does not know what that fifth scramble is, and that's why we have to make sure that in the green room there's no technology for these broadcasts.
Exactly.
You need to know that other competitors are not getting good results on specific times, so you can come in with a clean mindset.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kevin. Now. Yeah, he did take advantage of that block initially.
Oh my goodness, that's
a fast
really
solve from him too. He's 640.
This is going to be very, very interesting to see how
this
people
is going to be
react
fun.
to this. Yeah,
this is going to be fun. If another one of our top competitors can find the solution Ari did, we are in for a treat, Mr. Michael Chai.
This is amazing. Ari Randers Pearson with the 508. I actually didn't even think about it, the fact that he needed to beat 714, and it was just simply done.
It was just done. I mean, it's absolutely amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The mic levels are killer. Apologies, everyone. We are getting a little bit excited here. I mean, if you saw that solution, what did we just see? That was absurd. I'm thinking what it was is some kind of either a winter variation or a VLS. I couldn't completely tell. That just happened to be a PLL skip.
Yeah, he did have that square OLL, and there's a lot of easy ways to recognize because that OLL creates a lot of blocks that are possible that create a lot of possibilities to recognize specific cases.
Yeah.
In fact, those type of cases, and for example, like the lightning OLLs, those they have an entire series made by Jaden McNeil about it's like a one look glass layer index or something like that on YouTube.
There you go.
So
There you
those
go.
variations of algorithms, yeah.
We know Ari is a very smart solver, so.
Who currently has WR Top 100 from Los Angeles, California, Ethan Ye.
All right, Ethan Ye. He's also WR Top 100 for Clock now, the reigning Western champion as of just earlier today.
Congratulations to Ethan Ye.
Classic competitor, man.
Got a PR with a 763, and we'll see what he has to offer.
He actually recently PR'd in 3x3 3 weeks ago as well. It's on a hot streak.
Yeah.
North American Championship 24 from Atlanta, Georgia, Vishwa Sankar.
And here we go. He's our one and only Vishwa Sankar, VS9 cubing.
I just want to give a quick shout out to the cubers who traveled all the way to Cubing USA Western Championship.
Yeah, man.
I thought it was amazing to see people like Chris Chi. It was amazing to see people like Marcus Kamen, Vishwa Sankar,
Ari.
or Ari, all of these competitors. Thank you so much. The West Coast loves you.
Yeah, dude, it's awesome. We love to see top competitors from all around the country.
So Vish, the top seed here. Something to keep in mind is that in 6x6, he needed a 26-second solve to win 6x6, and he was unable to get the job done.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to affect his mindset here, too. Pretty disappointing performance from him. What can I say? All right, Ye now. With an official 7.63. This is PR. What is he going to find on solve number 1? Once again, dealing with the white cross. Bit of a fluff on that F204 execution. Decent OLL PLL, 815.
Yeah, that solve, again, we've said this a few times, was saved by that last layer with a very nice well into what I believe to be a T.
Yeah, good overall solution from a competitor who, averages like high 7s. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
It's a good solve to kind of just settle into the environment.
Alright, so Vishwa getting started.
Looks like he's going to approach it from a different angle, although still doing white.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh.
Soon into, what was that, F perm?
G perm.
Into a G
GB perm, yeah. Because the GB perm, you start with the F prime, U.
I see, okay. Yeah, 880. I mean, the only thing I'm going to say there is that was lucky.
Yeah. But you know what, Vishwa, seasoned competitor. And Ethan Ye probably doesn't have as much under his belt in terms of big competition nerves, and Vishwa has been there.
That's right.
And he's done that.
I mean, this is his opportunity to kind of test the waters a little bit, test his nerves.
Yeah. If you want to be at Clock World Championship Finals, you gotta be able to deal with this.
Yeah. Oh, this is the least you got to deal with.
Yeah.
So he was looking at yellow momentarily, but looks like he's regressed back to white once again.
Yeah.
And yeah, he's gonna stick to white. Good looking first 2 pairs.
Nice.
Last pair a little bit pausey, but then another G perm 722.
I really like that last F2L pair. Always like to see, I believe, to be some keyhole. Always nice to insert that corner into the D layer using some trickery.
Yeah, I mean the trickery is always good to see, provided the competitors can pull it off.
And by the way, keyhole is great because on the 4th pair, because you can predict your all very, very.
Yep. Minimum number of pieces move around. All right, Vishwa now needs to bounce back a little bit.
Yeah.
And once again, kind of locking on F204, carrying that through to the rest of the solve. 902. I feel like that's really the difference maker.
I'm gonna have to remember how Vish made it, but Vishwa has been probably the most aggressive turning. He has the most aggressive turning speed that we've seen thus far.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
It's not helping him right now because he's got a lot of lockup issues.
Yeah. And unfortunately, his solutions aren't short enough to the point where you can mitigate it just by being more efficient.
Yeah.
He's going to have to be more controlled. All right, he's dialed in. Pretty decent start to his average so far. He's very, very solidly holding this orientation. What does he see? Couple quick rotations in F2L, going into his last pair.
Skipped was that?
Skipped OLL, 740.
I was not able to follow that solution at all, especially on that transition to OLL.
Yeah, 780. My bad. Sorry, I misspoke. But yeah, that was a really interesting solution. I liked his turning there.
Yeah. What I will say is he's doing quite well, and he's on pace to take over Ari. And this is not even talking about the last off.
Yeah, yeah. All right, Vishwa now. He really needs this one to bounce back.
Wow.
Great start.
That
into
is
OLL.
an amazing solve thus far.
And a good, solid execution on what looked to me like a G-perm.
Yeah. That's
one of the better G-perms, too.
It was pretty good up until after all 3.
Mhm.
And then was trying to get fancy with it pretty much. And yeah.
But then he
didn't work out in his favor.
He decided to pull it back a little bit. You know, he had that U case, the UZ below, just did the basic 9 mover. Ended up with the G perm, one of the better G perms, not too bad. 7. I said he needed to come back a little bit, and he's got it.
He did come back, yes.
Deep breath for Ethan.
If I'm Ethan, I need this for a solve.
He's going to be looking for a low 7 here to give himself a chance. Once again, he's holding this orientation very solidly. See something special here.
Oh, he
Slow
did
start.
He did a U2 and a U2. I'm not a fan of that.
And yeah, that was the JA at the end.
It was a good solution, don't get me wrong. And then it was just a JA perm getting a little bit back. It backed him up a little bit.
I'm not gonna lie, that was a very good solution.
Yeah.
I think just unfortunately for him, just kind of ended up locking up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And that's the tricky part. Why JA is. Gotta finish visual solve first, and it looks like he made a little mistake.
A perm.
That's not bad. That's not bad. We'll take it. What I was referencing with the JA perm, sometimes it is really difficult to execute the RUL.
Yes, yes. Yeah, that RUL at the very end is tricky.
Yeah.
All right, so now best possible, worst possible have been populated. Ethan Ye has a very good chance to beat Ari Randers-Persson.
Yeah.
Ari with 793. Ethan Ye's worst possible 794. He just needs to beat 815. If he gets a sub 8, he is in first place in this first half of head-to-head finals.
If he gets a low 8, he probably wins as well. But he needs to get as fast as possible. Vishwa out of contention, but you know, we'll see how he does on this scramble as well.
Yeah, I mean this is the one that 3 out of 4 competitors have BPA'd on.
So we also see that there's an interesting blue-red
Exactly.
block.
Yep.
And instantly going for that.
Interesting. He did do FF Prime though. This is not one of his better solves. 847. He did worst possible average, unfortunately.
If I were in his shoes, I would have spent a little bit more time and see how I would implement that X cross with the blue-red solution.
Yep, because it looks like he had an idea, but just was not able to execute on it.
Correct. And I am now realizing that this is a world record scramble.
8 seconds.
Vishwa now looking pretty good. F2L4 done. OLL into another A perm. 7.52.
Manu, so I am now realizing that this is actually potentially a world record scramble.
All right, tell me all about it.
So first off, there is you're gonna have to follow me, but this is a green-blue line. Right, and I want to caveat this, by the way. The competitors obviously do not know what's happening.
Yeah.
Right, but there is a green line with the red and the orange that is completely solved, and also that orange has edges on the orange side that is completely complete.
Interesting. All edges oriented.
Yeah. The orange has a great start. The green has a great start. You're more likely than not going to at least be able to do a double X cross.
And this is huge because Max Park is his default colors are green and blue.
Yeah, that's going to be the kicker.
Remains to be seen. We're going to see that at the very end of head-to-head finals, perhaps.
You guys have to stay tuned for this.
We're halfway through. We got the fastest 6 solvers left. And man, this is heating up. This is exciting.
Yeah, I am very, very intrigued.
Our 6th seed.
All right, so we are announcing the 6th seed currently.
Solves on his WCA profile. From El Dorado Hills, California, Paul Mavi.
Paul Mavi, competitor from Northern California, as you said, a very accomplished competitor, especially in terms of big cubes. One of the best competitors we have in California.
Yeah. Paul Mavi is amazing. He's a great cuber, great person, by the way. And by the way, we have Varun Mohan Raj in the 5th seed.
Varun Mohan Raj, my grandson. I got him on the podium here. Let's see what he can do. He is also white cross only, so we're going to see pretty similar. We may see very similar solutions that we've seen from the other competitors.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see if he can find something really good and execute because he has the TPS to do it.
This is going to be very, very interesting. Varun won't be able to capitalize on that portion of the scramble, but also keep in mind, I'm analyzing a portion of the scramble that's not white and yellow.
That's right, right. But actually, now that I'm realizing this, Paul is also a green cross solver.
Yes, Paul is a green cross solver, so we will have
Let's see what he does
on what Max Park's 5th solve might look like.
You're gonna have to point these out once we get to solve number 5. That's the magic scramble.
It truly isn't. Like, if I got the scramble personally as green-blue, I would be ecstatic.
All right, everyone. We are now entering the second half of head-to-head finals with the 6th seed versus the 5th seed.
Oh man, Manu, my spidey senses are tingling right now.
I'm leaning in. We got the gamer lean going on here. I'm as nervous as the competitors are. All right, what will Paul see? We will see a completely different solution from anything we've seen so far. That green cross. That was unfortunately a really big pause during F201. Can he recover?
That was really unfortunate for Paul. He did a ton of rotations, and what's interesting is that some of his F2L solutions, he will do a trigger, rotate, insert the pair. And that's not something you can do at this level if you want to win.
If you're rotating, you're not turning.
Yeah. General rule of thumb, and again, it's a guideline, not a rule. When you rotate, you want to rotate before or after execution.
All right, Varun, now, what is he going to do on this white cross? White cross only? What? White cross on top. Interesting. That's very unique. Preserve that pair. Is this a ZP? Yes, it is.
It's the
yes, it is.
ZP.
Is that the easy one? If you're watching at home, you all know this one. Just do R prime, Y perm, and then R. Very, very simple. Good recognition from Varun.
Absolutely. That was impressive. I gotta say, he spent nearly every second of inspection.
Yeah. And man, I really liked that pair that he preserved.
Yeah.
That looked really, really good.
Varun's got a clutch up.
He doesn't know.
He doesn't know. He has a real chance at a PR.
He doesn't know. The scrams are good. The solutions are out there.
Wow.
Can our competitors find it?
8 seconds.
8 seconds of inspection used. Unfortunately, Paul just doesn't look like he's able to execute super well. Relatively short solution, though.
He did pretty well with his last layer, spending about 2 seconds on last layer. He didn't finish F2 until like 5 seconds. And, you know, at the end of the day, the last layer saved him a lot, and it wasn't that easy for kids.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Tension up a little bit as Varun is going into solve number 2 now. We see some good solving out from all the previous solvers. Everyone else has used white cross or has done Rube. can you figure out here? Not the easiest solution from the two pieces that I saw there. He's gonna have to be a little bit creative, right? Sounds right to me.
Oh, wow.
Good turn speed coming out here. Good solution for that last OLL to orient.
That's a great solution, and obviously in inspection he didn't preserve, but he looked ahead to the what I believe to be the red-green pair, quickly inserting into the right slot.
No, he's on a good pace right now.
Yeah.
Now we were talking about PR potential. Varun's PR is 6.15. So he's got a shot.
Yeah. Varun will need about one more good solve here, and we will see something spectacular.
All has green on bottom now. Hudson Kid on the green cross.
Very impressive start to the solve.
Yeah, he started off really well. Unfortunately, I feel like... Actually, I was going to say his turning was not particularly good, but at the end, he really did recover.
Yeah. That is interesting to see Paul have a great start, and what do we call it? 25-cent start, 5-cent finish? 10-cent start, 5... What is it?
This sounds familiar, but I'm not confident enough to finish it.
Sorry, Paul. You get the stray of the hour.
Varun using a double hand warmer and the hot breath into the hands to warm strat. What can we see here? A couple of interesting things that I can see at least on white.
Varun starting with white on top, still white cross.
Yeah, unfortunately,
this is a fantastic solution. And the PLO
yeah,
completely messed him up.
Slight execution error at the end of F2L and that G-perm at the end. I mean, if it weren't for that lockup, he was looking at a sub-7 here, most certainly. I mean, he's still on pace for a sub-7 average, but he needs to really lock in. Unfortunately, I think his chances at PR are dwindling.
Yeah, so that OLL2 it's a pretty easy execution, but is one of those algs that if you do it in comp, it's not super easy to not lock up on it.
8 seconds.
Hall picked up the cube in this orientation, has kept it here the whole time. What does he see? You were talking about rotations. That was almost 0 rotations in that solve. Just 1 forward and 1 back. 7, 5, 8.
Yeah, the easy BOLO. What is it? The F reverse for rough?
Yeah.
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 As you call it, the PLL is not great, but if I'm Paul, I take that solve any day of the week.
BPA, WPA populated for him. He has a chance to take, or not take over the top spot, but he can put himself into the contention.
This is pivotal. That 7-4-3 cannot be relevant in this average.
8 seconds.
8 seconds of inspection, taking a bit more. Starting off strong here from Varun. Looking good. Going into OLL, another ZB.
Oh no, that is the tricky UZB, and he took the risk.
He took the risk.
That ZB is not the easiest to solve. You have to start with an F, U, and then what I believe is a standard algorithm and an undo.
Yeah, unfortunately, didn't really seem like... you gotta wonder, maybe he should have just taken the OLL, the 9 mover.
I mean, the thing is that OLL was not great either.
Yeah, it's not a good OLL.
You know, at the end of the day, you have to take these risks. When he's on a bigger stage, he will need to execute that alg.
Okay, here we go. Here's the magical solve number 5. The one that we think is going to be particularly good on green cross. All doing the green cross onto OLL. A-perm here. 764. Unfortunately, felt like his solution was... I mean, relatively decent solution, maybe slightly subpar solution, but the lockups just did not help him.
I think, you know, Paul wasn't able to take advantage of that scramble, but he hasn't been solving great this entire finals. Alright, and this is the money shot. And we see the big...
Yeah, I see it.
The big red-blue amongst many other things on this scram.
taking an extra second in inspection just to look through. Nice.
Congratulations to Varun Mohan Raj. This is confirmation that, dude, this is going to be interesting.
What's interesting is it's good on both white and green.
Yeah, and wow, that is phenomenal. Now, Varun, I don't think he realized that he was on. Obviously, you can't, but being on PR pace up until those sevens, because you almost knew that he was going to take advantage of that fifth scram.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
I think that's the interesting thing about this situation right now is we know.
We know. They don't know.
Yeah,
they don't know.
And we're calling it every single time.
And I mean, it makes sense now. You look back at it, right?
Yeah.
No wonder, like, out of how many competitors have gone, half of them have BPA'd. 8 competitors have gone, 4 of them have BPA'd.
Yeah.
Just off that last solve.
And we only have 4 left. So the 4th competitor, Krish Shah Nathwani, and the 3rd place is Jeremy Palumba.
Yeah, a couple of competitors outside of the Western region. Once again, welcome to have them here. Here are the standings as they stand. Varun Mohan Raj is solidly in first, 6.55.
Varun will be able to have a really good idea of where he stands on the podium after this match.
You're absolutely correct, yeah. After this point, someone will be guaranteed to get onto the podium.
Yeah.
At the Rubik's WCA North America Championship 2024 from Worcester, Massachusetts, Krish Shah Nathwani.
Wait, did Worcester?
Yeah.
You mean like Worcestershire?
I think it's something like that, yeah. Look, dude, they got weird names out east.
Dude, we got some crazy vocabulary here. Like, we got Tangtar Tharakul, we got
Worcester, Massachusetts.
Shah Nathwani, Worcestershire, Massachusetts. I'm not sure, man. It couldn't be any worse than the England city with the
Worcestershire.
No, it's
oh, the one in Wales.
And that's me, Krish.
There he is.
All right, and Jeremy coming up, of course, honorary West Coast member from Arizona.
We got some state record holders going back to back at each other, Massachusetts and Arizona.
Ooh, this is
that's kind of cool.
This is gonna be intense, man.
That's kind of cool.
Hey, if you're supporting Krish, make sure you let him know.
Oh yeah, we gotta hear it in the chat. We gotta hear it in the chat.
If you support Jeremy, make sure you let him know. We want the tribalism.
The cubing fedora is in full force here. He's squat down, glasses off, Beaver in front. All smiles, got his hand warmers ready. I believe Krish is already got his cube. He's gonna get us started. Now the scramble one is the one that we just saw Varun get a 5 on. Krish is gonna be the first person to solve on yellow. Bit locky there on F203, but a solid finish.
Yeah.
Solid finish.
He was a little bit locky overall through the solve. Not a lot of moves in the solution. You know, I gotta say, Krish, he's got the drip.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it can't be, actually, somewhat unironically, it can't be underrated. If you feel good, if you dress well to make yourself feel good, that's extra confidence going into it. Dress for battle. All right, Jeremy initially looking at yellow, but now looking at the white cross instead, just as everyone else has before him. Unfortunately, looks like he kind of locked up a little bit as well, but I mean, pretty solid solution in the end, 6-7-1.
The OLL PLL was a pretty good combination. Well, not so much the PLL. The OLL was great. You know, you never can complain about reverse free ref.
Both competitors right now in good position to chase after their PRs, mid-6s for each of them.
Yeah.
Krish once again looks like he's going to have yellow on bottom. Yeah. I like his turning there. His turning through F2L was pretty good.
Krish, you know, that's one of those OLLs. I'm surprised that Krish doesn't know it. With the line OLL, you should be able to either take advantage of it and force an EPLL. He didn't get diag, but that's one of those where I'd imagine he would be able to do it. Very easy to learn whether or not you see that the matching is on the oriented corners or the unoriented corners.
Jeremy Bullenbot now. Solve number 2. He's also eyeing, well, Initially eyeing yellow, but back to white once again.
8 seconds.
Back to yellow, still hasn't decided what exactly he's going to do. That usually is not a good sign. Kind of can tell here, a bit of a longer solution. He's turning fast to try and catch up. Soon ended up permuting all of his corners, so U-perm to finish.
Yeah. Not the smoothest E-perm, though. That E-perm, I mean, not E-perm, U-perm.
Yeah, not the smoothest U-perm. Alright, will Krish find an 11-move DR into a short HDR finish and get a 3?
Possibly.
It doesn't look like there's a lot of EO done, so
Yeah,
let's scrap that.
We might have to wait for the fist off for that.
Good start to the solution, going into OLL now.
Ooh.
Yeah, unfortunately, rough execution on that OLL.
Almost feels like he did a 5th pair. I don't think he did, but it did feel that
yeah,
way.
I know. I thought he was on his last pair, but then he ended up inserting something into the back right.
Something to pay attention to if you're watching a top advanced 3x3 solver. You want to be able to see if the F2L pair that they're going to eventually work on, if that corner is oriented facing up. So if you're doing the white cross, is the white sticker facing up? Because usually top competitors will avoid that,
right,
or manipulate it to get an easier solution.
Yep. This one is looking like, once again, Jeremy kind of flipping in between his crosses. Looks like he's decided on a white cross though.
Yep.
Good start to the solution so far. Smooth into OLO.
Fantastic soon. Fantastic solution. He's doing pretty well. Like, you can't really complain at this point.
It's just I feel like there's just a little bit of execution that needs to be cleaned up a little bit, and these
Yeah.
and that one was definitely a 6.
Yeah, it was definitely a 6. But Jeremy, honestly, like, he's everywhere. He's got a 6, a 7, and an 8. And Krish, a little bit more consistent. Remember, we're looking out for that scramble. And this 4th solve will indicate very clearly how this average is going to go.
Yeah. Krish needs to come back a little bit, I think. Yellow again. Big pause there, but looks like he solved quite a bit of F2L. This going to be a ZVL?
He
Not
does
quite.
not know it. And he plus 2.
Krish
within 10.48.
Unfortunate for Krish.
You can see right there, yeah, he just held up the L. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
This is not going to be a good average for him.
Now, this
729 BPA. Nice.
I joke about this, but if you're struggling through 4 solves and this particular scramble set, that 5th solve is worth it.
Mhm.
You can really go for your single.
Yeah.
I really don't know how else to say. You have to stay and watch what Max Park does on it.
Jeremy's also looking on yellow here. Gonna go for it. Yeah, he had a lot of corners that were oriented up. Fixing all of that now. And G-perm, GA, I want to say.
Not so bad. Both of these competitors are probably out of contention to beat Varun at the very least.
Oh yeah, they're out to. Yeah, there's no way they can beat Varun. And Varun has like 655, so
that also means that Varun is guaranteed a podium.
He's guaranteed the podium now.
Yeah. All right, so this is the coveted scramble.
All right, what magic are we going to see here? Looks like Krish is going to go for white cross. Wow, that was a good X cross.
Man, every time I see this, there's just so many blocks.
And E-perma +2. 9.49. The start looked so good, but
think he knows it. I think he knows that he missed out on a great opportunity here.
I mean, he executed that X cross to perfection.
Yeah.
F2 was looking really good. Unfortunately, got stuck with a pretty sub-average algorithm.
Jeremy Balemba, his current single is 476. Let's see what he can do. Wow, I just cannot unsee the green line.
I mean, it is right in front of us, to be fair. Once again, also doing that X cross into the back. A-perm, also +2ing. We got a twin of +2s, unfortunately, kind of spoiling this matchup.
So something that's interesting watching Jeremy do that solve is he opted to do lefty A-perm.
Yeah.
Now, I know lefty A-perm is quite common, but you have to make that argument that at some point, if you're going to prioritize using your left hand, you're going to have issues running into regripping and eventually lockups, just as Jeremy saw right there.
Yeah, it's just very unfortunate. I feel like his average is kind of just all caught up in a lot of locks.
Yeah.
And you just can't help but think, but if
they were a bit cleaner execution, slightly less nerves in it. He could have had a pretty magical. I think he could have gotten a sub 7 average.
Yeah. So generally speaking, if you're getting guidance on how to improve on 3x3, the what has been working for a lot of people is that you have a dominant hand, in this case right hand, and a non-dominant hand, and you don't want to avoid learning specific alg sets. A lot of people will try to learn lefty and righty to save on their need to learn certain alg sets because they can sort of recall it and like reverse it on the left hand.
Right.
But it creates a lot of issues for how smooth your solve can ultimately be.
No, yeah, that's absolutely definitely true. That's why there are different versions of algs that are developed in the end.
Correct. Now, at the end of the day, it's whatever is your solve preference.
Our second seed, current square one average world record holder from Seattle, Washington, Max Xiao.
All right, Max Xiao onto the stream into head-to-head finals now on our second seed.
All right.
Podium at the World Championships in Square One. Been in many finals in his career. He is a top-class competitor. Used to the nerves. Let's see if he can pull out an average to beat Varun.
I did make a hot take, not necessarily in this competition, that he would get a sub 4. I think it's not a hot take looking at that screen.
We'll see.
By the way, this is a rematch of 2023.
Yes, this is.
We love you, Max.
Yeah.
We love you, Max. And Max Park it is. And playing proprietary DG the Artist music.
What's funny to say is actually, Chris Martin mentioned he had 83 world records. That is an incorrect statistic. He has 85 world records now. 2 world records broken yesterday that we saw live on the stream. 6x6 single and mean. This guy is one of the greatest cubers to ever do it.
All right, we got DG Artist kicking right now. I don't know if you can hear it on the stream, but I'm vibing. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, show DG this. Yeah, totally.
Oh man, that's amazing. Shout out to DG the Artist. All right, now we have to get serious. So this is the Battle of the Maxes, a rematch of Western Champs 2023. Now here's the deal. The scrams are scrams, right? But the 5th and final solve that we need to see has a gigantic set of blocks that only Max Park can take advantage of currently.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final matchup of Western Championships 2024. Max Xiao to get us started here. And solve number 1. There are some good solutions already done on this solve. Can you find what Varun did and get a mid-5? Just kick things off here.
8 seconds.
Yellow cross.
12.
Bit unfortunate to start.
Excellent solution, and he
This
definitely
is
knows
definitely
that
ZB.
ZB. A 540 to
540
start.
540.
That is incredibly good from
There we
Max
go.
Xiao.
There we go. This is exactly what he needed to start things off here.
And here's the deal. Max Xiao has spent a lot of time learning ZBs. Max Xiao is one of the few people, I believe, will not choke recognizing a ZB, especially a TZB alone.
Yeah. I mean, that's absolute top-class recognition and top-class execution from Max Xiao. Now, onto the other Max. As the color-neutral solver, he has a choice of 6 different crosses. Which one is he going to pick here? Is he going to pick the yellow cross, the white cross, something completely different?
8 seconds.
Looks like he's decided. Yeah, yellow cross it is.
Very smooth solution.
Yeah, excellent turning from him. Looks like he ended up kind of canceling that. 7-11 though. That is quite off the pace of what we expect from Max Park.
I feel like that's Caster's curse here. I said it was smooth, and then OLOP will hit.
Yeah.
Also, that was something worth noting. That was a T case for Olo. So I'm curious if Max wanted to recognize.
Maybe. I did see him do F prime F.
Yeah.
So looks like he just ended up deciding to cancel something into it. Max Xiao looking really good right now. Can compose himself.
Dude, honestly, if I'm Max Xiao, I'm nervous in my mind.
It's looking around a little bit more. Got blue on top here. It's gonna end up being yellow. Yep. OLL bit locky into PLL. 6:45, not too bad. This is looking good. He's well ahead of Varun so far.
Yeah, so that solve for Max Xiao looked a little bit uneasy. He composed himself. No lockups. But there were some pauses there that made you feel like that this solve was going to be a lot slower than it really was.
All eyes on the current world record holder, the current world champion, the North American champion. So many accolades to his name. Solve number 2 after a poor first solve from Max Park. Looking around.
See if he can bounce back.
Got a couple of options here. There is that F2L pair that's already done on yellow. Will he preserve that? Yep, he did.
Great OLL, great PLL.
Wow, what was that?
Wait,
what was that?
I was saying great PLL, but then he locked up halfway through.
This is crazy because through F2L he looked really, really good there. 9-4-6 with the +2. What was that PLL execution? That is extremely uncharacteristic.
Not too sure, but he obviously recognized the PLL straight out of that OLL. So that OLL is the wide R algorithm set. That's a very easy algorithm to lock up.
This is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Very different than what I had expected going to this.
Something to consider with that OLL is that you have to regroup for that OLL and maybe regroup him back to PLL. It made it very difficult. This is actually getting very, very dramatic.
Oh well. I don't have to win here. Ready. I gotta change.
Taking a little bit of an extra second to dial in. You can see that Max Xiao himself is also feeling the pressure a little bit.
Boy.
He's taking a lot of time in inspection here. 12 seconds have already
Max
passed.
Xiao's thumb is shaking beyond belief.
So OLL, now the short recognitions of the PLL 719.
He got the same OLL, the inverse. He got the similar OLL case to Max Park from the previous solve. So now we are able to elaborate the same algorithm set. You got to regrip. It's not super easy to execute in a high tension situation.
What are we going to see from Max Park here? He has his back against the wall. I'm very confident in saying he has the back against the wall. If anyone can dig it out from here, it is Max Park. He is clutch incarnate.
Yeah.
8 seconds.
He's got green on bottom right now. Green cross it is.
Great solution. That's a terrible OLL though. The OLL is a terrible case to deal with. It's that line. It's a C OLL with the non-existent line on the side. It's just a dot. You never want that.
6.27 here. I mean, a really good looking solution for Max, but like, once again, that last layer execution, just a little bit off.
So not only is Max Xiao currently beating Max Park, Varun Mohanraj is in first place.
He's ahead of Max Park.
With a 655 average.
He's ahead of Max Park. With scramble number 5 on deck, yet to be seen. This room is silent, everyone.
My heart is palpitating. I wonder what Max is feeling. Because he knows. He can lock it now.
Yeah, he's in a really, really good spot. Projected to be number 1 right now. Wow. He's taking a lot of his time in inspection. Decided to go for the white cross as expected.
Left fat soon. Left fat soon. 589. This is going to turn into a fantastic average here.
He's going to end up with a really good BPA here.
Now Max has a very hard time with nerves. That 5th scram, even though it's great, I'm not sure if Max Xiao will be able to execute considering the circumstances.
It remains to be seen. His WPA is going to beat Varun Mohanraj.
Okay, so Max Park. Is this high tension?
He needs something fantastic here. He needs to claw himself back into this.
Starting on
green cross again.
Good OLL.
Continues turning all the way through. This was it. This was what he needed. 5.98. Everyone, we have a final solve for you upcoming. An absolute
Max Park
Wow.
with the best possible average of 645.
Anyone can win right now.
Hold on.
Anyone can
Give
win.
me a
Varun
second.
Mohanraj can win. Max Xiao can win. Max Park can also win.
And
on
Max-
a scramble that's coming up that we've seen amazing solutions on so far, and with the potential for Max Park to build something truly magical.
This is the scramble.
Capital T, capital S, the scramble. There's not a single person in this room who can do anything except focus on Max Xiao right now. And there it is, everyone.
The magic scramble.
8 seconds.
He's looking at that white cross, trying to see what can we extend into. Same solution into the back as we saw earlier. Here's the OLL. Botched execution a little bit into CPOL. 8.21. He has worst possible averaged.
Max Shao with an 8.21.
This 6.51. He is in first place right now, ahead of Varun Mohanraj, but Max Park with the best possible average can win it all right here.
Manu, I don't want to be that guy that writes the script right now. Really targeting the green cross.
Yeah, it's facing him. He's going to do a rotation first. Oh, he did blue cross. 5.21 to best possible average.
Interesting. He went blue.
He went for blue.
He went for blue. What
He pulled off one of the best
interesting
solves we've
solution.
seen in this finals. Max Park, everyone, has won it here with the best possible average. When we talk about clutch,
wow,
Max Park is the name.
Congratulations to Max Park, our Western champion. That was incredible. Oh my God, you see me standing.
We were actually like this close to the screen when as that last solve was going. This has been an incredible Western Championships 2024, a fantastic head-to-head finals. Definitely there was a script writer in the business here. It was not one of us, but man, what an absolute fantastic finish.
Man, that was crazy. We can see the live rankings there. They need to be updated a little bit because from third place, just shot up into first place to take that. I mean, he was this close to missing out, and with the +2 on that second solve as well.
7-7 to start things off. He is back against the wall. This is extremely uncharacteristic of Max Park.
And then it just got better and better and better, and that's what Max can do sometimes.
This
He
is
can
what
be
experience
so
is.
clutch.
Because Max has so much experience in these high-tension moments, in these head-to-head finals. He needed to do this as well on the last solve at the World Championship to win it by .01. He has finished at the top here by .06 over Max Xiao sitting right next to him. .1 over Varun Mohanraj, who competed just prior.
And now .06.
.06 separated the two Maxes in this one.
What a solve. What a story. Man, we were talking about it from the first two solves that we had. First two solvers.
Yeah.
That fifth scramble, we called it from the start. We said Max with his blue-green specialty and that,
he
really
had a
great
chance to do it.
scramble.
But it is interesting. I wonder what he must have seen because, I'm not a green cross specialist, but even I can see there were those two green pieces that were solved. The other green pieces were easily oriented. The other competitors on white cross were able to find the X cross. Out of the last four competitors we saw, 3 of them did do that white X cross in some kind of in some way, shape, or form. Max just throwing that all to the side, deciding to do blue cross instead, pulling out 521, getting the best possible average. I think half of the competitors best possible average on that solve number 5.
Yeah,
just absolutely electric finals here, and it's very reminiscent to me of Timon last week. The tried and true champion has his back against the wall against a couple of Varun is a little bit of an upstart. Max Xiao has been in situations like this before, but someone who was not necessarily expected to be in this position
We thought that the front runner was just going to take it like pretty handily, and then on the last solve to just go complete beast mode, clutch it up. Max Park has claimed it here by a very, very thin margin in the end.
This small, this tiny.
Absolute masterclass of solving to round out this year's edition of Western Championships 2024, put on for the greater speed cubing community by West Coast Cubing, Cubers Live, and SpeedCubeShop.
Yep, shout out to them.
And this has been a fantastic year.
Couldn't have written a better script.
Could not have written a better script for this head-to-head finals. Thank you to all of the people who participated. 240 registrants across 3 days in San Diego at the University of California, San Diego's main campus here.
Of course, thanks to everyone watching, and you gotta love it when it comes down to that last solve.
Yeah, just absolutely spectacular. You'll definitely see the finals get cut up in some way, shape, or form across the various channels. You've seen the ad all day. It's time for me to plug it directly. If you aren't following the various channels that this live stream is on, you're going to miss out on moments like this. The West Coast Cubing channel, the Cubers Live channel, and SpeedCubeShop channel. A lot of competitions to be streamed out here from the West Coast onto each of those channels. So you'll definitely want to tune in, subscribe, follow there for more. Huge shout out also to Matthew Marinick of Happy Feet Productions. He's been running the production all weekend. Sitting back there, got on to the stream for a little bit. It's a war room back here. Our booth is getting taken apart as we are going to get kicked out of this venue in 40 minutes. This is why I love grassroots communities, because we got our backs against the wall too. We got to pack everything up.
Yeah, we got to pack everything up. We got to do a award ceremony. I don't think we'll have any time to stream
We're not
that.
going to be able to stream that, unfortunately. I can't move the cameras. If I'm going to move the cameras, I'm moving them into my bag, then moving them into my trunk, and then moving them back to LA. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, and but those cameras will be moving around all over California, all over the country, really.
Yeah.
Because we'll be sure to try to stream as much as we can.
A lot more to be seen. I want to give a shout out to all of the viewers who came in at the last moment. Awesome to see you all there. Great to interact with you all in the chat. But with that, we are going to just pan out to our final cut of Western Championships 2024. Thank you all for being here.
I've been Preetham.
And this is Manu Singhal. It's been an honor to commentate this, and we'll see you all next time.
Hey, we are SpeedCubeShop. We are your one-stop shop for anything cubing or puzzle related and have something for everyone, beginner or pro. If you want the best of the best, allow us to lend you our years of experience and consider one of our premium setup SpeedCubes. Our team of experts will dial in your SpeedCube by applying lubricants and adjusting the settings so that when your cube arrives, you're ready to start crushing your PBs. Have any questions? Our team is available via phone, live chat, or email to help get you on track. Tap the link to find your next challenge or upgrade and enjoy what we and many others consider to be the best shopping experience around.
USA Western Championship 2024.